Zhang Feng, a man who has endured a lifetime of misfortune, heeded his mother's advice to offer incense on the mountain in hopes of changing his luck. Unexpectedly, he encountered a thunderstorm and acquired extraordinary abilities, setting him on a path to marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The Anomaly of the Right Eye. There is an ancient saying, fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come alone. While Zhang Feng had never felt the truth of the first part of this saying, he was all too familiar with the latter. As the saying goes, when one is unfortunate, even drinking cold water can lead to trouble. Zhang Feng considered his survival to this day a stroke of luck. If one were to encapsulate his life in a single phrase, it would be, I have seen misfortune, but never to this extent. In the year of his birth, due to a nurse's negligence, he nearly drowned in a bathtub and was resuscitated in the emergency room for a grueling 24 hours before finally stabilizing. At the age of 5, while climbing trees with friends to collect elm seeds, he found himself on a branch as thick as his arm, which snapped under the weight of his body. He fell from a height of 10 meters, narrowly avoiding death, suffering multiple fractures in both legs, and spent over a year recuperating at home. 88. While riding his bicycle to a neighboring village for school, he had to cross a dry riverbed with a bridge at least 3 meters wide. Unfortunately, he fell into the river, and his bicycle landed on him, resulting in several broken ribs, which required half a year to heal. 16. While dining out with high school classmates, a brawl erupted between two groups. Zhang Feng, caught in the crossfire, was struck by several bottles, leaving him with a severe head injury that required over 2 months of bandaging in college. During a fight with students from another school, Zhang Feng, being robust and well-built, was perceived as a secret weapon by his classmates. However, before the fight even began, he slipped and fell onto the road, only to be struck by a passing vehicle. Had his father not owned a hardware factory earning a substantial income, he would have struggled to cover his medical expenses. Such instances of misfortune were far too numerous to count. His life could aptly be described with the term bitterly unfortunate. Zhang Feng often wondered if he had committed numerous wrongs in a past life, leading to this lifetime of retribution. Superstitious villagers speculated that he must have offended some spirit, prompting them to suggest he offer incense to deities. Initially dismissive of such notions, Zhang Feng eventually acquiesced to his mother's persistent urging. Thus, he found himself at the renowned Sanqing Temple in Huashi, ready to offer his prayers. Yet, once again, fate dealt him a cruel hand. As he reached for his wallet to purchase incense, he discovered it had vanished. Who dared to steal my wallet while I was here in front of the Sanqing deities? Do they not fear being struck by lightning? Zhang Feng was on the verge of madness, cursing the heavens. After climbing the mountain and waiting in line for so long, losing his money felt like a pointless endeavor. However, considering the unfortunate events that had plagued him over the years, he found this latest occurrence almost expected. His anger flared quickly, but dissipated just as swiftly, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Was it truly the case that even the Sanqing deities could not aid him? After all, this was their domain. Master, I have no money to offer you, and no need. Everyone has their struggles. Consider this incense a gift. Thank you, Master. A warmth filled Zhang Feng's heart, and he sincerely bowed, feeling that perhaps this day might be the luckiest of his life. Yet, at that very moment, misfortune struck once more. As he accepted the 3 sticks of incense, a deafening rumble echoed. The once clear sky darkened with a tempest, fierce winds howled, and thunder rumbled ominously, heralding an impending downpour. Dear patrons, the weather is unpredictable lately, and the mountain has been struck by lightning frequently. It is quite dangerous today, is not suitable for offering incense. You should descend quickly. The old Taoist exclaimed as he hurriedly packed his incense box and made his way down. Other visitors, realizing the storm's approach, rushed down the mountain as well. Zhang Feng stood dumbfounded. Could this truly be happening? He had just acquired the incense. Yet, glancing at the ominous flashes of lightning, he hesitated. Such weather was prone to lightning strikes, and fearing for his life, he decided to descend. However, with the Sanqing Temple so close and the incense already in hand, could he abandon his efforts? No. Even if struck by lightning, he was determined to offer the incense today. He hurried toward the Sanqing Temple, not out of piety, but because he dreaded the thought of ascending the mountain again the following day. Sanqing ancestors, Zhang Feng, have endured too much hardship over the years, tormented by life. If you truly exist and have the power, please grant me a change of fortune. Spare me from this relentless misery. With a cry of despair, Zhang Feng collapsed, losing consciousness. Why must my fate be so tragic? Was the only thought that flickered through his mind before darkness engulfed him. Young patron, wake up. Why are you lying here? As Zhang Feng regained consciousness, he heard an anxious voice. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his right eye and seeing things in a blur. Remembering the events of the previous day, a shiver ran down his spine. He hoped his eye had not been injured. He quickly shook his heavy head and blinked hard at the painful right eye, closing his left eye and cautiously opening it again. To his surprise, he realized his vision was intact, but the sight before him was peculiar. In his right eye's field of vision, he saw the old Taoist, worry etched on his face. However, what caught his attention was the faint yellow aura encircling him, resembling the rings of a tree, with a staggering 64 rings. Thinking he must be mistaken, he rubbed his eyes and blinked again, but the vision returned to normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Curious, he glanced behind the old Taoist and noticed the statue of the deity, which had been struck by lightning, appeared completely unscathed, as if he had merely dreamt the previous day's events. But as he focused, he felt a sudden warmth in his right eye, and to his astonishment, he saw the golden deity statue emanating a myriad of auras, over 300 circles, encompassing it. He gaped in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Young patron, what has happened to you?" the old Taoist inquired, noticing his strange behavior. "It's nothing, just a moment of surprise." The old Taoist stood, observing a significant gash in the roof of the Sanqing temple caused by the lightning strike, and shook his head with a wry smile. "It's true, the Sanqing temple is not built in the best location. The internal iron deposits of Heimu Mountain attract frequent lightning strikes, and this temple has not escaped unscathed. Fortunately, there are conductive devices beneath the statues of the three deities, otherwise they would have been destroyed long ago." Wait a moment. These three deity statues have been here for over 300 years. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply absorbed, Zhang Feng paused at the words of the old priest, his focus sharpening as he surveyed the three ancestral statues. Once again, the radiant halos encircling the statues unveiled themselves. He counted a total of 373 golden rings. Could it be that these 373 halos signify the very year of the statue's inception? He inquired, "Master, how many years have you guarded this Sanqing temple? Surely, you have witnessed storms like yesterday's thunderous rain." "I have grown up in this Sanqing temple, beginning my duties at the tender age of 6, assisting my master in maintaining its sanctity and repairing its wear. It amounts to 58 years of devoted watch." The old priest reflected, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. "So, you are 64 years old? Remarkable. I would have guessed you to be merely in your 50s, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile, though his heart raced. Just moments ago, he had noticed that the old priest's aura emanated exactly 64 rings. "Goodness, my vision has indeed transformed. But what does this signify? A supernatural ability? How can I seem youthful at this age? At 64, I am nearing my final resting place. Thank you for the reminder, master. I shall descend the mountain now." Upon returning to his abode, he ventured to the bank with his bank card. Observing the meager balance displayed on the ATM, Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. "Alas, only 1,000 remains in my account. If I cannot secure employment soon, I may find myself unable to afford even a bun to eat. But with merely 1,000 left, how much longer can I sustain myself?" Sigh. With a resigned breath, Zhang Feng withdrew 500 and made his way back home. Chapter 2. A Stroke of Fortune. Zhang Feng resides in a village nestled within the city, a consequence of a fallout with his father that left him without financial support. His current dwelling, though modestly priced at merely 300 yuan per month, is far from ideal. The cramped space spans only 5 or 6 square meters, furnished solely with a bed and a desk, devoid of even a restroom, rendering it inferior to his accommodations at school. As he gazes at the dust-laden incandescent light and the grimy ceiling, a wave of sorrow washes over him. Life has indeed become unbearably difficult. He has never experienced such hardship before, having always been provided for. Though he has faced some misfortunes, nothing compares to his current plight. Zhang Feng hesitates momentarily, then clenches his fists tightly, resolutely declaring to himself, "Zhang Feng, you must not return. You must carve out your own destiny in the city. You must achieve greatness." He envisions standing before his father, asserting with conviction that he is anything but ordinary. Yet, the harsh reality looms. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart a hero. And with only 1,000 yuan remaining, even the simplest of livelihoods can barely last a fortnight. Even if he were to secure a job now, what would he do in the latter half of the month? Live off the streets? "I need money desperately." Zhang Feng is acutely aware of his circumstances. Furrowing his brow, he contemplates ways to earn money swiftly to surmount his immediate challenges. Part-time work? No, such positions yield meager earnings. After rent, there would hardly be enough left for basic sustenance. Not to mention that part-time opportunities are scarce. Working on a construction site, he glances at his hands, unaccustomed to laborious tasks, and shakes his head. He could never manage such work, and given his current luck, what if he were to suffer an accident on site? After much deliberation, an epiphany strikes him as he slaps his thigh and bolts upright from his bed. How could he have forgotten this? His unique ability to perceive the age of an object surely allows him to discern the authenticity of antiques. While he may not grasp their true value, he can at least avoid making mistakes. Indeed, this could work. A classmate, Li Cheng, had once acquired a jade pipe for 500 yuan at the Grandview Garden and subsequently sold it for 5,000 yuan, all due to his rudimentary knowledge of antiques. With my extraordinary gift, could I not surpass him? The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes, to the point of foregoing his afternoon rest. He exits his dwelling and boards a bus, heading straight for the Grandview Garden. The Grandview Garden is the largest antique market in Huashi, divided into two sections, the open market area and the storefront area. The open market consists of vendors without formal establishments, merely renting stalls to sell their wares, resembling a bustling bazaar. In contrast, the storefront area features more established merchants who lease premises, presenting a more professional appearance with upscale decor, albeit at a higher price point. However, whether one is wandering through the market or browsing the shops, acquiring quality items relies solely on one's discerning eye. A keen eye can yield a bounty of gold and silver, but lacking such discernment may result in substantial losses, potentially depleting one's savings with ease. With merely over 900 coins left, Zhang Feng could not afford any missteps. While seated on the bus, he occasionally practiced his ocular abilities. This little boy is 6 years old. Oh, this girl is 8. Wait, this young lady is only 12? I would have guessed she was 17 or 18. She seems to have matured remarkably early. Wow, this girl is stunning. She must be in her 20s, but I misjudged her age. She's actually over 30. Goodness. Her maintenance is exceptional. By the time the bus arrived at the Daguanyuan stop, Zhang Feng had estimated the ages of no fewer than 30 individuals. Remarkably, with his continued use, his abilities had become more refined. He could gauge people's birth years merely by the size and intensity of their auras, which eased his anxious heart. Finally, he had arrived. He strode purposefully towards the Daguanyuan market, with only 493 coins in his pocket. He could not afford anything extravagant and could only hope for a stroke of luck at the market. What? This is authentic Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and you dare to offer only 50 coins? Is there such a thing as haggling? Please don't leave. Would you accept an additional 20? Goodness. Does your jade resemble a turnip? Boss, could you possibly make your claims any more outrageous? Though it was midday, the market was still bustling with people. Some sought decorative items, while others, like Zhang Feng, were purely in pursuit of bargains. The air was filled with the sounds of merchants showcasing their wares and the din of negotiations, accompanied by a cacophony of accents from all corners of the land, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhang Feng followed the sounds, using his abilities to scan the goods, his lips twitching in disbelief. These vendors were truly shameless, peddling items crafted in the past 2 years while claiming they were relics from the Qing or even Song dynasties. It was utterly absurd, yet some were gullible enough to believe. He witnessed a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man spending 50,000 coins on a faux blue and white porcelain vase, crafted merely 5 years prior, leaving in high spirits, convinced he had struck gold, his grins stretching from ear to ear, radiating triumph. No wonder Li Cheng remarked that to thrive in this line of work, one must possess an acute eye. Without a bit of discernment, one could easily fall victim to deceit. Fortunately, with my abilities, I could navigate this treacherous terrain. Otherwise, like many others, I might find myself ensnared, unwittingly assisting others in counting their ill-gotten gains. Zhang Feng reflected upon this as he appeared to wander aimlessly through the crowd. Yet his right, I was continuously scanning the various stalls. Suddenly, he approached a vendor whose stall was adorned with an assortment of trinkets. The proprietor, a lean, middle-aged man with a distinctive black mole at the corner of his mouth, appeared quite shrewd. Young man, what are you looking to purchase? Feel free to browse. Everything here is genuine, unearthed from the depths, and you won't regret your investment. I'm certain you could profit several times over. Zhang Feng had once heard Li Cheng mention that Shengkeng was a term used in the antique world, referring to newly unearthed items. He responded with an acknowledgement, aimlessly sifting through various objects, yet his gaze settled upon a particular inkstone. This inkstone stood 10 centimeters tall and measured 15 centimeters wide. Its material was indiscernible, enveloped in a deep, greasy black that rendered it seemingly unclean. However, through the influence of his unique ability in his right eye, The inkstone revealed two different auras. The outer aura was black, consisting of over 40 distinct rings, indicating it had been in existence for 4 decades. Within this black aura, there was a dense cluster of yellow aura, estimated to encompass more than 600 rings, suggesting it originated from the Yuan dynasty. Why would a single object possess 2 auras? This was a phenomenon Zhang Feng had never encountered before. He pondered whether the inkstone had 2 layers, the outer layer crafted more recently, while the inner layer dated back much further. Could it be that the outer layer served as a disguise? If this were the case, the contents within must be extraordinary. Otherwise, there would be no need for such concealment. He picked up the inkstone and weighed it in his hand. It felt surprisingly heavy. He then lightly traced his fingernail across its surface, discovering that the outer layer was not particularly hard, easily yielding a faint scratch, reminiscent of asphalt yet akin to a rubber compound. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Boss, how much are you selling this inkstone for?" Indeed, items crafted from asphalt could retain value, albeit not significantly. Even if they were kept for a lifetime, they would hardly appreciate. However, he jested, "Do you think if I were to keep an inkstone made of asphalt as a family heirloom, others would call me a fool?" Zhang Feng's father was a businessman. Although he had never been directly involved in the trade, he was no stranger to it. Recognizing the shopkeeper's intent to swindle him, he interrupted before the owner could finish, smilingly stating, "Let me be honest with you, I've recently been practicing calligraphy. I merely inquired about this inkstone out of curiosity. If the price is reasonable, I shall purchase it. If not, I shall look elsewhere. Please, no tricks. Just give me the honest price. After all, it is made of asphalt and holds little value." "Nonsense. Who said this inkstone is made of asphalt?" the shopkeeper exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "What else could it be made of?" Zhang Feng retorted, thrusting the inkstone into the shopkeeper's hands. "Pray tell, what material is this inkstone actually made from?" The owner hesitated, clearly caught off guard. Indeed, he had not lied. The inkstone had come from a rural source, yet he himself had never discerned its true material. After a moment of stammering, he finally snapped, "Regardless, it is definitely not made of asphalt. If it were, it wouldn't be this hard. It does resemble asphalt somewhat, but that is of little concern to me. I simply need an inkstone for practice. Whatever the material, as long as it serves its purpose, is sufficient. Now, please give me a price. Do not treat me like a naive lamb to be slaughtered." Zhang Feng pointed at the inkstone, asserting, "This piece has likely been sitting here for a long time, unattended. Just look at the dust. It has nearly turned to mud. Since it is merely collecting dust, why not sell it to me and avoid a loss on your end?" Indeed, Zhang Feng's remarks were remarkably astute. Since the proprietor acquired this inkstone, it has remained unsold, primarily due to its unappealing appearance, so much so that it has failed to attract even a glance. Given the difficulty of making a sale, the owner is understandably reluctant to part with it, but with Zhang Feng's candid assessment, the prospect of commanding a high price has dissipated. After considerable contemplation, the owner solemnly declared, "Very well, I purchased this inkstone for 300 yuan, and it has indeed lingered here for quite some time. Since you are genuinely interested, I shall let it go at cost. 300 yuan, and it is yours." Chapter 3. The Inkstone S. Washington, 300 yuan. Why not just snatch it up? Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had only 900 yuan left. Although the inkstone was not as straightforward as it appeared, not all antiquities hold value. What if its intrinsic worth was negligible? That would indeed lead to a loss. He turned to leave. What a folly it would be to risk hunger over 300 yuan, especially in his current predicament. "Hey, young brother, don't depart just yet. Let us negotiate." The owner called after him. 50 yuan. Take it or leave it." Zhang Feng halted and extended a hand. "Where do you find such bargaining tactics? How about 100 yuan? Please don't go. I'll agree to 50 yuan. Consider it done." The owner, seemingly fearful of Zhang Feng's sudden change of heart, swiftly accepted the payment, promptly wrapping the inkstone with alacrity. He then presented Zhang Feng with a receipt for the craft item, smiling, "Young brother, is there anything else you require? We're acquaintances now, and I'll offer you a better deal. Today, I merely intended to browse, not purchase, but I happened to recall my need for an inkstone, which prompted this acquisition." "Perhaps another day," Zhang Feng replied. "Very well, do come again," the owner called out as Zhang Feng distanced himself. Once he was far away, a vendor nearby chuckled. "Li San, you've had quite the luck today. That inkstone has been sitting here for months, and you managed to sell it. Did you make a profit or a loss?" "I made a profit. I bought it for merely 20 yuan," Li San responded with a grin. "I thought that inkstone would end up being a burden for me. Fortunately, there's a fool who took a fancy to it. Indeed, that fellow is quite the simpleton. That worn-out inkstone has neither aesthetic appeal nor quality. It holds no collectible value. In this day and age, it would scarcely sell, let alone for 50 yuan. Even 5 yuan would be a stretch. Perhaps he was bewitched to have chosen it. By the way, what were you thinking back then to acquire such an item? I've forgotten. It was quite some time ago. Perhaps I was also bewitched, but thankfully, there are those even less discerning. Li San chuckled. After purchasing the inkstone, Zhang Feng did not linger in the market, but instead proceeded directly to the commercial district. He surveyed his surroundings and made his way to the largest shop nearby, named Wenbao Zhai. Good day. Upon entering, a receptionist, a young woman in her 20s with considerable charm, promptly greeted him. Upon noticing Zhang Feng holding a box, the girl inquired, "Sir, are you looking to sell something?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Please follow me." The girl appeared quite accustomed to such situations, leading Zhang Feng to the innermost part of the shop, where 2 sets of sofas and a tea table were arranged. At that moment, an elderly gentleman in his 50s sat quietly on one of the sofas, sipping tea while engrossed in an obscure book. "Chun Lao, someone wishes to sell something," the girl announced to the old man, then turned to Zhang Feng with a smile. "This gentleman is our esteemed appraiser. You may present your items for his examination." Young man, what do you have to sell? Bring it forth for my perusal. Our shop, Wenbao Zhai, is quite renowned in Huashe, known for fair pricing and integrity. As long as your item is of good quality, I assure you we can offer you a suitable price. Upon hearing the girl's words, Chen Lao set his book aside, smiled at Zhang Feng, and gestured for him to take a seat across from him. "Apologies for the trouble," Zhang Feng said as he approached Chen Lao, placing the box containing the inkstone onto the tea table and pushing it towards him. He began to survey the shop, noting its 2 lavishly decorated levels, with glass shelves lining both walls, displaying various antiques. At that moment, the shop only hosted another patron, a girl in her 20s, quietly admiring the items showcased on the glass shelves. She was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face and willow-like brows framing almond-shaped eyes. Her natural beauty akin to the dawn, illuminating fresh snow. She wore a dress adorned with purple flowers against a blue background, resembling a fairy amidst a blooming garden. Utterly enchanting. What a stunning girl, Zhang Feng thought, captivated not only by her beauty, but also by an air of elegance that set her apart from ordinary girls. Exuding an alluring charm, his heart raced unexpectedly as he contemplated using his extraordinary abilities to discern more about her, when suddenly a voice broke his reverie. "Youth, we cannot accept this item." "Cannot accept?" Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He turned to see Chun Lao smiling at him, gently pushing the box containing the inkstone back towards himself. "Why not?" he inquired. Chun Lao replied with a chuckle, "My vision is limited. I cannot determine the value of this inkstone. You may wish to explore other shops." Realization dawned on Zhang Feng. He recalled hearing Li Cheng mention that in the antique trade, it was customary for appraisers not to openly declare a counterfeit in front of customers, offering them an escape instead. This was a well-known practice in the antique industry. Since Chun Lao had expressed such sentiments, it was evident that the inkstone had not met his approval. The reason was apparent. The outer layer of the inkstone was made of a material far too inexpensive to be considered an antique. With a knowing smile, Zhang Feng asked Chun Lao, "Do you have items such as razors in your shop?" Upon hearing this, Chun Lao glanced thoughtfully at the box Zhang Feng had pushed towards him, then noted Zhang Feng's attire. Though not extravagant, it certainly suggested he was not from a destitute background. He laughed. "Young man, you must have brought this inkstone from home." Zhang Feng neither confirmed nor denied it, merely smiling in silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Elder Chun ascended to the 2nd floor with a smile. Shortly thereafter, he descended, wielding a set of tools. He retrieved the inkstone from its box and, employing a tool reminiscent of a razor, gently scraped and carved the surface of the inkstone. Before long, a layer of black material was removed, revealing a yellow layer beneath. "What is this?" the beautiful girl who had been admiring the antiques on the glass shelf approached, her enticing lips parting in astonishment at the sight of the exposed material within the inkstone. "It seems to be made of Tianhuang stone," she remarked, her uncertainty evident. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat at her words. He recalled hearing Li Cheng speak of Tianhuang stone, describing it as a rare gem among the varieties of Shoshan stone. Originating from Shoshan in Fujian, this stone symbolizes longevity and good fortune. It possesses 6 virtues: fine, clean, smooth, moist, warm, and dense, earning it the title of Imperial Stone, which became a national stone used for sacrificial rites during the Qing dynasty. In summary, this stone is exceedingly precious, more valuable than gold, with the saying, "One tael of Tian Huang is worth 3 taels of gold," underscoring its worth. The finest Tian Huang stone is a priceless treasure, unattainable even with wealth. If the object within this inkstone were indeed crafted from Tian Huang stone, even if it were of inferior quality, I would have stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. Zhang Feng felt his throat grow parched, his body stiffening. He was at a loss whether to drink water or not, swallowing repeatedly as he trembled internally. Could it be that my devotion to the 3 pure ones was not in vain? Have I truly turned my fortune around? At last, the layer of black material was fully scraped away, unveiling the true form of the object, a pen wash of a dark yellow hue, measuring 5 centimeters in height and 10 centimeters in width. Its texture was exceptionally refined, the surface smooth and lustrous, slightly translucent, appearing ethereal and captivating. The stone exhibited subtle, silken patterns, resembling delicate threads. It was indeed a pen wash made of Tian Huang stone. The girl trembled with excitement, her eyes wide as she gazed at the pen wash in Elder Chen's hands. Her small fists were clenched tightly, her face flushed with enthusiasm, as if the pen wash belonged to her. She murmured, her voice quivering. Elder Chen, equally exhilarated, stared intently, his eyes nearly reddening with excitement. Suddenly he sighed. What a pity. The girl paused. Elder Chen, what do you mean by what a pity? She chuckled. You should be content. A pen wash made of Tian Huang stone is already quite extravagant and rare. High-quality Tian Huang stone is not easily found. Now that it has been nearly depleted, one would likely have to seek such treasures in ancient tombs. Indeed, Elder Chen nodded with a smile, then turned to Zhang Feng. Young man, how much do you intend to sell this Tian Huang wash for? Rest assured, just state your price. The girl winked at Elder Chen, and before he could respond, turned to Zhang Feng with a beaming smile. How about 800,000 for this Tian Huang wash? Will you sell it? 800,000. Zhang Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire scalp tingling. Chapter 4. Li San on the brink of bloodshed. 800,000 may be but a trifling sum in the eyes of the affluent, yet the majority of this world is composed of the underprivileged. Even though Zhang Feng's family circumstances are better than most, it would take years of arduous labor to accumulate such an amount. The fact that this small item could be worth 800,000 struck him with disbelief, especially since he had acquired it for merely 50 yuan. His heart raced wildly, as if he were caught in a dream. His mind was flooded, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Little did he know that in the next moment, sheer joy would nearly cause him to faint. Seeing his silence, the girl assumed he found the offer lacking and quickly added, I understand that the Tian Huang inkstone is indeed quite rare in our country, possessing significant collectible value, and such works of art cannot be measured solely by monetary worth. However, we are still engaging in a business transaction, and a suitable price must be established. How about this? I will add 200,000 to my offer, but I truly cannot go any higher. Last year, a similar Tian Huang inkstone auctioned in Hong Kong fetched just over 800,000. I assure you, 100,000 is a remarkable price. All right, it's a deal. Zhang Feng responded decisively, his excitement reaching an unparalleled height as he transformed into a millionaire in the blink of an eye. Anyone would be exhilarated by such a turn of fortune, especially someone like him, who had often faced adversity. This felt nothing short of miraculous. An item bought for 50 yuan was now being sold for 1 million, yielding a staggering 2,000-fold profit. This was no mere windfall. It felt as though he were printing money. How outrageous! How thrilling! The 3 pure ones truly have turned my fortune around. I must visit the temple more often, he resolutely affirmed to himself. All right, I will have my grandfather conduct the transaction with you. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing his agreement, the girl nearly leapt with joy and quickly pulled out her phone to make a call. How dare she steal my business right out of my shop? Old Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he glanced sharply at Zhang Feng. By the way, young man, do you have any other collectibles at home? His gaze was filled with fervor. To him, Zhang Feng was merely a youth in his 20s, and he naturally presumed that this inkstone was something the young man had taken from his family. What is the matter? Zhang Feng was taken aback by the old man's intense gaze. Hey, no need to be nervous. If you have anything valuable in the future, just bring it to me. Old Chen shot a glance at the girl, who was still on the phone, and breathed a sigh of relief. He discreetly handed Zhang Feng a business card, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Before you come, just give me a call to confirm so that my business isn't snatched away by this girl again. Rest assured, I will offer you a fair price. You won't be at a loss. Oh, this situation has frightened me. Zhang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as he replied, If I come across any more treasures, I will definitely give you a call, all the while quietly chuckling to himself. Not long after, a man in his 60s rushed in, visibly distressed, exclaiming, "Where is it? The Tianshu wash. I have never owned a single piece in my life." It was evident that this elderly gentleman was the grandfather of the young girl. With a chuckle, Chun Laoda handed the Tianshu wash from the tea table to the old man, teasing, "Look at you, so anxious in front of the child. Aren't you embarrassed?" Indeed, it was the Tianshu Washington. Although it was not of the finest quality, it was still quite a rarity. The old man examined it closely, and upon confirming its authenticity, his face lit up with excitement, akin to a child who had just received a cherished gift. He turned to Zhang Feng, asking, "Young lad, this Tianshu wash is what you brought? I assent it?" Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. The old man then patted Zhang Feng's shoulder heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. Should you come across any more treasures in the future, feel free to sell them to me. I assure you, I will offer a fair price." He then pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Feng. Understanding the old man's words were merely polite gestures, Zhang Feng smiled appreciatively, checked the figures on the check to ensure accuracy, and then bid farewell to the two elderly gentlemen as he exited Wenbao's studio. However, just a few meters outside, the old man's granddaughter caught up with him, calling out, "Hey, wait a moment." Zhang Feng halted. "I'm by Luoxue. What is your name?" she asked with a smile. "Zhang Feng. What is up? If you ever acquire anything valuable, you can contact me directly. I promise I'll give you a good price." "Sure," Zhang Feng replied promptly. Compared to the two older gentlemen, this young girl was certainly more agreeable, making it less likely for him to be taken advantage of. For instance, had the two old men been the ones to negotiate the price for the Tianshu wash, he certainly would not have received such a generous offer. They exchanged phone numbers. Mbai Luoxue waved goodbye as Zhang Feng smiled and hurried to the construction bank in the Grandview Garden. With $1 million check in his possession, he felt uneasy, fearing the potential disaster of losing it. It was safer in the bank. Even if he lost the card, he could at least have it replaced. Little did he know that by the time he emerged from the bank, news of his dealings had spread throughout the entire Grandview Garden. The old man, a rather boastful character, wanted to showcase his newly acquired Tianshu wash to his friends, so he called several acquaintances, most of whom were appraisers in the marketplace. Before long, the entire shopping district was abuzz with excitement. Quickly, word reached the scattered market area, and vendors shared whispers, claiming that a young man in his 20s had stolen a Tianshu wash from his home and sold it for $1 million. They said the wash had been cleverly concealed in a slate made of asphalt and rubber, and it would have been nearly impossible to discern without scraping off the outer layer. "Li San, did you hear? A young man stole a Tianshu wash and sold it for $1 million, exclaimed one vendor enviously to Li San, who was at his stall. "Of course I heard. The whole market is buzzing about it. But I wonder what kind of family could raise such a prodigal child," Li San replied with a knowing smirk. "However, that is indeed a Tiong Huang wash. Even a lesser quality Tiong Huang stone crafted into a brush washer retains more value than other antiques and appreciates significantly over time. What a foolish endeavor to sell such a fine item. If it were my son, I would immediately put an end to his reckless behavior, sparing myself the worry." Li San chuckled, for he was the very proprietor who sold the Zhang Feng inkstone. Indeed, the availability of Tiong Huang stone is dwindling, and the masters of exquisite craftsmanship are becoming increasingly rare. Such an item is bound to appreciate steadily. To part with it is the mark of a prodigal. Li San exclaimed, "Look over there. Is that young lad not the one who purchased your inkstone?" Following the direction of the proprietor's finger, Li San saw Zhang Feng meandering through the market, glancing at the stalls on either side, and smiling as he said, "Indeed, that is him." As Zhang Feng approached Li San's stall, the latter greeted him with a grin. "Ah, young brother, you've returned. How is the inkstone treating you?" "Quite well, quite well," Zhang Feng replied with a chuckle. Yet internally he berated himself. Why am I back in this corridor again? Anxiety gripped him as he recalled that the brush washer he sold was purchased from this proprietor for merely 50 yuan. If the proprietor were to discover that Zhang Feng had resold it for 1 million, having struck a veritable fortune, would he not become envious? A shiver coursed through Zhang Feng's spine, prompting an immediate desire to escape. However, before he could make his retreat, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and a voice called out, "Zhang Feng, is that you?" Turning, he saw Bai Luoxue and inquired, "What brings you here?" "It's because of you. I feel as though you might be the death of me." Zhang Feng's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he discreetly cast a glance at Li San, who appeared utterly astonished, his eyes nearly ablaze with disbelief. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Feng, and he hastily declared, I need to relieve myself. Pulling Bai Luoxue away toward another direction, which certainly resembled a hasty retreat. Li San, piecing together the implications of the young woman's words, realized that the Tiong Huang wash appearing in the market might indeed have been derived from the inkstone he had sold to Zhang Feng. The proprietor beside Li San looked on in astonishment at Zhang Feng's departing figure and murmured, "Upon reflection, it does seem that way. Good heavens! This lad has truly stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity." Yet, after a moment of silence, he turned to find Li San contorted in shock, his eyes blazing red, trembling as if struck by a seizure, his complexion ghastly. "Li San, what ails you?" the proprietor exclaimed. Clenching his fists, Li San fought against the urge to lash out. His voice strained with despair. "I am an utter fool. I sold something worth 1 million for a mere 50 yuan. I am the epitome of a wastrel. What use do my eyes serve if I let this slip away? Oh, how I wish to vanish." At these words, the proprietor's expression turned complex. Earlier, he and Li San had mocked Zhang Feng as a complete simpleton, a prodigal of the highest order, yet reality had delivered a stinging rebuke. The young man was far from foolish. He had seized a remarkable opportunity, leaving them both feeling as if they had ingested something foul, an unpleasant experience indeed. The boss bitterly mocked himself, expressing his own folly. Chapter 5. A sudden turn of events. The sprawling market area of the Grand View Garden is vast, divided into sections for miscellaneous items, porcelain, jade, rare woods, and metal artifacts. Steering clear of the miscellaneous section where Li San was located, Zhang Feng and Bai Luoxue wandered through the throngs of people, pausing at various stalls. Remarkably, though Bai Luoxue was merely in her 20s and appeared innocent and unworldly, her knowledge of antiques was profoundly extensive. She recounted the intricacies of antiques from various eras with ease, leaving Zhang Feng greatly impressed. Before long, the pair arrived at the jade section. Bai Luoxue smiled and began. Ancient jade is a broad term referring to fine stones from antiquity, characterized by their delicate texture, moist luster, and smooth, radiant surface. It is said that 3 countries are renowned for their jade craftsmanship: our own nation, Mexico, and New Zealand, each with a rich heritage. The art of jade carving in our country dates back over 7,000 years to the Neolithic period, establishing itself as a celebrated craft and a pinnacle of artistic achievement, making us the foremost nation in jade artistry. The special affection our people have for jade is deeply rooted in history. In ancient times, there was a saying that a gentleman should never part with ancient jade. The warm luster of jade symbolizes benevolence, its hardness signifies wisdom, and its unsharp edges represent fairness and justice. Folklore suggests that jade can protect the wearer, ward off evil, and embodies righteousness and spirituality. Thus, the ancient jade market has thrived over the ages, leading to a proliferation of counterfeit items. "Take a look at this jade leaf," Bai Luoxue remarked, as she casually picked up a jade piece resembling a leaf from a stall and placed it in Zhang Feng's hands. He examined it closely and discovered that the jade leaf was a pale greenish-white, adorned with 8 carved lines that formed the leaf's veins, with a small area on the side resembling a blood streak. This jade leaf belonged to a category known as Jade 9 Holes, featuring 8 cuts in imitation of the Han Dynasty's carving style. However, the artist had made a significant blunder. The term Han 8 cuts does not strictly refer to 8 cuts, but rather emphasizes a concise and robust carving technique characterized by vigorous strokes and a bold, natural style. Bai Luoxue pointed at the carving on the jade leaf, pursing her lips. "Look at this craftsmanship. It's so trivial, failing to capture the wild essence of the Han 8 cuts. This is akin to trying to replicate a gourd and ending up with an egg. Utterly nonsensical." She continued, "Now observe the jade's color. True jade should be transparent and crystalline, with a uniform texture. Yet this piece is evidently murky, lacking any translucence and overly greasy. Clearly made from inferior jade that has been polished and coated with a layer of paraffin. Go ahead, give it a sniff. I'm certain it carries the scent of chemicals." Zhang Feng took a whiff and was astonished to discover the unmistakable chemical odor emanating from the jade leaf. "How could you discern so much from just a glance?" he asked, bewildered. Bai Luoxue shot him a glance. "Of course, it's a skill honed through practice." Then she pointed to the crimson patterns on the jade leaf and remarked, "Take a closer look at this area that resembles bloodstains. In ancient jade terminology, it is referred to as blood infiltration. This hue arises from the jade absorbing the blood of a decaying corpse over an extended period. The blood infiltration on this jade leaf is, of course, artificially created. After sculpting the jade, it is embedded into a living sheep's leg and sewn together. Years later, when removed, It will exhibit blood-like patterns akin to authentic blood infiltration. However, this imitation lacks the genuine subtlety. There are numerous methods to discern ancient jade, such as the water drop method, the fire scorching method, the tongue licking method, and the color observation method. Zhang Feng was left in awe, pondering the profundity of her expertise. Suddenly, a solemn realization dawned upon him. While he possessed the extraordinary ability to discern the age of objects, he lacked the skill to authenticate antiquities. If he were to mistakenly identify a counterfeit artifact from ancient times, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. It became evident that to establish a reputation within the realm of antiquities, relying solely on his abilities was insufficient. An extensive foundation of specialized knowledge was imperative. Little did anyone anticipate that by Luoshua's casual insights would profoundly impact Zhang Feng, compelling him to diligently study and immerse himself in research. In a remarkably short span of time, he emerged as a renowned appraiser, celebrated both domestically and internationally. When later queried about who had the most significant influence on his journey in the antiquities trade, Zhang Feng would effortlessly name one individual. Bai Luoshua's professionalism not only astonished Zhang Feng, but also left the vendor at the stall in a state of shock. After patiently awaiting Bai Luoshua's explanation to conclude, the vendor exclaimed, "Young man, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. I have been in this business for over 20 years and have yet to encounter anyone with her depth of understanding. Truly impressive." He extended his thumb in admiration, clearly impressed. However, both Zhang Feng and Bai Luoshua found themselves in an awkward predicament. Zhang Feng chuckled nervously, saying, "Boss, you've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend." "Not?" The vendor responded, astonished. "Seeing the two of you together, you appear to be a perfect match, as if you were born to be lovers." Indeed, while Zhang Feng might not have struck one as particularly handsome at first glance, his captivating phoenix eyes bestowed upon him a compelling charm. Coupled with his nearly 6-foot stature, broad shoulders, and well-defined physique, he exuded a sense of security. In contrast, Bai Luoshua appeared more petite, standing at approximately 163 centimeters with a slender frame. Though she bore an air of elegance, she also evoked a sense of affection, harmonizing beautifully with Zhang Feng's demeanor. Truly not." Zhang Feng chuckled awkwardly. Bai Luoshua's cheeks flushed crimson, her earlier confidence now replaced by palpable embarrassment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the vendor felt somewhat bashful as well. Observing that Bai Luoshua wore only a jade pendant around her neck, and that Zhang Feng had no adornments at all, he broke into a smile and said, "I can see you both have an interest in jade. Why not purchase a piece of jewelry from me? I just received a new batch of exquisite items yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to display them yet. The jade is of excellent quality, and the craftsmanship is quite commendable. Rest assured, I will offer you a favorable price." As Bai Luoshua stood there with a flushed face, her gaze fixed on the ground in silence, Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for words. He mused that since this young lady possessed knowledge of jade, perhaps her professional insight could alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Following the proprietor's lead, he ventured, "Well then, let's take a look." "Certainly." The owner beamed amiably. Retrieving a series of exquisite wooden boxes from a safe behind the stall, he placed them on the table and casually opened the lids. Zhang Feng glanced over and saw an array of jewelry, including pendants, bracelets, and bangles, all meticulously crafted, just as the owner had claimed. Lacking expertise in such matters, he selected 2 bracelets based solely on his personal taste. Each of these bracelets comprised 13 jade pieces, beautifully alternating in yellow and white hues, imbued with significant meaning. One bracelet featured a more simplistic design, with the image of the 3 pure ones etched onto each jade piece, while the central piece bore the inscription of Wuyang Tianzuan. The other bracelet was far more ornate, with each jade piece adorned with a different floral motif, rendered in exquisite relief. "Bai Shui, what do you think of these 2 bracelets?" Zhang Feng inquired, presenting the boxes before her. However, his intentions fell flat, as Bai Luoshu, still blushing, lifted her gaze just briefly to utter a timid, "They're quite beautiful," before lapsing into silence once more. The owner chuckled, quickly packaging the items and handing them to Zhang Feng, declaring, "This young lady knows her stuff. I won't inflate the price. For the 2 bracelets, it's 4,000 yuan." Zhang Feng, without haggling over the price, promptly paid by card and pressed the box containing the intricately carved bracelet into Bai Luoshua's hands, stating, "I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he hurried away, appearing as though he were fleeing in haste. Yet you insist you're not a couple. Gifting bracelets like these certainly suggests otherwise." The owner laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoxua's cheeks deepened in color, akin to a perfectly ripe apple, as she clutched the box and fled even faster than Zhang Feng had. The owner erupted into even louder laughter, exclaiming, "Look at them, both so bashful. Their faces are quite delicate." However, an unsettling thought crossed Zhang Feng's mind. The phonetic similarity of bracelet to guarding love implies that such gifts exchanged between men and women typically express affection, and it is unlikely that mere acquaintances would exchange such potentially misleading tokens. A wave of unease washed over him. He thought, surely she wouldn't misconstrue this gesture. Taking his phone from his pocket, he scrolled to Bai Luoxua's number but found himself at an impasse, uncertain of what to say. Should he clarify that he bore no romantic intentions in gifting her the bracelet? But if he communicated such a sentiment, wouldn't that only serve to incite further misunderstanding? Perhaps it would be best to let the matter rest, to feign ignorance and maintain his cleverness in the situation. Comforting himself, Zhang Feng opened the box, reaching in to grasp the jade bracelet for a closer inspection. In the Grand View Garden, he had been preoccupied with resolving the awkwardness of the moment, not even daring to touch it. However, as his fingers brushed against the bracelet, a refreshing aura coursed through his fingertips, traveled up his arms, and swiftly reached his head, merging into his right eye. Suddenly, it felt as though something sharp had pierced his right eye, unleashing an excruciating pain that threatened to consume him. Zhang Feng let out a startled cry, clutching his right eye tightly. In Chapter 6, The Evolution of Powers, during his time at the Sanqing Temple, his right eye had been struck by a burst of white light, an experience far more severe than this one. At that moment, he had fainted, escaping the full brunt of the pain. But this time was different. Although the pain was intense, it had yet to push him to the brink of unconsciousness, compelling him to endure it. His right eye throbbed like a heart, each beat sending waves of unbearable agony through him. In mere moments, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The pain contorted his face, veins bulging on his cheeks, his fists clenched tightly, his body curling up like a shrimp, twitching in discomfort. He felt as though he were on the verge of death. Suddenly, he perceived a transformation in his right eye. Concentric circles of white light began to manifest on his pupil, shimmering like rings in a game, while around the white circles, a faint azure halo glimmered. With each pulse of his eye, a portion of the azure halo was absorbed by the white circles, which in turn deepened in hue. Panic set in. His heart raced uncontrollably as he fought against the pain, hurriedly leaping off the bed to retrieve a mirror. Upon gazing into it, he was horrified to find that his right eye appeared clouded, a blood-red hue obscuring his vision, leaving him unable to discern anything but the strange phenomena within his eye. He blinked vigorously, hoping for clarity, but the disconcerting vision persisted. In utter shock, he collapsed back onto the bed, an indescribable terror swelling within him. Despite the immense benefits that his newfound abilities had granted him, he was genuinely frightened by the prospect of losing his eyesight. If he were to go blind, his life would be irrevocably altered. Suddenly, he recalled that this peculiar condition of his right eye seemed to have originated from his contact with the jade bracelet, which had emitted a cool aura that his eye had absorbed, resulting in its current state. Could there be energy within the gemstone? Was his right eye absorbing this energy? Why was it undergoing such a transformation? Was it due to the white light that had emanated from the Sanqing statue? And what was that white light? Could it also be a form of energy? His mind brimmed with confusion, a torrent of questions flooding his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, that white light was not merely a physical entity. It was, in fact, the manifestation of the collective willpower generated during acts of prayer and devotion, an energy birthed from faith itself. However, this energy is fundamentally unutilizable, for it is fraught with a myriad of chaotic thoughts that can easily lead one to madness or even death. Fortunately, the mass of willpower he absorbed that day had been struck by lightning, which obliterated the negative energies or the tumultuous thoughts within, leaving behind only pure energy, thus allowing him to avert disaster. Jade, a substance of considerable spiritual essence, contains a trace of spiritual power, albeit tainted by various impurities and harmful substances in the earth, rendering this power impure and infused with malevolent energy, which consequently caused the pain in his eyes. This discomfort persisted for over 2 minutes before gradually subsiding, no longer unbearable, while his right eye seemed to have consumed the energy from the jade, causing the strange phenomena to dissipate and his vision to slowly return, albeit into a crimson haze. Could my suspicion be true? Is my right eye truly absorbing energy? Zhang Feng pondered, rising from his bed to examine himself in the mirror. only to find his right eye still a vivid red, veined with blood, resembling a fiery ember. Surely, this cannot be serious. Fearing potential aftereffects, he resolved to visit a hospital and promptly departed for the city center hospital. Upon his arrival, the sight of Zhang Feng's blood red eye startled the doctor. "Young man, what on earth happened to you? How did I end up like this?" Naturally, Zhang Feng dared not speak the truth and stammered. "I just got some smoke in my eye." The doctor, not taking any chances, swiftly arranged for an examination. Once the results were in, he exhaled in relief as he reviewed them. "Fortunately, there's nothing major, just a mild inflammation of the eye membrane. No need for concern. I will prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication. Take this for a few days and come back for a follow-up." As he spoke, the seasoned physician wrote out a prescription and handed it to Zhang Feng, advising, "For the next few days, avoid smoking and drink plenty of water." "Thank you, doctor," Zhang Feng replied, taking the prescription and exiting the consultation room. However, just as he reached the hospital entrance, he encountered a striking young woman approaching him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, around the same age as him, standing an impressive height of approximately 168 centimeters, though her frame was slender, almost frail, as if a mere gust of wind could carry her away. Her attire was quite ordinary. Her jeans were faded, and her shirt had lost its original hue. Judging by her clothing, one could surmise that her background was quite modest. Yet none of this could overshadow her beauty: delicate brows, enchanting phoenix-like eyes, an oval face, a graceful nose, and lips like coral against skin as white as snow, giving her an ethereal quality, as if she had stepped out of a painting. What truly captivated Zhang Feng's attention was the indomitable spirit he sensed within her frail frame, as if she viewed every hardship merely as a trial to be overcome. With her sights set on a brighter tomorrow, Zhang Feng came to a halt, recognizing the girl before him, as if she were a familiar figure from his past. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed with a smile, "Lu Xiaoru, you are." Lu Xiaoru paused, scrutinizing Zhang Feng, and suddenly her eyes widened in realization. "You are the unlucky one." This was due to Zhang Feng's notorious reputation in school, where he was often plagued by misfortune, sustaining injuries nearly every month, be it a sprained ankle or a bumped head or some other mishap. His unfortunate streak made him somewhat of a legend among his classmates, who all knew of this unfortunate soul. Zhang Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It wasn't intentional. I just blurted it out." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's nickname, Lu Xiaoru too found herself flustered, her cheeks flushing crimson. But noticing Zhang Feng with his right eye closed and medication in hand, she immediately inquired, "What happened to you?" Zhang Feng recounted his fabricated tale for the doctor once more, prompting Lu Xiaoru to stifle a laugh. "Even after graduation, you're still this unlucky? You managed to get smoke in your eyes while smoking? I truly admire your resilience. An accident, purely an accident." Zhang Feng chuckled awkwardly, then asked, "By the way, what brings you to the hospital?" Lu Xiaoru replied with a smile, "My mother is hospitalized. I just finished work, so I came to keep her company." "All right, don't forget to take your medication on time." "Yes, I know." Suddenly, he froze, uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. He noticed that whenever he looked at the sun, his right eye felt remarkably comfortable, devoid of any discomfort. He tested this several times, only to find it was indeed true. Pondering the underlying principle, he found himself at a loss, ultimately resigning to the mystery. He opened his right eye wide, gazing at the sun in the sky, relishing the rare tranquility of the setting sun. A day later, he felt a marked improvement in his eyesight. The pain had subsided. Looking in the mirror, he saw that although his right eye still bore some redness, it was largely unproblematic, and his vision seemed significantly better. He took out a jade bracelet, focusing intently on it with his right eye, relieved to discover that the extraordinary ability still persisted. Yet, he remained contemplative about the energy he had absorbed from the jade bracelet, uncertain of its significance. After some reflection, Zhang Feng closed the box, concentrating once more on it. Instantly, a luminous aura emanated from the box, while the jade bracelet radiated a cerulean glow. He then placed a book atop the box, and the glow from the jade bracelet remained visible through the pages. He continued to add books, and even after placing 8 volumes, he could still discern the glow emanating from the bracelet. During his time at the Grandview Garden, he recalled the inkstone, where the thickest part measured merely 5 centimeters, and he could barely make out its details. Yet now, with a stack of books totaling 10 centimeters, he could still see clearly, indicating that after absorbing the energy from the jade, his right eye's extraordinary ability had indeed progressed. Zhang Feng drew a sharp breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. A daring hypothesis took root in his mind. If his right eye could continuously absorb energy, then his extraordinary abilities might grow ever stronger. Even through walls or thick barriers, he could potentially perceive the most hidden depths, akin to a form of X-ray vision. This revelation implied that should he encounter situations akin to the Inkstone incident in the future, there would be no cause for concern about missing valuable items. As long as his powers intensified sufficiently, he could discern treasures resting on the ocean floor. This was undeniably a monumental advancement, a formidable and lethal capability for unearthing hidden gems. Although merely a conjecture, it was exhilarating. My heavens, it felt like hitting the jackpot. Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Akin to discovering he had become a millionaire, his voice trembling as he mused. If this ability could evolve to the point of true X-ray vision, it would make future treasure hunting remarkably easier. There would be no need for risk. He could directly ascertain the nature and value of antiques within, eliminating the need for gambling like he had done yesterday. However, he resolved to exercise caution when absorbing energy in the future. It was imperative not to recklessly consume too much at once. His eyes required time to adapt. Otherwise, an excessive intake of energy could potentially blind him. A chill ran down his spine. Chapter 7. Lu Xiaoru's Dilemma. A day later, Zhang Feng's eye had completely healed, devoid of any redness. Yet, he still felt uneasy and visited the central hospital once more. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured him that the inflammation had entirely subsided, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as he exited the hospital lobby and made his way toward the main entrance, he suddenly spotted Lu Xiaoru sitting on a park bench nestled in a small grove beside the road. Yet, her complexion appeared pale, her spirit diminished, and her eyes vacant, as if she had lost all vitality, projecting an aura of desolation and helplessness. How could such a drastic change occur in just 2 days? Zhang Feng approached her, taking a seat beside her. Lu Xiaoru, what's wrong? Has something happened? Upon hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoru regained awareness of his presence and managed a weak smile upon recognizing him. It's nothing. Why are you here at the hospital again? Oh, I came for follow-up on my eye, Zhang Feng replied, gesturing to his right eye. Is everything all right now? Lu Xiaoru inquired. Yes, it's completely healed, Zhang Feng affirmed with a smile, but he noticed that her eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had been crying. He immediately pressed, what is truly troubling you? Have you been crying? It's nothing. I'm fine, she insisted, shaking her head, though her voice conveyed a profound sense of weakness. This was the first time Zhang Feng had witnessed Lu Xiaoru in such a state of despair. She would not appear so vulnerable unless faced with a significant challenge. As he pondered, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, is it about your mother's condition? It's nothing. She's doing well. I'm sorry, but I need to be with my mom. We could talk another day. Lu Xiaoru offered a faint, apologetic smile before rising and making her way towards the inpatient department, her figure appearing so frail and helpless. Zhang Feng remained silent, pinching his chin, his gaze flickering restlessly. Eventually, he stood up and followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the entrance of a particular room, Lu Xiaoru took a few deep breaths, wiped her face, and summoned her spirits before stepping inside. Soon, voices emerged from within. Mom, how are you feeling? Mom, you need not worry about the expenses. I will manage that. How will you manage? You have only just started working. How much can you possibly earn? If we don't pursue treatment, I beg you, just for once, please. Xiaoru. Zhang Feng leaned against the doorframe of the patient room, eavesdropping on their conversation, and at last comprehended the gravity of Lu Xiaoru's mother's condition, which required a substantial sum of money, beyond what Lu Xiaoru's family could afford. The reason for her apparent helplessness likely stemmed from the dwindling funds. It was probably the source of her distress downstairs. After pondering for a moment, he approached the nurse's station, where a female nurse was engrossed in some paperwork. He gently tapped on the counter, and the nurse looked up, noticing a young man dressed neatly. She smiled, sir. How may I assist you? Zhang Feng returned her smile. I would like to inquire about the condition of the patient in bed 34 of room 502. And you are? Oh, I'm the patient's cousin. I heard she was unwell, and I happen to have some free time today to come and check on her. I see. Please follow me. I'll have her attending physician speak with you. Approximately how much will it cost? Zhang Feng inquired. An estimate of no less than 600,000. All right, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Feng nodded, his brows furrowing slightly. To be candid, he had the sum of 600,000. Yet his relationship with Lu Xiaoru was merely that of classmates, albeit not from the same class, leaving him hesitant to part with such a significant amount based on such a tenuous connection. If it were merely a matter of a few $100,000, he would not have hesitated, for he held Lu Xiaoru's character in high regard. However, just as he exited the attending physician's office, he spotted Lu Xiaoru on the phone, swiftly passing by him like the wind, heading towards the staircase at the end of the corridor. "Hello, I would like to discuss further. If the price is right, I will sell." "Yes, I will wait for you in that little grove at the hospital." "Sell? What is she selling?" Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with suspicion as he trailed Lu Xiaoru at a distance, eventually finding a discreet spot outside to sit without attracting attention. Before long, a girl hurriedly entered the hospital from the entrance, spotting Lu Xiaoru seated on a park bench, and immediately walked over. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisitely delicate. Her captivating, doe-like eyes seemed to effortlessly convey a bewitching charm. Her long hair cascaded down past her shoulders, flowing like water, the tips tinted a deep crimson. Much like her personality, passionate and vibrant yet shrouded in mystery. What draws attention most is her alluring figure, curvaceous and enticing. The heat of the day prompts her to don a simple yet captivating outfit. Short hot pants that reveal two slender, well-proportioned legs, unblemished and smooth, undeniably eye-catching. On her upper half, she wears a form-fitting white top that accentuates her figure, her bosom exceptionally ample and elevated, akin to the purest snow peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains. Utterly mesmerizing. How did she arrive here? Zhang Feng stood momentarily stunned upon seeing the girl, someone he knew all too well. She was none other than Zhou Wei, his girlfriend with whom he had shared nearly 2 months of affection during their school days. Like Lu Xiaoru, she too had once been a campus belle at Yanshan University. However, Zhou Wei and Lu Xiaoru were polar opposites. One was diligent and self-sufficient, while the other was pampered and vain. When Zhang Feng first entered school, he was unaware of her true nature. He was drawn to her beauty and pursued her. Zhou Wei, noticing his decent attire and wealth compared to the average student, acquiesced. From that moment on, the majority of his monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan was spent on her whims, buying this and that. And if he refused, she would resort to tears and tantrums, often leaving him borrowing money from classmates before the month's end. What he found most unbearable, however, was her atrocious character. Selfish and inconsiderate, she relished gossiping about others. Ultimately, Zhang Feng could no longer endure it and decisively chose to part ways. Yet Zhou Wei spun a different narrative among her peers, claiming Zhang Feng may appear refined, but he is miserly, narrow-minded, and has a terrible temper, prone to violence. Anyone who associates with him will surely regret it for life. I must have been blind to have dated him. Luckily, I recognized this early. Otherwise, I would have faced untold suffering. She further proclaimed, never marry Zhang Feng. He is particularly unfortunate, even choking on water. Anyone who is with him won't be able to sleep soundly. Always having to check if he is snoring himself into a stupor. After just over a month with him, I lost more than 10 pounds, unable to eat or sleep properly, my hair falling out in clumps. Whoever marries him will be cursed to a life of hardship. Such venomous remarks were countless. Zhang Feng, recognizing her as a woman, refrained from retaliating physically. Could it be that Lu Xiaoru has come to confront her? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. You're here. As Zhou Wei settled beside him, Lu Xiaoru offered her a chilled iced tea, while she herself had nothing, smiling as she said, just bought it. It's still cold. It's sweltering today. A sip will help cool down. To Lu Xiaoru's surprise, Zhou Wei merely glanced at the drink and remarked, who still drinks iced tea these days? Haven't you heard? Regular consumption of carbonated beverages can lead to cancer. I'm on a health kick now, only drinking soda water and eating fresh fruits. Never indulging in these unhealthy drinks. She confidently retrieved a bottle of soda from her bag and proclaimed, look at my skin. It is so radiant that I could almost squeeze water from it. Now take a glance at your skin. It appears quite parched. You really ought to take better care of it. Would you like me to recommend a beauty salon? The results are quite remarkable, and the prices are rather reasonable. Just around 10,000 yuan a month will suffice. It's the Zimishan Wellness Center. Have you heard of it? It's located right in the city center, with a sizable sign that is hard to miss. If you decide to go, just mention my name. Sister Kong inside is quite familiar with me and will surely offer you a discount. As she spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon her, and with a chuckle, she added, oh dear, I almost forgot. You working folks earn so little each month. It's likely you'll never have the chance to experience it. 10,000 yuan is far too steep for you. Isn't it? My apologies. Chapter 8. Wealthy and willful. Though she feigned embarrassment, her expression radiated satisfaction, as if she were eager for others to acknowledge her prosperous life. What is so high and mighty about it? 5,000 yuan a month hardly gets one far. Thankfully, my boyfriend provides me with some pocket money each month, Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to cover my maintenance costs. Despite her words, her eyes gleamed with pride. And she continued, let us discuss your family's house. So, it's about selling the house, she thought. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng, who had been lurking nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. In these times, many girls have found themselves in unfortunate circumstances due to their family backgrounds. And he truly didn't wish to see Lu Xiaoru resort to such degrading work. Regarding your house, Zhou Wei pondered before saying, let me put it this way. My mother traveled all the way to Huashi, and she has worked tirelessly to raise me. I must provide her with a decent living environment. Your house is too small, and the decor is terribly outdated. Who still decorates in such a retro style these days? It's not the ancient times. I simply despise that design. If I were to buy it, I would definitely need to renovate, which would incur additional costs. When all is said and done, it wouldn't be much cheaper than purchasing a new home. Lu Xiaoru nodded repeatedly, agreeing verbally. Though Zhou Wei's words stung a bit, and she could only endure it. Just the night before, the attending physician had informed her that her mother required urgent surgery. Otherwise, there would be no chance for recovery. What else would she do? Only yesterday morning, she had informed the real estate agent of her intention to sell her house and requested a full cash transaction within the next few days. However, while her house boasted 2 bedrooms and a living room, it was merely over 50 square meters, barely accommodating their family of 3. Given the tight timeline, no one was willing to negotiate with her. At that moment, Zhou Wei fortuitously visited the agency in search of a property. She intended to purchase it for her mother, and the size was just right, so she arranged to meet Lu Xiaoru to view the house, though ultimately they could not agree on a price. To Lu Xiaoru, no matter how significant the house might be, her mother's health was far more critical. Therefore, she had no choice but to invite Zhou Wei for further discussions. As long as the price was not excessively low, she would sell it and strive for a swift transaction. If it weren't for the sight of your struggles and the pity I feel for you, I would hardly bother to negotiate the price. Zhou Wei took a sip of water to clear her throat and said, regarding your property, I have gathered some information. The market price in your area hovers around 4,000. If it were a new house, it might be valued at just over 220,000, but since yours is an old house that has been lived in for 7 years, I cannot offer a high price. As we discussed last night, I can add an extra 10,000, bringing the total to 150,000, which I believe is quite generous of me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow from a distance. The price difference between new and old houses is primarily dictated by depreciation, and 150,000 is far too low. A range of 190,000 to 200,000 seems more reasonable. Lu Xiaoru remained silent for a moment before responding. I consulted with a real estate agency, and according to the second-hand market, my house could be valued at 200,000. 150,000 is indeed too low. Zhou Wei, my mother's illness requires substantial financial support. Can you consider purchasing at market value? I promise to return the favor in your time of need, no matter how difficult it may be. Xiaoru, I must admit that I find your words rather unpalatable. If I had no intention of assisting you, why would I consider buying your dilapidated house? Surely, there are better options available. Zhou Wei replied earnestly, I speak the truth. If it weren't for your evident difficulties, I wouldn't even bother discussing this matter. Zhou Wei blinked and added, but since you've gone this far, I can raise my offer by another 20,000. If that worked for you, splendid. If not, so be it. Huh, your business acumen is truly impressive. Zhang Feng could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to confront the 2 women. What are you doing here? They both exclaimed simultaneously. Zhang Feng, with a cold smile directed at Zhou Wei, retorted, what makes you think you can be here? You wish to purchase a property worth 200,000 for just 170,000. Even if you have no personal interest in it, you could easily resell it for a profit of 30,000 and gain a favor in the process. Your approach is nothing short of opportunistic. Lu Xiaoru is selling her house to pay for her mother's medical treatment, and you wish to exploit her situation. Aren't you afraid of losing sleep over your conscience? However, the woman, exhibiting remarkable audacity, merely feigned a moment of guilt before countering, I'm not a charity organization. Why would I spend such a sum on a decrepit house? My money does not come from thin air. I have my own struggles. And who do you think you are, meddling in matters that do not concern you? If she is willing to sell, and I am willing to buy, it is none of your business. Go find somewhere else to be. I am indeed a person, a being of flesh and blood, and it is imperative to act with integrity. When witnessing a classmate in distress, one ought to extend a helping hand rather than fan the flames of their plight. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Zhang Feng glared at her in anger, choosing not to engage further. He then turned to Lu Xiaoru, warning, if you sell your house, where will your mother live once she recovers? Will you rent a place? What kind of accommodation can your meager salary afford? Moreover, even if you sell the house, what real issues will it resolve? I heard the doctor say that your mother's surgery requires at least 600,000. Even if you sell your house for 200,000, there is still a deficit of 400,000. Where will you find the remaining funds? What else can you sell? Lu Xiaoru found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she was acutely aware that even selling her house would amount to little more than a drop in the bucket. Yet, she could not bear to watch her mother's condition deteriorate, leaving her to act in desperation, taking one step at a time. Well, that sounds nice in theory, but it's utterly useless. Zhang Feng suddenly turned around, glaring at her with fierce intensity. He yearned to slap her across the face. This woman was shockingly venomous, capable of uttering the most unkind words without a second thought. What is the matter? Do you want to hit me? Zhang Feng's rage simmered. Although Zhou Wei felt a twinge of fear, given Zhang Feng's imposing stature, she knew he had never laid a hand on a woman. Thus, she mustered a bravado, declaring, I scoff at you. With your dismal appearance, dare you lay a finger on me? My boyfriend would ensure you couldn't remain in Huashe for even a day. Let me tell you, Zhang, you should refrain from acting all high and mighty in front of me. Just because your father runs a shabby hardware factory in the countryside doesn't grant you the right to speak. My boyfriend's annual pocket money is enough for your family to live on for a lifetime. I warn you, get away from me, far away. I am in the midst of serious business. Don't waste my time. And I tell you, there is no need, Zhang Feng said emphatically, then took Lu Xiaoru by the hand and headed toward the outpatient hall. Lu Xiaoru struggled. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Let me go. I really have things to attend to. Before she could finish, Zhang Feng shot her a glare. Does your mother's surgery not require money? I will cover the cost, and you have to sell your house. Lu Xiaoru was momentarily stunned. Zhou Wei was equally taken aback, but soon began to sneer derisively. You speak as if it's easy. 600,000? If you, a country bumpkin, can come up with that amount, I'll take your surname. I am not as shameless as you to have a daughter like that. If I had a daughter, I would have suffocated her long ago. Zhang Feng led Lu Xiaoru to the outpatient hall, instructing her to consult the attending physician for a receipt while he waited to pay. Lu Xiaoru was skeptical, thinking Zhang Feng was merely trying to provoke Zhou Wei. After all, they were both recent graduates. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? Even if he came from a well-off family, it was unlikely he would carry such a large sum with him. Yet, she hesitated to voice her doubts and sought to provide Zhang Feng with an easy way out, saying, Zhang Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly need the money urgently. I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you. Zhou Wei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Xiaoru, I am extraordinarily busy. If it weren't for our camaraderie as classmates, I wouldn't even bother to help. I've barely managed to carve out some time, and I cannot afford to waste it here. Are you going to negotiate, or shall I take my leave? Time waits for no one. Zhang Feng seemed to see through Lu Xiaoru's thoughts, gazing earnestly into her eyes. I've brought you this far. Do you think I'm joking? Rest assured, I have the means and genuinely wish to help you. Just give me an IOU, and you can repay me whenever you're able. As she remained unconvinced, her gaze filled with pity and helplessness, he sighed and shook his head, proceeding to the front desk to request the on-duty nurse to call Dr. Liao from the urology department to come to the payment area. Witnessing Zhang Feng's calm demeanor and serious expression, even a fool could discern that he was not merely acting out of spite or jest. He genuinely intended to settle the payment, indicating he indeed possessed the necessary funds. Lu Xiaoru was taken aback, as was Zhou Wei. After a moment of silence, tears welled in Lu Xiaoru's eyes, and she was on the verge of tears, asking, Why do you want to help me? Because you are worthy of my help, Zhang Feng replied earnestly. Zhou Wei, in disbelief, questioned, Where did you get so much money? Zhang Feng, not inclined to be patient, retorted, What concern is it of yours? The house is no longer for sale. Go entertain yourself. You, Zhou Wei, infuriated, felt her teeth grind in frustration, but realizing her hopes of buying a house had collapsed, a wave of anger surged within her. Oh? I toiled under the scorching sun to come here. Didn't he even have a glass of water and wasted so much time? Was it all for nothing? Are you two conspiring to toy with me? She directed a sharp rebuke at Lu Xiaoru. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Taking leave without pay. Do you know how much I lose for a day's absence? Do you realize that because of this leave, my attendance bonus for the month is gone? Who will compensate for these losses? Before she could finish, Zhang Feng casually pulled out a stack of red bills from his bag and threw them at her face, declaring, Scram. Chapter 9. My education is lacking. The stack of bills left Zhou Wei momentarily speechless, and even Lu Xiaoru beside her was left dumbfounded. The sheer amount of cash appeared to be several thousand yuan, carelessly tossed at Zhou Wei's face. Is this sufficient for your attendance bonus now? Get lost. You're a nuisance. Zhang Feng scoffed, turning to lead Lu Xiaoru away. Observing the scene, Lu Xiaoru wanted to say something. Yet she feared provoking Zhang Feng and thus followed him silently. What is this? Do you think I need your money? I can afford it. Fine. Since you wish to toy with me, don't blame me later. A pauper and a pretender to wealth. What audacity. Just wait. Zhang Feng, are we doing the right thing? What if Lu Xiaoru really no need to worry? We haven't done anything wrong. If she refuses to sell her house, let her be. You focus on accompanying your mother. I will handle the medical expenses, so you need not fret. Zhang Feng reassured her before she could finish her thought. Holding the receipt, Zhang Feng swiped his card to make the payment, watching 600,000 yuan vanish, causing a pang in his heart. All right, the medical fees are settled, Dr. Liao. I entrust the remaining matters to you. I wonder about the kidney source. Rest assured, the kidney source has been prepared for some time. We just need to make a few arrangements, and we can proceed with the surgery shortly, Dr. Liao replied with a smile. Having money certainly expedites matters. And Zhang Feng was pleased with this outcome. Zhang Feng, allow me to treat you to a meal. It will also facilitate settling the promissory note, Lu Xiaoru whispered. We can discuss this later. There's no rush. I trust you won't default on your promise. I will come to collect when I have the time. You should go and be with your mother. She must be very anxious about her surgery. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Xiaoru wished to say more, but the doctor called for her. Biting her lip, she deeply bowed to Zhang Feng, saying, Thank you, Zhang Feng. I will always remember your kindness, and I assure you, I will repay you, no matter when. Zhang Feng chuckled, scratching his hand. There was indeed a gratifying sensation in being helpful, especially to such a beautiful woman. As Lu Xiaoru departed, Zhang Feng found little purpose in lingering at the hospital and turned to leave, heading towards the Grand View Garden. By afternoon, many stalls in the ancient market had already closed down, leaving behind those who had not yet sold their wares. Zhang Feng, unhurried, meandered through the stalls, glancing at one and then another, yet not lingering at any particular one. Observing his demeanor, the stall owners paid him no mind, engrossed in their own meals. After wandering for over 10 minutes, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened as he strode confidently to a stall and picked up a stone resting atop it. The stone, palm-sized, featured an intriguing pattern carved into its surface, with a rectangular base that felt smooth and cool to the touch. A fine specimen indeed. Focusing intently, Zhang Feng scrutinized the stone, which began to emanate a milky yellow aura, expanding in concentric circles, 435 circles to be precise. It appeared to be an artifact from the late Ming dynasty, likely carrying significant value, suitable for gifting, especially since the funds in Zhang Feng's pocket were rather limited. The stone, covered in dust from its time on display, prompted Zhang Feng to wipe it with his sleeve, revealing a carving of a qilin, vividly lifelike. After toying with it for a moment, he raised his gaze to the stall owner, inquiring, How much for this stone? Stone? You dare to refer to my item as merely a stone? Let me enlighten you. This is a premium Shoshan seal, a genuine artifact, not just a stone. If you lack understanding, refrain from making baseless claims. The owner chewed on a savory pancake, bits of scallion and vegetables flying about. Taken aback by the owner's response, Zhang Feng swallowed hard and examined the stone again. He recalled hearing from Li Cheng about Shoshan seals, known for their jade-like luster, softness, and vibrant colors, comparable to gemstones. They are truly superior stones. The intricacy of the craftsmanship was evident, with the qilin appearing almost alive. The more Zhang Feng examined it, the more he appreciated it. Although uncertain of its authenticity as a genuine Shoshan stone, he resolved to purchase it. Owner, name your price. I will take this Shoshan seal, Zhang Feng declared resolutely. The proprietor requested a serving of jianbing guozi, chewed a couple of bites with difficulty, and, pointing at the Shoshan seal, declared, This is the price, 3,000 yuan. Take it or leave it. I won't lower the price. The confidence radiating from him left Zhang Feng feeling somewhat uncertain. While he could discern the age of the stone, he could not ascertain its quality, relying solely on his instincts. The artifact from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, regardless of whether this piece of Shoshan stone was genuine or not, was indeed valued at this price. All right, deal, Zhang Feng said, retrieving 3,000 yuan and handing it to the proprietor. The owner scoffed derisively, taking the money with disdain. You can't even tell what it is, yet you claim to know its age? Are you trying to deceive me? If you could discern ages, you'd be a master of antiques yourself. It's all well and good to boast, but don't do it in front of someone who knows better. Zhang Feng remained silent, merely smiling as he turned to leave. The proprietor ignored him, sneering as he reached into a fabric bag behind him, pulling out a piece of jade and placing it on the stall before resuming his meal of jianbingguozi. Zhang Feng caught a glimpse of the jade and froze momentarily, extending his hand to grasp it. Hey, brother, what are you doing? You can't just touch the jade like that. Your hands are all sweaty. If you get sweat on it, it will be ruined. You should just take your Shoshan seal and go. The proprietor blocked Zhang Feng, casting him a disdainful look. The jade was round and translucent, gleaming with a bright white sheen. If it were not a counterfeit, this jade would undoubtedly surpass his Shoshan seal in quality. Boss, can I take a look? What kind of jade is this? It looks splendid, Zhang Feng said with a cheerful grin. Indeed, this is Hetian jade, the authentic king of jade, absolutely top-notch. However, I think you should take your leave. You really shouldn't be looking at this jade, the proprietor said, gesturing dismissively as he lowered his head to continue eating his jianbingguozi. Having finally spotted something valuable, Zhang Feng was reluctant to depart, his eyes fixated on the jade. Although he could not ascertain if it was truly Hetian jade, its crystalline brilliance was striking, and he longed to examine it closely. The proprietor furrowed his brow. If the lad intended to purchase, that would be one thing, but judging by his appearance, he clearly could not afford such wares, rendering any further engagement unnecessary. Brother, I suggest you leave. This piece of jade is worth no less than several hundred thousand. It's not something a Shoshan seal can compare to. You might as well give up, the proprietor said with resignation. Several hundred thousand? Why is it so expensive? I could hardly have afforded it in the past. Zhang Feng gasped quietly, realizing he had only a little over 300,000 left in his pocket, which might not suffice. He decided to abandon the notion of purchase. Turning to leave, the proprietor, initially indifferent, suddenly perked up at Zhang Feng's remark. If what he claimed was true, he might be able to secure a significant client. Brother, wait a moment. This item is not that pricey. It's just over 700,000. Would you be interested? The proprietor called out hurriedly. Over 700,000. Zhang Feng felt his pockets, shook his head, and thought, I might manage to cover Lu Xiaoru's medical expenses, but I certainly cannot come up with that amount right now. Upon observing Zhang Feng, the proprietor immediately discerned his financial constraints. However, he remained undeterred, rising with a cheerful demeanor and embracing Zhang Feng. No worries, my brother. We are all here to discover treasures, are we not? Speak freely. Tell me the price range you seek. I assure you that everything you acquire from me will double in value, without a doubt. The owner confidently patted his chest in guarantee. Really? Zhang Feng responded, his face reflecting bewilderment. But I think I'll pass. Your items are quite expensive, and I only have 300,000. At the mention of 300,000, the proprietor's expression darkened significantly. He lowered his head, clicking his tongue, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, regret washed over Zhang Feng. He realized he had been too candid, revealing his financial situation too openly. All right, my brother, the owner continued. I see you're an honest man, so I won't beat around the bush. I possess some remarkable items, and there aren't many priced over 100,000. Just now, I acquire a unique piece freshly unearthed. Take a look. If it catches your fancy, the price is negotiable. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to respond, the owner led him behind the stall, glancing around before retrieving a small cloth pouch. He slowly opened it and presented it to Zhang Feng. Behold, this is exquisite jade. Have you ever encountered such quality? The double-toned hues are a rarity, and this is my first time seeing such craftsmanship. Examine the quality. You claim to know about age, don't you? This is indeed a treasure. Zhang Feng lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the piece earnestly, while the owner beamed with unabashed glee. Nonsense. This is no masterpiece. These 9 pieces of jade are not freshly unearthed, but rather acquired from a friend in need, purchased at a mere 50,000. Finally, I have encountered a fool, and if I let this opportunity slip, I would not deserve the title of a merchant. Zhang Feng concentrated intently and quickly noticed the jade's surrounding radiance, which emanated vibrant green and white circles, all equally intense and dazzling. In total, there were precisely 536 rings of light. It was undoubtedly an antique, and a Ming dynasty relic at that. Based on the color of the aura, Zhang Feng surmised it to be a valuable piece. However, he was uncertain if jade typically exhibited such brilliance. He felt rather lost in his perception. My brother, let me tell you, this item was procured at great risk. Do you know of King Gojin of you? I obtained this from near his tomb. I cannot say whose grave it belongs to, but just look at this piece. It is clearly not ordinary. The quality here can only be rivaled by this He-Tian jade. Seizing the moment, the owner fervently continued to persuade Zhang Feng. Brother, this opportunity is singular. Since you have previously purchased from me, I will offer it to you at a discount. For anyone else, I wouldn't part with it for less than 900,000. Just look at this jade. It's obviously a superior quality piece, and the double-toned hues are unmatched. This is not something easily acquired. Zhang Feng scratched his head. Boss, I may not be well educated, but please do not deceive me. Is this truly a remarkable item? Chapter 10. Who is the fool? Zhang Feng indeed had his sights set on the exquisite double-tinged 9-hole jade plug. However, the price was undeniably steep. A misstep could lead to his own misfortune. Boss, if you could lower the price a bit, I would take it right away. 300,000 for this is quite a stretch. Hey, my good fellow, am I speaking in vain? Call over the people around. This jade is undoubtedly a gem among gems. With such quality, where else could you find something like it? Come on, my friend. I'll take it for 300,000. I'm already not making a profit. The proprietor, spitting forth words in fervor, grasped Zhang Feng tightly, as if fearing he might flee at any moment. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth. The price for this jade was indeed high, but it was also an antique. Even if it were a fake, it likely wouldn't come cheap. All right, 300,000 it is. I'll take it. Please package it for me. Deal. The proprietor quickly agreed, anxious that Zhang Feng might change his mind. Within moments, he had wrapped the jade in a box and handed it over to Zhang Feng. Lacking sufficient cash on hand, Zhang Feng opted for a direct mobile transfer, promptly sending 300,000 to the proprietor's account. The proprietor, grinning broadly, patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Young man, you truly have a bright future ahead. To acquire such a splendid piece, congratulations. I'm genuinely happy for you." Zhang Feng cast a suspicious glance at the proprietor, but remained silent as he turned to exit the stall. Only after Zhang Feng had walked away did the proprietor leap with excitement, settling into his chair and glancing at the Jianbing Guozi on the ground, kicking it aside. "What fortune have I stumbled upon? Why the exuberance? What fine treasure did you acquire?" inquired a neighboring stall owner, amused. "Haha, you wouldn't believe it. I just encountered a fool. I sold my 9 pieces of jade for 300,000. The proprietor replied cheerfully. "Goodness, does that fool even understand the worth of what he purchased? Is your trinket truly worth 300,000? Such a simpleton. Old Wang. You must introduce me to him in the future." The stall owner expressed with a mixture of envy and admiration. "Just you." Old Wang waved dismissively, adopting an air of superiority as he focused on his phone, contemplating a sumptuous meal. Zhang Feng, oblivious to their exchange, had already stepped into the womb of treasures. The ambience of the shop contrasted sharply with the stall. It was tranquil and devoid of noise, complemented by the coolness of the air conditioning, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere that invited serenity. "Good afternoon, sir." "Oh, it's you." The attendant who had assisted him earlier recognized Zhang Feng at once. Zhang Feng smiled, casting a glance around but not spotting old Chun. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed old Chun emerging with a client who was holding a pen holder. "Take care, and we look forward to your next visit," old Chun said politely, turning to acknowledge Zhang Feng with a wave. Zhang Feng remained silent, following old Chun into the inner hall, where he was invited to sit on a couch. The inner sanctum was exquisitely decorated, showcasing a classical style with rosewood furniture and a matching tea table, enveloping the space in a sense of antiquity. "How may I assist you today? Did you come to present me with something remarkable?" Old Chun inquired, cheerfully pouring a cup of tea for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, without further ado, produced a small box and handed it to Elder Chun. "Elder Chun, could you please take a look? My eyes are not discerning, and I spent a considerable sum on this item, yet I cannot ascertain its quality. I kindly ask for your expert opinion," Zhang Feng stated earnestly. Elder Chun nodded, opening the box to examine the 9-hole jade plugs within. Although the dual-toned 9-hole jade plugs are not commonly found in today's market, they're not exceedingly rare. "Let me assess the quality and condition of these jades," he remarked as he meticulously evaluated the pieces with his instruments. Zhang Feng remained patient, seated on the sofa, awaiting Elder Chun's verdict. After a considerable pause, Elder Chun finally set down his magnifying glass and pushed the box toward Zhang Feng. "Are you intending to sell these 9-hole jade plugs to us at Wenbao Studio, or would you prefer I provide an appraisal?" Elder Chun inquired, taking a sip of tea and smacking his lips. Zhang Feng had indeed come to Wenbao Studio with the intent to sell, hoping to discern whether he had acquired something of value. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, the 30,000 he spent would feel like a tremendous waste. "Elder Chun, please provide your appraisal. If the price is reasonable, I shall sell them to you directly," Zhang Feng stated without hesitation, clearly articulating his intentions. Elder Chun nodded with satisfaction, setting down his tea and lightly tapping the small box. These dual-toned, 9-hole jade plugs are of commendable quality and condition. Although they have not been well-maintained or polished over time, they show no signs of moisture damage. Overall, the quality is excellent. I can offer you 700,000, Elder Chin declared, pinching 3 fingers together as he spoke. 700,000? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, finding the offer somewhat lacking. This cannot compare to the value of Haitian yellow jade. No matter how high the value of the jade plugs, they will not fetch a significantly higher price upon resale. Their worth lies in their dual tone and being entirely intact without any damage. Otherwise, their value would plummet. By the way, does Bailuoxua know about this? Elder Chin leaned in closer to Zhang Feng, as if the mere thought of Bailuoxua's awareness could jeopardize the deal. Zhang Feng was unaware of the relationship between Bailuoxua and Elder Chun, sensing an air of caution akin to a mouse wary of a cat. Yet, he astutely chose not to inquire further, as these matters bore no relevance to him. His sole focus was to sell the 9-hole jade plugs. I came directly to you, Elder Chun. How could I possibly inform Bailuoxua? I felt quite embarrassed for not selling the inkstone to you last time, after you had invested your efforts. I absolutely cannot let that happen again. Zhang Feng flattered, aiming to curry favor. The effect of his flattery was evident, as Elder Chin's demeanor softened, a smile gracing his face, and his gaze towards Zhang Feng transformed. Well, since you've said that, I shall not be overly demanding. I can offer you a good price of 880,000. What do you think? Elder Chin said, fondling the small box with delight. Zhang Feng's mind raced. A mere compliment had yielded an increase of 180,000. A few more words could potentially lead to an even higher bid. In Zhang Feng's ideal valuation, the exquisite 9-hole jade plug, even if deemed worthless, should still comfortably yield around 1 million. Nonetheless, Mr. Chun, I had heard that it was procured for 850,000. If it is to be sold for 880,000, I find little motivation to purchase it, so I shall take my leave. Zhang Feng grasped the small box and turned it apart. Mr. Chun, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, hastily swallowed his urgency upon seeing Zhang Feng's intent to leave and quickly grasped his arm. You young fellow, though still quite young, your impatience is quite palpable. Are you implying that you are dissatisfied with the price? We can certainly negotiate further. How about 1 million? Surely, that is a fair amount. If that works for you, we shall finalize the deal. Mr. Chun extended a finger in emphasis. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed his desired price, yet he feigned reluctance, as if selling to Mr. Chun were a great favor. Mr. Chun handed Zhang Feng a check directly, which he casually tucked into his pocket. Young man, in the future, be sure to bring anything here. I shall guarantee you the most satisfactory price. Mr. Chun waved his hand as Zhang Feng walked away. Zhang Feng acknowledged him with a nod and turned towards his stall. This fortunate acquisition had indeed proven worthwhile, netting him a profit of 700,000. Although it paled in comparison to the Haitian Yellowstone inkstone, finding such treasures amidst the stalls was no small feat, and this was certainly a significant find. Excitedly patting his pocket, Zhang Feng's step grew lighter. Nearby, the stall owner scrutinized him closely, realizing that Zhang Feng was utterly naive and, to be precise, completely uninformed about antiques, making him an easy target for deception. Well, old Wang, I must say I am impressed. This fool is quite rare to find in our Grand Bazaar. Congratulations. Old Wang chuckled heartily, reveling in the fact that he had profited immensely. Ordinarily, selling such items for 300,000 would be unheard of, yet today he had struck gold by encountering such a simpleton. Zhang Feng nodded, patting his pocket. Brother, how do you feel? Did you make a good profit? The owner, still oblivious to Zhang Feng's true sentiments, continued to tease him. Without replying, Zhang Feng simply turned to leave. Old Wang did not stop him. After all, this fool was worth exploiting again in the future, and there was no need to spoil the mood now. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Just as Zhang Feng was about to catch a bus, he was unexpectedly called back. Old Wang, watching the approaching staff member from Baozhai, wore an even broader smile, sensing something amiss. Zhang Feng turned around, eyeing the running attendant with a furrowed brow. I have already handed over the items to you. Is there still an issue? Oh, there is no problem with the items. This exquisite set of 9-hole jade plugs is splendid, and Mr. Chen expressed his fondness for them. However, he hastily wrote the check incorrectly. It is not a cash check. Thus, we must exchange it. Here is 1 million. Please verify the amount. A mouthful of old blood nearly erupted from the boss. Chapter 11. The Ironic Bet. 1 million. Lao Wang doubted his hearing at that moment, But the exquisite double-dyed, nine-orifice jade plug mentioned was precisely the one he had just sold, a set he had proudly acquired for 300,000. Could that worthless trinket truly be valued at 1 million? And sold at such a prestigious establishment as Wen Baozhai? Did that mean he had foolishly believed he had struck a bargain, only to realize that he was the one who suffered the greatest loss? Lao Wang nearly crushed his own trousers in despair, his insides twisted with regret. Had he known, he would have sold it directly to Wen Baozhai. Oh dear. Lao Wang, what is the matter? Is that lad out of his mind? Has the Wen Baozhai staff lost their senses? The boss leaned in, chuckling as he draped an arm around Lao Wang's shoulders. Lao Wang had no inclination for humor. His face had turned a deep shade of liver, and he gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain. Yes, they've lost their minds. They're just looking for trouble now. All right, here is the check. Zhang Feng produced the check, exchanged it with the attendant, and upon confirming its authenticity, turned around, only to find Lao Wang's crimson visage staring back at him. Zhang Feng waved the check with a smile, saying nothing. Yet, this silent gesture sent Lao Wang into a frenzy. Had the boss not been present, he might have lunged to seize Zhang Feng's money. 1 million. That should have been his million. Ha! Lao Wang, I knew you were our bestseller. Even with such a remote stall, you still managed to sell more, and at a high price. Truly remarkable. The boss continued to praise Lao Wang, who was on the verge of tears. Yes, I see it now. Perhaps this is just my fate. Lao Wang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Zhang Feng strolled contentedly down the street, astonished that a casual shopping excursion had led to such a remarkable find. He resolved to frequent the Grand View Garden more often to enhance his discernment and knowledge. The thought of knowledge reminded him of Bai Luoshu. He had come with the intention of apprenticing. Even if he couldn't become Bai Luoshu's disciple, Bai Lao would suffice. Regardless, he needed to learn from a master. Pulling out his phone, Zhang Feng was about to make a call when he noticed the stall owners suddenly rise and rush toward the front. Drawn by a commotion about something unknown, curiosity piqued. He hastily stepped forward, straining to see over the crowd. At the center stood an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s, her hair white and face lined with wrinkles, her murky eyes reflecting a hard life, likely having come from the countryside. Zhang Feng surmised that a rural person in such a place was destined to be deceived. Feeling no obligation to intervene, he decided to retreat and walk away. Old lady, please don't make a fool of yourself. 5,000? Who do you think you are? I am utterly unaware of the identity of the artist. Yet you demand 50,000 yuan? Indeed, such a dilapidated piece, if cast out into the street, wouldn't fetch even 100 yuan. Who would desire such a triviality? It is truly absurd. Madam, 300 yuan is my offer. You may sell if you wish. I could present it as a gift to a friend, but to take it as a token of goodwill is utterly impossible. This is my final offer. Miss it, and the opportunity shall vanish. Zhang Feng struggled to weave through the crowd, gazing perplexedly at the unfolding scene. He found himself bewildered. The painting was so unremarkable that not a soul seemed interested. This piece, priced at 50,000 yuan, was a non-starter. If you wish to purchase, you must pay in full. If not, then so be it. I shall not part with it for a sum less than 50,000. The elderly woman clutched the scroll tightly, showing no sign of relinquishing her grip. A shabby painting, made to appear antique, and yet she parades it as something of value. Does she think everyone is a fool? Madam, one last time, 300 is my offer. I am willing to take it. This is your final chance. The vendors, clearly unwilling to concede, continued to plead from the sidelines, yet the old woman remained unmoved, adamantly insisting on her price of 50,000, refusing to lower it under any circumstance. One by one, the vendors abandoned their efforts, muttering in frustration as they departed, causing the once crowded throng to disperse, leaving only Zhang Feng standing alone. The elderly lady cast a glance in his direction, but paid him no heed, turning instead toward the interior of the shop. Madam, Zhang Feng stepped forward, grasping her arm gently. Is there something you require? She inquired, turning to face him. Zhang Feng pointed at the painting she held. I have yet to see what this painting entails. Surely you must allow me a glimpse to ascertain its worth. His expression was earnest, and his demeanor sincere, starkly contrasting with that of the previous vendors, which lessened the old woman's wariness considerably. Very well. I shall permit you to see it, but let it be known, I will not part with it for a lesser sum, she reiterated firmly. Zhang Feng was merely curious to understand what could justify such a steep price. He had no intention of purchasing it, and thus was indifferent to the cost. The old woman glanced around cautiously before unwrapping the cloth covering the scroll and subsequently unfurling it. The nearby vendors, who had evidently seen the painting before, paid it no mind, but Zhang Feng's actions piqued their interest, drawing their gazes toward him. The painting depicted serene landscapes, and judging by its coloration and the degree of aging, it was clear that it was not particularly ancient. Zhang Feng could ascertain this merely from its surface. Furthermore, it was evident that it was a traditional ink painting, nothing more. With concentrated attention, Zhang Feng's eyes fixated on the artwork before him. However, he soon noticed two distinct contours emerging. An outer black outline, radiating a dark halo, approximately 60 circles deep, and an inner red outline, densely packed with at least 1,000 circles. 50,000 yuan. Surely, even if the painting itself were of dubious quality, its antiquity should confer some value. Zhang Feng swallowed hard. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he rolled up the scroll. Madam, considering the dire condition of this painting, is it not rather challenging to demand 50,000 yuan? The elderly lady scrutinized Zhang Feng with earnestness. You need to ask so many questions. This painting costs 50,000. If you wish to purchase it, do so. If not, then there is no need for further discussion. No, madam, I genuinely do not know. I am quite curious, but if it is truly remarkable, I will certainly take it. The old lady, without further ado, reached for the scroll, rolled it up, and turned to leave. Zhang Feng sensed trouble. The elderly woman seemed incapable of engaging in conversation, completely disregarding him, prompting him to hastily pursue her. Brother, I advise you against this folly. Allow me to caution you. Acquiring that painting would lead to your ruin. It is nothing but a deception. You lack the knowledge, so let me enlighten you. Don't be foolish. Old Wang had somehow approached, seizing Zhang Feng before he could comprehend the situation. The elderly lady, seemingly unperturbed, quickened her pace while clutching the painting. Unbeknownst to Old Wang, Zhang Feng understood that while paintings could be forged, the age of an artwork could not be falsified. At the very least, it was an ancient piece. Madam, please do not leave. Is this painting truly for sale at 50,000? Zhang Feng grasped the woman's hand, speaking anxiously. The old lady turned, eyeing him with suspicion, then silently continued on her way. Brother, I still say you should. Old Wang's words trailed off as Zhang Feng shook him off and hurried after the elderly woman. Madam, I shall buy this painting from you. I am ready to transact now, Zhang Feng declared resolutely. The lady paused, contemplating, glanced at the painting in her possession, and eventually nodded in agreement. Zhang Feng took her directly to the bank, deposited a check into his account, and withdrew 50,000, handing it directly to her. The elderly lady trembled as she received the money and offered the painting to Zhang Feng. Young man, thank you. This is my family heirloom. I must sell it to provide for my husband's medical treatment. I did not expect to encounter such a kind-hearted person. Thank you, young man. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Having faced neglect and disdain throughout his life, he was now receiving gratitude, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Brother, have you lost your mind? Purchasing such a worthless painting for 50,000? I assure you, it isn't even worth 500. I've been in this business for years, and I've seen enough of these fraudulent pieces. Old Wang rejoined, draping an arm over Zhang Feng's shoulder, leading him back to his stall without waiting for a response. Zhang Feng did not resist, squatting before Old Wang while holding the painting. Old Wang settled into a chair, calmly sipping his tea, his gaze fixated on the painting with an inscrutable expression. Is it truly a deception? Brother, surely you jest, Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm as he clutched the painting. Old Wang, sensing Zhang Feng's trepidation, smirked and lifted his chin. If that were the case, I would be at your mercy. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Old Wang. How about we make a wager? If this painting is worth more than 100,000, you shall return to me 300,000. If you lose, I will give you the painting for free. Dream on. Why would I pay you 300,000? I'd say 70,000 would be more appropriate. Don't think I'm unaware of how much you've invested at the antique shop. Old Wang cast a disgruntled glance at Zhang Feng. Fine. Let be as you say. If you win, I shall give you 700,000. I will gift you the painting as well. What do you think? Zhang Feng readily agreed. Old Wang was taken aback. Was this young man genuinely serious? Could it be that this painting held such value? However, after a moment's reflection, Old Wang considered that the entire market had dismissed the painting's worth, and Zhang Feng was merely a novice, lacking the discernment to appreciate it. It was merely a gamble driven by impulse. If you don't want to wager, I will. Get lost. What concern is it of yours? Old Wang pushed aside a nearby stall owner and embraced Zhang Feng. All right, brother. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you today. Let us wager. Just know that if it's truly worthless, you owe me 700,000. I shan't keep this wretched painting. Chapter 12. Return my money. Zhang Feng scratched his head. I can't shake the feeling that your proposal seems somewhat inappropriate. Inappropriate? Inappropriate? Absolutely appropriate. Hurry, this is definitely worth 100,000. Don't trust that fool old Wang. He cannot discern anything. The stall owner urged with a grin. Zhang Feng, lacking suspicion, figured that his maximum loss would be 50,000 while a win would net him 100,000. No matter how he calculated it, it was a profitable venture. Clutching the painting, he rose and looked towards the direction of One Bao Studio. All right, I'll take your bet. We shall head to One Bao Studio. If you win, you may take the painting. Old Wang was internally ecstatic. Easy money was still money, and such fools were rare to find. Old Chun was engrossed in his reading when he learned of Zhang Feng's arrival and promptly set his book aside to greet him. Ah, young man, have you brought something of interest? And who might this be? Old Chen's gaze fell upon Old Wang, and he hesitated. Just an older brother here to enjoy the spectacle. Zhang Feng casually deflected, not wishing to disclose the betting situation to Old Chun for fear of misunderstanding. Old Chun, seeing Zhang Feng's painting, showed no suspicion. Zhang Feng quickly presented the painting to him. Old Chun, could you kindly appraise this piece and tell me its worth? Old Chun accepted the painting, turned, and laid it flat on the table. He then retrieved a magnifying glass along with several vials containing a yellow-green liquid, placing them beside the artwork. Old Wang behind him was grinning broadly. This young man was indeed a fool, having spent 50,000 on a trinket worth no more than 200. All right, brother. I shall take my leave now. If such opportunities arise again, do call upon me. I can partake in anything, Old Wang declared as he reached for the painting. Old Chen did not intervene, but merely shook his head at Zhang Feng. This time, you have misjudged, but it's merely a small sum. If you lose, it's of little consequence. Having spent decades at the Grandview Garden, Old Chen could easily see that Old Wang was merely a con artist, and such tricks were typically employed against the gullible. Why the rush, my friend? Rest assured, what is yours will remain yours. There is no need to snatch it. With so many witnesses, I would never default. Do you not want your money? Zhang Feng grasped Lao Wang's arm, a smile gracing his face as he retrieved the painting and placed it upon the table. No, Zhang Feng, I have already examined the painting, and I have also given you my appraisal, Chun Lao interjected from the side. Upon hearing this, Lao Wang's eyes brightened, and he hastily exclaimed, Did you hear that? Chun Lao has confirmed your appraisal is complete. It is time to relinquish your insistence. However, Zhang Feng paid no heed to Lao Wang, seizing the painting and the scroll. Engrossed in his examination, there was surely some hidden secret. He could distinctly perceive a red halo within, yet the source of this crimson glow eluded him. Both Chun Lao and Lao Wang stared at Zhang Feng in puzzlement, unaware of his intentions. Enough, my friend. You should let it go. It is as it is now. Just hand the painting over to me, Lao Wang urged with a congenial smile. Zhang Feng remained unfazed, focused intently on the scroll. Believing that the red halo concealed some enigma, he speculated that it might be related to the scroll itself. Could it truly be so? Zhang Feng felt along the scroll, pressing firmly inward. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the scroll emitted a sharp snap, and a landscape painting abruptly detached, revealing a vibrant red painting that tumbled to the floor. Chun Lao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the artwork in Zhang Feng's hands, his mouth agape. A painting within a painting. He had not anticipated such a revelation, and moreover, it was a depiction of a beautiful woman, an exquisite crimson portrait. Chun Lao trembled slightly, gazing at the blood-red artwork, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Lao Wang stood nearby, utterly bewildered, his ignorance of the significance of the beautiful woman's portrait evident. Yet, observing Chun Lao's reaction, he understood that this piece was undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhang Feng placed the portrait on the table and gestured for Chun Lao to continue his appraisal, stepping back respectfully. This time, Chun Lao did not retrieve any vials or jars. Instead, he produced a remarkably small microscope, affixing it to his eye as he began to scrutinize the painting meticulously. The crimson portrait was indeed among the most valuable of folk art, typically anonymous yet imbued with life and spirit, crafted with vermilion and ink, truly one of the finest artworks. Many collectors coveted it, yet few had the fortune to behold it. Even I am witnessing it for the first time. This portrait of a woman is as exquisite as its reputation suggests, capturing femininity with such grace. What a masterpiece. Chun Lao nearly drooled, completely disregarding his dignity as he fixated on the portrayal of the woman, seemingly unclad. Chun Lao, how much do you think this artwork is worth? Zhang Feng inquired once Chun Lao finished his reverent sigh. That is difficult to ascertain. I cannot evaluate it alone. I will need to consult with Bai Lao to gain further insight. Otherwise, I cannot estimate a price. However, I believe it should be valued at no less than 5 million. Chun Lao mused, placing the microscope down, his fingers trembling with excitement. 5 million. Lao Wang nearly collapsed onto the floor, incredulous that this fool had spent 50,000 on a painting worth 5 million. Unthinkable. It was absolutely impossible. Old Wang immediately realized the situation and rushed to the front of the beautiful painting, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. Come on, is it really Mr. Chun? Can this painting be worth 5 million? It's obvious that the wearer was artificially aged. The traces are all too apparent. The red background is so vivid that it's unmistakable. I doubt it's even worth 500. Mr. Chun shot Old Wang a disdainful glance, completely ignoring him as he took out his phone to call Old Bai. Old Wang stood awkwardly in place, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had just encountered a fly, unsure whether to leave or stay. Zhang Feng remained silent beside him, patiently waiting for Mr. Chun to finish his call before stepping forward to admire the painting properly. Where is it? Where's my beauty? The voice arrived before the person. Old Bai hurriedly rushed in, directly lunging towards the painting on the central table. Zhang Feng, what are you doing here? Bai Luoxue followed closely behind and, upon seeing Zhang Feng, displayed a look of surprise. Oh well, I just came to take a casual look around and happened to stumble upon this painting, so I brought it over from Mr. Chun to appraise. I thought it was unnecessary to disturb you, Zhang Feng awkwardly explained. Having previously left his contact information with Bai Luoxue, they had agreed to meet. But he hadn't shown up, and now he was caught off guard. In an instant, Zhang Feng understood that he was not here to learn from Bai Luoxue, but rather from Old Bai. However, upon reflection, he realized that the knowledge gained from Old Bai would undoubtedly be far more substantial. Bai Luoxue might still be a bit lacking in experience. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Feng felt more at ease. After all, this stunning beauty was right beside him. And whether he was with Bai Luoxue or not, he would encounter her every day. Enough of your antics, old man. Have your fun. But let us get to the point. Hurry up and appraise this painting. Let us see how much it's worth. Mr. Chun gave Old Bai a gentle push, deliberately adjusting the painting's angle, as if fearing Old Bai would snatch it away. Old Bai stood up, rubbed his chin, licked his lips, and then turned around to see Zhang Feng. Oh, it's you again. Good, good, good. Your eye for art is sharp. Last time it was a concealed inkstone, and this time it's a painting within a painting. Your vision surpasses mine. Impressive. You have a bright future ahead. Old Bai began showering Zhang Feng with compliments, making him feel a bit bashful. What exactly is a painting within a painting? Zhang Feng asked with a silly grin as he leaned towards Bai Luoxue and whispered. Bai Luoxue shot him a glance, responding with a hint of exasperation. A painting within a painting is actually a modern term. In contemporary usage, it often refers to video art, where two images coexist in one painting, depicting a person painting another person. This overlapping technique is called a painting within a painting. However, our situation is quite different. This type of artwork is often referred to as concealed painting or painting within a painting, where one artwork is cleverly hidden behind another. Typically, the outer layer is coarser and less conspicuous, meant to obscure a more exquisite piece beneath. Ancient artworks were predominantly crafted on layered rice paper, and during the mounting process, they often underwent meticulous finishing. Concealed paintings are the most common. However, the hidden artworks can be quite valuable. Such pieces emerged during the anti-Japanese war as a means to prevent destruction by invaders. Nowadays, they are rare, especially exquisite depictions of beauty, which are scarcely heard of. Bai Luoxue patiently elucidated these concepts, while Zhang Feng attentively absorbed the knowledge of antiquities, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of this art form. All right, Mr. Chun, there is no need for further debate. I shall take this painting for 5 million. Come here, Zhang Feng, I will write you a check. Bai Lao declared, producing a checkbook and beginning to inscribe the figures. What nonsense! You think it's worth only 5 million? Stop your rambling. Zhang Feng is here for me. I invited you merely to appraise the piece. We must be honest and offer the best price. So why are you meddling? Mister. Chun pushed Bai Lao aside and seized the checkbook. No way, this is mine. I will definitely take it for 5 million. Let go, don't hold me back. This is mine. I shall bid 5 million. Well, I too shall bid 5 million. It's mine regardless. Old Wang, observing from the sidelines, was astounded. Here were two renowned connoisseurs from the Grandview Garden, now embroiled in a fierce dispute over a painting that was originally worth but 200 yuan. He couldn't believe he had wagered 300,000, mistakenly thinking the other was a fool. Regret washed over him, and he clicked his tongue before turning to leave. Where are you off to? Zhang Feng interjected, stepping forward to block old Wang's path. Ah, it's simply too hot in here. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Old Wang fidgeted with his collar, sweat streaming down his face. Fine, you can sunbathe, but first return my money. Zhang Feng replied with a sly smile. What money? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Old Wang trembled, wiping the sweat from his forehead, vehemently denying any wrongdoing while clutching his pocket, fearful that Zhang Feng might resort to force. Zhang Feng remained calm at the doorway, nonchalantly twirling the surface painting in his hand. This game has lost its charm. If you dare to play, you should be able to afford it. Besides, it's only 300,000. What's the matter? Afraid to gamble. Who are you calling afraid to gamble? Old Wang's face flushed with embarrassment. Those present were all esteemed connoisseurs of the Grand View Garden, and losing face would make it difficult for him to navigate that circle in the future. Zhang Feng retrieved his phone, accessed the banking interface, and displayed his card number. Old Wang stood awkwardly, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to take action or not, fidgeting with his forehead and kicking the ground. Come on, Zhang Feng, hurry up. This painting, look closely, I want it. Well done, young man. Let me have it for 5 million. I will write you a check right now. Old Bai clutched the checkbook and began to scribble. You should step aside. I've already mentioned that this is Zhang Feng's visit to my place. Why are you always interfering? What concern is it of yours? Go away. And next time there is something good, I want to invite you. I wanted to broaden your horizons, yet you overstep your bounds. Elder Chun pushed Old Bai aside and waved at the waiter behind him. Bring me a check for 5 million immediately for Zhang Feng. Hey, you old man. Do you not realize that my favorite pieces are the Tianhuang stone and the beautiful woman painting? After finally encountering the finest crimson beauty painting, you still dare to compete with me. Beware, I may not be so courteous. Old Bai's face turned crimson with anger, clutching the beauty painting tightly, unwilling to let go. Well, brother, it might be best for you to handle these two gentlemen first. I've just made a purchase and spent the money. If I have funds later, I will repay you, Old Wang whispered to Zhang Feng, his eyes darting around, seeking an escape. Even if you don't present it now, we are all aware of the situation. In the Grand View Garden, our words carry weight. If word gets out that you lost in antique gambling and failed to pay, your reputation will be irreparably tarnished, unless you intend to sever ties with the Grand View Garden. Bai Luoxua, standing nearby, shot a glance at Old Wang and waved her phone. Did you record this? Old Wang's face turned pale. In the Grand View Garden, reputation is far more valuable than money. This game is played with honor and trust. One misstep can ruin a lifetime of goodwill. Please no. Old Wang waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he struggled for a moment before finally stamping his foot in frustration. Fine, I'll consider my misfortune. I didn't assess the situation properly, and I lost. I will transfer the money to you right now. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, gleefully watched his bank account swell by 300,000, which ultimately allowed Old Wang to leave. Old Wang nearly shed tears, having not only lost 1 million after a long day, but also suffered a blow to his dignity. After Old Wang departed, Zhang Feng and Bai Luoxua turned their attention to Old Bai and Elder Chen. What should we do now? Zhang Feng scratched his head, a bit perplexed. No worries, these two are always like this. They've been quarreling over good fine for some time now. I've grown accustomed to it. And soon you will too, Bai Luoxua remarked calmly, as if the brawl did not involve her grandfather. Zhang Feng was unsure of the true natures of Elder Chun and Old Bai. When they were alone, they presented themselves as venerable elders, evoking respect and caution. Yet, when together, they would bicker. Is my bad luck transferring to others? Anyone who approaches me seems to encounter misfortune. Zhang Feng pondered, scratching his head, feeling somewhat uneasy. After a prolonged tussle, the two elders, clearly exhausted, finally ceased their quarrel. All right, Old Bai, let us not take this too seriously. Let Zhang Feng decide. The item belongs to him, and he can give it to whomever he pleases. Does that sound acceptable? Elder Chen sighed, taking a few sips of tea, attempting to tame his disheveled hair. All right, I shall heed your words. Alas, I can no longer bear it. I truly feel aged. If it were my youth, I would have certainly supported you wholeheartedly. Come, serve me some tea. The elderly Bai, weary and trembling, approached to fetch tea for Elder Chun. The gazes of both men were fixed intently upon Zhang Feng. Initially, Zhang Feng was engrossed in the spectacle with Bai Luoxua, but upon catching the eyes of the two elders, he hurriedly took a step back, startled. Why are you running? Now you must choose. Whom do you wish to sell? We have 5 million ready, so just declare your choice. Elder Bai, in a fit of temper, pointed at Zhang Feng and shouted. Zhang Feng's feet came to an abrupt halt, awkwardly turning around. Both Elder Chun and Elder Bai were invaluable assets to him. Choosing between them felt like a cruel dilemma, akin to selecting which hand to sacrifice. Make your choice swiftly, or you shall not leave today, Bai Luoxue whispered urgently in Zhang Feng's ear. He understood that there was no escape from this situation. The crux was that he harbored no particular preference. Whichever side he chose would inevitably offend the other, leaving him in a precarious position. 3 pairs of eyes bore down on him, rendering Zhang Feng utterly flummoxed, unable to stand or sit comfortably. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers, a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he addressed the 2 elders. I have conceived a method that is both fair and serious. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? The victor shall claim the beautiful painting. Thud! Both Elder Chun and Elder Bai collapsed to the ground, losing all semblance of decorum, while Bai Luoxue beside them cast a scornful glance at Zhang Feng. How serious? She remarked. Elder Chun rose, dusting off his clothes, and extended his hand towards Elder Bai. Elder Bai, too, got to his feet, spat in his palm, rubbed it, and turned his back, eyes fixed intently on Elder Chun. As they both made their moves, Elder Bai emerged victorious with rock against Elder Chun's scissors. Haha, the beautiful painting is mine. My beautiful painting, Elder Bai exclaimed, elated, as he turned to Zhang Feng, grasping the painting and handing him a check before dashing away. Kid, this time I owe you a favor. What you brought is truly remarkable. In the future, should you have anything to sell, I will gladly offer you above market rates. And I shall extend discounts on my items as well. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait, Elder Bai, shall we not have a best of 3? Elder Chun called out, chasing after Bai. Zhang Feng observed their retreating figures, questioning whether they were the elderly or if he himself was the one aging, for their vitality resembled that of rejuvenated youth. Well, you've struck it rich this time. You've become a wealthy man, Bai Luoxue remarked as she playfully tapped Zhang Feng's arm. Zhang Feng chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, and offered no reply, bidding farewell to Bai Luoxue instead. Upon reaching the construction bank adjacent to the Grandview Garden, he exchanged the check for cash and deposited it into his bank account. Only then did Zhang Feng emerge from the Grandview Garden, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Just days prior, he had been a destitute soul, nearly unable to afford instant noodles. Yet in the span of a few days, he had transformed into a millionaire. The sudden influx of wealth left him feeling as though he were in a dream. Having acquired wealth, one ought to indulge in the lifestyle of the affluent: clothing, sustenance, residence, and transportation. I possess garments aplenty, yet I must procure a splendid abode to truly bask in the essence of a prosperous existence. With a pad on his pocket, albeit containing but a solitary card, the psychological weight of financial comfort enveloped him. Driver, take me to the finest villa district in our city, he declared with determination. If he were to choose, it must be the best. Once he secured a villa, he would summon his parents to witness the celestial life he had attained. The mere thought of his father's face upon seeing his success fueled his ambition. The driver appraised Zhang Feng, noting his garb, which barely amounted to 100 yuan, and surmised he must have once been a mere security guard. With a derisive huff, he steered the vehicle towards the opulent garden. Upon arrival at the rich garden, Zhang Feng produced a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver, accepting his change before stepping out and venturing inside. The rich garden stood as the most renowned villa enclave in the city, boasting the highest property prices, superior amenities, and an unparalleled environment, a veritable paradise. Though Zhang Feng had heard of it before, he had merely listened, having resided in the city for 4 years. He had yet to discern the entrance of the rich garden. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A man in a suit greeted him with a smile. Zhang Feng looked up, realizing he had unknowingly approached the sales office. I wish to view the houses. Is that for purchasing? The salesperson scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, and the glimmer in his eyes faded instantly. Over 20,000 per square meter? The smallest starts at 320 square meters. Zhang Feng's jaw nearly dropped. It appeared that feigning affluence was no simple task. To even pretend to afford such a dwelling would require 6 or 7 million yuan, with just over 600,000 in his pocket. Purchasing a house would leave him devoid of funds, rendering future shopping endeavors impossible. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng deemed it imprudent. His capital was insufficient for such ostentatious expenditure. Perhaps I shall not purchase after all. It is simply too expensive. I will be left with nothing. He waved dismissively and turned to leave. Huh, absurd. To assert you'll be left with nothing after a purchase, as if you were truly wealthy. You dress worse than I do. What are you prancing about for, pretending? The salesperson's disdainful gaze fell upon Zhang Feng, mocking him openly. Zhang Feng paused, his previously helpless demeanor darkening. He had no intention of masquerading as affluent. Yet he could not allow such mockery to go unchallenged. "What did you just say?" he retorted, eliciting the salesperson to turn back, his expression now tinged with contempt. "Oh, did I speak an unwelcome truth? What is wrong? Am I incorrect? With a tire like yours, how can you pretend to be wealthy? You waste my time. And now you claim you can't afford it? If you doubt my words, remember our cheapest property is 5 million. You say you want to buy. I suspect you lack the means. If not, why not show me?" Zhang Feng clenched his fist. In the past, during his misfortunes, he had endured disdainful glances. But now he had no intention of tolerating any longer. "What if I reveal it?" Zhang Feng said in a low voice. "Reveal it? I would address you as grandfather, if you wish." Chapter 14. No grandson like you. The salesperson, driven to desperation by Zhang Feng, blurted out his thoughts without hesitation. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and strode toward the sales office. Hey, where do you think you're going? Stop. Who said you could go inside?" The salesperson blocked Zhang Feng's path, concerned that his shabby appearance would negatively influence potential buyers. "If I don't go in, how can I prove that I possess such wealth?" Zhang Feng shrugged off the salesperson's hand and continued toward the sales office. The salesperson, feeling helpless, stepped forward and grasped Zhang Feng's arm. All right, I concede. How shameless can you be without any money? You're truly the most brazen person I've ever encountered. I won't argue with you any longer. Just leave quickly and don't hinder my performance." Zhang Feng, increasingly dissatisfied, straightened his back, completely disregarding the salesperson's condescending demeanor, brushed aside the salesperson's hand, and turned to enter the office. "Hey, why can't you understand simple words? Come out now," the salesperson shouted, following him inside. The sales office was spacious. Upon entering, Zhang Feng noticed it was divided into two sections, one for property sales and the other for villa rentals, both bustling with business. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings, just as the salesperson approached him again. "All right, you've seen enough. It's time to leave and not disturb others' moods," the salesperson whispered. "On what grounds? I truly have money. Is it not permissible for me to browse villas?" Zhang Feng retorted, unwilling to accept the salesperson's remarks. "Oh, please stop this nonsense, young man. I advise you to leave quickly. It's not that we want to chase you away. The key is that everyone here is affluent. If you lack funds, it's best not to flaunt yourself here. The embarrassment is solely yours." The salesperson pleaded earnestly, his words flowing like a torrent. Zhang Feng, nearly falling asleep from the monotonous lecture, turned around and headed towards the cash register. The salesperson hurried after him, fearing that if the manager discovered he had allowed Zhang Feng to cause a ruckus, it would spell trouble for him. Zhang Feng walked briskly, and the salesperson, cautious not to draw the manager's attention, followed quietly. They arrived at the cash register together. Chioli. The salesperson rushed to the counter and leaned over to awaken a young girl who was dozing inside. As she stirred, rubbing her eyes that seemed to magnify her vision, she looked annoyed. "What is it? Did someone come to make a payment?" Shally groaned at the salesperson. The salesperson chuckled and shook his head. "Our villas are so expensive that the wealthy of the city have nearly bought them all. Selling the remaining ones is quite a challenge. There are no payments being made, just a stroke of bad luck encountering a pretentious individual." Pretentious individual? Li raised his head and glanced around. Apart from Zhang Feng, who stood not far behind, he saw no one else. "You can't be referring to that kid, can you?" Li whispered. "Indeed, it's utterly infuriating. Everyone knows he's not welcome here. He detracts from the elegance of our sales office." The salesperson scoffed disdainfully. "That kid claims to have 5 million. I even wagered with him. If he has what he says, I'll concede. But I don't believe him. Just look at those ragged clothes he's wearing. 5 million? He might not even have 500. The salesperson's anger escalated, and his voice grew louder. Zhang Feng, overhearing everything from behind, made no rebuttal. He strode forward confidently and produced his bank card. "Hello. I'd like to check the balance on my card to see if it's sufficient to purchase one of your villas." Li accepted Zhang Feng's card and placed it on the POS machine, tapping away for a moment before prompting him to enter his password. After that, she was perplexed, staring blankly at the screen. "Well, did you find out? I'd appreciate it if you could inform me how much I can afford here. If it's insufficient, I'll take my leave." Zhang Feng smiled cheerfully at Li. "All right, my friend, let us drop the pretense, shall we? You claim to be wealthy? I'm merely indulging you for amusement. Do you genuinely believe you possess riches?" The salesperson patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, his disdain even more pronounced. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, prompting the salesperson to quickly glance back. Zhang Feng also turned to see a man in his 40s striding forward, clad in a well-tailored suit. At around 6 feet tall, his imposing figure exuded an air of intimidation. "Ah, Manager Wang, what a surprise to see you here. The salesperson's demeanor instantly brightened, and he hurried to greet the manager, beaming with enthusiasm. 3%. The salesperson was elated. 3% translated to over 100,000. With such a deal, he would need to work for the rest of the year. However, his excitement was short-lived as his expression soon fell, shaking his head helplessly. But manager, just look at that kid's pitiful appearance. He's clearly just here to show off, and he has no money at all. Oh, is that so? Then why are you still lingering here? Manager Wang asked, puzzled. He insists he's wealthy, and I merely wish to expose his pretense. There's no one here to buy a villa anyway. I'm just passing the time and seeing how much he has in his bank account, the salesperson reported honestly, aware that failing to do so would incur the manager's wrath. Manager Wang assessed the situation nearly and gestured towards the cashier. So what is the outcome? I haven't inquired yet, but it's evident he can't possibly have money. He's just as broke as I am. That is for certain. The salesperson waved dismissively, arriving at a conclusion. Manager Wang shot a glance at Zhang Feng before approaching the front desk. Li, what are you doing? Are you still asleep? Wake up. Little Li hurriedly stood up, pointing at the computer screen, and leaned closer to the manager. Manager, this fellow is quite wealthy. He has over 6 million in his bank account. What? Manager Wang's expression changed dramatically. This was not what the salesperson had reported. Hadn't they claimed this young man was broke? How could he possibly have such a substantial sum in his account? See, I told you this guy is penniless. He's just putting on an act here. Manager Wang, there's no need to pay him any mind. I'll have him leave right now. Leave? Not a chance. Manager Wang felt an overwhelming urge to slap the salesperson. This guy had unwittingly provoked a man of fortune, and he was blissfully unaware of it. The salesperson stood dumbfounded, not comprehending Wang's words. Ignoring the salesperson, Manager Wang approached Zhang Feng with a smile, slightly bowing as he retrieved his business card and respectfully handed it to Zhang Feng. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Wang, and I am the manager here. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please have a seat. Zhang Feng, however, did not accept the card. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, expressing his frustration. No, I can't use this business card. I have no money to purchase your villas. Please, Mr. Zhang, do not say such things. The fault lies with us for not recognizing your worth. And it is our staff's lack of insight that led to this misunderstanding. I truly hope you can forgive us. Which villa do you fancy? I will be delighted to introduce it to you. Manager Wang quickly bent low, his smile radiant as a sunflower. The salesperson stood by, astonished. Manager Wang was clearly a sycophant. He only bowed to those with wealth. Otherwise, his posture was as straight as that of a soldier. The salesperson raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he approached Little Li. Little Li, how much did you say this guy has in his bank account? Little Li looked at the salesperson with sympathy. You're in for a rough time. This guy has over 6 million in his account. He could afford the most expensive villa here. He could buy our most expensive villa? That's ridiculous. Wait, what did you just say? Over 6 million? Little Li nodded earnestly, and beads of cold sweat instantly formed on the salesperson's forehead. It dawned on him that not only had he failed to secure a sale, but he had also offended a wealthy individual. He swallowed hard, and his expression shifted as he looked at Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, please don't be upset. This is all a misunderstanding. We believe that the customer is king. Wang continued to explain, beads of sweat visible on his brow. Zhang Feng waved his hand toward Little Li, took out his bank card, and tucked it into his pocket. Forget it. Your villas are far too overpriced. I refuse to purchase an apartment in a place that bullies its clients. With that, Zhang Feng turned and walked toward the exit. Manager Wang wished to call him back, but was at a loss for words, simply shaking his head in resignation. By the way, Manager Wang. Zhang Feng turned around, and Wang's expression instantly brightened as he eagerly looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng pointed to his chest and asked, The money I have now is sufficient to purchase a villa here, is it not? Of course, absolutely. You can choose any villa you desire, Wang responded excitedly, gesturing towards the villa models ahead. Oh, in that case, it seems I have one to bet, correct? Zhang Feng glanced toward the salesperson. The salesperson shuddered, swallowed hard, and with his head bowed, managed a forced smile. All right, I concede. Just tell me what you want. I can fulfill your request. The onlookers all turned their attention to Zhang Feng, eager to see the unfolding spectacle. Actually, I have no extravagant demands. How about this? Just call me grandfather for my amusement. Was that such an unreasonable request? The salesperson nearly choked on his own frustration, his face flushing crimson, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. What are you doing? You've already provoked the customer. Why hesitate? A bet is a bet. Hurry up. Wang interjected, ready to take action. All right, let's not escalate this. In truth, I have no grandson. If I did, I would have choked him for his disrespect. Looking down on others is not commendable, Zhang Feng chuckled, blocking Wang's advance and turning to leave. Chapter 15, A Just Cause. Sir, please hold on. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out to Zhang Feng, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. He turned to see a sweet-looking woman in professional attire standing behind him. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. He did not recall the salesperson resembling her. If she had, he would not have felt anger at all. Sir, please wait. Did you just visit the sales office? The woman inquired with a charming smile, appraising Zhang Feng. He nodded, perplexed by her intentions. Yimi? He murmured. The name was delightful, and more importantly, she was stunning. With long, cascading hair, flawless skin, clad in a black suit with a white shirt, her figure was almost bursting from the confines of her attire. Zhang Feng swallowed hard. Who would want to walk away from such beauty? Sir. Yimi waved her hand to capture his attention. Yes, she responded eagerly, leading Zhang Feng toward the villa area. Following closely behind her, Zhang Feng arrived at a villa priced at over 300,000 a year. He was taken aback. He had never imagined that the wealthy lived in such a manner. A vast swimming pool, a private wall, a two-story white villa adorned with a hint of climbing ivy exuded an air of grandeur that was irresistibly appealing. Mr. Zhang, do you find this place to your satisfaction? This is one of the finest villas in our rich garden, themed around nature, Yimi began. I'll go inside to take a look, Zhang Feng interjected, stopping her mid-sentence. Yimi nodded and gestured for Zhang Feng to enter, leading him inside. The villa was indeed extravagantly luxurious, boasting an array of furnishings that catered to every desire. The first floor featured a vast hall, complete with a projection television, a 3-door refrigerator, a grand standalone bar, and an impressive wine cabinet. Adjacent to it were a small cinema and a compact gym, providing ample opportunities for various activities. The second floor was entirely dedicated to guest rooms, devoid of any other amenities. As Zhang Feng ascended to the second floor, he surveyed the layout with a nod of approval. He was quite taken with the villa. Though the price seemed rather steep, despite his newfound wealth, he had endured hardships and was taken aback by the figure of over 300,000, silently lamenting it. Who is that? Who is that? Is that not our little nouveau riche? A particularly irksome voice suddenly echoed from below, drawing Zhang Feng's attention. Below, a fiery red Mazda stood parked, with a man leaning against the car door, and beside him stood none other than Zhang Feng's first love, Zhou Wei. Zhang Feng frowned, feeling a sense of dread. How was it that he encountered this woman wherever he went? Ah, Mr. Li, it's been quite a while. I wonder if you are here to confirm your purchase of the villa? Yimi seemed acquainted with the man below and greeted him warmly. What business is it of yours whether we buy or not? Your villas are so cheap, we might not even need a purchase. Zhou Wei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yimi. Yimi's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable, stirring a tumult within Zhang Feng's heart. Zhang Feng nodded and glanced around. Yimi, please hand me the contract. I have decided to rent this villa. Rent? After all this, it's merely a rental? Honestly, I thought you little nouveau riche intended to buy it outright. Zhou Wei shot Zhang Feng another scornful look, delivering a remark that grated on nerves. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead and turned to Yimi. Yimi, I said to give me the contract. Whether renting or buying, I believe it should be first come, first served, correct? What do you mean by first come? First served? Do you think the salespeople are fools? They know where the profit lies. Why should they rent it to you first? We are here to make a purchase. Zhou Wei stepped forward, blocking Zhang Feng's words and resuming her mockery. Zhang Feng blinked, glancing at the man beside Zhou Wei, his mind racing. Yimi, I wish to rent this villa. What conditions would grant me superiority over him? He whispered. In truth, if the other party could present 30% of the payment, they could secure the villa. Otherwise, one would need to offer full rent, or else the villa would ultimately belong to the one who could afford it. The man beside Zhou Wei visibly trembled, hesitantly patting his pocket, a look of indecision on his face. Honey, what are you doing? Hurry up and get the money. Zhou Wei urged anxiously. Zhou Wei stood there, overwhelmed with indignation, gazing blankly at the man without uttering a single word. Come on, Yimi, hand me the contract. I shall remit the payment right away. It's merely over 300,000. I can manage that, Zhang Feng declared, extending his hand before Yimi. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Wei. Anger churned within Zhou Wei, as if her very heart would burst forth. She glared fiercely at Zhang Feng and warned. You wait and see. Zhang Feng, I will ensure you regret this. With that, Zhou Wei too climbed into the vehicle. Very well, Mr. Zhang, Yimi exclaimed with unbridled delight. Taken aback by Zhang Feng's promptness, she hurriedly produced the contract and handed it to him. Zhang Feng casually glanced over it, finding no discrepancies, and promptly inscribed his name. Utilizing a bank transfer, Zhang Feng sent the funds to Yimi, who upon receipt, affixed the company's seal to the document. All done, Mr. Zhang. This residence is now yours for at least a year, during which we are not permitted to sell it. Furthermore, you retain the option to purchase at any time during this period, and we will incorporate a portion of your rental reputation into your purchasing price. Yimi explained as she presented the contract to Zhang Feng. He acknowledged her with a nod, settling comfortably onto the plush sofa, relishing this opulent experience for the first time. Mr. Zhang, since you have rented one of our premier villas, we have some complimentary gifts for you. Would you care to accompany me to the sales office to collect them? Yimi inquired, stepping closer to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng regarded her inquisitively. What sort of gifts? You're not suggesting a car, are you? Indeed, though they are more practical items, small components absent from this villa that I find quite useful. Acquiring them would indeed be a welcome addition, Yimi replied patiently. Zhang Feng nodded, deciding against teasing Yimi, and rose to follow her outside. They meandered leisurely, Zhang Feng's eyes scanning the surroundings, inspecting the neighboring villas. Many of them stood unoccupied, appearing rather desolate. It was unsurprising that such a vast estate would have numerous unsold properties, giving rise to this rental phenomenon. Hey, why are you pushing me? A woman's shrill voice suddenly pierced the air, diverting Zhang Feng's attention. At the entrance of another villa, a well-dressed woman was embroiled in a heated argument with a sales representative, the very same who had attended to Zhang Feng earlier. The sales representative, feeling quite vexed, reflected on his prior encounter with Zhang Feng, who had feigned modesty despite his wealth. In contrast, the current woman, though stylishly attired, seemed entirely devoid of means. Merely here to waste time. Were you even looking for without money? Stop wasting my time. Do you think we're here to entertain you? Leave at once. The sales representative retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the woman before turning to dismiss her. Hey, don't pull me. What are you doing? I came to view the villas. Who said I have no money? Besides, it stated that payment can be made incrementally. Can't I just give you a token amount now? She protested. The woman remained resolute in her refusal to leave, plopping herself down onto the ground with no intention of moving. The salesperson, taken aback, wore a face full of indignation. What are you doing? Planning to make a scene? Get up at once, or I shall summon security. You claim to have money. Is this how someone with wealth behaves? Hurry up and leave. If you're broke, stop lingering here. The salesperson advanced, attempting to forcibly pull the woman to her feet. Stop. Zhang Feng could no longer stand by and shouted, striding forward. The salesperson, startled, looked up and saw Zhang Feng. No way. How could I encounter him again? Am I truly having the worst luck today? The salesperson trembled slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and hurriedly turned to flee. Chapter 16. Living alone. It's Mr. Zhang. How is the matter of renting the villa progressing? Have you finalized the deal? Congratulations. You've chosen the finest villa. Truly, congratulations. The salesperson's enthusiasm was palpable, though his eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. Zhang Feng, brow furrowed, did not glance at the woman still seated on the ground, but fixed an irate gaze upon the salesperson. Is this how you conduct business at the Rich Garden? Even if someone lacks funds, there is no need to treat them in such a manner. Yes, Mr. Zhang. You are absolutely right. I was in the wrong. I shall have this customer leave immediately. Please do not inform our manager. I would be in serious trouble if he found out. The salesperson nodded vigorously, fearful of Zhang Feng's potential to report him. Zhang Feng, unwilling to engage further in such matters, felt a newfound assertiveness. Otherwise, he would not have intervened in affairs that did not directly concern him. Enough. I must go retrieve the keys. I shall take my leave. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk away. Stop right there. Suddenly, the woman on the ground sprang to life, leaping up and throwing herself onto Zhang Feng, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Zhang Feng was taken aback. What was she doing? Was this woman unwell? Why was she embracing him so fervently? He instinctively pushed her away, gripping her wrist firmly. Mr. Zhang, you need not fear. I am here to assist you. The salesperson seized the opportunity and quickly approached, reaching for Zhang Feng's back to offer support. I told you, girl, you have no dignity. Lacking money, yet pretending to be affluent, you see Mr. Zhang and immediately cling to him. Do you think you can just latch onto a wealthy individual like that? The salesperson's confidence surged as he displayed his bravado in front of Zhang Feng. It was his greatest amusement. Yet to his surprise, the woman showed no signs of releasing her hold, clinging tightly to Zhang Feng's neck, nearly causing him to choke. Wait, hold on. You need to let go. Zhang Feng extended his hand forcefully, patting the salesperson twice. The salesperson, obediently releasing his grip, observed Zhang Feng's pale face, frightened into immobility. Lest any misfortune befall Zhang Feng and implicate him. My husband. You just want to stand there while they bully me? You have the means to rent a villa, yet you do nothing for me. The woman, leaning against Zhang Feng, raised her voice, utterly disregarding her image. Husband? The salesman and Zhang Feng exclaimed in unison, their gazes turning peculiar. Although the softness of a woman's body pressed against Zhang Feng was undeniably intoxicating. With her ample bosom firmly against his back, the sudden proclamation left him utterly bewildered. What on earth did she mean by calling him her husband? When had he ever taken a wife? Was she not a madwoman? Miss, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely here to assist. I did not know you at all. Please let go of me. It would not be proper if someone were to witness this. Zhang Feng felt utterly helpless in the woman's grasp. To his surprise, she did not relent but tightened her hold, gripping his neck even more firmly. Xiao Mei, have you forgotten me? So soon after graduation? Zhang Feng's body froze, even his breath catching momentarily. The name Xiao Mei was infuriating. No one wished to be labeled as unfortunate. Yet during his 4 years at university, misfortune had become his constant companion, earning him the nickname Zhang Mei. This moniker was bestowed upon him by a fellow student, none other than Wei Qian, the class monitor and renowned campus beauty, who had boldly pursued him throughout their university years. Though the nickname never gained widespread popularity, Wei Qian's persistent teasing and advances toward Zhang Feng were well known. Fortunately, he maintained his composure, setting a strict boundary in his mind. Intimacy was to be limited to a physical encounter, nothing beyond that. However, fate had a different plan. Their encounter culminated in a disastrous hotel stay, resulting in a collapsed bed and a 5-day hospital stay for Zhang Feng, from which he barely emerged. Following that incident, he kept his distance from Wei Qian, gradually becoming estranged. Could it be that the woman clinging to him now was indeed Wei Qian? His heart raced, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Anticipation mingled with the fear of disappointment. Class monitor, is that you? Zhang Feng could not help but inquire. Little Mei, it's a relief you still remember me. Otherwise, I would have made you pay dearly. The woman behind him playfully clawed at his chest. Haha, class monitor. You haven't changed at all. You still have no sense of decorum. There are people around. Zhang Feng's laughter was abruptly cut short when he noticed the salesman staring blankly at him and Wei Qian. He quickly patted Wei Qian's hand. What are you worried about? You are my Xiao Mei. Why should we care what others think? Wei Qian boldly challenged the salesman. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. I have other matters to attend to. You two carry on. The salesman hastily covered his face and fled. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, releasing Wei Qian and turning to face her. Goddess of the homebodies, if she were to be broadcasted in a live stream, she would undoubtedly embody the radiant image of such a deity. Zhang Feng couldn't help but reflect on his past folly. Why had he allowed fear of misfortune to deter him from pursuing such an extraordinary woman? He should have boldly embraced the challenge and forged a deeper connection with Wei Qian. Fortunately, Zhang Feng encountered Wei Qian. Otherwise, he would have truly regretted it. What is wrong? Are you stunned by my beauty? Have I become more attractive than before? Wei Qian playfully draped her arms around Zhang Feng's neck, lifting her foot slightly, her fiery red lips mere centimeters from his. Zhang Feng swallowed hard, unable to meet her gaze. Class monitor, it's been a long time. Wei Qian chuckled, maintaining her embrace. Tell me, after all this time apart, have you missed me? Zhang Feng's face flushed crimson, resembling a bashful maiden as he nodded shyly. Do you wish to create something special with your elder sister? As she spoke, her delicate hand glided towards his chest, leisurely tracing circles around his heart. Zhang Feng trembled, wanting to retreat, yet feeling an irresistible pull, caught in a tumultuous struggle between advancing and withdrawing. What's happening over there? In such a public space? Murmured two voices from behind. Indeed, this was a luxurious district. If they wanted privacy, they could simply retreat to their own homes. It was astonishingly open here. Zhang Feng abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily pushing Wei Qian away, patting his flushed cheeks and swallowing nervously. Class monitor, please not here. There are so many people. It would be inappropriate if someone saw us. What is there to fear? We're both single. We can do whatever we please, right? Unless you have a girlfriend? Wei Qian stepped closer, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Zhang Feng with playful mischief. He dared not look in her eyes, fearing that his soul would be ensnared by her enchanting gaze. After all, he was merely a normal man, and maintaining his composure was already a challenge. No, Zhang Feng anxiously replied. Even he was unsure why he felt the need to clarify. Since you don't, what are you afraid of? Do you fear that your elder sister might take advantage of you? Rest assured, I will be gentle. Come, let me see how many abdominal muscles you have now. As she spoke, she reached for his shirt, attempting to lift it. Zhang Feng stepped back warily, scanning the surroundings. Once assured they were not being observed, he relaxed slightly. Class monitor, could you please refrain from such behavior in the future? There are so many people. It would be quite embarrassing if they saw us. What? Are you afraid again? If that is the case, shall we be even more daring? Wei Qian teased, inching closer. Hey, wait, class monitor. By the way, how did you end up here? Are you here to buy a villa too? Zhang Feng hurriedly sought a change of subject, fearing that if the conversation continued, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Wei Qian's expression fell instantly, her playful demeanor vanishing. With a sigh, she disregarded the cleanliness of the steps and sat down. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, gazing at Wei Qian in confusion. Such expressions were rare from her, having only witnessed them twice throughout their 4 years in college. Once, Wei Qian's father passed away. Another time, her mother departed from this world. Now, this is the third occurrence. Could it be that her husband has also met his end? Zhang Feng took a few steps closer, crouching before Wei Qian. Class monitor, if something is troubling you, please share it. Perhaps there is a way I can assist you. He scratched his head, regretting his words slightly. It's nothing. By the way, what brings you here? I heard you were renting a place nearby. Is that true? In an instant, Wei Qian perked up, waving her hand to interrupt Zhang Feng's inquiry. Smiling brightly at him, Zhang Feng instinctively took a step back, fearing she might embrace him again. He nodded. Indeed, I have rented a villa here. I've been living in a small, shabby house outside, and now I wish to change my surroundings for a refreshing change of mood. You're really renting a house here? Wei Qian's big eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhang Feng, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Could you take me to see your home? It would help me familiarize myself with the place for future visits. Wei Qian stood up, tugging at Zhang Feng, leading him outside the villa. Zhang Feng followed, not giving it much thought. After all, having more friends could open up more opportunities, and besides, she was once his admirer. Zhang Feng led Wei Qian to the entrance of the villa he had just rented. Wow, such a large villa. And you live here alone? Wei Qian's eyes darted around before settling on Zhang Feng. He could hardly bear the intensity of her gaze and quickly stepped back, nodding lightly. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 17, Irresistible. As expected, Wei Qian's eyes twinkled mischievously as she suddenly leaped onto Zhang Feng, wrapping herself around him without hesitation. Can we discuss this later? There are many people around. It wouldn't be wise for them to see us like this. Zhang Feng pushed at Wei Qian, but to no avail. She clung to him like an octopus. No, you must promise me that I can live with you. If you agree, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I shall remain here indefinitely. Wei Qian was relentless, determined to make their relationship public. The troubling fact was that Zhang Feng had no actual connection with Wei Qian. Being ensnared like this, especially with her arm around his head at such an angle that he could clearly see her ample curves, ignited a sense of rebellion within him. Class monitor, please come down, let's discuss this. Zhang Feng grasped her arm, forcibly pulling her down and stepping back 2 paces, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Wei Qian, unfazed, crossed her arms, revealing a deep, alluring cleavage that seemed to possess an enchanting allure, making it difficult for Zhang Feng to avert his gaze. Well, class monitor, you mentioned wanting to cohabitate, but this villa is currently occupied only by me, a solitary male, while you are a young woman. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate for us, a lone man and a woman, to share such a space? Perhaps it would be better for you to seek another rental, to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Zhang Feng attempted to reason with Wei Qian. He was not particularly apprehensive about Wei Qian moving in. After all, an additional woman, especially one of her caliber, seemed to him to be no detriment. Zhang Feng thought that engaging in playful banter with such a woman could only bring him some advantages. Although he did not consider himself a lecherous man, he acknowledged that he was still some distance from being a paragon of virtue. However, the prospect of cohabiting with Wei Qian did instill a certain trepidation within him. This woman was truly formidable, and he feared that should he provoke her ire, she might resort to actions far beyond reason, actions he would be ill-equipped to counter. Are you implying that you do not wish to live with me? Pity that I currently have no home and no funds, yet you refuse to share your space with me. Have you considered how I feel in this predicament? Your thoughts are solely for yourself, disregarding a vulnerable woman like me. Is there not a shred of compassion left in your heart? I ask you, which man in this world is as callous as you? As she spoke, Wei Qian sat down on the floor, adopting a pitiful demeanor, weeping openly. her goddess-like image utterly shattered, resembling a distressed villager that would send even the most hardened individual retreating. To put it in contemporary vernacular, Zhang Feng found himself quite exasperated by the situation. Wei Qian's tenacity had surpassed his limits of tolerance, and if she continued her theatrics, he would undoubtedly become notorious within this upscale community. Seizing the moment while they were alone, Zhang Feng hurried forward and covered Wei Qian's mouth. "All right, my dear auntie. Am I to understand that I now fear you? Let us discuss this inside. You simply wish to stay here, and I have no objection to that whatsoever." Zhang Feng was genuinely intimidated by Wei Qian's relentless persistence. "Really?" The tears on Wei Qian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression brimming with joy. This was Zhang Feng's first encounter with the swift transformation of a woman's mood. "Yes, indeed. Let us head inside. We could deliberate further. I haven't even retrieved the keys yet, so please wait here a moment. But what if you decide to flee? I will follow you." Wei Qian grasped Zhang Feng's arm, rising to her feet with a blissful smile, embracing him tightly. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation. It appeared that shedding Wei Qian was now a futile endeavor. Moreover, she seemed to convey an attitude of unwavering attachment, as if even if he were to lead her to the bedroom, they would remain inseparable. They proceeded directly to the sales office, and upon noticing the unexpected presence of a woman beside Zhang Feng, Yimi was taken aback but did not inquire further, promptly handing the keys to Zhang Feng. The villa's decor was elegantly modern, appealing to anyone's taste, and Wei Qian was naturally delighted. After exploring the first and second floors, she finally settled in the lobby on the first floor, sitting across from Zhang Feng. "Little Mei, I must say, your place is quite impressive. How about this? I will take the innermost room on the second floor. I assure you, I won't disturb you. There are 5 rooms upstairs, and you can choose whichever you prefer." Wei Qian exclaimed with a beaming smile. Zhang Feng blinked, always reminded that this should rightfully be his villa. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was the guest in this situation. "Class monitor, what do you do for a living now? Why are you renting a place outside? I recall your family circumstances being quite satisfactory. Under normal conditions, you shouldn't have to. Please, don't bring that up. I've already made my decision to cohabitate with you. As for my job, I haven't found one yet, but I will soon. You needn't worry about me. By the way, what about you? What are you doing now? How come you have so much money?" Wei Qian waved her hand dismissively, clearly reluctant to delve into family matters. "I'm just wandering about, occasionally visiting the Grandview Garden." Zhang Feng chuckled casually. "You're not a smuggler, are you?" Wei Qian suddenly fixed her gaze on Zhang Feng. He examined her closely, noting that she hardly resembled someone who had spent much time at the Grandview Garden, which piqued his curiosity about her knowledge. "I'm not that professional. I'm just meandering about, trying my luck with whatever comes my way." Zhang Feng denied the title. "Well, if you're not, then that's that. By the way, I have an antique. Why not let me show it to you?" Wei Qian stood up from the sofa and walked directly toward Zhang Feng. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to step back. "No, if I keep my distance, you won't be able to see it. It's in my clothing." Wei Qian argued earnestly, tugging at her collar. Zhang Feng could only think of her ample curves, realizing that those surely were not antiques, even if they were priceless. They couldn't be sold. "Class monitor, perhaps you should reconsider. I'm just trying to make a living and don't possess much knowledge. Your high regard for me doesn't benefit either of us. It would be better if you showed it to someone else," Zhang Feng mused, feeling that suggesting someone else see it wouldn't be quite right, so he left it unsaid. "No, I insist on showing you. You're the only one who saw it before, but back then you didn't understand, so I didn't let you look closely." Wei Qian maintained a serious expression, still caressing her clothing. Zhang Feng agreed with her sentiment. At that time, he had been too preoccupied with his own troubles to consider romantic matters. When Wei Qian had tempted him, he had succumbed, yet he had never truly appreciated her beauty. Now that Wei Qian was so unreservedly offering to show him, Zhang Feng felt it would be remiss not to take a good look. "All right, since you trust me, I won't be shy. I'll take a look at what you have." Zhang Feng was resolute, ready to rise and explore the depths of the allure before him, only to find that Wei Qian had already reached into her clothing. Trusting her intentions, he fixated his gaze on her, realizing they had crossed a threshold. He might as well seize the opportunity. After all, it was Wei Qian who had initiated this moment. "Come, shall I take a good look? Is this item of mine an antique?" Wei Qian inquired, lowering her head and rummaging through her clothing. Zhang Feng could not discern anything. Yet he was certain that what Wei Qian possessed was far from an antique. At most, it was merely a couple of decades old. How could this possibly be considered an antique? Nevertheless, Zhang Feng believed that this item held greater value than any antique. No need to search any further. I can see it just fine from here. You need not be so courteous, Zhang Feng interjected, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the depths of Wei Qian's garment. It must be said, Wei Qian's ample form was truly striking. Just a fleeting glance sent Zhang Feng's heart racing, rendering his breath slightly labored. Upon lifting her head, Wei Qian caught Zhang Feng's intense stare, the expression in his eyes a curious mix of intrigue. Zhang Feng blinked and pointed towards her attire. Did you not ask me to look at what lies within your clothing? Indeed, I did, but your gaze is so captivated. Could it be that this truly is an antique? Wei Qian replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of such a valuable item. Absolutely not. This cannot be an antique, but it is certainly more aesthetically pleasing, Zhang Feng affirmed with conviction. Wei Qian's expression dimmed instantly, her spirits deflating as she averted her gaze, leaving Zhang Feng unable to see anything further. I had hoped for something of true worth, yet it turns out to be merely beautiful. What was my father thinking when he gave me this? She lamented, settling herself despondently onto the sofa. Your father likely couldn't resist either. Besides, do not succumb to despair. With such a fine possession, you need not worry about your needs. If you so desire, anyone would appreciate such a remarkable item, Zhang Feng offered, speaking candidly. Really? Is this item truly so exceptional? Yet you claim it is not an antique. Wei Qian's eyes lit up as she reached into her clothing, producing a jade Buddha. Zhang Feng's eyes widened. He had not noticed the jade Buddha before. Chapter 18, the final item. Zhang Feng concealed his embarrassment, redirecting his attention to the jade Buddha. It was resplendent and translucent, its vivid green hue unmistakably indicating that it was crafted from high-quality jade. Zhang Feng concentrated, observing the jade Buddha as a radiant emerald light emanated from it, surrounded by an innumerable array of shimmering halos, an estimated 1,000 at least. Given its age, it was evidently an antique, surely a relic from the past. Regrettably, Zhang Feng's knowledge of antiques was woefully scant, particularly regarding jade. He understood only that this jade Buddha must be valuable, though he could not ascertain its precise worth. Zhang Feng found himself increasingly eager to seek mentorship, yearning to glean knowledge about appraisal from masterby. Without such expertise, his ability to discern the authenticity of antiques was insufficient for navigating the world of antiquities. So, how much is this item truly worth? Just moments ago, you were transfixed, and now you seem lost again, Wei Qian remarked, playfully nudging Zhang Feng, her dissatisfaction evident. Zhang Feng awoke, nodding slightly. This jade Buddha you possess is indeed quite valuable, is a fine antique. However, I am but a novice and know little about its true worth. I cannot ascertain how much it can be sold for. Is it truly an antique? Then I shall sell it immediately, for I no longer desire their possessions. I am determined to forge my own path. I wish to rid myself of everything they have given me. Zhang Feng, please assist me in selling it. You possess greater knowledge than I do and can prevent me from being deceived. Wei Qian directly perched herself upon Zhang Feng's lap. Having gazed at her alluring figure moments ago, Zhang Feng had already felt a stirring within him. Now, with Wei Qian's voluptuous form pressed against him, a thrilling sensation coursed through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Wei Qian, startled, turned to glance at Zhang Feng, her large eyes fluttering twice before a smile blossomed on her lips. Oh dear, Zhang Feng, what has come over you? Is it that no girl has ever sat upon your lap before? Does it not feel delightful? Perhaps we should try again. It's getting late. It's already noon. Shall we go out for lunch? I'm quite hungry. Would you care to join me? Zhang Feng pushed Wei Qian away, hastily concocting an excuse to shift the topic. Lunch? Absolutely. I am famished. Finally a chance to eat. Wei Qian exclaimed, jumping as if she had not dined in days. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Wei Qian was quick to divert her attention. Otherwise, he might have found himself in an awkward predicament. Accepting Wei Qian's invitation to stay, Zhang Feng felt at ease, having grown accustomed to her ways over their 4 years at university. As the two exited the villa, they surveyed the desolate road ahead, noting the absence of even a single taxi. What a dreadful place this is, devoid of any vehicles and lacking dining options. How shall we procure our meal? Wei Qian lamented, kicking at stones by the roadside. Zhang Feng scratched his head. He had initially come here, due to its reputed charm, having rented the villa to confront Zhou Wei. Yet he had overlooked this crucial detail. Perhaps we should walk out, otherwise, how can we hope to eat? Just as Zhang Feng was about to finish his thought, a Jetta halted before them. Mr. Zhang, is everything all right? Do you require assistance? Wang's head popped out of the window, greeting them warmly. We wish to go out for lunch, but there are no taxis available. Would you be so kind as to give us a ride? Wei Qian interjected before Zhang Feng could respond, skipping over to Wang with an air of innocent charm. With her striking beauty and Wang's evident amiable nature, he readily agreed. Zhang Feng stood behind, momentarily stunned by Wei Qian's captivating demeanor, which effortlessly combined allure, innocence, and charm, leaving him utterly mesmerized. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and get in the car. Don't you want to ride? Wei Qian shouted at Zhang Feng from inside the vehicle. Wang started the engine, and the car sped forward. Mr. Zhang, I always thought you owned a car. Why haven't you bought one yet? Living here without a vehicle will be quite inconvenient. Our villa community was designed for tranquility, which is why we chose not to have storefronts. Aside from essential services, we are not equipped with anything else. Wang chattered incessantly while driving, his words flying like spittle. Zhang Feng sat in the back, lost in contemplation. Indeed, this villa community lacked amenities, and getting anywhere was a hassle. Moreover, considering he was now a man of means, acquiring a car seemed only reasonable. It would certainly facilitate his travels. All right, President Wang, I shall heed your advice. What kind of car do you think I should purchase? I do possess a driver's license, but I currently lack a vehicle, Zhang Feng responded, accepting Wang's suggestion. In that case, I recommend going all in. A successful businessman like Mr. Zhang should opt for a distinguished vehicle, especially since you're still young. I believe an Audi would be perfect, Wang enthusiastically recommended. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. He had always had an affinity for cars and was somewhat familiar with Audi, which is quite reputable in the country. Buying a car is a good idea. This way, I'll have someone to pick me up for work. Wei Qian chimed in, her excitement palpable. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly. Bringing this young lady to his villa had not yielded any benefits for him, aside from the daily view of her alluring figure. Wang drove the car to the Audi dealership before taking his leave. Zhang Feng, accompanied by Wei Qian, entered the showroom filled with an array of dazzling new vehicles, overwhelming Zhang Feng with delight. Zhang Feng, these cars are magnificent. My father drives an Audi as well. You should definitely purchase one. Which model has caught your eye? Wei Qian asked, pulling Zhang Feng's hand. Previously, Zhang Feng had admired the A4L, but it was a mere dream due to his financial constraints. Now that he finally had the means, he was resolute. This would be his first car, regardless of the price. However, after waiting at the entrance for quite some time, no one emerged to greet them, nor did anyone offer to showcase the vehicles. Is anyone here? Zhang Feng stepped forward and called out, scanning the surroundings. In a corner, two young men in dealership uniforms were eating lunch, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Feng's inquiry. Excuse me, gentlemen, are you the one selling cars? Zhang Feng inquired politely. To his dismay, the two men showed no inclination to engage, continuing their meal with heads bowed. After some time, it became evident that they were unresponsive. Let's check elsewhere. Oh, you can speak? I thought you were deaf. Wei Qian remarked, pouting. The two young men exchanged glances, seemingly puzzled by Wei Qian's comment, yet momentarily at a loss for words. I implore you to refrain from insulting others in this manner. It is you who are truly deaf. Should you continue to speak recklessly, be wary of our response. The man expressed his discontent towards Wei Qian. The first remark made by Wei Qian was indeed excessive, and Zhang Feng also felt it was inappropriate. However, these two employees continued to disparage Wei Qian without restraint, their remarks growing increasingly severe, which genuinely displeased Zhang Feng. Huh, buying a car? Do you even consider your own circumstances? Do you have 500 yuan on you? Yet you speak of purchasing a vehicle. Spare us your pretenses. If you wish to touch it, do so quickly, for we have cleaning to attend to. One of the men feigned wealth, despite his humble appearance. Zhang Feng glanced down at his own attire. He felt rather casual, dressed in a pair of faded pants and a shirt that was clearly on the verge of needing mending. How dare you speak to us like that? Who says we cannot buy a car just because we dress this way? Hurry and introduce us to some vehicles. Otherwise, beware of our complaints. Wei Qian could no longer contain her frustration and, pouting, approached the man. The man plopped down onto a chair, not bothering to look up as he continued to eat. Enough already. Spare us your pretentiousness. The cars here are worth at least 100,000 yuan, and some exceed 2 million. 2 million. Wei Qian gasped, realizing the high price. Truthfully, she had no idea how much Zhang Feng truly possessed. It's just over 2 million. It's not that we can't afford it, but right now we wish to purchase an A4L. Please introduce us quickly. If all goes well, we'll take the car today. Zhang Feng genuinely wanted to avoid entangling himself with these individuals. He wished to complete the purchase swiftly so he could continue with his meal. Well, will you look at that? Are you out of breath while speaking? Pretending here? You think you can afford over 2 million? Who do you think you are? Parading around like a wealthy man in front of a beautiful woman? If you wish to boast, do so briefly and be on your way. We have no time to indulge you. as we still need to eat. The man shot Zhang Feng a disdainful glance before returning to his meal. Zhang Feng remained unfazed and turned his attention to the cars inside, displaying an air of determination to inspect them himself if he was not escorted. Wei Qian, unafraid of confrontation, followed closely behind Zhang Feng as they hopped toward the vehicles. Hey, what are you doing? These are our guests. We cannot treat them this way. Is it merely because they lack money? We cannot provide such service. If the manager learns of this, we will be in dire trouble. Let us entertain them for a while, especially since there are no other customers. It would be a pity to miss out on some fun with these newcomers. Another man chimed in. He hastily swallowed a few mouthfuls of food, then lifted his gaze to Zhang Feng. You make a valid point. They have interrupted our enjoyment with their pretentiousness. Allowing them to leave without a little disruption would indeed be too lenient. Chapter 19. Utter disrespect. The two men exchanged knowing smiles, their minds already plotting. As Zhang Feng prepared to leave, the salesperson quickly swallowed his food, rushing to intercept him. Sir, please wait. Are you not here to purchase a vehicle? I can introduce you right away. The salesperson said with a broad smile. I simply desire the A4L, and I have already perused its fundamental specifications online. All I request is to view the vehicle. Should everything be satisfactory, we shall proceed with the purchase. Zhang Feng, unperturbed, directly articulated his intentions. The salesperson, acquiescing, led Zhang Feng and Wei Qian to a pristine black A4L. Here it is, the A4L. I shall refrain from excessive commentary. The price for this model is 300,000, which is not the top configuration. The fully equipped version is priced at 410,000. May I inquire if you'll be paying by card or in cash? The salesperson stood nearby, courteously observing Zhang Feng. 410,000. That price is indeed rather steep. Are there any discounts available? Zhang Feng had previously researched online, discovering that the top configuration was priced around 390,000, a discrepancy of 20,000. Despite his newfound wealth, Zhang Feng had risen from humble beginnings and remained discerning with his expenditures, unwilling to squander unnecessary funds. Sir, you are here to purchase a vehicle, not scrap metal. Moreover, you're considering the A4L. Besides, did you not mention having over 2 million? Does this small sum truly concern you? The salesperson's tone became increasingly condescending. What manner of speech is this? We are here to make a purchase. Is there something wrong with seeking the maximum benefit? What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon us? Wei Qian retorted, visibly displeased, pointing an accusatory finger at the salesperson. At that moment, a rotund man entered from outside, casting a disdainful glance toward Zhang Feng and Wei Qian. He let out a derisive snort, nodded at the salesperson without uttering a word, and proceeded deeper into the establishment. The salesperson smirked, emboldened, disregarding Wei Qian and fixating his disdainful gaze upon Zhang Feng. It is often said that one should not put on airs, as such pretense invites calamity. Some matters are met with immediate repercussions. While your woman is here, we do not wish to embarrass you, but it is crucial that you refrain from arrogance. Now, it appears payment is imminent, and it may be difficult for you to backtrack. Indeed, my friend, I advise you to explore the alternatives across the street. They have various models, such as the Xiaoli and the Antelope. Take a look, and you'll find it less troublesome. Do not squander time here, another salesperson chimed in. Zhang Feng regarded the two salespeople, initially feeling anger rise within him. But then he tempered his response. You accept card payments, correct? I find myself without cash. The two salespeople remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed their thoughts unmistakably. Wei Qian, eager to escalate the confrontation, was halted by Zhang Feng. He pulled out his phone, seemingly dialing someone while stepping outside. Wei Qian, perplexed by Zhang Feng's sudden exit, chose not to dwell on the salespeople's behavior and followed him out of the dealership. Zhang Feng, why have you stepped outside? Why did you not express any indignation at their remarks? Why do you allow others to bully you as if you were still in college? Wei Qian pouted, her frustration evident as her ample bosom rose and fell with her agitation, captivating Zhang Feng's attention. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze, Wei Qian's ire intensified, extinguishing any desire to tease him. She gave him a light shove. What on earth are you doing? How can you still find time to gawk at me when I am this exasperated? Isn't it simply seeking trouble to become angry with these people? After all, they are merely two insignificant salesmen, and soon enough, you shall understand. Zhang Feng grinned, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Wei Qian paused momentarily, not quite comprehending Zhang Feng's words. Just as she began to inquire, a white Jetta sped towards them, emblazoned with the words construction bank. The vehicle came to a steady halt before Zhang Feng, and from it emerged a gentleman clad in a shirt and trousers, holding a silver case. "Mr. Zhang Feng, may I kindly request you to present your identification?" The man approached Zhang Feng, extending his hand politely. Zhang Feng retrieved his identification card and handed it to the gentleman, subsequently producing his bank card. "All is in order, sir. Here is your money, which we have already counted. Additionally, here are your bank card and identification. The funds have been deducted. Wishing you a pleasant day." With that, the gentleman turned and departed from the 4S dealership, driving away. Wei Qian blinked in astonishment. What had just transpired? Zhang Feng remained silent, grasping the silver case and glancing at the entrance of the dealership before turning to walk inside. "Hey, Zhang Feng, what are you going back in for? Haven't you been riled up enough?" Wei Qian gripped Zhang Feng's arm, her expression reflecting her displeasure. Zhang Feng merely smiled, offering no response, and gestured towards the interior before striding indecisively. Wei Qian, uncertain of Zhang Feng's intentions, followed him inside. Inside, two salesmen were seated, boasting about their illustrious achievements, when they noticed Zhang Feng and Wei Qian re-entering. Both men furrowed their brows in irritation. While admiring the beautiful woman, they found the presence of such a pretentious man intolerable. "Sir, if you lack funds, kindly refrain from returning, will you? It's rather embarrassing, and there is only so much shame one can endure." One salesman rose, laughing derisively, completely discarding the courteous demeanor he had previously exhibited. "I am here to purchase a vehicle. Since you do not accept card payments, surely cash will suffice. Behold, this is over 2 million in cash." Zhang Feng boldly placed the silver case on the table, opening it to reveal a neatly arranged stack of brand-new banknotes. The salesman's eyebrows raised in surprise. Could this man truly possess such wealth? He approached Zhang Feng with interest. Over 2 million, a substantial sum, with the vibrant red bills lying flat within the silver case, reflecting a disdainful and mocking grin towards the salesman. "How about it? Is this ample to procure a vehicle from your establishment?" Zhang Feng closed the case and brushed off the dust atop it. "Absolutely, absolutely. Not just the A4L. You could certainly purchase an A8L with that." The salesman's complexion turned a shade of green as he stood, rubbing his hands together, nodding eagerly and bowing deeply. Who was it before that had boasted about their superiority? Now, they were silent. Wei Qian protested from the sidelines, dissatisfaction etched across her face. If the salesman dared to speak now, he would be the true fool. Such a sum was something he had never encountered in his lifetime. "My sincerest apologies. I failed to recognize your stature. I was preoccupied with my meal, and I truly regret my earlier behavior. Please, do not let it anger you. Now that you see I possess wealth, do you?" Zhang Feng interrupted the salesman. The salesperson, appearing somewhat bewildered, nodded and asked, "Sir, what model are you interested in? Please, feel free to express your desires." "I don't wish to make a purchase at this moment," Zhang Feng replied. "Wei Qian, let us depart and visit the BMW dealership nearby to buy an X5 instead. I quite fancy that vehicle. Initially, I intended to save some money, but it seems there is no longer any need for it. They certainly do not depend on our meager funds." With that, Zhang Feng grabbed his suitcase and strode away. Wei Qian chuckled, nodding in agreement, for she relished the spectacle. At this point, Zhang Feng could choose anything, as long as she could witness the salesperson's expression morph into one of dismay. The salesperson, on the verge of tears, struggled to suppress his urge to weep. He glanced at Zhang Feng, who returned the gaze, and neither moved. I will fetch the manager," the salesperson finally managed to utter before turning and hurriedly retreating, as if fearing Wei Qian might intercept him. Soon, a corpulent middle-aged man emerged from the back, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was the same individual Zhang Feng had seen earlier. Just as Zhang Feng reached the entrance, the manager, panting heavily, rushed to intercept him. Startled by the sight of the rotund figure before him, Zhang Feng, who himself possessed a sturdy build, steadied himself and met the manager's gaze. The manager wore a broad smile, bending slightly before Zhang Feng. "Sir, did we offend you in any way? You see, since you have an affinity for our vehicles, I kindly ask you to reconsider. Our salesperson is new and lacks experience. If you encounter any issues, please bring them directly to my attention, and I assure you of the finest service." "Manager, I believe we have crossed paths before, have we not? When we mentioned we had no money, I distinctly heard you scoff. Now that we possess funds, you suddenly wish to provide us with exemplary service? What kind of reputable establishment are you running, where one is treated with such disdain?" Zhang Feng retorted, disdainfully grasping his suitcase and striding towards the exit. The manager's countenance darkened immediately. He was bewildered by Zhang Feng's words, and he recognized that he had indeed behaved poorly. "I sincerely apologize," It was our failure not to recognize your understated presence. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, he implored, shedding his previous demeanor and earnestly acknowledging his mistakes. Very well. You have not committed any grave offense, perhaps merely a lack of supervision over your subordinates. However, if your establishment continues in this manner, selling vehicles will become a formidable challenge. You might want to address the conduct of your staff. Zhang Feng waved dismissively, for he was not one to harbor grudges. To his surprise, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the manager's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He pivoted and strode directly towards the salesperson. With a resounding slap, the salesperson staggered back, 5 distinct finger marks appearing on his cheek. What on earth are you doing? Do you have any respect for your customers? Otherwise, how could they possibly voice such grievances? Have you lost your senses to treat customers with such disdain? Do you not realize that they are your bread and butter? Without customers, where do you expect to earn your wages? Please do not speak so harshly, manager. Zhang Feng raised his hand to stop the manager. Casting a glance at the two salespeople, we have no such ungrateful sons, he declared. Chapter 20. The Enchantment of the White Shirt. After speaking, Zhang Feng ignored the manager and strode towards the exit. He had no intention of purchasing from that store. Now a wealthy man, he would not tolerate poor service in exchange for his money. The manager attempted to call out to Zhang Feng, but felt he lacked the standing to do so. Ultimately, sighing in resignation and falling silent, Zhang Feng, accompanied by Wei Qian, entered the BMW dealership where all the salespeople were young women. Upon his arrival, they greeted him with enthusiasm, surrounding him with attentiveness. It was unclear whether their service was a result of witnessing the earlier incident at the Audi dealership or if such hospitality was customary at BMW. With the company of two charming ladies, Zhang Feng's spirit soared, leading him to decisively purchase a brand new BMW X5 as his future vehicle. However, as he saw the sum exceeding 1 million turn into someone else's profit, he genuinely felt a pang of regret. After taking delivery of the new car, Zhang Feng took Wei Qian for a spin, thoroughly enjoying the test drive before finalizing his decision. The dealership handled all the insurance matters, allowing Zhang Feng to depart with ease. He was immensely satisfied with the quality of service as he drove away from the BMW dealership. Frustration bubbled within him. To pay for service only to be met with disdain was infuriating. The audacity to suggest they were financially constrained was unacceptable, and he contemplated giving the two salespeople a piece of his mind, feeling it would be too lenient. Wei Qian, seated beside him, muttered discontentedly as she gazed out the window. No, Zhang Feng, don't stoop to the level of petty thugs and resort to violence. With your physique, a single punch could be lethal, she urged, hastily intervening. The two salespeople, having just received their reprimand, were lazily sitting at the entrance when they spotted the gleaming BMW X5 approaching and instinctively recoiled. Zhang Feng parked the car confidently at the entrance and stepped out with Wei Qian. The moment the salespeople recognized him, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to rush forward. I'd like to have my car washed. Your dealership can accommodate that, correct? Zhang Feng stated bluntly. The salespeople were taken aback, glancing at the pristine vehicle. Sir, your car is so new, it hardly needs washing, one stammered. I said wash it. Are you afraid I won't pay you? Zhang Feng leaned against the car door, his gaze fixed intently on the salesperson. The salesperson, wary of inciting his ire, quickly nodded. Yes, of course, we can wash it. Then do it promptly. While other places charge 20 for a wash, you charge 100 here. I'll give each of you 100 if you do a thorough job. We'll leave once it's satisfactory. The salespeople understood what constituted satisfactory and obediently retrieved their cleaning supplies, beginning to scrub the car with diligence. Zhang Feng remained silent, merely observing the two as they washed the vehicle. The manager, having met with resistance, dared not speak and stood by, pondering the true nature of this seemingly low-key yet affluent man. Perhaps Zhang Feng possessed a background that was simply unknown to him. Two salesmen diligently washed a new car, sparing no effort in their task, investing several hours in the endeavor. As dusk approached, Zhang Feng finally rose to his feet. All right, that will suffice. We shall take our leave. Mr. Zhang, I hope your friends will be encouraged to visit our establishment. Rest assured, I have hundreds of acquaintances eager to purchase vehicles. I shall direct them all to you. With that, Zhang Feng entered the car, driving away with Wei Qian. After Zhang Feng departed, the two salesmen collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhang Feng, you have hundreds of wealthy friends? How is it that I was unaware of this? Wei Qian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she sat in the car. Zhang Feng, caressing his beloved vehicle, allowed a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. The previous statement had been a mere pretense. Night had fallen, and the lunch they had consumed earlier was long digested. Zhang Feng sought out a relatively decent restaurant, casually ordering a selection of dishes. It's sweltering. It's unbearably hot. I can't tell if the car's air conditioning is inadequate or if it's genuinely scorching outside. I'm heading to take a shower, Wei Qian murmured as she hurried towards the bathroom. Zhang Feng, not giving it much thought, discarded his jacket and reclined on the sofa, his feet resting on the coffee table, gazing at the ceiling. In just a few days, he had transformed from a destitute individual to someone who outwardly appeared quite affluent, leaving him feeling as though he were in a dream. It seemed that fortune and misfortune were two sides of the same coin. After enduring over 20 years of hardship, he was finally reaping the rewards of his perseverance. Zhang Feng chuckled at himself, rising from the sofa. He resolved to diligently cultivate his appreciation for antiques to ensure the stability of his newfound lifestyle. Zhang Feng, the voice of Wei Qian called out from the bathroom, interrupting his thoughts as he was about to retire for the night. I forgot to grab my clothes. Could you fetch them from my room for me? There's just one bag, and it contains my garments. Any piece will do. Her voice was soft, yet distinctly audible. Zhang Feng was taken aback, blinking in surprise. Fetching clothes was not typically his responsibility. Moreover, considering the circumstances, it felt somewhat inappropriate for a man to assist a woman in such a state of undress. The mere thought of Wei Qian's figure, coupled with the image of her being unclothed in the bathroom, caused his internal temperature to rise significantly. The mere contemplation was overwhelming. If he were to actually witness it, he feared he might faint. Hastily, he acquiesced and dashed upstairs to Wei Qian's room. Her bag lay on the bed, and as Zhang Feng opened it, he was greeted by a plethora of colorful and varied intimate apparel. He nearly lost control. Aside from having seen such an array of women's lingerie in a boutique, he had never encountered anything like this elsewhere. As he sifted through the collection, sheer, lacy, seamless, nude-toned, his senses were overwhelmed, and his imagination began to conjure images of Wei Qian parading these delicate garments before him. Alas, this is intolerable. The adage that beauty can bring calamity rings true. It is indeed terrifying. Zhang Feng muttered to himself, scarcely glancing at what he had seized, and turned to flee. Upon reaching the bathroom, he hesitated briefly before gently knocking on the door. A small hand emerged from within, adorned with glistening droplets. Zhang Feng hastily handed his clothes to Wei Qian and retreated to his room, desperately seeking a moment of tranquility. He nearly collapsed on the staircase, wiping the sweat from his brow. Had he truly grabbed a pair of trousers? Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't even bothered to check. I shall fetch you something else, he declared, rising to head back toward Wei Qian's room. Forget it. I am genuinely intimidated by you. Just take off your shirt. Wei Qian retorted with displeasure. Though perplexed, Zhang Feng acknowledged his missteps and obediently removed his shirt, extending it towards the small hand that awaited outside. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this young woman lost her senses? Emerging without a top. Class monitor, please don't jest. I'll retrieve your clothes. It would be dreadful if someone were to see you like this, however. His words faltered as he stood frozen. Wei Qian stepped out, clad in an oversized shirt, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders. Beneath the pristine fabric, her long, slender legs, reminiscent of lotus roots, were exposed before Zhang Feng, devoid of any concealment. At the hem's split, a faint glimpse of darkness was discernible. Zhang Feng's mind buzzed as if something had detonated within, leaving him momentarily blank, consumed by thoughts of Wei Qian. For years, he had preserved his purity, pristine as a blank canvas. Even during his dalliance with Zhou Wei, nothing had transpired. He had been oblivious to the allure of womanhood. Blinking, he finally lifted his gaze. Had he not looked, it would have been better upon doing so. A torrent of blood surged from his nose. Zhang Feng, what is wrong? Why are you bleeding? Wei Qian dried her hair, lifted her head only to behold Zhang Feng, blood streaming uncontrollably. How could this happen, dear lady? Could you not wear something more modest? Your shirt is completely devoid of coverage, and your attributes are fully apparent. Is it any wonder I'm bleeding? Cold water relentlessly splashed onto Zhang Feng's face, gradually lowering his internal temperature, allowing him to regain some composure. Zhang Feng, you are a man. You must not act thus. It is wrong to take advantage of another's vulnerability. Though you may not be a paragon of virtue, you must not stoop to the level of a scoundrel. He murmured to his reflection, bolstering his resolve. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Feng emerged from the bathroom, only to find Wei Qian seated on the sofa, her delicate feet perched upon the coffee table, her flawless legs laid bare before him. Truly, He dared not look any longer. He closed his eyes, greeted Wei Qian, and made his way upstairs. "What are you doing? Why are you running from me?" Wei Qian stood up and positioned herself in front of Zhang Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck with an unrestrained enthusiasm. In an instant, Zhang Feng's body stiffened like a pillar, and it was not merely his physique that became rigid. Wei Qian, with a playful smile, embraced him without a care for his reaction, her large eyes fixed on him as she playfully rubbed her leg against him. Buzz! Zhang Feng's mind felt as though it had exploded, his thoughts scattering like pine nuts, his gaze fixated on her long, alluring legs, rendered speechless. "Am I not beautiful?" Wei Qian asked with a cheeky grin. Zhang Feng could only nod vigorously, his ability to articulate lost in the moment. "So, do you want?" she continued, inching her lips closer to him. Gulp! Zhang Feng swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the presence of such a voluptuous and enticing goddess standing before him. He felt as if he were a mere fool in the face of such allure. He had resigned himself to his fate. After all, she was making the advances. Wei Qian fell silent, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she leaned towards him. Zhang Feng licked his lips and closed his eyes slowly, silently praying, "Mom and Dad, today your son shall become a man. Rejoice for me." Suddenly, the shrill sound of a phone ringing pierced the air, emanating from Zhang Feng's pocket. Chapter 21. Too much to bear. Zhang Feng felt the urge to curse. Who in their right mind would call him at such a crucial moment? He stared at Wei Qian, who was ascending the stairs, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly, driving him to the brink of madness. The little tent forming in his pants almost threatened to burst forth. Women held an unparalleled power of enchantment. And Zhang Feng finally understood why so many heroes throughout history had met their demise due to their entanglements with women. "Hello, this is Zhang Feng," he managed to say, suppressing his unsteady voice. "Zhang Feng, it's Lu Xiaoru," came a soft voice from the other end of the line. Zhang Feng paused, momentarily bewildered. "Lu Xiaoru? Why are you calling me? I got your number from Zhou Wei. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at such a late hour." Lu Xiaoru's voice was barely above a whisper, perhaps out of concern for her mother's slumber. "Disturbing? Indeed, but not in the way one might think." Zhang Feng sighed inwardly. He mused that there would be ample opportunity for encounters in the future. Perhaps there would be another chance for such a seductive white shirt scenario with Wei Qian. However, he was puzzled as to how Lu Xiaoru had obtained his number since he had changed it long ago and Zhou Wei should not have known. Then it dawned on him. It was likely that Zhou Wei had obtained his number through the real estate office at the Rich Garden. Yet as he took a seat, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, his face as flushed as a monkey's rear. This was the first time in his life that Zhang Feng had such intimate contact with a woman, and he found himself utterly defeated by the situation. Cursing his own lack of composure, he struggled to maintain a conversation with Lu Xiaoru, asking, "Lu Xiaoru, did you call me for something? Is it that your mother's medical expenses are insufficient? If you need anything, just let me know. I will do my best to assist you." It was at this moment that he recalled the matter at hand. Though he had initially gone shopping on Taobao and hadn't he truly expected Lu Xiaoru to require a promissory note. "Never mind, Xiaoru. It's not that I distrust you. Focus on taking care of your mother. We can discuss the financial matters later. I'm not in a rush." "Zhang Feng, I know you are a good person. You have always been this way, selflessly giving without concern for being taken advantage of, lending money even when you have little for yourself. 60,000 is no small sum. I can only imagine the pressure you must be under. I insist on giving you a promissory note, and I promise I will repay you." Lu Xiaoru interrupted him, resolutely expressing her intentions. Zhang Feng scratched his head, realizing he had never considered himself as someone who often bore losses. "All right then. Since your mother's surgery is now complete, I will visit her tomorrow. We can discuss everything then. It's getting late, so you should rest as well." He did not wish to hurt Lu Xiaoru's pride, and thus agreed. After arranging to meet at the hospital, Zhang Feng hung up the phone, shaking his head in resignation as he ascended the stairs to sleep. That night, he found it impossible to rest soundly. The stunning beauty was just next door. Though he could hear and see nothing, he was tormented by a restless anxiety. After a sleepless night, with bloodshot eyes, Zhang Feng finally dragged himself out of bed, groggily leaving his room. "What is wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well last night?" Wei Qian remarked, noticing Zhang Feng's condition as she emerged. She was still clad in her white shirt, but this time she wore a black undershirt beneath it. Zhang Feng swallowed hard. Seeing this sight first thing in the morning was truly overwhelming. "By the way, Wei Qian, are you planning to find a job? Staying at home all the time must be boring for you," he ventured, attempting to change the subject. Zhang Feng shivered slightly, discreetly pulling back his arm. "I could support you, but it wouldn't cost much. My main concern is that you might feel lonely at home. See, you still don't want to take care of me. Don't worry. I have found a company and have an interview today. I just hope it goes well. Oh no, it's almost time. Hurry up and take me to my interview. Wei Qian exclaimed, glancing at the clock and jumping up in a flurry. She changed her clothes with remarkable speed, grabbing her makeup bag and jumping into the car, giving Zhang Feng the address as she began to apply her makeup. Zhang Feng adjusted the navigation and drove off. Reflecting on his 4 years at university, he realized the greatest achievement he had garnered was indeed his driver's license. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, following the navigation directions. Zhang Feng escorted Wei Qian to the Qingfang Cosmetics Company. I will call you shortly. You go ahead and attend to your matters, Wei Qian remarked, leaping out of the car and dashing inside. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, thinking that Wei Qian was indeed a mischievous sprite sent by fate to torment him. Strangely, he found himself rather enjoying this delightful torment. As he drove away from the cosmetics company, Zhang Feng headed straight for the hospital, arriving shortly after 10 in the morning. It seemed Lu Xiaoru was aware of Zhang Feng's arrival. She was standing at the entrance, glancing around anxiously. Zhang Feng spotted her at once and was about to approach when a red sedan suddenly sped past him, coming to a halt right in front of Lu Xiaoru. Startled, she took a step back, her face paling. Zhang Feng felt a surge of discontent at the reckless driving and intended to intervene, only to see a flamboyantly dressed woman emerge from the vehicle. Ah, isn't this our campus belle, Lu Xiaoru? Are you frightened? My apologies. My husband drives rather swiftly, and I must say, our car's performance is such that slowing down would compromise its capabilities. Zhou Wei leaned against the car door, applying lipstick from a compact mirror without sparing Lu Xiaoru a glance. Lu Xiaoru bit her lip tightly, lowering her gaze. Zhou Wei, so it's you. A tall, slender man exited the driver's seat, impeccably attired in a tailored suit. Zhang Feng recognized him from the affluent neighborhood. He had heard Zhou Wei refer to him as Gao Tong, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. Gao Tong strode confidently toward Lu Xiaoru, appraising her with an insatiable gaze that lingered too long, a smirk creeping across his lips. Zhou Wei, I must say, your school's belle is quite the sight. I am Gao Tong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Xiaoru glanced at Gao Tong and then averted her eyes, perhaps due to her feelings of inferiority, merely muttering a response. Gao Tong's gaze was intense, as if he wished to undress Lu Xiaoru with his eyes, glimmering with an unsettling hunger. Uncomfortable, Lu Xiaoru shifted her stance and took a step back. Ah, you seem rather shy. I have a penchant for shy girls. They possess an undeniable allure in private. Gao Tong grinned, stroking his chin. What are you saying? Lu Xiaoru stammered, glancing at Zhou Wei, who interrupted her. Lu Xiaoru, consider yourself fortunate that my husband finds you appealing. Rest assured, I wouldn't mind having an additional companion in our bed. Think of it as a way for you to secure your mother's treatment funds. My husband is quite wealthy. Lu Xiaoru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Wei, shaking her head vigorously before turning to leave. Hey, Lu Xiaoru, where do you think you're going? Just allow me to have some fun, will you? Money is no object. Gao Tong called after her, persistent in his pursuit. Zhang Feng observed everything with clarity from a car. He had encountered individuals with the hearts of beasts disguised in human guise, and he had witnessed the shamelessness of those who wore the trappings of respectability while acting like animals. However, it was rare to see someone brazenly harassing a virtuous woman in broad daylight. Such audacity could only stem from either the privileged offspring of the wealthy or the ruffians of society. Please, I do not require your assistance at present. I have sufficient funds, Lu Xiaoru declared, still struggling with great effort. Unfortunately, now that she was in the hospital, she dared not cry out, fearing her mother would become anxious. Oh, Lu Xiaoru, can you cease your pretense of moral superiority at this moment? You do not require funds from any source, do you? Ah, I recall now, you still have Zhang Feng, do you not? What is this? Has Zhang Feng truly given you 600,000? Your mother is undergoing surgery? But what then? Your mother will certainly need a substantial amount for recuperation. What use is that meager 2,000 a month to you? You should acquiesce to our demands. Otherwise, do you truly believe Zhang Feng will provide you with more funds? That good-for-nothing who merely pretends to be affluent. Do you genuinely think he possesses wealth? Let him show me the money now. How laughable. Zhou Wei's words deepened the flush on Lu Xiaoru's face as she glared at her, yet found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Feng would never have money again. That 600,000 might not even be his to begin with. Even without funds, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. You must silence your boyfriend. Lu Xiaoru protested, her resolve wavering. Silence him? And what if I don't? Where's that worthless Zhang Feng? Let him come to your rescue. Zhou Wei sneered, her demeanor becoming increasingly disdainful, her voice rising in volume. The incessant barking of dogs that morning felt ominous. Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain emerged from behind, causing Zhou Wei's countenance to pale instantly. Who are you calling a dog? Zhang Feng demanded, stepping forward. You need to clarify your words, or this matter will remain unresolved. Zhou Wei turned, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Chapter 22. Regrets come too late. Tears welled in Lu Xiaoru's eyes. She had not expected Zhang Feng to arrive at such a critical moment, nor to offer her assistance. Lu Xiaoru, who is this person? You have yet to introduce me. I have never seen him before. Is he your boyfriend? Zhang Feng inquired, gazing at her with curiosity. Lu Xiaoru quickly shook her head. This is Zhou Wei's boyfriend. Name Gao Tong. Gao ise. Greetings, my name is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng extended his hand, smiling warmly at Gao Tong. Gao Tong's expression shifted slightly, but he dared not overstep his bounds, releasing Lu Xiaoru's hand to shake Zhang Feng's instead, letting out a cold snort without uttering a word. Lu Xiaoru cast a grateful glance at Zhang Feng, confident that he understood the situation that had just transpired. Zhou Wei's face flushed with anger as she pointed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, why are you here again? What brings you to this place so frequently? Do you not have a job? Work? I nearly forgot. But you must understand, I currently reside in the affluent garden, a rather remote area without public transport, which makes commuting quite inconvenient. Zhang Feng shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhou Wei felt a sense of balance return to her, and her smile grew even more pronounced. Without money, there's no need to act like a big shot, pretending to be wealthy and living in a villa. It's truly laughable. After all the fuss, you're still just a worthless person taking the bus. Zhou Wei struck without mercy. A villa? Zhang Feng, have you actually moved into a villa? Lu Xiaoru gazed at Zhang Feng in astonishment. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. In truth, his ostentatious declaration served two purposes. Firstly, to provoke Zhou Wei, who had previously failed to purchase a villa and likely harbored some resentment. Secondly, to reassure Lu Xiaoru of his financial stability. As expected, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Lu Xiaoru's smile blossomed further, and she nodded in silence. Zhang Feng, I think you should reconsider living in a villa. It costs hundreds of thousands a year. Why waste that money? You can't even afford a car, so what is there flaunt? Look at my husband's car. A brand new Mazda 6. So handsome, worth $205,000. If you had that kind of money, you could buy a car too, otherwise. What is the point of pretending? Zhou Wei leaned against the car door, practically branding her forehead with the word show off. Zhang Feng remained unperturbed, turning to Gao. Mr. Gao, you truly are a wealthy man to afford such an expensive vehicle. I admire you greatly. I must discuss your insights on making money sometime. Oh, are you feeling embarrassed? Not wanting to listen? Let me tell you, even if you don't want to hear it, you must endure. You are, after all, a worthless person comparing yourself to us. Don't think living in a villa makes you impressive. We VE had villas for a long time, and now we're merely looking to switch things up. As for you, unable to buy one, reduced to renting, and still car-less if you had the ability. You buy a car and stop pretending to be wealthy in front of Lu Xiaoru. I see you're just trying to deceive her in a bed, aren't you? Zhou Wei's sharp words pierced Zhang Feng's ears. Lu Xiaoru's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her skin. As she looked at Zhang Feng and prepared to defend him, Zhang Feng grasped Lu Xiaoru's arm, chuckling as he shook his head. Are you out of words? I see you're simply afraid to speak, knowing nothing but how to flaunt yourself. What is there to say? It's truly absurd. Zhou Wei sensed her triumph and became even bolder in her taunts. Zhang Feng, how can you endure this? Oh, I almost forgot something. Zhang Feng abruptly interrupted Zhou Wei, patting his forehead. Look at my memory. He then turned and walked outside, producing a sleek, high-end black key and pressing a button. Upon seeing the key, Zhou Wei's displeasure deepened as she approached Zhang Feng, pointing at him. Zhang Feng, what can I possibly say about you? You're even out of breath now? Really pretending to have a car? Holding a car key? You think I don't know that it's just a lighter? It costs $10. You can fool someone like Lu Xiaoru, who knows nothing, but let me see that correspond. As she finished, she turned around, just in time to see the black BMW beside her Mazda 6 flashing its headlights. Forgetting to lock the car, Zhang Feng lamented his poor memory as he lightly tapped his forehead and turned to walk inside. Zhou Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. She was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the sight of the BMW. An X5, she stuttered. The model itself was hardly surprising, but the driver was. Zhang Feng was driving an X5. How could this be possible? This simply cannot be true. It must be a coincidence. There is no way Zhang Feng could possess such an exquisite vehicle. It was merely a fluke, a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Zhou Wei continued to murmur in disbelief. Zhang Feng emerged from within once more, pressing a button on the key fob, and retrieved a fruit basket. His forgetfulness was astonishing. He had even neglected to take the basket. He muttered to himself about needing to improve his memory, never once glancing at Zhou Wei, before locking the car door and re-entering the hospital. While the onlookers had been skeptical moments ago, they could no longer deny the reality. This car undeniably belonged to Zhang Feng. Zhou Wei trembled slightly, unable to comprehend that this vehicle was indeed Zhang Feng's. Zhang Feng, when did you acquire this car? And such a fine one at that? I've only seen leaders drive cars like this, Lu Xiaoru remarked, her astonishment evident as she scrutinized Zhang Feng. I've always liked this car. I dreamed of having it back in college, but I didn't have the funds then. Now that I do, I thought I might as well indulge myself. Though, it's not really anything special, just a means of transportation, Zhang Feng replied bashfully, revealing a bright smile. Lu Xiaoru refrained from probing further and produced an IOU. Zhang Feng, here's the IOU I wrote. Please check if there are any issues. Don't worry about my situation. Even if you can't repay me, it's fine. I trust you. However, we need to find someone to care for my mother. Perhaps we should hire a nurse? Zhang Feng interrupted Lu Xiaoru, his mind still racing with thoughts. A nurse would be far too expensive. It's all right. If needed, I can help you find one. I know several domestic service companies. Suddenly, a cheerful voice emerged from outside, and Zhou Wei moved closer to Zhang Feng. Upon seeing Zhou Wei, Lu Xiaoru's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hung her head in silence. Zhang Feng frowned. Did she not understand the concept of shame? After such an encounter, how could she still dare to approach him? What gave her the audacity? Zhou Wei, however, appeared unconcerned as she took Lu Xiaoru's hand. Xiaoru, don't worry. We've been classmates for so long. Your troubles are my troubles. I will certainly help you. You needn't fret about the nurse. I'll cover the costs. If Zhang Feng is so willing to assist you. As your girlfriend, I must support my boyfriend's decisions. Both Lu Xiaoru and Zhang Feng nearly choked on their own words, particularly Zhang Feng. Girlfriend? How absurd. Zhang Feng was utterly bewildered. Zhou Wei truly adhered to her own words. A person devoid of shame is indeed invincible in this world. Zhou Wei turned to Zhang Feng, her expression brimming with affection. Zhang Feng, I acknowledge my mistakes. In the past, I was overly enamored with vanity, but I have come to realize that the one I have always loved is you. If it weren't for your resounding slap just now, I would have remained oblivious to the depth of my love for you. Enough, let us cease this conversation. Zhang Feng interjected hastily. Miss Zhou, we share no such connection. You are, after all, involved with someone else. No, Zhang Feng, do not misunderstand me. My relationship with Gao Tong is not as you perceive it. There is nothing between us. We are merely ordinary friends. I was merely trying to provoke you. I know you care for me, and I care for you as well. Shall we start anew? Zhou Wei reached out to grasp Zhang Feng's hand. Oh, is that so? Zhang Feng replied with a knowing nod, glancing at the visibly furious Gao Tong behind him. Young Master Gao, it seems you are merely a supporting character in her heart. I must commend your remarkable psychological resilience. How you can endure such humiliation, while your wife parades her infidelity before you. Gao Tong's face turned a shade of fury, his teeth clenched tightly. He stepped forward, seizing Zhou Wei and delivering a harsh slap. You wretched woman, how dare you betray me? I see you are courting death. From this day forth, do not let me catch sight of you again, for each encounter will result in punishment. With that, Gao Tong turned and stormed out of the hospital. Quickly pursue him. If you don't, you may truly find yourself without a boyfriend. I must visit Lu Xiaoru's mother, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Zhang Feng elegantly waved his hand, guiding Lu Xiaoru back inside. Chapter 23. Boyfriend Zhang Feng paid no heed to Zhou Wei's threats, turning to lead Lu Xiaoru deeper into the hospital. Zhou Wei, infuriated, stomped her feet in place, glancing between Zhang Feng and the direction Gao Tong had departed, before hastily pursuing him outside. Isn't this a bit cruel? After all, Zhou Wei is our classmate, and she was once a girlfriend. Let us refrain from revisiting the past. What has transpired has already occurred. What significance does further discussion hold? Now, we should visit your mother. It has been quite some time since her surgery, and I have yet to see her. Please, lead the way. Zhang Feng deftly sidestepped the topic, glancing at the time. Lu Xiaoru bit her lip, opting not to continue the discussion, and led Zhang Feng to the third floor, arriving at a small hospital room. Within, another patient occupied the farthest bed, where Lu Xiaoru's mother lay. Is Annie asleep? Zhang Feng observed, noting Lu Xiaoru's mother with her eyes closed. Gently placing the fruit basket on the adjacent table, he remarked, "Since she is resting, I shall take my leave and return another time. Is someone here?" As Zhang Feng turned to exit, Lu Xiaoru's mother suddenly opened her eyes, her weak voice emerging. "Greetings, Auntie. My name is Zhang Feng, and I am associated with Lu Xiaoru." Zhang Feng. That name sounds quite familiar. I believe I have heard Xiaoru mention you before. However, I recall Xiaoru saying something about her mother, but she seemed to forget midway, abruptly falling silent. Zhang Feng, unsure of what Lu Xiaoru's mother intended to convey, chose to sit quietly on a nearby chair, waiting. Lu Xiaoru helped her mother sit up, saying, "Mom, he is the one who assisted us financially. Without him, your surgery would have been." Yes, I remember now, Zhang Feng. "Thank you. Without you, I would truly have no chance to sit here and converse with you. I'm immensely grateful for your help. Otherwise, Xiaoru would have been in great distress. Fortunately, you were here. Xiaoru is indeed fortunate." Lu Xiaoru's mother smiled warmly, patting Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng scratched his head, chuckling softly, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Auntie, please don't say that. It is merely what I ought to do." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Feng sensed something amiss. While he believed it was his duty to assist a fellow classmate, the way he expressed it felt slightly off. Lu Xiaoru's mother exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Feng, nodding in approval. This gaze made Zhang Feng feel even more awkward, prompting him to wish to leave the room swiftly, uncertain of what further questions might arise. Lu Xiaoru also sensed the peculiar atmosphere and was about to clarify with her mother when her mother grasped her hand. "Xiaoru, since Zhang Feng is here, please fetch him some fruit. Why are you just standing there? Hurry," Lu Xiaoru's mother urged softly. "Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself. Besides, I have some matters to attend to and must leave soon. I merely came to check on your recovery. Knowing you are well puts my mind at ease." Zhang Feng quickly interjected, gesturing to Lu Xiaoru, signaling her not to bring any fruit. What a considerate young man. Indeed, a fine lad. "Xiaoru, duji," Lu Xiaoru's mother remarked with satisfaction, patting her daughter. Lu Xiaoru nodded, not overthinking it, and turned to retrieve some pre-washed fruit from the table. "Really, there's no need." Zhang Feng hastily reached out to stop Lu Xiaoru, realizing that if she proceeded, the misunderstanding would be cemented. Lu Xiaoru, undeterred, grasped an apple and a fruit knife. "Zhang Feng, it's not often you come by, and I don't know how else to express my gratitude. Treating you to a meal isn't feasible, so I thought a piece of fruit would suffice as a token of thanks." Zhang Feng took hold of Lu Xiaoru's hand, snatching the fruit knife from her grasp and tossing it onto the table. "You needn't thank me. We are merely classmates, and helping one another is only natural. Who knows? I may need your assistance in the future as well. There's no need to take this so seriously. Allow me to handle it." "That simply won't do. You have done so much this time. Even if Xiaoru wishes to repay you, it would be quite difficult. Let her peel the fruit for you while we chat." Lu Xiaoru's mother interjected. Encouraged by her mother's words, Lu Xiaoru reached for the fruit knife once more. Zhang Feng was resolute in his determination to prevent any misunderstandings from Lu Xiaoru's mother. The way she looked at him was unsettling, and if he finished this apple, he would be unable to contain himself further. He reached out to grasp Lu Xiaoru's small hand, discreetly signaling her with his eyes. For quite some time, it was evident that Lu Xiaoru had not perceived anything amiss. However, if this continued, the situation would undoubtedly become more complicated. Lu Xiaoru seemed oblivious to Zhang Feng's intent, and when his large hand enveloped hers, she instinctively recoiled. Zhang Feng hurriedly released her hand, intending to speak, but Lu Xiaoru reached for the fruit knife instead. What was she doing? Zhang Feng could only grasp her hand once more. Lu Xiaoru trembled slightly, yet this time she did not resist. Instead, she bit her lip and lifted her gaze to Zhang Feng. As he held her hand, Zhang Feng noted that it had lost the softness typical of her age and instead bore calluses, evidently a result of prolonged labor. Although it lacked the silken quality of other women's hands, it nonetheless provided Zhang Feng with a sense of solid reassurance. "Zhang Feng, what are you doing?" "My mother is still here," Lu Xiaoru whispered. Zhang Feng felt tears welling up, despite her hushed tone. The confines of the hospital room were small enough for Lu Xiaoru's mother to hear her. Lu Xiaoru's words only served to complicate matters further. "Indeed, Zhang Feng. Just let go. Let Xiaoru peel the fruit. She should handle it from now on. You need not take this so seriously. Please release her," Lu Xiaoru's mother interjected, grasping Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not wash himself clean. His intentions had been misconstrued entirely. And now, In front of Lu Xiaoru's mother, it had taken on a different meaning. Annie, it's not as you think. Lu Xiaoru and I. All right, Annie understands. The matters of youth are often beyond our comprehension, but you are a good child. To offer such a substantial sum of 60,000 for an old woman like me shows your character. I know that ordinary people would not part with such an amount. Initially, I had some concerns about you, but seeing you now, I have no worries at all. Xiaoru's good taste, Lu Xiaoru's mother interrupted, looking at Zhang Feng with satisfaction. Zhang Feng felt overwhelmed and could only turn to Lu Xiaoru. Mom, what are you saying? It's not as you think. Zhang Feng and I are just university classmates. He is helping me because I am in trouble. Nothing more. Lu Xiaoru hurriedly clarified. Oh dear, you're trying to deceive your mother when I've already seen half my days? Your mother's rejection phase isn't entirely over yet. If I were to reject the kidney, it could cost me my life. What are you hiding from me now? Lu Xiaoru's mother sighed, her expression tinged with sadness. What wisdom! This woman was certainly not like those from the countryside. Her insight surpassed that of many city dwellers. Zhang Feng marveled at the wisdom that comes with age. Casting a glance at Lu Xiaoru's eyes clearly reflected a hint of struggle and sorrow. It seemed her mother's words were indeed not unfounded. Zhang Feng had a faint understanding of what uremia entailed. It was a grave illness, and the prospect of recovery through a kidney transplant was significant. However, given Lu Xiaoru's mother's current frail state, the risk of infection loomed large. Should rejection occur, Lu Xiaoru's mother would be perilously close to death. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss on how to refuse Lu Xiaoru's mother's plea. The hopeful gaze she cast upon him was almost unbearable. Zhang Feng, are you cowardly? What harm is there in fulfilling a mother's wish? It's not as though you would lose a piece of yourself. Zhang Feng murmured to himself, rising to envelop Lu Xiaoru in his embrace. Her delicate form pressed against his chest, particularly the modest yet firm contours that brushed against him, evoked a profound sense of reluctance to let go. Startled, Lu Xiaoru gasped and instinctively attempted to pull away, but Zhang Feng gently tapped her shoulder with his fingers. Confused, she regarded him in silence. Lu Xiaoru was taken aback, her expression earnest as she looked into Zhang Feng's eyes. Her mother beamed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Ah, Zhang Feng, if I can entrust my daughter to you, I shall have peace of mind. You must treat Xiaoru well, although she may lack wealth. She is undoubtedly capable and hard-working. Mother, what are you saying? It's too early for such talk. Lu Xiaoru interjected hastily. Early? Not at all. Matters such as these should be addressed promptly. Delaying would be inappropriate. Now, let us discuss what you both envision for the future. Lu Xiaoru's mother's words trailed off abruptly as her complexion changed, and she suddenly retched onto the bedsheet. Mother, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoru exclaimed, pushing Zhang Feng aside to support her mother. Zhang Feng, not wishing to delay, swiftly turned to seek out a doctor. The doctor arrived promptly, conducting a thorough examination of Lu Xiaoru's mother. Lu Xiaoru anxiously awaited the results while tidying up. Do not worry. This is a normal postoperative occurrence, indicative of a rejection phenomenon. However, at present, the rejection response appears mild and should not pose a problem. Just keep an eye on her, and if similar symptoms persist after 5 occurrences, seek me out again. The doctor rose, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhang Feng and Lu Xiaoru expressed their gratitude as they escorted the doctor from the office. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's phone rang, and he hurried outside to answer. To his surprise, it was by Luoxua calling. Hello, Luoxua, what's the matter? Chapter 24. This thing is a fraud. What? Bai Lao has time? All right, I'll be there shortly. Zhang Feng exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. Were it not for the hospital setting, he might have jumped for joy. After noting the address, he hung up with satisfaction, tucking the phone into his pocket before turning to Lu Xiaoru. Lu Xiaoru, I'm afraid I must depart. The granddaughter of the person I wish to apprentice under just called, and the master happens to be available. I need to seize this opportunity. After confirming that Lu Xiaoru's mother was not seriously harmed, Zhang Feng remarked, you should attend to your matters. There's nothing to worry about here. Allow me to accompany you. Lu Xiaoru waved her hand, signaling Zhang Feng not to worry. He did not insist, for learning from Master Bai was Zhang Feng's current aspiration. His knowledge of antiques was woefully insufficient. While he could discern the value of antiques, he had yet to attain the level necessary to establish himself in the antique world. As Zhang Feng and Lu Xiaoru walked outside together, despite his insistence that she need not see him off, Lu Xiaoru was determined to do so, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. I never anticipated my mother would mistake you for my partner, Lu Xiaoru said. Her head bowed so low that Zhang Feng could not see her face, though he surmised it was likely flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, scratching his head. No worries. I rather enjoy the unexpected fortune of having a girlfriend. Lu Xiaoru's face reddened further as she clutched the hem of her clothing in silence. All right, there's no need for you to see me off any longer. I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, feel free to call me. As for financial matters, do not concern yourself. Should you need money, just give me a ring, Zhang Feng stated, turning to look at Lu Xiaoru as he stood by the car door. After driving for over half an hour, Zhang Feng finally spotted the name of the community, Drunken Immortal Residence, as mentioned by Luo Xue. Initially puzzled by the peculiar name, he soon understood upon arrival. The architectural style of the community was entirely traditional, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Upon entering, he saw Luo Xue standing at the entrance of a villa, gazing at his car. Zhang Feng awkwardly scratched his head. He preferred to keep a low profile, not like the arrogant Audi salesman, and he had no intention of buying such luxury cars out of spite. However, it was too late to change anything now. He turned, retrieved the prepared gift, and jumped out of the car to stand before Luo Xue. My grandfather is waiting for you inside. Let us proceed, Luo Xue said succinctly, leading Zhang Feng into the villa. Inside, the villa was extraordinarily tranquil, suffused with the faint aroma of sandalwood. Zhang Feng casually glanced around, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Hanging by the entrance was a seemingly simple landscape painting, yet he noticed it emanated thousands of faint yellow halos. Such an abundance of halos indicated it was an ancient artwork, over 1,000 years old, displayed so casually at the entrance. Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at Master Bai's true mastery. Let us go inside. What are you lingering for? It's not a particularly valuable painting, Luo Xue whispered. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. In his estimation, that painting was worth at least several $100,000, so what in Luo Xue's eyes could possibly be deemed valuable? He dared not inquire further and followed her deeper into the villa. Upon reaching the living room, Luo Xue asked Zhang Feng to wait a moment while she ascended the stairs to summon Master Bai. Zhang Feng settled into a chair, feeling the coolness of the armrest, a sensation of indescribable comfort washing over him. He couldn't help but glance down at the chair. At first glance, Zhang Feng nearly toppled from the wooden chair. Although he was unaware of the specific type of wood from which the chair was crafted, he was certain that he could discern at least several thousand concentric circles upon its surface. Even the coffee table radiated a deep crimson hue, suggesting a similar abundance of circles. Such a multitude of rings implied that this exquisite tea set and chair were at least several thousand years old, an extraordinary antique that Zhang Feng had never encountered before. Undoubtedly a rare treasure. The mere presence of such items in Elder Bai's living room spoke volumes about his affluent lineage. Haha, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Please take a seat. Xiao Shui, do fetch us some tea, Elder Bai called out as he descended the stairs. Adorned in a pristine white tang suit, Zhang Feng promptly turned and respectfully bowed to Elder Bai, standing upright thereafter, and took a seat beside him, retrieving the modest gift he had previously procured. Elder Bai, I understand this small token may not meet your discerning standards, but at that moment, it represented a significant portion of my assets. I hope you might find some enjoyment in it. Oh my, you've even prepared a gift for this old man. Ah, splendid. I shall accept it, regardless of its nature, and treasure it well. The bracelet you gifted to Xiao Shui previously was quite delightful. Though not a precious item, its rarity made it invaluable. Young man, it seems your taste is indeed commendable. No wonder you managed to acquire the Tianshan Huangshi and the Crimson Beauty painting. You truly possess remarkable skill, Elder Bai remarked, observing Zhang Feng closely without unwrapping the box. Zhang Feng felt as though he were an exposed maiden under Elder Bai's scrutinizing gaze, shifting uncomfortably on the chair, hesitant to speak. Before long, Luo Xue returned, carrying a tray of tea, which she placed on a coffee table, pouring a cup for Zhang Feng and another for Elder Bai. Today, allow your eyes to feast upon this. What dynasty do you believe my tea set belongs to? Elder Bai inquired, lifting his cup and sipping delicately. Zhang Feng took a sip. The tea was smooth, yet bore a hint of bitterness. At first taste, it resembled black tea, but upon further contemplation, it was evident it was something else entirely. Bai Luo Chun, what an exquisite tea, Zhang Feng murmured, savoring another small sip. Elder Bai's eyes sparkled with surprise as he set down his cup. I had no idea you were knowledgeable about tea. Zhang Feng hastily placed his cup down, inclining his body respectfully. During my university days, I encountered misfortune in various endeavors, which led me to focus on health and wellness. And I dabbled in the study of tea, albeit superficially. To identify it as by Luo Chun is no trivial matter. Very well, you truly are impressive. No wonder Xiao Shui speaks so highly of you. Elder Bai chuckled, dismissing Zhang Feng's modesty with a wave of his hand. Expressing gratitude, Zhang Feng cast a glance at Bai Luoxue, who smiled and gestured towards the teacup. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Feng observed the cup. Elder Bai had previously posed a question about it, and now he examined it closely. The cup was adorned with intricate paintings, though somewhat small and difficult to discern. The vibrant colors and even hues indicated that it was crafted by no ordinary artisan. At first glance, the teacup appeared pristine, yet upon closer inspection, its exterior bore the unmistakable signs of age, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Zhang Feng grasped the teacup, focusing intently on it. However, after a prolonged examination, he could only discern a faint white halo emanating from it, with a remarkably subtle hue. He found himself momentarily stunned, glancing over at Elder Bai, who was still smiling warmly at him while leisurely sipping his tea, seemingly indifferent, but actually quite observant. Zhang Feng hesitated, shifting uncomfortably in his seat, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. Xiao Shui, why don't you take a look and see which dynasty this newly acquired teacup belongs to? Elder Bai suddenly shifted the conversation, directing his attention toward Bai Luoxue. She acknowledged his request, reaching for the teacup, inspecting it from various angles before ultimately placing it back on the table. Based on the paintings and markings on the teacup, she deduced it to be from the Song dynasty. However, as the entire piece was crafted from celadon, a technique that emerged during the Southern Song period, she concluded that it was likely a product of that era, with little room for error in her assertion. Elder Bai nodded in approval and turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng, who felt increasingly uncertain. If someone as knowledgeable as Bai Luoxue identified it as a Southern Song artifact, then why had he only perceived a mere halo? Was there a flaw in his vision? So, Zhang Feng, what do you make of it? Elder Bai inquired leisurely. Embarrassed, Zhang Feng scratched his head, ultimately shaking it and responding, Elder Bai, I must confess my lack of insight. I believe this is a modern piece. The patterns in celadon appear artificially aged and crafted. Although it may seem convincingly authentic at first glance, I see it as a product of contemporary manipulation. Bai Luoxue frowned. Disappointment etched on her face as she shook her head and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Elder Bai sipped his tea, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, not even sparing a glance at Zhang Feng. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Feng. Had he truly misjudged? The expressions of Elder Bai and Bai Luoxue indicated that he had erred. Having come to seek mentorship, he had inadvertently stumbled on a test and failed, leaving him feeling despondent about his prospects. Zhang Feng, there is much you still need to learn. You must strive harder in the future, Bai Luoxue sighed. Just as Zhang Feng prepared to respond, Elder Bai set down his teacup. Young man, it seems your acquisition of the Tianhuang wash and the Qihong beauty painting was indeed not mere happenstance. You possess considerable talent, and I am quite pleased. You were correct. This teacup is indeed a modern creation. Elder Bai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. What? This time, it was Bai Luoxue who was taken aback. She picked up the teacup again, scrutinizing it from every angle, yet ultimately failing to uncover any clues. Haha, Xiao Shui, it's entirely understandable that you misjudged. For in our household, genuine artifacts have never been present, nor would I ever display a counterfeit. This time, I merely aimed to test Zhang Feng, which is why I procured this replica from outside. This set of fakes was crafted by our esteemed master of antiquities at the Grand View Garden, and it can be said that the average I would struggle to discern its true nature, at least to the degree of indistinguishability. Yet unexpectedly, you managed to identify it at a glance. Elder Bai regarded Zhang Feng with satisfaction. Chapter 25. The replica Bai Luoxue cast a bewildered glance at the cup in her hand, her gaze filled with turmoil. Ultimately, she placed the cup on the tea table, bowing her head in silence. Do not be disheartened, Xiao Shui. After all, you have only just entered the field. It is entirely normal for you to be unable to discern these items. Otherwise, what need would there be for an old man like me? However, this tea set is crafted with exceptional precision. Even when presented with the original, I would find it challenging to differentiate between the authentic and the imitation. The fact that Zhang Feng could identify the truth in merely 5 minutes is commendable. He truly is a prodigy in the realm of antiques. I had previously heard of individuals possessing an innate sensitivity to antiques, with exceptional abilities in identifying them. I was once skeptical, but it seems I can no longer afford to doubt. Elder Bai admired Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face flushed crimson at the praise, scratching his head, too timid to speak. Deep down, he understood that without such discerning eyes, he would be utterly lost. Well, you have successfully passed my first test. Now, allow me to show you my collection room, so you may witness what true antiques look like. Elder Bai, pleased, rose and waved to Zhang Feng, leading the way upstairs. Zhang Feng remained silent, casting a glance at Bai Luoxue before sitting in his chair, hesitant to move. If I say you should go, then go. Why linger here? Not everyone has the privilege to see the antiques my grandfather has collected, Bai Luoxue remarked, shaking her head. Zhang Feng quickly nodded, rising from his chair to follow Elder Bai upstairs. In front, Elder Bai led the way, and Zhang Feng trailed behind as they entered an elegantly adorned study. The air was filled with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood incense, and upon entering, Zhang Feng felt invigorated, his spirit lifted considerably. What do you think? My sandalwood is exquisite, is it not? This incense has been meticulously refined by me. While it retains the essence of sandalwood, it also incorporates various herbal components that invigorate the mind, calm the spirit, and enhance focus. Elder Bai chuckled, stroking his graying beard. Zhang Feng inhaled deeply, indeed finding his mind remarkably clear, feeling somewhat lighter. Elder Bai waved his hand toward Zhang Feng and strode purposefully to a bookshelf, pulling out a book with considerable force. Zhang Feng was puzzled, wondering why they had ventured into a study instead of the collection room. However, before he could ponder further, the previously tranquil bookshelf emitted a thunderous sound, and then, slowly, it shifted aside, revealing a small door through which a person could pass. Come here, Elder Bai called, stepping through the opening first. Zhang Feng peered inside, yet found nothing but an impenetrable darkness, akin to a black hole. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in before the door shuts, came the voice of Old Bai from within. Zhang Feng responded with a nod and hurriedly entered through the small door. Boom! Bang! The previously silent chamber erupted with muffled sounds, and suddenly, incandescent lights illuminated the once pitch-black corridor. At last, Zhang Feng beheld the surroundings. The corridor was constructed entirely of blue stone, devoid of any cement in its seams. However, Zhang Feng immediately discerned the corridor's formidable strength, certain it would not easily collapse. This is my own modification, built entirely from premium stone. It can withstand tremors of magnitude 8 or lower without a hint of movement. Even in the event of a quake exceeding magnitude 8, it would be nearly impossible for this secret chamber to succumb, as I have reinforced it beneath. Old Bai explained while walking. Zhang Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Although the corridor appeared modest in length, it was crafted from the finest materials and specifically designed to resist seismic activity, indicating a considerable investment. Following Old Bai, Zhang Feng cast his gaze about and soon arrived before a stone door. Old Bai produced a ring from his finger and pressed a small stone slab adjacent to the door, revealing a hidden recess. He placed the ring within, turned it, and the stone door slowly began to rise. Zhang Feng felt an exhilarating thrill at the sight of the door. As if embarking on an adventure sparked a sense of inexplicable excitement and anticipation within him. Bang! Bang! More sounds emanated from within, and another series of incandescent lights flickered to life. Come on, join me inside. Old Bai beckoned, striding confidently into the room. Zhang Feng followed closely, and upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of treasures, densely packed within the chamber. The sight overwhelmed him, reminiscent of stepping into an imperial treasury, with treasures exuding a myriad of colors, red, yellow, green, each shimmering in their own unique glow, rendering Zhang Feng momentarily dazzled. Haha, what do you think? Isn't my collection rather impressive? These are treasures I have amassed over several decades, each meticulously chosen. Look here. I have a Tianhuang wash and the Qihong beauty painting. Though this Tianhuang stone may not be of the highest grade, its rarity is what makes it valuable. I, an old man, have not seen such a piece in years, and now it appears in your possession. I have painstakingly acquired this one, so I shall keep it for now, and if I find a better piece in the future, I will exchange it, Old Bai said, pulling out the two items to show Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced down to see the yellow and red treasures he had previously unearthed. Now, come take a look and see if you can discern the dynasties of the treasures I have here. Old Bai chuckled heartily as he moved forward. Zhang Feng trailed behind, his eyes scanning the assortment of treasures before him. In the year of 1920, this is indeed a remarkable artifact, a treasure from the spring and autumn period. This bronze ding may appear unremarkable, yet its craftsmanship suggests it was among the finest of its time. Zhang Feng held the ding, its surface adorned with patches of verdigris, and murmured softly. Elder Bai, standing nearby and stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. I never expected you would recognize my San Yang Ding Zun. Truly impressive. Moreover, you can accurately ascertain its year. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Gulme. Look further. Elder Bai's intention was clear. He had brought Zhang Feng to witness his collection, allowing him to comprehend what constitutes an antique, while also assessing whether Zhang Feng's talent warranted him as a disciple. Zhang Feng felt like a fish that had just leapt into water, overwhelmed by the plethora of antiques, each radiating an aura that beckoned him to discern their identities. Elder Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Feng, nodding vigorously. Well done, lad. I am surprised at how precisely you identify each piece. Now, show me everything you can. Help me determine if any of these are forgeries. Zhang Feng was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Elder Bai, you flatter me. I am merely making random observations. Please don't take them seriously. I'm just guessing. Even your guesses are remarkably accurate. It appears we truly need to retire. Serious scrutiny requires instruments, yet you predict with greater precision. Elder Bai's words carried an undertone of something else. Zhang Feng felt increasingly flustered, his mouth dry, unsure of how to respond, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ha! Look at how nervous you are. Very well. I shall not tease you further. Continue your examination, freely. Even if you err, it matters not. I am equally curious to see if there are any fakes among my collection. Elder Bai waved dismissively and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth. With Elder Bai being so encouraging, it would be insincere to hold back. He began to examine each item, articulating their ages one by one. The two remained in the secret chamber, losing track of time, utterly immersed in the ocean of treasures before them. The Shifeng Zune, likely a product of the spring and autumn period, should boast a history of approximately 2,345 years. This particular Shifeng Zune appeared to be a fragment, originally intended to have 10 ears, yet now bore only 9. However, this missing ear was not due to modern damage. Rather, it was an oversight by the original craftsman, inadvertently creating a unique masterpiece. As Zhang Feng manipulated the piece, he spoke, "This Shifeng Zune is indeed remarkable." Elder Bai's eyes gleamed brighter. Acquiring this artifact had been no small feat for him. Initially, he believed the damage was intentional, and he had continuously negotiated the price down. Fortunate that the seller was also inexperienced and sold it to Elder Bai. Yet, while it took Elder Bai nearly a year to reach this conclusion, Zhang Feng had accomplished it in less than 10 minutes. Elder Bai scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, his astonishment growing as this young man's talent exceeded all of Elder Bai's expectations. Elder Bai, Zhang Feng stood at the edge of the secret chamber, placing the final Shifeng Zune down and gazing at the dazed old Bai. He nodded in acknowledgement. The two had been observing each other for nearly a day, and when Zhang Feng glanced at the clock, it was already past 9 in the evening. Old Bai stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Fortunately, there are no fakes in my collection. Actually, there are a few, Zhang Feng whispered from the side. What? You claim I have fakes here? Old Bai's expression soured instantly, his previous high regard for Zhang Feng plummeting. Unfazed by the change in Old Bai's demeanor, Zhang Feng stepped forward and handed him a scroll. This painting is a fake, and it was painted by a university student, Zhang Feng declared, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 26, Old Bai's shock. A university student painted this? Old Bai laughed upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, not even bothering to unroll the painting. He simply weighed it in his hands before placing it back on the table. I acquired this piece years ago at Wenbao Zhai. At that time, Old Chun cherished it as a treasure. Although I may not have been an expert, I possessed enough discernment to recognize its value. Fooling my eyes is no simple feat, though Zhang Banchao's work is indeed expressive and free-spirited. It is not something that just anyone can replicate, let alone a university student. Such claims are utterly preposterous. Zhang Feng, I see you possess some talent, but do not speak recklessly. If it weren't for your subsequent remarks, I would have held you in higher regard. Old Bai's tone had turned grave. Anyone would feel disheartened when their expertise was questioned. Zhang Feng, however, remained serene, pointing to the painting beside Old Bai. I assure you, I speak the truth. While I am no master and my knowledge of antiques is rudimentary, I understand certain things. This painting cannot be more than 20 years old. If it were indeed painted by Zhang Banchao, it would have to be around a century old, but it falls far short of that. How can you assert it is painted by a university student? You seem overly arrogant. Old Bai's tone was tinged with disdain, though he did not openly show it. Zhang Feng boldly approached Old Bai, picking up the painting from the table. He examined it closely, unrolling the scroll to reveal its contents. Old Bai, puzzled by Zhang Feng's actions, could only watch in silence, feeling a growing disappointment. He was increasingly dissatisfied with Zhang Feng's demeanor, and unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, Old Bai had already abandoned the thought of taking him on as a disciple. Someone who relies on mere luck to make a few significant transactions lacks the qualifications to be his apprentice. If this arrogance persisted without the necessary skills, what kind of embarrassment would it bring in the future? Zhang Feng remained oblivious to Old Bai's thoughts, simply extending the scroll towards him. Mr. Bai, as you can see, it is clearly stated here that this scroll originates from a university, and I have previously encountered it at a market stall where it bore their signature. Zhang Feng handed the scroll to Mr. Bai, pointing to the inscription above. Mr. Bai furrowed his brow, and, after inspecting it closely under the bright light, he confirmed that the scroll indeed bore the words North China University. This implies that the scroll is indeed a masterpiece from an academic institution. However, merely being a scroll does not suffice to dismiss a painting, which evidently made it hard for Mr. Bai to accept. Zhang Feng, undeterred, extended his hand to unfurl the artwork. Zhang Feng had no understanding of painting. The only ancient artwork he had ever seen, aside from the Crimson Beauty, were virtually non-existent. He was merely relying on the number of visible circles to express his opinion. There were a total of 22 circles, which indicated that this piece was undoubtedly a replica. Lacking confidence, he examined it closely again and was now certain that what he saw was genuinely not a fake, which bolstered his conviction. Zhang Feng, you claim this is a painting imitated by a university student. Pray, elucidate how you came to this conclusion. I have yet to discern it, Mr. Bai stated, his tone considerably subdued as he retrieved a microscope from his pocket to scrutinize the painting. Zhang Feng, in truth, was at a loss for words. He had no expertise in art and could not ascertain the quality or authenticity of the piece. He only knew its age. I cannot articulate it well, but I'm certain this is a counterfeit. Regardless of how it is framed, I firmly believe it is a forgery. Without evidence, his assertion was both earnest and unwavering, prompting a sigh from Mr. Bai as he set down the microscope. Zhang Feng, your talent is indeed commendable, but such baseless claims are unacceptable in the realm of antiques. One must tread carefully and ensure that every action is well considered. Your current line of thought serves you no benefit. Do you comprehend? Zhang Feng scratched his head, speechless, wondering if he should reveal to Mr. Bai that he could discern the painting's age. Surely, Mr. Bai would think him mad. Grandfather, why haven't you come out yet? A gentleman has come to visit. Suddenly, a bright voice from outside interrupted the awkwardness between Zhang Feng and Mr. Bai. Perfect timing. Xiao Shui has a profound understanding of ancient calligraphy and paintings. She shall provide clarity on this matter. Mr. Bai laughed heartily, turning to the stone door. After a booming sound, the door swung open, and Bai Luoxiu entered. Grandfather, why are you still examining antiques with Zhang Feng? We can always revisit this later. There's a mister in waiting to meet you in the living room, Bai Luoxiu remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Mr. Bai, who often indulged his favorite young man with such pursuits. Be patient. Mr. is merely my student. Let him wait a while longer. Come, let me see this painting. Mr. Bai insisted, pulling Bai Luoxiu along without further ado to the front of the artwork. Bai Luoxiu, without a hint of doubt, followed Bai Lao to the painting, and her eyes immediately fell upon the depiction of orchids and bamboo by Zheng Banqiao, resting upon the table. Zhang Feng stood rooted in place, observing the artwork, then glancing at Bai Luoxiu, attentively listening to her movements. Since Bai Luoxiu possessed profound knowledge of paintings, she must have her own method of discernment. Thus, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to learn, knowing that as a blank slate, any knowledge he acquired would be beneficial. Bai Luoxiu positioned herself before the painting, slightly bending at the waist, her gaze fixed intently on the artwork. She scrutinized it from top to bottom and from left to right, eventually producing a magnifying glass to examine it minutely. What do you think? Could my painting possibly be a forgery? I have navigated the Grand View Garden for decades, and nothing false has ever escaped my discerning eye. Bai Lao chuckled, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of calm assurance. However, the painting indeed turned out to be a counterfeit. Bai Lao nearly choked on his words, turning to Bai Luoxiu in astonishment. Xiao Shui, please do not speak lightly. You see me assessing Zhang Feng, and yet you choose to assist him in such a manner. You know how significant the authenticity of this painting is to me. This collection room was essentially Bai Lao's lifeblood. All his efforts throughout his life were encapsulated within these walls. And to declare any of these treasured works as fakes was the greatest affront to his legacy. Bai Luoxiu did not wish to diminish Bai Lao's spirits. But the undeniable truth had emerged, and she could not turn a blind eye. Grandfather, this painting is indeed a forgery, although it captures the essence and likeness remarkably well. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be the work of a university student, likely from the most prestigious archaeology department at a renowned antique institution. Bai Lao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Zhang Feng and Bai Luoxue. Are the two of you in collusion? Why is it that both declare this to be the creation of a student from North China University? Zhang Feng scratched his head awkwardly, offering a silly grin without uttering a word. He understood that without his own discerning vision, he could never hope to match Bai Luoxue's expertise, which stemmed from diligent practice and study, while his own insights were merely a stroke of fortune. Grandfather, observed closely. While this painting bears an astonishing resemblance to the original, even sophisticated instruments might struggle to detect its forgery. However, there lies a minor flaw that is not easily discernible. The tail end of the bamboo depicted by Zhang Banqiao should have a slight taper or flourish, yet this painting lacks both. Additionally, it incorporates elements of sketching that could never have emerged from a master's hand. It is undoubtedly the work of a university student, and a top one at that from North China University. As Bai Luoxue continued her examination, she offered her analysis with utmost seriousness. Bai Lao's expression faltered, yet his gaze towards Zhang Feng conveyed a newfound astonishment. It dawned upon him that Zhang Feng's earlier reluctance to name the forgery might have stemmed from a desire to spare Bai Lao's dignity. Bai Lao's perception of Zhang Feng shifted dramatically, and he found himself increasingly fond of the young man. Splendid. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Both of you are destined to become luminaries in the realm of antiques, and I have no doubt you will achieve greatness. It is quite fortunate for me that, throughout my life, I have only encountered this one counterfeit. Hence, there is no cause for me to feel disheartened. Old Bai chuckled heartily while stroking his beard and turned to leave. Wait, Old Bai, actually there are a few more fakes here. This time, both Bai Luoxue and Old Bai were taken aback, turning in disbelief to Zhang Feng. How extensive is Zhang Feng's knowledge of antiques? Old Bai could not ascertain. But Bai Luoxue was acutely aware that there was no basis for him to declare the presence of counterfeits after merely glancing around. Moreover, how could he assert that there were several? Was he merely playing the fool to catch the wise? However, upon further reflection, Bai Luoxue felt a tinge of doubt. She had observed Zhang Feng's techniques and demeanor earlier, and he exhibited no signs of professional expertise in appraisal. Even a master forger could not have crafted such an exquisite facade. Could it be that this individual is an unadulterated genius? For the first time, this thought crossed Bai Luoxue's mind. Old Bai trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard as he pointed at Zhang Feng. No matter, Zhang Feng, please retrieve the items. Identify every counterfeit for me. I wish to know how many blunders I have made in my lifetime. With a sigh, Zhang Feng acknowledged and promptly turned to search. Bai Luoxue attempted to halt Zhang Feng, but it was too late. She could only shake her head helplessly. This fellow, once given the task, is truly earnest, regardless of whether Old Bai can endure the revelation. Xiaoxue, come here for a moment, Old Bai said in a grave tone. Bai Luoxue quickly approached him, fearing that the shock might be too much for Old Bai to bear. Go to my study and bring me my heart medication. Otherwise, I worry I may not last much longer. Old Bai's voice was barely audible. Only Bai Luoxue could hear him. Amused and exasperated by Old Bai's request, Bai Luoxue could only agree and hurriedly exit. Zhang Feng, however, was meticulously sifting through the items and soon produced 5 or 6 pieces, including an inkstone, some celadone, and even a square vase. All of these were indeed counterfeits. Old Bai's gaze fixed upon these fakes, his body trembling, one hand clutching his heart. The medicine. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by Old Bai's unexpected joviality at that moment. The medicine. Zhang Feng stepped forward, regarding Old Bai with seriousness. Are you joking? In the end, Old Bai was supported out by Luoxue and Zhang Feng, clutching his heart. His aged visage filled with dismay. After years of experience, he lamented that he could not escape the fate of failing to identify counterfeits. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Zhang Feng, I am grateful for your assistance this time. Had others discovered that I possessed several counterfeits, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Old Bai settled on the sofa, taking a sip of tea, feeling rejuvenated. Truthfully, I was merely taking a casual glance, making random guesses. I do not possess deep knowledge about these items. They simply felt like fakes to me, which is why I brought them out. Zhang Feng scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Bai Luoxue acknowledged him, and, after Old Bai departed, poured Zhang Feng a cup of tea. Bai Luoxue, what does this mean? Is Old Bai implying that he wishes to take me as his apprentice? I am genuinely eager to learn the skills associated with antiques. Will he be disinclined to teach me if I identify a counterfeit? Bai Luoxue was clearly exasperated by Zhang Feng's delayed comprehension. It was one thing to be foolish, but to be slow on the uptake was another matter entirely. Rest assured, my grandfather is not one to harbor grudges. It is merely that the likelihood of him accepting you as a disciple is rather slim. Bai Luoxue sipped her tea and reached out to warm the other teacups. Zhang Feng stood by in silence, pondering how the chances of his own acceptance were diminishing. Was that not akin to holding a grudge? He had previously displayed evident interest in him. Zhang Feng, do not misconstrue my previous remarks. You may have misinterpreted my meaning. What I meant to convey is that my grandfather is unlikely to take you as his apprentice, but it certainly does not imply any intention to dismiss you. Rather, he believes that his current expertise may not match yours, and he may struggle to impart knowledge effectively. What you lack is not practical experience, but theoretical understanding. Although theory may not be of paramount importance, your unfamiliarity with the characteristics, materials, and quality of various antiques complicates the path to success. Thus, my grandfather may suggest you seek knowledge elsewhere. Bai Luoxue seemed to perceive Zhang Feng's inner turmoil and hurriedly attempted to reassure him. Indeed, Zhang Feng's mood lightened somewhat, yet he remained engulfed in confusion. Where did old Bai intend for him to go? Perhaps to seek out old Chun? Zhang Feng did not relish the thought of being tossed about like a pawn. If he truly needed to consult old Chun, why not go seek him out himself? That is not the case. Old Chun and my grandfather emerged in the same era and share a deep camaraderie. Moreover, their theoretical knowledge was acquired through experience rather than systematic study. I doubt my grandfather would arrange it in such a manner. However, where he would send you, I cannot say. Bai Luoxue's analysis was thorough, leaving Zhang Feng even more bewildered. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Zhang Feng fell silent, and Bai Luoxue was at a loss for words. Left to sit beside him in silence while sipping tea. I apologize for the delay. This Ngung is quite troublesome, insisting on seeking my assistance with every matter. Old Bai waved his hand dismissively, settling down opposite Zhang Feng and leisurely taking a sip from his teacup. Grandfather, just now Zhang Feng inquired about his future. I wonder what you... This matter is at my discretion. Old Bai interrupted Bai Luoxue, turning his gaze toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, I have come to understand your situation. I believe you're not suited for learning under my guidance, as what I can teach you pertains solely to discerning the value of items. Yet, as you have observed, even I can occasionally misjudge. The knowledge gleaned from the field pales in comparison to systematic education. Furthermore, you are still young, with a bright future ahead. I have decided to recommend you to study at North China University. Study? University? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared incredulously at old Bai. Indeed, it is about attending school. North China University stands as the largest institution for antique studies in our beloved Huaxia. Here, the knowledge you acquire regarding antiques will be significantly enriched. Once you embark on your studies there, you shall undoubtedly gain a deeper understanding of antiquities. Thus, I have made the decision to send you to North China University. If you agree, I shall call my old friend right away. Bai Lao's tone was resolute, indicating he had made up his mind. However, such a splendid opportunity was one Zhang Feng was reluctant to forego. Acquiring more knowledge about antiques was precisely what he desired at this moment. All right, Bai Lao, I shall heed your advice. Whatever arrangements you make, I shall follow. In the end, Zhang Feng lifted his head, conceding to Bai Lao's wishes. Excellent, a teachable spirit. I shall arrange everything for you at once. Bai Lao reached for the telephone beside him and dialed a series of numbers. Hello, haha, old fellow. I never expected you were still alive. Why haven't you departed this world yet? Zhang Feng nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, staring incredulously at Bai Lao. Wasn't that a rather harsh opening line? He could not hear the voice on the other end of the line, only observing Bai Lao's expressions. Lao Yin, do not accuse me of being stingy. This time, I am recommending a remarkable talent to you. This lad possesses an innate ability to discern authenticity with just his bare eyes, boasting a 100 accuracy rate, a true prodigy in the realm of antiques. Upon this recommendation, you must be sure to express your gratitude and impart to him the corresponding theoretical knowledge. I am at a loss as to how this young man entered the field, for he lacks even the slightest theoretical understanding, yet can still identify genuine articles and even articulate their eras. Zhang Feng felt his face flush. Truth be told, had it not been for that lightning strike, he would likely be struggling to afford instant noodles at this moment. All arranged. After the auction, I will take you to North China University so that Lao Yin can see you. This man is undoubtedly a titan in the realm of antiques and academia. The breadth of his knowledge surpasses that of all the experts combined in the Grandview Garden. Should he choose to impart his wisdom to you, you shall surely become a master in your own right. Bai Lao beamed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, fully trusting Bai Lao, raised his cup of tea and stood, bowing respectfully. Bai Lao, while I may not have the opportunity to study under you directly, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Should I achieve success in my studies, I shall forever be indebted to your kindness. Enough, enough. Spare me the empty words. As long as you commit to your studies, that will be sufficient gratitude. Lao Yin does not take disciples lightly. To date, he has accepted only 3, each of whom is now a formidable appraiser of antiques. Masters among masters. Bai Lao waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in Zhang Feng's expressions of gratitude. Wait, grandfather, what did you just say? You mentioned an auction? What auction? Bai Luoxue, keenly observant, immediately seized upon the key point. Old Bai was taken aback for a moment, then smacked his forehead with conviction. Ah yes, I completely forgot about this significant matter. It's all this brat's fault for distracting me. Zhang Feng, just now Gung reached out to me. He is one of my students. He mentioned that there will be a private small-scale auction soon, featuring several treasures. You should join me for this. I've already recommended you, and there will be no issues. Are you willing to accompany me? With Old Bai advocating for him, it would be foolish for Zhang Feng not to agree. And he nodded affirmatively. Excellent. If you're willing to go, that's splendid. However, the items at this private auction are quite remarkable, and thus, a stringent requirement for attendance is that each participant must possess a security deposit of 5 million. Otherwise, entry is not permitted. I wonder if you currently have such funds at your disposal. Old Bai sipped his tea and extended 5 fingers. 5 million. Zhang Feng's lips quivered slightly. He had previously possessed such wealth, but after spending on a car and renting a villa and giving a portion to Lu Xiaoru, he now had merely over 1 million left, and upon careful counting, it would exceed 150,000. Bai Luoxue merely glanced at Zhang Feng and quickly discerned that he likely lacked the funds. She stood up decisively. Zhang Feng, if you find yourself short on money, do not fret. I can lend you 5 million. I can manage that. It will be beneficial for you to attend this auction and broaden your horizons. Zhang Feng was taken aback and looked up at Bai Luoxue. They were not closely related, merely acquaintances who had met a couple of times. And here she was offering to lend him such a substantial sum so casually. He felt a surge of gratitude in his heart, though he maintained a calm exterior, silently acknowledging her kindness. He shook his head gently. No need, Old Bai. I will certainly attend this auction. As for the financial aspect, I will find a way to manage it. You need not worry about that. May I ask when the auction will take place? It will be in 3 days. I will contact you regarding the exact location closer to the date. But are you certain you can secure 5 million? If you truly cannot, let Xiao Xue lend it to you. You must not let your pride prevent you from seizing such a wonderful opportunity. Your pride holds little value at present. Old Bai advised kindly. Zhang Feng nodded and also stood up. In that case, I shall not delay any longer. I will be sure to attend punctually in 3 days. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave. Old Bai glanced at the time and noted it was indeed past 11. He was feeling somewhat fatigued. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude repeatedly and drove directly towards his villa. Money, a challenging yet indispensable entity, seemed elusive. It appeared he should venture to the Grand View Garden tomorrow to seek out items, lest he miss out on this auction. Zhang Feng resolved firmly and sped towards his villa. Chapter 28, Dress Warmer. A somewhat irate voice echoed from upstairs. Zhang Feng did not lift his head but plopped down onto the sofa. Apprentice. Wei Qian was evidently intrigued. Then the sound of her small, hurried footsteps and slippers echoed as she jumped onto the sofa beside Zhang Feng. What does this mean? Have you become an apprentice? Why would you do that? Are you seeking wisdom? Zhang Feng found himself defeated by Wei Qian's whimsical nature, shaking his head helplessly without opening his eyes. I came to learn about antiques, not to seek enlightenment. Have you been watching too much Journey to the West? Do you really think you're the bone spirit? Of course I am. What else would I be? Wei Qian exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhang Feng and gazing at him with a playful smile. As Zhang Feng opened his eyes and glanced down, he nearly lost control of his senses, his nose almost bleeding from the sight. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wei Qian's face fell, her lips pouting as she lay on the sand, projecting an image of being wronged. Are you starting to dislike having me stay with you? You don't want to live with me anymore, do you? Zhang Feng, drenched in sweat and exuding a sense of helplessness, pondered the dream of residing with a beautiful woman, especially one as open and fond of him as Wei Qian. However, there ought to be boundaries. After all, it was inappropriate for a man and a woman to share a room without restraint. To make matters worse, Wei Qian was dressed in a sheer, virtually non-existent nightgown. Even with his severe myopia corrected, Zhang Feng could hardly ignore the blatant display before him. Wei Qian, that is not what I meant, he managed to say, though his gaze remained fixed on her face. You should be a bit more mindful. There's just the two of us here, and if others see us like this, they might misunderstand our relationship. Wei Qian, now even more aggrieved, stood up from the sand. Oh, so this is how you perceive me? If that's the case, I understand. I'll just take my leave and not disturb you any longer. As she spoke, she rose, her entire form laid bare before Zhang Feng. He could only steal a fleeting glance before his nose betrayed him, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Zhang Feng, why are you bleeding? Let me help you. Stay still and lie down. Wei Qian exclaimed, turning to grab some tissues, leaping off the sand and rushing towards him, sitting squarely on his lap. Zhang Feng, caught off guard and unable to react, found himself immobilized by the warmth of her body pressing against his abdomen, feeling the friction through their thin clothing. The sensation, particularly from Wei Qian's curvaceous form, ignited a fire within him. He attempted to push her away, but as a normal man, he found himself devoid of strength in such a moment. Look at you. Did you overheat in the sun? How can you bleed so much? It won't stop. As Wei Qian spoke, she diligently tended to his injury. It will stop, it will. Zhang Feng thought to himself. Wei Qian, let me handle this. You have work tomorrow, so you should rest. You don't want to oversleep. He reached out, grasping her delicate hand, attempting to seize the tissues from her grasp. As Wei Qian's petite face flushed, she suddenly lunged towards Zhang Feng, her ample curves drawing ever closer, so near that he could almost touch them with the slightest tilt of his head. Zhang Feng, startled, felt his breath hitch, lying still and closing his eyes in an effort to maintain composure. Hee, I knew you liked me, didn't I? Even at this moment. You still care for me. What are you afraid of? I am unmarried, and you are unwed. Even if we were together now, no one would speak ill of us. Don't you like me? Wei Qian teased, her gaze fixed playfully on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face turned crimson. To claim he felt nothing would be a lie, as his body betrayed him with undeniable reactions. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with aspirations for a future he wished to carve out for himself. Leaving matters of romance for another time. Let us discuss this later. For now, please get off me. I have something else to talk about. Zhang Feng hastily diverted the conversation, seeking any topic that might alleviate the tension of their current position. We should focus on the important matters. Your affairs can wait. Wei Qian's tone shifted, laced with emotion, her breath quickening as her delicate hand traced across Zhang Feng's chest. A shiver coursed through him, instinctively wanting to push her hand away, yet reluctant to abandon the intoxicating sensation. Zhang Feng swallowed hard, moistening his dry lips, and finally, with effort, he pushed back, attempting to distance himself from Wei Qian. What a chance! Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. The villa's tiled floor was slick. If he could slide a few more times, perhaps he could escape. He grasped the ground once more, pushing with his legs, and indeed, he progressed significantly. Wei Qian remained still upon him, a playful smile adorning her face, her legs gradually tightening around his waist as she straightened her posture. In this position, any pretense of indifference would be utterly false. A siren, a temptress, she ensnared his senses, rendering him incapable of focus. No, I must extricate myself first, Zhang Feng reminded himself, gripping the floor and pushing once more. Suddenly, he halted, lying on the ground, utterly motionless. Wei Qian trembled slightly, her voluptuous form lifting just enough, her cheeks flushed with color. Zhang Feng's embarrassment only deepened, his face resembling a ripe tomato, caught in a state of indecision. You say you're not thinking of anything, yet why can't you finish your sentence? Wei Qian mused, gazing down at her chest, her small hands nervously fiddling with her clothing. Zhang Feng felt a sense of despair. It was not that he had any specific thoughts, but rather his body was reacting instinctively, beyond his control. After all, without temptation, there could be no misstep. It was Wei Qian who had initiated this allure. Zhang Feng was reluctant to explain himself to Wei Qian, hastily sitting up with fervor, his hands impulsively wrapping around her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Hee, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. It seems men are all the same. Wei Qian chuckled, playfully embracing Zhang Feng, the previous awkwardness dissipating as she assumed a teasing demeanor. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, opting for silence as he lifted Wei Qian and placed her on sand. All right, Wei Qian, stop messing around. I admit my fault. I truly fear you. I have something serious to discuss, he said, sitting on the sand and catching his breath. Wei Qian, however, paid little heed to his words. propping her head on one hand while lying sideways on the sand. Her gaze filled with affection as she stared at him. "I can't believe you're discussing serious matters like this," she remarked, her eyes fleetingly glancing at Zhang Feng's lower half. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Cursing himself for his lack of composure, he grabbed a cushion and covered himself. "This should suffice," he muttered helplessly. Zhang Feng was well aware that Wei Qian enjoyed teasing him. Though their university days had not been as overtly flirtatious, she had often kept him awake at night, her image lingering in his mind. In fact, if one were to ask what left the most profound impression during his college years, it would undoubtedly be Wei Qian. What is this delusion of university? Is it sickness? Zhang Feng had never heard of such a thing. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why she felt compelled to return to university. Surely, she couldn't be unwell? After all, she had just graduated. At her age, she ought to be engaging in pursuits befitting her maturity. Wei Qian gazed intently at him. Suddenly, halting mid-sentence, Zhang Feng turned to Wei Qian and inquired, "May I discuss something with you?" Wei Qian turned around, puzzled by his tone. "Next time, if there's a next time. Could you wear more clothes when you're at home?" The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Feng rose to tidy his belongings. Upon exiting his bedroom, he discovered breakfast laid out on the table. Yet Wei Qian had mysteriously vanished. A smile crept across his face. Having a woman in the house was indeed advantageous. Not only for household chores, but also for having meals prepared. How delightful! After a quick bite, he hurriedly departed the villa, heading straight for the Grand View Garden. Unlike other places, the Grand View Garden remained desolate before 9 in the morning, with shops closed and stalls absent. Upon arrival, Zhang Feng found vendors just setting up, calling out to passers-by. As he strolled past the stalls, he failed to uncover anything of notable value, instead encountering a plethora of fakes. It was clear that navigating the Grand View Garden could easily lead one astray if they were not careful. With no pressing matters at hand and the stalls lacking worthwhile items, Zhang Feng decided to take his time and made his way to Wanbao's studio to seek out Old Chun. Old Chun was enjoying tea and reading when he was pleasantly surprised to see Zhang Feng come rushing in so early. He poured a cup of tea for Zhang Feng and invited him to sit opposite him. "Young man, what brings you here at such an early hour? Have you discovered something exceptional?" Old Chun took a sip of his tea, his gaze subtly drifting towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a sip of his tea, sighed, and shook his head. "It is precisely because I have not uncovered anything that I have come here now. It seems that my hopes of finding treasures are rather dim today. The pursuit of treasures is inherently a matter of chance, reliant upon both luck and discernment. It is not something that can be achieved every day. If today does not yield results, I shall return tomorrow." Old Chun, possessing a broad-minded nature, sought to comfort Zhang Feng. Were it not for the 5 million at stake, Zhang Feng would not feel such urgency. However, he refrained from voicing this to Old Chun and merely nodded in response. "Old Chun, there are individuals outside wishing to sell something. Would you care to step out and take a look?" The receptionist entered softly to report, "Oh, someone is selling goods so early in the day? This could be a promising sign." Old Chun stood up and waved to Zhang Feng. "Since you are here as well, let us venture out together. You're discerning, I will surely aid me in authentication today." "You flatter me, Old Chun. I am but a novice, relying solely on luck thus far. I hardly dare to presume myself worthy of your esteem," Zhang Feng replied humbly, shaking his head. Old Chun laughed heartily, choosing not to respond further as he stepped outside, with Zhang Feng following closely behind. In the hall of the Treasure Inquiry Studio stood a man dressed in tattered clothing, with yellow dirt stains on his shoes and pant legs. His suit appeared to be worth no more than 100 yuan, and his rubber shoes were unkempt, suggesting he had not bathed or groomed himself in several days, emanating a faint odor. Old Chun, undeterred by the man's appearance, approached him. "Hello, I am the appraiser at the Treasure Inquiry Studio. May I inquire what you wish to sell?" The man scrutinized Old Chun from head to toe before producing a black leather bag, revealing a piece of vivid green within. Zhang Feng, standing behind, strained to get a better look. Old Chun extended his hand to retrieve the item from the man's bag, and Zhang Feng finally discerned that it was a jade Buddha. While jade Buddhas are relatively commonplace, this particular piece, though seemingly valuable, might be flawed or damaged, which would explain its presence here. Otherwise, the jade Buddha might possess significant worth and collectible value. Zhang Feng was not well versed in such knowledge, yet he had meandered through Old Bai's collection room the previous evening, where he had inquired about a jade Buddha, receiving patient explanations from Old Bai. Old Chun, holding the jade Buddha, turned and carefully placed it on the counter, retrieving a microscope to examine it closely. The man stood still, silent, anxiously wiping the sweat from his forehead, his entire body seemingly trembling slightly, his eyes filled with urgency. Zhang Feng cast a brief glance at the man, and judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he was not a person of good standing. Either this item was an heirloom, or the man had engaged in some disreputable conduct, for he would not be so flustered otherwise. Zhang Feng did not dwell on this thought, but turned to stand beside Elder Chun, focusing his attention on the Jade Buddha. This Jade Buddha was enveloped in a verdant patina, surrounded by over 70 emerald green halos, a relic of more than 70 years. If this jade were of good quality, it could be worth several $100,000. Zhang Feng took a glance, but did not linger. As Elder Chun's presence meant it was not the time for him to showcase his knowledge. Elder Chun examined the piece meticulously and slowly. After a good 10 minutes, he finally straightened up, setting down a microscope in his hand. This should be a modern piece dating back to the 40s, and it is indeed a decent item. However, the jade is excessively coarse, mixed with many non-jade materials, rendering it virtually worthless. At most, it could fetch 70,000. Elder Chun handed the Jade Buddha back to the man. 70,000? The man took the Jade Buddha without uttering a word and swiftly turned to leave. He arrived in haste and departed even more so, not sparing a single word, which piqued Zhang Feng's curiosity. What price do you seek? You may speak now, Zhang Feng urged, stepping forward. Fixed price, 1 million. The man replied resolutely, locking eyes with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was taken aback. This Jade Buddha was being offered for 1 million. A price that likely no one in the entire Grandview Garden would entertain. Vendors would not risk such a valuable item, and every shop would have their discerning eyes. They would certainly not pay such a sum for what appeared to be a piece worth no more than 100,000. Please take your time. Indeed. Elder Chun made no further comments, gesturing to the man and turning to walk towards the inner hall. The man promptly exited, showing no sign of regret. Clutching his black leather bag as he headed towards the next antique shop, Zhang Feng felt perplexed. What made this Jade Buddha so special that the man demanded 1 million? Was there some hidden intricacy involved? Zhang Feng exchanged a few words with Elder Chun before following the man outside. He trailed behind, observing discreetly as the man entered each antique shop. Zhang Feng listened intently to the appraisals given inside, while occasionally scrutinizing the Jade Buddha. However, after more than an hour of visiting various shops throughout the Grandview Garden, the highest offer he received was merely 90,000, suggesting that everyone shared a similar perspective on its value. The man appeared visibly disheartened. He shook the Jade Buddha in his hand, sighed heavily, and sat down on a nearby step. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Feng approached and sat beside him. Since the man dared to sit in such a public place, it was clear that this item was not stolen, alleviating Zhang Feng's fears. The man did not spare Zhang Feng a glance, instead reaching into his pocket to retrieve a cigarette. He patted on either side, but could not find a lighter. Zhang Feng pulled out his lighter and ignited the cigarette for him. The man was momentarily taken aback. Yet he muttered a thank you and settled onto the steps to smoke. May I see your Jade Buddha? Zhang Feng indicated the tattered bag beside the man. Feel free. The man replied. I once thought those in the Grandview Garden were connoisseurs, but it appears that is not the case. They claim it is worth 90,000. Yet here I am, possessing a Jade Buddha of considerable value, and they offer me a mere 90,000. How laughable. He exhaled a plume of smoke, rubbing his hands together. Though it was unclear if his gesture stemmed from anger or resignation, Zhang Feng remained silent, continuing to examine the Jade Buddha in his hands. If the entire Grandview Garden had ascribed a value so similar across the board, it seemed this jade was indeed not worth much. It possessed only collector's value. A stubborn demand for 1 million clashed with offers that barely reached 1/10 of that, indicating a significant discrepancy. As Zhang Feng scrutinized the Jade Buddha, he finally discerned a considerable flaw. At the base of the Buddha, there flickered a yellow glow, and upon closer inspection, he found over 300 such yellow rings. This suggested that something lay within the base of the Jade Buddha, with a history exceeding 3 centuries, yet he could not ascertain what it was. Well, I should be on my way. This place is inadequate. I must explore other options, as this money is my lifeline. The man discarded his cigarette, but stamped it out, and rose from the steps, reaching for the Jade Buddha. However, Zhang Feng did not relinquish his grip and turned to the man, asking, Are you in urgent need of money? That is none of your concern. If you're not buying, don't waste my time. The man's tone turned frosty, indicating his reluctance to share. If you remain silent, I cannot purchase your item. If you are indeed in urgent need of funds, perhaps I could acquire it today. Let us negotiate. If you are willing, we could finalize the deal now. The man appraised Zhang Feng, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Forget it. I suggest you look elsewhere. I believe I've seen you before. You heard the appraisers. Even they deem it worthless. What price could an ordinary fellow like you offer? Don't waste my time. I have matters to attend to. Zhang Feng, what brings you here? Old Chun, why are you here? I'm currently negotiating to purchase this jade Buddha. Zhang Feng replied earnestly. Purchasing this jade Buddha? How much do you intend to spend? Are you truly considering 1 million? Old Chun's face displayed bewilderment. Zhang Feng had been present during the appraisal, where no substantial value had been declared. It was perplexing that he suddenly wished to buy it. 1 million does seem a bit excessive, but if the price could be lowered somewhat, I would consider buying it. Chapter 30. Eager to help. In a moment of confusion, Zhang Feng's words left Chun perplexed, gazing at him without understanding his meaning. The man looked at Zhang Feng with astonishment, a mixture of surprise and disbelief on his face. Are you truly interested in purchasing my jade Buddha? I certainly cannot offer you 1 million. You are aware that all the appraisers have declared this item lacks value. Even if you wish to sell it for 1 million, I cannot afford it. However, if you are genuinely in a predicament, perhaps we can negotiate a suitable price and finalize the deal right now. Zhang Feng was left with just over 1 million. Acquiring this item would mean that the funds in his possession might not suffice for other ventures. Ah, Old Chun, why have you just arrived? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. What were you doing outside? Coming quickly. An appraiser emerged from the shop, warmly greeting Old Chun, but upon noticing that Chun was fixated on something outside, he turned to look and immediately spotted the man holding the jade Buddha alongside Zhang Feng. Isn't that the jade Buddha? Someone is actually buying it. The appraiser muttered to himself, hastening to Old Chun's side. Old Chun gestured for the appraiser to remain silent, continuing to observe Zhang Feng's direction. Oh, Old Chun, there's nothing remarkable about this item. I have already examined this jade Buddha. The jade is far from pure, mixed with other materials, and its texture is light. Only the base possesses some solidity, but for this worthless trinket, it cannot possibly fetch more than 100,000. Since there's a fool willing to buy it now, it is best we refrain from meddling. The appraiser evidently held the jade Buddha in contempt, urging Old Chun to move on. Old Chun shook his head, remaining silent yet showing no intention of leaving, which puzzled the appraiser, prompting him to stand by and observe as well. Zhang Feng fiddled with the jade Buddha, finally revealing a bent finger. Please, share your current difficulties, and I may offer you a reasonable price. The man furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unusual inquiry regarding his troubles in the midst of a transaction for antiques. I own a factory in town, and this year has been economically challenging, resulting in losses. I still have many employees' wages unpaid. I cannot secure a loan, so I must part with the precious item I acquired at a high price. When I obtained it, it was worth 600,000. I cannot afford to sell it at a loss now. 600,000? The appraiser's voice rose, incredulity evident. You must be joking. You paid 600,000 for this worthless piece? You were deceived. Our establishment prides itself on honesty. At least the appraisers here do not deceive. This item isn't even worth 100,000. You should consider yourself unfortunate. The appraiser's words left the man's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he refrained from retorting, merely lowering his gaze to Zhang Feng. Indeed, for this trinket to be valued at 600,000 is absurd. 60,000 would be more fitting. I have encountered this item before. It is hardly of good quality, and acquiring it would likely result in a loss. Another appraiser, who had approached unnoticed, chimed in agreement. How much more do you need to pay your employees? Zhang Feng suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze to the man. The man was taken aback and instinctively replied, 900,000. Fine, 900,000 it is. Let's finalize the deal. Zhang Feng snapped his fingers with enthusiasm and stood up from the ground. What on earth? 900,000? This fellow intends to spend 900,000 to acquire this worthless object? No wonder business at our Grandview Garden is flourishing, with so many fools here purchasing items. We need not worry about selling counterfeit junk. Enough of this. We need not linger. This fool is of no interest, completely clueless. Indeed, I had thought this young man possessed some knowledge. Yet after all this time, it turns out to be nothing of significance, a true waste of sentiment. Let's go, Chin Lao. We ought to attend to our own matters. Watching this fool is hardly worthwhile. The disparaging remarks from the appraiser were mercilessly directed at Zhang Feng, showing no concern for whether he was affected. Chin Lao stood in place, puzzled. He had engaged in several transactions with Zhang Feng. Although young, each time he sold something. It was unexpectedly impressive. Might this occasion also yield a surprising turn of events? Are you truly willing to spend 900,000 on my jade Buddha? The man was clearly taken aback, hesitantly extending his finger. Zhang Feng nodded. Although the jade Buddha lacked substantial value, he sensed that the base held something extraordinary. Perhaps it concealed something of considerable worth. The man hesitated for a moment, then abruptly seized the jade Buddha. No, you are a good person, and I do not wish to deceive you. What they say is true. This jade Buddha is not a fine item. Though I paid a hefty sum for it, I cannot mislead you. It would be best if you do not proceed with the purchase. See that? Acknowledged, isn't it? You still doubt the appraisal capabilities of our Grand View Garden. How ridiculous. What is this rubbish worth 1,000,000? The appraiser chimed in eagerly, clearly pleased and excited about his own expertise. Zhang Feng paid no mind to the appraiser's words, rising to grasp the man's arm. Regardless of whether this jade Buddha is genuine, given your integrity towards your employees, this 900,000 is justified. Besides, I wish to take a gamble. What if this object is indeed worth 900,000? The man sized Zhang Feng up. He did not doubt that Zhang Feng could produce 900,000, but he genuinely questioned whether Zhang Feng's judgment was sound. Despite his candor, Zhang Feng remained obstinate, a rare sight indeed. The man shook his head in resignation, placing the jade Buddha into his bag and turning to leave. Brother, I have already laid it out plainly. Even if you go elsewhere, you will not sell it for such a price. Why not sell it directly to me now? Zhang Feng hurried after him, walking alongside the man. The appraiser was stunned, pointing in Zhang Feng's direction and turning to Chun Lao. Chun Lao, have you ever encountered such a fool? He is actually following him. The man has been forthright, and he still insists on buying. My word, what kind of fool comes to the Grand View Garden to flaunt wealth? There truly are many imbeciles in this era, and even more who are utterly pitiful. As he spoke, Zhang Yin turned and walked toward his shop. Elder Chun stood behind, gazing in the direction of Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with a perplexing expression. However, Elder Chun did not dwell on it. Since Zhang Feng was willing to be deceived, there was nothing he could do to intervene, and he could only let Zhang Feng proceed. The man walked briskly ahead, with Zhang Feng closely pursuing him. Eventually, the two halted at the entrance of the Grand View Garden. Zhang Feng smiled, remaining in place without advancing further. Brother, you really don't seem suited for mingling in the Grand View Garden. With such honesty, how can you sell anything? Consider this a favor from me. Perhaps we may meet again, and who knows, I might need to ask you for help someday. It's uncertain, isn't it? The man scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, increasingly convinced that he was merely a rich second-generation heir, perhaps overwhelmed by a surge of compassion, prompting him to chase after him so insistently. The man had no desire to harm Zhang Feng, yet with such persistence in his own financial need, he began to waver. Rest assured, since I have made the purchase, I will definitely be able to sell it. Even if I don't make a profit, I won't incur significant losses. In fact, I don't even need to compete. No one else is interested in buying it. Selling it to me is undoubtedly the best choice. Zhang Feng seized the moment, continuing to persuade him. The man clenched his teeth, lifted his head to glance at Zhang Feng, and finally nodded earnestly. All right, brother, consider this a debt I owe you. What is your name? Chung, Zhang Feng replied. I will remember your name. I am Zhao Chung from New Shop Town. If fate allows us to meet again, and if I rise to prominence, I will surely repay this kindness. Zhao Chung added candidly. Zhang Feng took possession of the jade Buddha, confirming its authenticity, and then led Zhao Chung directly to the construction bank, where he transferred 900,000 via the ATM. Upon receiving the text notification, Zhao Chung appeared momentarily stunned, looking up at Zhang Feng, and ultimately nodded in gratitude. He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, said nothing further, and turned to exit the bank, disappearing into the Grand View Garden. Unbeknownst to whom the information first leaked, the news of Zhang Feng's 900,000 purchase of the jade Buddha spread like wildfire throughout the Grand View Garden. In no time, all the eyes in the garden flocked to the entrance of the One Bao studio, eager to ascertain the identity of the fool who had bought the jade Buddha. Elder Chun, without needing to ponder, already knew it was Zhang Feng. Given such a high price, Zhao Chung was no fool. How could he possibly refuse to sell? Yet, Elder Chun remained baffled as to why Zhang Feng suddenly seemed foolish enough to spend such a considerable sum on what he deemed a worthless trinket. I truly do not understand what there is to laugh about, Elder Chun remarked helplessly as he sat on the wooden chair opposite, lifting his teacup for a sip. Having acquired such a fine item, why wouldn't I be pleased? He set down his cup, gesturing towards the outside. You are still pleased. Yet do you know that the entire Grand View Garden is abuzz with chatter? Everyone knows you spent a fortune on a jade Buddha, and now all the eyes are eager to catch a glimpse of what this fool looks like. Oh, there are people who wish to see me? Where might they be? Zhang Feng leaned towards the door, curious. Chapter 31. How not to be humiliated. Zhang Feng tilted his head and indeed observed that the entrance of Wenbao Zhai was now surrounded by a throng of people. Whispering to one another in hushed tones, their discourse instilling a sense of trepidation in the patrons of the establishment, who were left bewildered by the commotion. Unperturbed, Zhang Feng shrugged and remained silent, finishing the last sip of tea in his cup before rising to stride towards the exit. What are you doing? Why would you venture out at a time like this? Do you not believe these old fools will humiliate you? Elder Chun hastily stood up, his voice laced with concern. Zhang Feng turned around, patting the leather bag in his hand. I intend to show these people the treasures I possess. Elder Chun, would you care to join me and witness their true colors? Defeated by Zhang Feng's naivety, Elder Chun could only shake his head in resignation. He had never witnessed such audacity in Zhang Feng before. Not insisting further, Zhang Feng exited the inner hall, clutching his bag as he made his way outside. Look, there's that fool. I saw him at our doorstep just moments ago, madly insisting on purchasing that jade Buddha. What a fool. He must be one of those wealthy, second-generation heirs, with money to burn every day. Just look at him, trying to mingle in the Grandview Garden, believing that possessing a little wealth grants him the right to claim treasures. Truly ridiculous. If he were my son, I would have broken his legs long ago. Bringing him out is a disservice to society. The remarks from the onlookers were scathing, sharpened by years spent navigating the antiquities market, where one's acumen was often measured by the sharpness of their tongue and the keen observation of their eyes. Zhang Feng paid no heed to their derision. He opened his leather bag and placed it upon the counter of Wenbao Zhai. Elder Chen was too embarrassed to step outside. If these connoisseurs were to discover his association with such a character, his own reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, curiosity gnawed at Elder Chen. What breed of confidence did Zhang Feng possess, and why was he so assured regarding the jade Buddha? Elder Chen approached the entrance. Peering toward Zhang Feng, with a smile, caressed the jade Buddha, his gaze fixed upon the esteemed connoisseurs gathered around. These individuals were undoubtedly authoritative figures within the Grandview Garden. If they deemed an item unworthy, it was rare for it to be misjudged. Esteemed connoisseurs, I am aware that you might regard my purchase of this jade Buddha, especially at the exorbitant price of 900,000, with disdain. However, I deem it a worthy investment. Do you not share this sentiment? Zhang Feng remarked, his fingers tracing the contours of the jade Buddha, genuinely enamored. Indeed, if one lacks discernment, it is prudent to remain silent, refraining from hasty judgments or purchases. Individuals like you, the wealthy second-generation heirs, truly baffle the mind. Now, having recognized the gravity of your folly, it is not too late to reconsider. Zhang Feng remained indifferent, his affection for the jade Buddha only growing as he admired it further. The onlookers were bemused, casting disdainful glances at Zhang Feng, waiting to see what he would do next. 5 million. I shall sell you this jade Buddha for 5 million. Is there anyone willing to buy? Zhang Feng suddenly raised his head, addressing the crowd. How much? 5 million? One of the gem appraisers, his eyes wide open in astonishment, first froze for a moment before erupting into boisterous laughter, pointing at Zhang Feng with unabashed mirth, entirely disregarding his words, clutching his belly as he squatted on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. The other appraisers soon joined in the laughter, regarding Zhang Feng with disdain, as if he were a fool. If none of you are willing to buy, don't say I didn't warn you. 5 million is an incredibly low price. Next time could very well be 10 million, Zhang Feng reiterated. Spare me. Next time, 10 million? You couldn't possibly sell this for that much. How brazen of you to say such things. If you can sell this jade Buddha for 1 million, I would kneel down and call you master. Another appraiser scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Zhang Feng remained unfazed, merely shaking his head. Alas, you fail to recognize a good opportunity. If you choose not to buy, do not lament later. This jade Buddha is truly valuable and worth every penny. If you really decide against purchasing, do not blame me. Rest assured, we certainly won't hold you accountable. Show me how this worthless trinket is worth 10 million, the appraiser retorted, extending his hand while laughing, his derision piercing through Zhang Feng like daggers. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Feng no longer hesitated. He reached for the jade Buddha, striding purposefully to the center of the appraisal room. Old Chun had been observing Zhang Feng's actions closely. Upon seeing his demeanor, a vague intuition stirred within him, yet he remained silent, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Zhang Feng glanced around, picked up a small square box from the side, placing it before him, and then set the jade Buddha inside. 7 million. This is my final offer. Is there anyone interested? He called out to the appraisers outside. Are you serious? You dare to ask 7 million for this worthless item? Hurry up. We're eager to see you weep. The appraiser scoffed. Indeed, if you have the audacity, don't waste our time. Either make your bid or stop this nonsense. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, finally falling silent. He placed the jade Buddha into the box and forcefully slammed it down onto the ground. With a sharp crack, the sound reverberated from the jade Buddha, fragments scattering across the floor. The appraisers outside were taken aback. This young man was deliberately smashing the item. After all the commotion, it became clear that Zhang Feng had been bluffing, attempting to exploit their psychology to sell his possession. Now, seeing that no one was interested, he resorted to destruction. The appraisers grew even more contemptuous, crossing their arms and eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Zhang Feng, his head bowed, paid no heed to the onlookers, continuing to strike the jade Buddha until its base shattered. Only then did he cease, lifting the now ruined Buddha. It lay in tatters, its upper portion still relatively intact, while the base was a disarray of broken pieces, rendering it significantly less valuable. Such ruthlessness among people today, to think that damaged items could be considered antiques. It has indeed been shattered. One must wonder what occupies the mind of such a person. It appears to be nothing but nonsense. How amusing it is to think oneself clever after purchasing it for 900,000, only to attempt to deceive others now. Do you presume everyone else is a fool? The onlookers, now brimming with excitement, cast haughty glances at Zhang Feng, their venomous remarks flowing incessantly. Zhang Feng smiled, unperturbed, as he rummaged through the box and turned to face the spectators outside. My final offer is 9 million. I am not unscrupulous, merely seeking tenfold profits. Do you wish to seize this remarkable opportunity? Do spare us. Young man, lament here on your own. We have no inclination to indulge in your theatrics. You may as well weep over your fragments. Indeed, cry over your remnants, for there is no need for me to kneel before you. The spectators, clearly losing patience, began to depart. Wait, are you leaving before witnessing the piece de resistance? Have I been overly verbose? Ladies and gentlemen, behold the priceless treasure of the jade Buddha. Zhang Feng hummed a tune while retrieving a yellow inkstone from the box. Initially intent on leaving, the onlookers turned their curious gazes towards Zhang Feng upon his utterance. As they beheld the inkstone in his hands, a momentary stillness enveloped them, their eyes scrutinizing the artifact with keen interest. The Yellowstone inkstone. Elder Chun, unable to contain himself, swiftly stepped forward and seized the inkstone from Zhang Feng, examining it with meticulous care. Zhang Feng crossed his arms and gestured towards the jade Buddha on the ground. The Buddha has decreed that you, unable to recognize true treasures, should be enlightened, thus bestowing upon me this yellow inkstone. Do you now believe? Elder Chun, captivated, observed the inkstone's crystalline clarity, noting the faint traces of ink upon its surface. The entire piece exhibited no contamination or blemish, and in terms of quality, it far surpassed the Yellowstone previously taken by Elder Bai. This was undoubtedly a prime specimen of exceptional quality. Fetch my magnifying glass, Elder Chun commanded, turning to the attendant behind him. The attendant, momentarily stunned, quickly complied, rushing to retrieve the glass and presenting it to Elder Chun. Holding the Yellowstone aloft, Elder Chun scrutinized it through the magnifying glass, inhaling sharply, nearly dropping the glass in his astonishment as the wrinkles on his aged face trembled with excitement. This is indeed the inkstone once used by Mr. Zheng Banxiao. A gasp rippled through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the yellow inkstone, fervor igniting within their gazes. Elder Chun, a renowned authority in the realm of antiques, spoke with unassailable certainty. If he claimed it belonged to Zheng Banxiao, it must indeed be so. What could the worth of Zheng Banxiao's inkstone be? No one was naive. This exquisite Yellowstone inkstone alone was valued in the millions, and with Zheng Banxiao's name attached, its worth soared even higher. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with regret, the word remorse practically written across their faces. Excuse me, my friend, what was the amount you just mentioned? 9 million? How about selling it to me right now? I can issue you a check, a cash check. What do you say? 9 million? You must be joking, my friend. Such a fine item cannot possibly be worth 9 million. The moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was extraordinary. I merely intended to provoke you earlier. No need for further discussion. My offer stands at 950,000, and I can produce the funds immediately. Two onlookers flanked Zhang Feng, one to each side. What is this? Weren't you just calling me a fool? Why the sudden silence? Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, taunting them. Chapter 32. Life is full of challenges. Zhang Feng's words flushed the faces of the two onlookers, who exchanged glances but remained mute, gradually retreating to the periphery. Zhang Feng snorted and approached Elder Chen. My young friend, I initially thought you had misjudged this situation, yet unexpectedly, you have triumphed once more. Moreover, it turns out that this is a Yinji inkstone made of Tian Huang stone, specifically the piece by Zhang Banxiao. Quite impressive. Elder Chen's face radiated joy. After all, Zhang Feng had left his shop earlier, and had he failed, it would have reflected poorly on Elder Chen. You flatter me, Elder. I merely stumbled upon this fortuitously. Without that luck, success would have eluded me. Now that I have acquired it, I would like to inquire about the true value of this inkstone. Zhang Feng scratched his head, genuinely uncertain of the inkstone's market price. However, since those two onlookers had already offered 9 million, it was conceivable that he could fetch 10 million with the right buyer. Elder Chen examined the Tian Huang stone inkstone carefully from all angles, and once he confirmed its authenticity, he returned it to Zhang Feng. The highest price I can offer you is 10 million. If you wish to sell, I can issue you a check right now. Of course, if those onlookers outside are willing to offer more, that remains an option, Elder Chen said leisurely as he removed his glasses. Zhang Feng had initially purchased it for 900,000, and now he had the opportunity to sell it for 10 million, a significant windfall, marking his second serendipitous find. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, the onlookers outside were eager to make a move, but when they caught sight of Elder Chen's expression, they hesitated, intimidated by his stature in the marketplace. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth. This amount exceeded his desired 5 million by a considerable margin, leaving no room for discontent. All right, we have a deal. 10 million. Elder Chen, I will sell it to you now. He presented the inkstone to Elder Chen with decisive ease. Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction, accepting the Tian Huang stone inkstone, and waved to the salesperson, who promptly retrieved the checkbook for him. Observing Elder Chen's preoccupation, Zhang Feng decided not to linger and turned to exit. Those who initially sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhang Feng, upon witnessing his current demeanor, hesitated to approach. They recalled their previous disparaging remarks, leaving them awkwardly rooted in place, uncertain of how to proceed. Esteemed colleagues, if I have anything to sell in the future, shall we discuss it then? For now, might I trouble you to clear a path? Zhang Feng's foremost priority was to swiftly deposit his money. Innocent by nature, yet burdened by the possession of wealth, the onlookers finally grasped the situation, retreating to grant Zhang Feng passage. Upon exiting the Grandview Garden, Zhang Feng made his way to the construction bank. The bank was bustling with patrons, forming a lengthy queue, the purpose of their wait unknown. Zhang Feng took a number and settled into a chair. With this newfound wealth, he could partake in the auction, gaining exposure to the world beyond his own and the opportunity to meet individuals from the upper echelons of society, which would undoubtedly benefit him. Zhang Feng harbored aspirations of becoming a capable individual, though misfortune had long stifled his ambitions, leaving him devoid of even the courage to dream. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his reverie. Zhang Feng. He instinctively turned toward the sound, and before him stood a poised young woman. Tian Tian. Zhang Feng rose in astonishment. Recognizing her, Tian Tian was a fellow student from university, once celebrated as one of the campus beauties. However, her delicate demeanor had incited excessive protective instincts among her admirers, resulting in numerous altercations, with many of those infatuated with her ending up in the hospital. Zhang Feng's roommate had also been enamored with her, and, instead of ending up in the hospital himself, he found himself supporting his friend through the ordeal, ultimately landing Zhang Feng in the hospital instead. Zhang Feng had not anticipated encountering Tian Tian here. She retained her beauty, with large, expressive eyes, a fair complexion, and flowing black hair. Clad in a white shirt and slightly faded jeans, her silhouette was exquisitely accentuated, and her modest curves appeared remarkably firm. What brings you here? Tian Tian inquired as she took a seat beside him. I'm here to make a deposit. And you? Zhang Feng countered. I'm also here for some banking matters. I work as an accountant at a nearby company, handling various banking transactions. It's curious that I've never seen you at this bank before, she remarked. Surveying him from head to toe, Zhang Feng scratched his head. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with the struggles of survival to frequent the bank, usually just withdrawing cash in a flash. It was hardly surprising that she had never encountered him. I just wander wherever, and I don't come here often, so it's understandable you haven't seen me, he replied dismissively. Tian Tian nodded in comprehension. What are you doing now? Since graduation, I've lost touch with everyone. I have no idea where my classmates have gone. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss regarding how to explain the nature of his work to Tian Tian. In fact, he was uncertain about what it truly entailed. I simply engage in random tasks, pursuing any lucrative opportunity that comes my way. My days are spent in a haphazard manner. By the way, Wei Qian is currently living with me. If you have time, we could share a meal together. I also keep in touch with Lu Xiaoru. Zhang Feng deftly shifted the topic of conversation. That sounds wonderful. If we find a moment, let us indeed have dinner. I'll call you when I'm free. And you can invite them as well. We were such close friends in college, yet life has led us down different paths, leaving us with little contact, Tian Tian exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the thought of reuniting with old friends. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. He was no longer the same individual he once was, unburdened by fears of misfortune. As Zhang Feng and Tian Tian conversed animatedly, he remained oblivious to a pair of beady eyes, the size of yellow soybeans, fixed intently upon their direction, glimmering with a sinister light from behind a counter. Attention, number 3527. Please proceed to counter 3. Zhang Feng glanced at his number and quickly stood up. Tian Tian, I must attend to my business now. We shall continue our conversation once I'm done. Tian Tian nodded, watching as Zhang Feng approached the counter. The attendant was a portly man, while the other counters were staffed by pleasant, gentle women, leaving Zhang Feng somewhat disappointed by the contrast. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of depositing money, so he took a seat. Good day. How may I assist you? The rotund man assessed Zhang Feng before speaking in a low tone. I would like to deposit 10 million, Zhang Feng replied, retrieving his check as he spoke. 10 million? The man's surprise was evident as he scrutinized Zhang Feng, eventually glancing at Tian Tian, who was not looking in their direction. The man had long been enamored with Tian Tian, having learned that she was single, and he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of pursuing her. However, seeing her engage so warmly with Zhang Feng stirred a sense of animosity within him towards Zhang Feng. His eyes darted, and he rapped the table lightly. Please present your cash, sir. Cash. I don't have any. This is a check, a cash check. It can be directly transferred, Zhang Feng said, extending his check to the man. A smile flickered across the man's lips as he took the check, placing it before him and tapping it rhythmically. How could this rather unremarkable fellow possibly possess 10 million? Is he not merely flaunting his wealth before the ladies? Zhang Feng, oblivious to the man's disdain, examined the check closely. It appeared identical to the one previously issued by Elder Chun, leaving him puzzled as to why it could not be deposited now. Surely, Elder Chun would not deceive him. What could be amiss? Excuse me, are you perhaps mistaken? This check is entirely legitimate and should pose no issues. I kindly ask you to recheck it, Zhang Feng implored, extending the check once more. I apologize, but we simply do not have the time for this. As you can see, there's so many people waiting outside. We cannot squander any more time on your expired check, so I kindly ask you to leave. We still have others to attend to. The stout man did not even glance at Zhang Feng, simply gesturing for the next number to be called. This time, it happened to be Tian Tian's number. She stood and walked to stand behind Zhang Feng. Have you finished so quickly? Tian Tian inquired softly. Zhang Feng awkwardly stood up, scratching his head. No, they said my check is invalid. They cannot even verify the information on it, and thus cannot process the transfer. Oh, how could that be? Let me take a look, Tian Tian said, reaching for Zhang Feng's check. He did not mind and handed it over to her. As an accountant, Tian Tian had seen countless types of checks, and after just a glance, she was certain that this one was entirely legitimate. This check is absolutely genuine. You can rest assured, Tian Tian exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Zhang Feng. How could you possibly have such a large sum of money? Chapter 33, Taking it seriously. The stout man felt a twinge of frustration. He had intended to put Zhang Feng in a difficult position, to embarrass him in front of Tian Tian, flaunting wealth in front of the woman he admired. This was nothing short of an insult to him. However, he could never have anticipated that Tian Tian would react so when she saw the figure on the check. Had he known this would happen, he would not have claimed it was expired and refused to process it. Zhang Feng reached for the check, stepping back to create space. But the bank claims this check is expired, so I suppose it must be. I will try another bank. If that fails, this 10 million is of no use to me. Impossible. Your check is undoubtedly authentic. From any perspective, it cannot be expired. Moreover, this check is one of the first batch of new checks issued by the construction bank, valid for 5 years. It cannot possibly be expired now. You should try again. Tian Tian urged, grasping Zhang Feng's hand, disregarding the difference in size. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback, and the stout man was equally stunned. However, he was soon engulfed by a wave of fury. For so long, he had attempted to engage Tian Tian, yet she had never allowed him to touch her even once. Now, this unremarkable fellow had managed to hold her hand. The stout man's small eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Zhang Feng's hand, his pudgy fingers trembling with suppressed rage. Zhang Feng wished to leave, But Tian had no intention of letting him go, clutching the check in his hand. Let me give it a try. It cannot possibly be ineffective. She turned and sat down, handing the check to the stout man. Could you please examine this check and determine what the issue is? Although Tian did not notice the stout man's expression, her voice was soft yet resolute. It is impossible. The date and time on this check are correct, and the payee is accurate. Why do you claim there's a problem with this check? What exactly is the issue? Tian asked, unwilling to accept defeat. The overweight man was further irritated by Tian's earnest handling of Zhang Feng's affairs. If I say there's a problem, then there is a problem. No matter how you inquire, it is futile. Now, quickly take your check and leave. If you have matters to attend to, do so, and if not, hasten your departure. Can't you see that there are still many people queuing behind you? What is this attitude? We came here to conduct business. So why speak to us in such a manner? Tian, clearly displeased, stood up to retort. Zhang Feng observed the scene keenly. He was astonished to discover this assertive side of Tian, which seemed a stark contrast to her previously timid demeanor. Indeed, life can transform a person. Zhang Feng had come to believe in the power of life itself. The overweight man was evidently incensed by Tian's demeanor, his beady eyes darting about. With a huff, he lowered his head and began to press the number pad. Soon, a middle-aged man approached, glancing at Zhang Feng and then at Tian, before looking up at the electronic display with a puzzled expression. I believe it is my turn to conduct business. Might you step aside? Step aside? What do you mean? Can't you see that I am not yet finished? Tian spun around abruptly, her large eyes filled with rage as she shouted at the man. Oh, it's Manager Tian. My apologies, I didn't notice you. Please, go ahead. The middle-aged man seemed genuinely intimidated by Tian, bowing repeatedly and hastily retreating. The overweight man was taken aback. If a supervisor were to intervene, the situation could be problematic for him, possibly even resulting in termination. However, he could not swallow his indignation, especially upon seeing Zhang Feng appear indifferent to the unfolding drama. With Tian taking the lead, the feeling of betrayal intensified within him. Fine, seek whoever you wish. Do you think I'm afraid? I will tell you, a contemptible woman like you deserves such treatment. He too rose to his feet, his words turning venomous. In an instant, the entire bank fell silent, all patrons turning their attention to the overweight man. As a bank employee, he was expected to exhibit a commendable demeanor. How could he unleash such vitriol upon a woman? The other customers began to withdraw, clearly reconsidering their intentions to conduct business there, and they turned to leave the bank in droves. Tian, taken aback by the overweight man's remarks, gazed at him in disbelief. What did you just say? Did you actually insult me? Insult you? What of it? You deserve to be insulted. Look at yourself. What connection do you have to others? By what right do you presume to assist them? Truly shameless. The overweight man, emboldened, unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Tian's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to respond, Zhang Feng intervened. Let me handle this. You can stand behind me. His calm demeanor suggested he had navigated such encounters before, exuding a sense of experience and wisdom. Tian was momentarily taken aback, her mind drifting back to a scene from 2 years prior, when Zhang Feng had stood before her in a similar manner, only to be ruthlessly beaten by the school's affluent heir. Zhang Feng stepped forward, positioning himself at the counter. Addressing the portly clerk, "Are you implying that I cannot deposit my check here today?" "Indeed, that is the case. Let me be clear, even if your check were genuine, it would still be unacceptable. It is fortunate that I have not reported you to the authorities. If the police discover you are using a counterfeit check, your fate is sealed. Now, be quick and leave, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred," the clerk retorted disdainfully. Zhang Feng nodded, retrieving the check and firmly slapping it onto the counter. "Today, I will deposit this here. You can either fetch your supervisor or I will call the police. I am eager to determine who is genuine and who is false in this matter." With that, he pulled out his phone, ready to report the situation. The clerk, taken aback by Zhang Feng's audaciousness, realized that should the police uncover his deliberate deceit in labeling Zhang Feng's check as fraudulent, he too would face dire consequences. "Sir, please, do not be agitated. There must be some misunderstanding. Allow me to sit down and discuss this calmly," pleaded an astute female bank employee, who had approached just in time to avert further escalation. Zhang Feng scrutinized the female employee. "Are you the supervisor?" "I am not. I am merely a staff member. However, your commotion outside could impact our bank's operations, so I kindly ask you to remain composed and refrain from causing a disturbance." "What do you mean by that?" "We are merely conducting our business, yet we are being falsely accused. This is an infringement on our reputation, and we demand an explanation." What is wrong with that? Tian interjected, stepping forward to confront the female employee. The employee was momentarily rendered speechless by Tian's assertive stance, standing there uncertain of how to respond. There is no need for you to intervene. Have your supervisor come out. I wish to speak with them regarding this matter. Zhang Feng gestured dismissively, ignoring the female employee. Perhaps you could try another bank. Our system may be experiencing issues. If you can conduct your transaction elsewhere, please do so. And you are welcome to return for future dealings, she suggested. Not at all. I intend to resolve this matter here today. I demand an explanation, Zhang Feng declared, brandishing his phone once more, opting for the simplicity of involving the authorities. What has transpired? The female employee, now visibly anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over her as a familiar voice rang out from outside. The clerk, upon seeing the newcomer, was so frightened that he sank into his chair, trembling and unable to utter a word. Zhang Feng and Tian turned their gazes towards the entrance, where a tall man, approximately in his 40s, strode in with confidence, clad in a pristine suit complemented by a white shirt and a black tie. He exuded the aura of a white-collar professional. This individual was none other than our supervisor. The female bank employee let out a sigh of relief. However, her eyes reflected an increased concern for the portly man. The tall supervisor approached, surveying Zhang Feng and Tian. Greetings, I am the supervisor here. My name is Du Xiaofeng. How may I assist you today? Zhang Feng indicated the check in his hand. I wish to deposit this. Deposit? Du Xiaofeng appeared momentarily taken aback by Zhang Feng's request, pondering why such a simple matter had escalated to this level of chaos. Nevertheless, the bank staff had refused to assist him, claiming that his check was counterfeit. Thus, I wish to ascertain whether this check is indeed fraudulent, Zhang Feng stated calmly. Chapter 34, Justice Prevails. Du Xiaofeng glanced around, noticing the throng of onlookers, and seized Zhang Feng's arm. Sir, let us discuss this matter in my office. Regardless of the issue, we shall strive to accommodate your needs, Du Xiaofeng murmured quietly. He then turned his attention to the portly man, who, upon receiving a mere glance from Du Xiaofeng, trembled and nearly collapsed into his chair, too intimidated to utter a word. Du Xiaofeng paused, finally noticing Tian standing beside him. Tian, what brings you here? Are you also here for business? Du Xiaofeng's expression shifted, clearly surprised that this young lady was present. Zhang Feng had sensed something amiss. The middle-aged man had referred to Tian as general manager. And now Du Xiaofeng seemed to regard her with a certain trepidation. Could it be that Tian indeed possessed some influential background? However, this was not the time for Zhang Feng to dwell on such thoughts. He turned to Du Xiaofeng. Supervisor Du, if you are capable of resolving this matter, I would appreciate a prompt resolution. I prefer not to waste excess time here, as it serves neither of our interests. Certainly, but our bank's policies require us to meet the needs of our esteemed clients before we can promptly access the surveillance footage. May I inquire how much you wish to deposit? Du Xiaofeng stated, though internally he scoffed at Zhang Feng's attire, believing that even if he were wealthy, it could only amount to a few tens of thousands. Such a sum hardly qualified one to be considered an esteemed client. Why must one meet such criteria to be regarded as a significant client? What are the requirements for your bank's esteemed clientele? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, genuinely unaware of such stipulations, as he had never encountered this issue before. It appeared that Du Xiaofeng was intent on shielding the portly man from potential repercussions, likely to protect both the bank's reputation and his own career prospects. Zhang Feng understood this unspoken dynamic, but chose not to voice his thoughts. No need for that. I believe we should handle this matter immediately. Zhang Feng waved his hand, not expecting to leave in such a manner. Du Xiaofeng's expression visibly shifted. Yet he refrained from uttering a word, merely shaking his head. It is impossible. We must satisfy the demands of our major clients, or we cannot process your request. Major clients? It seemed I could qualify. My savings should suffice, especially with this check included. Zhang Feng stated as he handed the check to Du Xiaofeng. With a look of disdain, Du Xiaofeng casually accepted the check, dismissing Zhang Feng's attire as that of a wealthy individual. The mere act of presenting a check seemed absurd. It would be remarkable if the amount exceeded 50,000. Du Xiaofeng glanced at the check, intending to refuse Zhang Feng outright. However, within a second, he sensed something amiss and lowered his gaze to the check in his hand. 1 million. In an instant, Du Xiaofeng discerned the figure on the check, swiftly calculating the amount. If your threshold starts at 1 million, then I must indeed be among your most significant clients, Zhang Feng remarked with a hint of indifference. Du Xiaofeng's complexion changed drastically. 1 million was no trifling sum. How could someone without means possess such wealth? The check in Zhang Feng's hand was undoubtedly genuine, and someone of his stature was not to be trifled with. A myriad of thoughts raced through Du Xiaofeng's mind, ultimately leading him to tremble as he handed the check back to Zhang Feng. Sir, if this is the case, you may deposit the funds directly without further inquiry. I completely trust your word. Someone of your standing would not engage in petty matters. Du Xiaofeng's demeanor softened significantly, his tone now gentler. Zhang Feng accepted the check, finally hearing words that resonated with reason. He remained silent, merely observing Du Xiaofeng, before turning to the stout man. Zhang Feng nodded. This was indeed the proper way to conduct affairs. He was genuinely curious to ascertain the authenticity of his check. Please, Du Xiaofeng exclaimed warmly, leading Zhang Feng and Tian inside. A crowd gathered around the counter, eager to witness the outcome of this unfolding drama. Du Xiaofeng approached the stout man, lifting him effortlessly. You had better be correct, otherwise you shall rue the day you cross paths with him. Du Xiaofeng admonished sternly as he took a seat. The stout man trembled involuntarily, sweat streaming down like a waterfall. He dared not speak, merely standing by, observing Du Xiaofeng's actions. Du Xiaofeng's movements were remarkably proficient. Within half a minute, he had prepared everything. He turned and retrieved the check from Zhang Feng, entering the check number, which revealed all pertinent information. 1 million. Chun Lao's name. There was not a single error. Everything was authentic, with options for immediate cashing or transfer available. Sir, your check poses no issues, Du Xiaofeng declared. Turning to Zhang Feng, the stout man shivered uncontrollably, a gulp of saliva lodged in his throat, causing him to cough violently. Damn it. Do you still remember how to cough? This situation is entirely your fault, and yet you have the audacity to cough here? Du Xiaofeng was infuriated, and with a loud exclamation, he stood up, ready to confront the portly man. Resorting to violence within a bank is hardly prudent. Now that my check has been verified as authentic, that is sufficient. Zhang Feng reached for the check and turned to leave. No, sir, please wait. The check is indeed valid now. You may withdraw or transfer funds at your convenience, and we will facilitate the process, the bank representative implored. Du Xiaofeng was taken aback and hurriedly pursued Zhang Feng, realizing that this was a significant individual, one he certainly could not offend. Forget it. I see that I cannot afford to deal with your bank. If anything goes awry, it would be unnecessary. I shall seek another bank. Farewell. Zhang Feng waved dismissively and proceeded toward the exit. Tian cast a fleeting glance at Du Xiaofeng before swiftly following Zhang Feng out, not sparing him another look. Du Xiaofeng's heart sank. If Zhang Feng were to transfer the 10 million at his construction bank, it would complete half a year's worth of his business. The occurrence of such a mishap was truly a missed opportunity of monumental proportions. Du Xiaofeng quickly intercepted Zhang Feng, donning a fawning expression. Sir, please do not be hasty. We can discuss this matter at length. Given the issue that has arisen, we shall exert every effort to resolve it. How about I arrange for our staff to apologize to you right now? Apologize? There's no need for that. If you do not address such issues, they will persist. When I return, the same problem will arise. I believe it is better for me to seek another bank, Zhang Feng replied, shaking his head and ignoring Du Xiaofeng's words. Sweat poured down Du Xiaofeng's face, and he didn't have time to wipe it away as he stepped forward to obstruct Zhang Feng again. Sir, please tell me how you wish to handle this matter. I will adhere to your instructions. I assure you that we will ensure your satisfaction. Does that sound agreeable? Zhang Feng scoffed and glanced at the overweight man. To be honest, I had not contemplated much, but I did not expect your staff to insult even a woman. This revelation is quite astonishing, and such employees cannot possibly benefit your bank. Terminate their employment immediately. Chapter 35. The bank's acquisition of property. Du Xiaofeng was resolute, immediately summoning a nearby employee without uttering another word. Keeping such an employee in our bank would undeniably damage our efficiency and reputation. We cannot afford to retain someone who has provoked an esteemed guest. Dismiss them at once. Upon hearing this, the portly man's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly approached Du Xiaofeng, pleading, Supervisor, you cannot dismiss me. I did nothing wrong. It was merely a momentary lapse, not intentional. Please forgive me this once. What use are your words? It is contingent upon whether the esteemed guest is willing to forgive you. Du Xiaofeng forcefully pushed the portly man aside and turned his gaze back toward Zhang Feng. The man trembled slightly, retreating 2 steps and nearly collapsing onto the ground. Du Xiaofeng approached Zhang Feng, ingratiatingly saying, Sir, as you can see, I have resolved the issue. You can deposit your funds with us with complete confidence. I assure you, I will personally oversee this matter, and there will be no complications whatsoever. Zhang Feng glanced at Tian, who remained silent, adopting a demeanor that indicated he was in command of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Feng decisively stated, "Very well. I shall deposit my money with you this time. However, should any similar situation arise in the future, I will certainly refrain from entrusting my funds to you." "Absolutely, absolutely. I will ensure that the staff's work ethic is thoroughly rectified." Du Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle. Zhang Feng, uninterested in further discussion, ignored the man seated on the ground and followed Du Xiaofeng to make the deposit. The portly man, filled with regret, lamented his decision to engage with such a troublesome individual. Why did he have to provoke this character? Now, it seemed, Tian had not spared him a glance, and he had lost his job, a classic case of misfortune begetting further misfortune. Zhang Feng paid no mind to the events that unfolded thereafter. Everything was left to Du Xiaofeng to manage. It was only upon receiving notification of a 10 million cash deposit that he nodded in satisfaction. Upon exiting the bank, Zhang Feng and Tian made their way out together. Tian, how about we go out for a meal? I'll invite Wei Qian and Lu Xiaoru to join us. We could use a gathering, Zhang Feng suggested with a sideways glance. His delight stemmed not merely from the prospect of seeing Tian, but rather from the substantial 10 million that had fortified his auction house's finances. After finalizing their plans, Zhang Feng drove away in his BMW, while Tian symbolically headed towards the entrance of a company. Miss. Suddenly, a voice called from behind Tian, and a man clad in a black suit approached her. She turned, gazing curiously at the man. "Miss, what brings you here?" "The master is quite anxious, waiting for you." "Have you encountered the individual he mentioned?" The man's demeanor was tense yet respectful, suggesting he was more than just a mere employee. "I did indeed meet him. I never anticipated that Zhang Feng would be my university classmate. Had it not been for the sight of his 10 million deposit, I would never have guessed he had made such a significant name for himself in the world of antiques," Tian exclaimed, her tone laced with astonishment as she gazed meaningfully at the street corner where Zhang Feng's car had vanished. "Miss, the master wishes to just then." Zhang Feng's car came to a smooth halt in front of Bai Lao's villa. Bai Luoxue, evidently surprised by Zhang Feng's prompt arrival, hurriedly opened the door to greet him. "What? You managed to raise 5 million in just a day?" Bai Luoxue's words carried a distinct undertone, which Zhang Feng discerned immediately. "Enough, Luoxue. Let's not dwell on that. I am well aware that you must have heard about the events at the Grandview Garden. Correct?" Zhang Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. Bai Luoxue graciously relinquished the space for entry into the villa, allowing Zhang Feng to step inside. "It was my grandfather who informed me. Honestly, I was quite unaware until now. However, your recent actions have been rather excessive. Grandfather is extremely displeased and wonders why you did not sell the inkstone to him. He would have gladly offered you 10 million. At that moment, Zhang Feng's mind was not preoccupied with thoughts of selling to anyone. His sole focus was on swiftly gathering the 5 million needed. The prospect of missing the auction filled him with profound regret. Never mind. Let's not reproach Zhang Feng. I now possess a piece of Huangshe stone, which, while not particularly precious, fulfills my old desire sufficiently. That is enough." Old Bai emerged from within, holding 2 exquisitely crafted invitations, each one a marvel, adorned with black lacquer and gilded letters, entirely made from wood, exuding a fragrant aroma, crafted from the revered small-leaf rosewood. This wood is indeed the king among woods, with a set of furniture made from it fetching no less than 1 million. Due to its rarity, many find it hard to squander such a treasure. The fact that the auction's host has chosen to create invitations from small-leaf rosewood indicates that their status and wealth are indeed formidable and might even evoke a sense of trepidation. "Here, this is your invitation. Even if you cannot acquire the 5 million, I would still allow you entry. However, without sufficient funds, it will be challenging to procure what you desire. Thus, I have no choice but to proceed in this manner. I must say, I did not anticipate your swift actions. Within just a day, you have succeeded," Old Bai remarked, handing the invitation to Zhang Feng with a meaningful smile. Zhang Feng accepted the invitation, unable to part with it, captivated by the exquisite small-leaf rosewood, a sight he had never encountered before. With the auction commencing in 2 days, you should rest at home during this time. Avoid browsing Taobao or visiting the Grandview Garden. I shall reach out to you when the time comes. Old Bai advised Zhang Feng. The restriction on visiting the Grandview Garden left Zhang Feng somewhat perplexed, uncertain of its implications. Yet, given Old Bai's words, he could only acquiesce, reassured by the 10 million in his possession, rendering him fearless at present. Suddenly, as he drove halfway, Zhang Feng's phone rang. He answered it with curiosity. Hello, this is Zhang Feng. Who is this? Zhang Feng, is that you? This is Lu Xiaoru. Where are you? Please help me quickly. The urgency in Lu Xiaoru's voice made Zhang Feng tense, prompting him to slam the brakes and pull over to the roadside. On the other end, Lu Xiaoru remained silent, only sobbing uncontrollably. Recognizing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Zhang Feng decided to hang up and drove directly towards the hospital. From Zhang Feng's understanding, Lu Xiaoru's mother must have experienced a deterioration in her condition, explaining her distress. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that Lu Xiaoru's mother was unharmed. It was the family home that faced calamity. I have not done anything, she lamented. Lu Xiaoru shook her head vigorously, declaring, I have never touched our family's house. The only transaction I had was with Zhou Wei, but I relinquished it thanks to your assistance. Since then, I have had no intentions regarding our family property. Moreover, my mother is fine. She merely requires some recuperation. I would never sell the house. Zhang Feng, perplexed, pondered the situation. If everything was indeed fine, then why was there talk of the house being mortgaged? He lowered his head in contemplation before looking up at Zhou Wei and inquiring, Does her mother know about this? I didn't dare tell her. I fear it might overwhelm her and affect her health. Lu Xiaoru replied anxiously, fidgeting with her hands, her demeanor betraying either fear or tension. Lu Xiaoru felt utterly lost. She would follow Zhang Feng's lead without question, stepping outside towards her residence. Zhang Feng wasted no time and drove straight ahead, following Lu Xiaoru's directions until they arrived at her building. Our home is on the 5th floor. Lu Xiaoru gestured towards the building. Zhang Feng glanced around and indeed spotted a construction bank vehicle parked below. Let us go upstairs and take a look, he said, exiting the car and heading inside, while Lu Xiaoru bit her lip and followed closely behind. As they ascended, they heard shouting from within, prompting them to quicken their pace. The door to a room on the 5th floor was ajar, revealing several individuals busily packing items, while a man in a white shirt scrutinized documents in his hands. Stop! Lu Xiaoru shouted, rushing in to obstruct the movers. Her sudden appearance startled everyone. The man in the middle stepped forward to block Lu Xiaoru, questioning, Who are you? The bank is conducting business here. Do not interfere, as it is illegal. And trespassing into a private residence is not illegal, Lu Xiaoru retorted. The man hesitated, then turned to Zhang Feng, fury igniting in his eyes. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? I am nobody, but this lady here is the rightful owner of this property. Zhang Feng calmly pointed to Lu Xiaoru. Chapter 36. A narrow path for rivals. If this is not your house, why are you making a fuss here? Leave, and do not obstruct our bank personnel, the man said impatiently, shoving Zhang Feng aside before returning to direct his employees. Zhang Feng brushed off his clothes, remaining unperturbed, and stepped closer to the man. Yes, these pieces of furniture need to be removed. We don't want them. What does this have to do with your mother? Why are you bringing her into this? The man retorted. Zhang Feng grinned widely, producing a cigarette from his pocket. The man furrowed his brow, about to refuse, but upon glancing down, he realized that Zhang Feng was holding a prestigious brand of cigarettes, known as the 95 Supreme. This brand retails for 100 yuan per box, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, especially for someone of his humble status who wouldn't dare even glance at such luxury, fearing addiction. Yet, Zhang Feng handled it casually, indicating that he possessed some level of status himself. The man hesitated briefly, then, despite his reluctance to engage with a smiling face, accepted the cigarette, inhaling its aroma before placing it between his lips. He took a deep drag, blissfully closing his eyes to savor the fragrant smoke before finally opening them again. To be honest, I don't really know. I'm just a laborer executing orders from above. If you want answers, you'll need to speak with our supervisor, he explained. Zhang Feng below recognized the vehicle as belonging to the construction bank, yet he remained unaware of which branch it was. We have not taken out a loan, nor have we tampered with this property. Why would you take action against us? Lu Xiaoru stepped forward, standing beside Zhang Feng, glaring angrily at the man. Listen, I've already told you not to ask me about this. I know nothing. I'm merely carrying out orders, and once that's done, my involvement ends. Any further inquiries are futile. You need to obstruct me. If you have complaints, go directly to our bank, the man stated, handing Zhang Feng a business card. His imposing stature caused Zhang Feng to stumble back slightly. You. Lu Xiaoru wanted to defend Zhang Feng, but was restrained by him. He subtly shook his head and took the card, examining the address. Deguanyuan branch? Are you from the Deguanyuan Construction Bank? A smile crept across Zhang Feng's face, as he marveled at his sudden turn of fortune. What's the matter? Is there a problem with being from the Deguanyuan branch? This matter does not concern you. I advise you to stay out of it, Otherwise, should you impede our work, beware of the consequences." The man scoffed, finding even a glance at Zhang Feng tiresome. Zhang Feng remained unfazed, gently patting Lu Xiaoru's shoulder, signaling her to step back. Confused but compliant, Lu Xiaoru followed Zhang Feng outside. "Zhang Feng, is there truly no way out? He clearly refuses to divulge anything. It seems impossible for us to learn what is happening," she said anxiously. Zhang Feng, however, remained composed, fiddling with the business card. "If this were any other place, I would be utterly helpless. But at the Deguanyuan Construction Bank, perhaps I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm uncertain if they will be effective, but it's worth a try. How will you attempt that? Do you have influential connections at the Deguanyuan branch?" Lu Xiaoru was taken aback. While the bank employees were regular workers, building relationships was no simple feat. "You'll find out soon enough. Here is the plan. I will go in first, and you must not involve yourself in anything outside until I call for you, understood?" Zhang Feng discarded the business card and turned to enter the room. "Brother, always leave a way out for future encounters. I've smoked your cigarette as a courtesy, so don't overstep your bounds. Should you hinder our work further, we will not hesitate to respond unfavorably." The man's voice turned icy. Zhang Feng, unfazed, approached the man and suggested, "Brother, how about this? I happen to have some acquaintance with your supervisor. Why don't I invite him over so we can discuss this matter thoroughly? Of course, I mean no offense and have no intention of exerting pressure on you." The man retorted sharply, "Pressure me? What do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak to me like that? I'll tell you straight. I'm not afraid of your threats. Spare me your idle chatter. If you have the guts, summon the supervisor. What is the matter? Just because you dress well, you think you're someone of importance?" Clearly agitated, the man's voice rose in pitch. Nearby workers, having overheard the commotion, gathered around, effectively surrounding Zhang Feng. "Brother, should we throw this guy out?" one inquired. The man waved dismissively, eyeing Zhang Feng with contempt. "No one needs to get involved. I'm curious to see what this little brat thinks he can do to summon our supervisor. Call him, and let us see how I'll deal with you. Do you even know the implications of obstructing justice?" Zhang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety with so many people encircling him. He lacked the means to confront them. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding as he retrieved his phone, successfully locating Du Xiaofeng's number. Fortuitously, due to a previous incident at the bank, Du Xiaofeng held Zhang Feng in high regard, having promised that he would gladly assist should Zhang Feng ever need help. Yet, even Du Xiaofeng could not have anticipated the urgency of the situation. "What? Such a matter exists? I'll come over immediately." Du Xiaofeng's voice emanated from the phone. Though only Zhang Feng could hear it, the man was oblivious. "The supervisor said he'll be here shortly. Please wait," Zhang Feng announced as he ended the call, his hands tucked into his pockets. The man scoffed, "Huh? What is this? You think I'm intimidated by few words? Your supervisor is coming? Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty in front of us. What do you even have to back it up? Do you believe you're some kind of rich heir? Quite laughable." He laughed derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Xiaoru, standing behind, felt a surge of frustration, unable to fathom that Zhang Feng had come to aid her only to face such indignity. Zhang Feng remained unperturbed, standing his ground as the man continued to mock him, occasionally glancing at his watch. This watch, a gift from Zhou Wei, may have cost just over 200 yuan. Yet it was the most valuable possession he had upon graduation. Even his phone was a mere inexpensive model. Spotting Zhang Feng's watch, the man's mockery intensified. "Look at that shabby watch. You're flaunting it like it's something special, worth less than 300 yuan, pretending to be wealthy? You think our supervisor would associate with someone like you? What are you anyway?" His tirade grew more aggressive and reckless, disregarding whether Zhang Feng could withstand it. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped aside to answer. "Mr. Zhang, I have just arrived downstairs. It's the 5th floor, correct?" Du Xiaofeng's breathless voice emanated from the phone, leaving one to ponder whether he had sprinted or driven. Zhang Feng merely responded with a faint acknowledgement before ending the call, his eyes darting as he tucked the phone into his pocket. "What did you mean by what you just said? Are you implying that if your supervisor knows me, then your supervisor is a fool?" Zhang Feng emphasized the word fool. The man paused in his writing. "Indeed, young man, let me make it clear. Do not attempt to intimidate me. The name of our supervisor is well known, and do not think that merely knowing it grants you any arrogance. Let me state it plainly. If our supervisor truly knows you, then our supervisor is a fool. Do you understand? If our supervisor knows you, then our supervisor is a simpleton. Who are you referring to?" An angry shout suddenly erupted as the breathless Du Xiaofeng ascended from outside. Lu Xiaoru was taken aback by Du Xiaofeng's hefty figure, particularly the way sweat cascaded down his forehead, startling her even more. I said our supervisor is a fool. What does that concern you? The man's words abruptly halted, his mouth agape in a stunned expression, staring blankly at Du Xiaofeng, standing at the doorway. Yes, dis gao gao. How did he arrive? Just as we were speaking, and at the most inappropriate moment, no less. The man was on the verge of tears, licking his lips, desperate to explain, yet at a loss for words, anxiously pacing in place. Supervisor Du, this must be one of your employees, correct? I am quite astonished by the manner in which your staff speaks of you, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Du Xiaofeng's face turned a shade akin to liver. Whether from exertion or anger was unclear, but the air emanating from his nostrils rivaled that of an air conditioner. Ma Yuan, you little rascal. Have you grown so bold as to speak to me in such a manner? I see you're tired of living. If you don't wish to continue, just say so, and I can arrange for your immediate departure. Du Xiaofeng nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Ma Yuan was so frightened he nearly collapsed, his legs giving way, causing the folder he held to tumble to the ground. No, Supervisor Du, the previous incident was entirely a misunderstanding. I merely used a metaphor. An example. It wasn't meant to imply enough. I can see you no longer wish to continue. Let me inform you. This gentleman is a prominent client of our bank, and I hold him in the highest regard. You dare to provoke him? If you wish to resign, do not drag me down with you. Du Xiaofeng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Ma Yuan, causing him to spin in place. 5 distinct finger marks appearing on his face. Oh my, you dare strike our Yuan? You insolent fool. Do you wish to meet your end? The workers behind, moving items, immediately reacted, rushing toward Du Xiaofeng. Du Xiaofeng was taken aback, as was Ma Yuan, who hastily stepped forward to restrain the others. What are you doing? This is our supervisor. Do you all wish to jeopardize your lives by speaking so freely? Get back to work. Ma Yuan shouted loudly. These individuals obediently cast a glance at Du Xiaofeng before turning to attend to their tasks. Du Xiaofeng, incensed, glared at Ma Yuan, exclaiming, "You think you're quite clever, don't you? Now you've taken it upon yourself to support others. What do you believe I hired you for? You're merely a temporary worker, not an employee of our construction bank. And now you presume to wield our bank's authority to intimidate others? I perceive you are inviting trouble." Chapter 37. Thus it is. Zhang Feng remained silent, observing the interplay between Du Xiaofeng and Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan, trembling, produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to Zhang Feng, stammering, "Mr. Zhang, please, calm your temper and smoke a cigarette. I was blind to the gravity of my error, and I sincerely apologize. Let us discuss this matter amicably." Zhang Feng tilted his head to glance at Du Xiaofeng, who stood aloof, wholly disassociating himself from the situation, adopting an air of indifference, as if to suggest that Zhang Feng should decide the course of action. Ma Yuan's face reflected his distress as he sought Du Xiaofeng's assistance. "Nonsense. I have never mortgaged my house. That is absolutely untrue." Lu Xiaoru burst in, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Feng grasped Lu Xiaoru's hand, understanding her turmoil. This was their last remaining home, and the thought of it being threatened was unbearable for anyone. Zhang Feng's eyes darted to Du Xiaofeng. "Director Du, does this predicament truly involve you in no way? I have always been responsible for the deposit area. Any issues arising there fall under my purview. But here, I bear no responsibility. I'm unaware of the details. He is under my jurisdiction, so Mr. Zhang, you may proceed as you see fit." Du Xiaofeng distanced himself from the matter, casting Ma Yuan into the spotlight. Seething with resentment, Ma Yuan wished to confront Du Xiaofeng, for without his authorization, who would dare act? "Well, this situation is indeed under my management," Ma Yuan ultimately conceded, suppressing his ire, as circumstances dictated compliance. "Are you still not speaking? Do you truly wish to be dismissed entirely? This is a significant client of our construction bank. When you cannot afford to antagonize, understand? Even I would not dare. Who knows if Mr. Zhang will deposit a substantial sum with us? If you remain silent, be wary. I will have you investigated." Du Xiaofeng's words struck harder than the 10 cigarettes Zhang Feng had offered, causing Ma Yuan to tremble, nearly collapsing in submission as he divulged every detail. As it turns out, the orchestrator of this affair was none other than Zhou Wei. While the means by which Zhou Wei acquired Lu Xiaoru's property documents and managed to intertwine them with other materials remains unclear, it is evident that she successfully extracted 320,000 in cash from this property while framing Lu Xiaoru for the transgression. Du Xiaofeng, hesitant to interject, could only stand by, waiting for Zhang Feng's decision. Lu Xiaoru clutched Zhang Feng's hand, overwhelmed with tears, utterly lost on how to proceed. Ma Yuan was momentarily taken aback. glancing at Du Xiaofeng before waving his hand dismissively. Brother Zhang, I believe it's best to let this matter go. Your actions are hardly prudent. You've already settled the bank loan, and there hasn't been much interest accrued, just about 330,000. For you, that is hardly a concern. This issue can be resolved easily. Just tell me whether you choose to speak or remain silent. Zhang Feng's tone was unassuming, so much so that even Du Xiaofeng couldn't discern his true nature. A man of wealth, possessing 10 million, was not to be trifled with, should he be provoked. He could easily obliterate one's existence. Du Xiaofeng dared not take such a gamble, and Ma Yuan was even more apprehensive. Yet, when he thought of the influence surrounding Zhou Wei, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Caught in a dilemma, Ma Yuan trembled as he pulled out a prized cigarette, only to have it swept from his grasp by Du Xiaofeng. Are you out of your mind? What are you waiting for? Do you wish to endanger yourself? This is illegal. If Mr. Zhang decides to take you to court, you'll find yourself in serious trouble. Ma Yuan was startled, raising his gaze to Zhang Feng, nervously wringing his hands, eventually nodding vigorously in agreement. All right, since you're keen to know, I must confess, I possess all the signed evidence from Zhou Wei, and I am aware of how to forge Lu Xiaoru's identification. Just instruct me, and I shall comply. I am at your service. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he sought. With evidence in hand, toppling Zhou Wei would not pose a significant challenge. He had no intention of being overly demanding. Now was the perfect opportunity to leverage the situation. Pointing to the disarray of furniture, he addressed Du Xiaofeng. Look, Supervisor Du, let us not dwell on other matters. Your people have left our furniture in this state. We shall tidy up immediately. There is no issue with that. Ma Yuan, what are you still staring at? Get to it. Restore everything to its original condition. And for those items that are damaged, you will bear the cost. Du Xiaofeng beurra-t-il Ma Yuan without restreint. Ma Yuan felt despondent. Not only had he failed to secure the funds, but he now faced further losses. That won't be necessary. I'm not one to dwell on trivialities. Ma Yuan, remain here. Shortly, I will need your assistance with a matter concerning the funds in my vehicle. Zhang Feng, displaying a magnanimous spirit, refrained from pressing too hard. It was unwise to overly coerce these petty thugs. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly joined the effort to tidy up, soon restoring everything to order. With a gentle breeze wafting through, Zhang Feng felt quite pleased. He produced a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan, handing it to Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan, I need you to investigate Zhou Wei's whereabouts. Pretend as if nothing untoward has transpired between us. Engage her in conversation, and should she admit to the forgery, relay that information to me. At that point, I shall reward you tenfold. Ma Yuan's eyes gleamed. Tenfold meant 10,000 yuan. An easy sum for just a few words. Such an opportunity was rare. All right, Brother Zhang, rest assured, I will attend to this immediately and ensure your satisfaction. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Feng nodded, watching Ma Yuan leap from the vehicle with exuberance, a smile creeping across his lips. The power of wealth is indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and finally, Mr. Bai had agreed to meet Zhang Feng, arranging for them to gather at his residence the following morning at 8 o'clock. Naturally, Zhang Feng was elated, promptly accepted the invitation, and retired early to rest and prepare himself. On the following morning, Zhang Feng rose, casually washed up, and donned a respectable suit before hastening to Mr. Bai's home. Ah, you've arrived quite early, my dear boy. It seems you take this matter seriously. Such eagerness to learn is commendable. Mr. Bai leisurely sipped his tea, appearing well prepared. Zhang Feng, seated on the sofa, smiled but remained silent, glancing around only to notice the absence of Bai Luoxue. Where has Bai Luoxue gone? Zhang Feng could not help but inquire. As Zhang Feng sipped his tea in silence, a sudden honking of car horns broke the tranquility from outside, followed by the entrance of an elderly gentleman. Master, the car has arrived. You may depart now, he said respectfully. Mr. Bai acknowledged with a nod, stood up, and took hold of a vibrant green dragon-headed cane, waving it at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng casually glanced at the cane, but his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a jade dragon-headed staff with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Chapter 38. The auction commences. Mr. Bai, noticing Zhang Feng's distraction, let out a hearty laugh and patted him on the shoulder. My boy, I assure you, there are treasures within that far surpass this. Do not waste time gazing around. Let's leave now. Zhang Feng scratched his head, acquiescing, and followed Mr. Bai out of the villa. The car awaiting them was a private vehicle, its license plates concealed, the origin of which was a mystery. However, it was a Rolls-Royce, indicating the considerable wealth of its owner. Once they were seated, the car began to move slowly. Gliding forward, Zhang Feng, seated in the vehicle, surveyed his surroundings. It was his first experience in such an exquisite automobile. Previously, he had only admired pictures online, and now, being in it was exhilarating. Mr. Bai smiled beside him, not hindering Zhang Feng's excitement as he caressed the dragon-headed cane. After a moment, Zhang Feng deemed there was nothing particularly astonishing about the car, as it was not his own. Merely looking was futile. Nonetheless, he silently vowed that once he acquired wealth, he would definitely purchase a Rolls-Royce to experience its luxury. The vehicle continued its journey, gradually leaving the suburban area without any indication of stopping, seemingly heading towards the countryside. Mr. Bai, where are we going? Bai Lao raised his hand to stop Zhang Feng and turned to say, private auctions differ significantly from regular auctions. To be precise, the profits garnered from such auctions can be substantial. However, due to the rarity of the items, which are all exquisite pieces belonging to personal collections or friends, they are unsuitable for public auction. Thus, these private auctions come into existence. Typically, they are held in very discreet locations. Our destination this time is indeed quite concealed. You must remember this. Zhang Feng, only partially comprehending, thought to himself that since these were merely antiques, couldn't they be sold directly? Why all this secrecy? Was it possible that they were acquired through tomb raiding? Bai Lao subtly nodded, seemingly able to read Zhang Feng's thoughts. Startled, Zhang Feng quickly lowered his head and refrained from speaking further. After over an hour's drive, they entered a remote mountainous area, where the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Zhang Feng was taken aback. The place was desolate, with poor signal reception and no Wi-Fi connectivity. Conducting an auction here was indeed hidden away. Gentlemen, please, the driver politely gestured. Zhang Feng and Bai Lao exited the vehicle. Zhang Feng was at a loss, seeing only towering mountains around him, with no semblance of proper buildings and not a single car in sight. This place did not resemble an auction venue. It felt more like a site for sinister deeds. Bai Lao stepped out and adjusted his pristine Tang suit, waving to Zhang Feng as he strode confidently forward. Despite his advanced age, he walked with remarkable vigor. Zhang Feng hurried to follow, anxious not to lose sight of him, his eyes darting around, uncertain of the path ahead. Bai Lao remained silent, leading the way until they reached the base of the mountain, where he produced an invitation card. Where's the invitation I gave you? Bai Lao turned to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng quickly retrieved the invitation and handed it to Bai Lao. Holding the card, Bai Lao pressed it against an unassuming rock, which suddenly revealed a small electronic display. A miraculous underline akin to a scannable QR code emerged, scanning the two invitations. After a moment, two photographs appeared, depicting Bai Lao and Zhang Feng. Identity verification successful. Please enter, a stern voice announced. The previously closed mountain opened up a dark fissure, and dazzling lights illuminated the passageway. Zhang Feng was startled, instinctively stepping back. The sensation was reminiscent of entering a tomb, filled with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Bai Lao patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and turned to lead the way inside. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and followed closely behind. The corridor was deep and endless. Zhang Feng could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat alongside Bai Lao's footsteps. As they walked, fatigue began to set in, but at last, Zhang Feng spotted a closed door ahead. Private auctions are typically clandestine affairs, shrouded in various forms of concealment. Unlike the casual depictions often seen in films, such gatherings do not occur at just any location. The organization of private auctions is characterized by meticulous precision and utmost discretion. Should nefarious individuals become aware of the event, the treasures within would surely be jeopardized. Elder Bai stood at the entrance, not in haste to open the door, but rather engaged in an explanation to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded in understanding, reflecting on a rationale, and opted to remain silent, standing aside. Elder Bai extended his hand, retrieving the invitation once more, and placed it upon the grand door. An object resembling that at the entrance appeared again, scanning briefly before the door was effortlessly opened. Zhang Feng could not help but admire the wealth of the host. The secrecy of their operations and the advanced technology employed indicated a level of sophistication beyond that of ordinary individuals. Upon entering with Elder Bai, Zhang Feng was greeted by a scene of opulence. Rows of luxurious sofas adorned the spacious hall, which spanned an impressive 600 to 700 square meters, illuminated by dazzling lights that exuded an air of grandeur. This was Zhang Feng's first encounter with such a venue, and, compared to the street stalls of the previous Daguanyuan, it felt as though he had stepped into a different realm entirely. What do you think? Does this place not leave you in awe? You have only just entered. There are many things you are yet to discover. Soon, you will witness scenes beyond your imagination, and then you shall truly grasp the essence of this world. Elder Bai remarked with a knowing smile. Zhang Feng, unable to comprehend the deeper implications of such words, was nonetheless entranced by the spectacle before him. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated through the hall. A man, holding a glass of red wine, approached with excitement, extending his hand warmly to grasp Elder Bai's. Zhang Feng, standing at a distance, observed this middle-aged man, sharing his surname, who appeared untouched by the passage of time. He looked no older than Zhang Feng himself, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, standing tall at 6 feet, exuding a robust presence. Yet, the golden spectacles perched upon his nose lent him an air of refinement. It was evident to Zhang Feng that this man belonged to the upper echelons of society. Every gesture radiated an aura of nobility that could not be purchased. Elder Bai, I have heard you have recently acquired an exceptional protege. I wonder if you have brought him along today? The man inquired, still clasping Elder Bai's hand, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Zhang Feng. Greetings, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Feng promptly bowed in respect. Mr. Zhang appraised him with a curious gaze, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Zhang Feng possessed none of the hallmarks of an antiquities connoisseur. He appeared merely as a fresh graduate from university, clad in new attire. Mr. Zhang found it hard to believe that this young man could be a prodigy in the realm of antiques. However, Zhang Yun refrained from expressing his thoughts directly, instead erupting in a laughter and nodding. The youth are indeed formidable, truly formidable. This world now belongs entirely to you young people. So you must strive diligently and never grow complacent. Zhang Feng, standing nearby, chuckled softly, taking a step back without uttering another word. Old Bai, please come in. Many old friends have gathered inside, and they were just speaking of you. With your presence, it would be an excellent opportunity for you to meet them, sparing them the necessity of discussing you behind your back. Zhang Yin gestured politely towards the interior. Bai Lao nodded appreciatively, patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, and followed Zhang Yin into the room. As Zhang Feng accompanied Bai Lao into a lounge, he found the air thick with smoke where over a dozen figures lounged, each adorned in exquisite attire, engaged in hushed conversations. Despite the number of guests, the atmosphere was remarkably subdued, starkly contrasting the raucousness often found in bustling markets, as if silence was a prerequisite for acknowledgement of one's existence. Old Bai, upon noticing Bai Lao's entrance, everyone rose in unison, eagerly welcoming him. It was evident that the attendees recognized Bai Lao, and he reciprocated their warmth with familiarity, resulting in a lively exchange among them. Zhang Feng, seated off to the side, found himself without much to do and opted to read a book nearby. As they mingled, Zhang Feng maintained his inner tranquility until a voice echoed from outside, announcing, "The auction is about to commence. We kindly request everyone to take their seats." He set down his book and glanced towards Bai Lao, who was also looking his way, gesturing for him to join. Bai Lao then led the way outside. Once outside, Zhang Feng noticed 2 additional lounges adjacent to them, where at least several dozen more individuals were seated. A cursory glance revealed that at least 30 participants were present for this auction. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, pondering what treasures could possibly draw such a significant crowd. Bai Lao and Zhang Feng, having arrived together, were afforded prime seating in the front row, a position of utmost advantage. Bai Lao took charge, urging Zhang Feng to sit down before taking a sip of tea placed beside him. Zhang Feng, in a more straightforward manner, reached for a handful of sunflower seeds, bemused by the presence of such snacks at an auction. On stage, a host, appearing to be in his 40s with a shiny complexion and lively demeanor, stood ready to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's private auction hosted by Mr. Zhang Yun. Without further ado, let's commence the main event. Today, we present a collection of exquisite treasures that are sure to satisfy all. Our first item is an ancient porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty, featuring the final masterpiece of the esteemed painter Zhang Shilu, a singular piece starting at 300,000. At that moment, a blue and white porcelain vase was unveiled, adorned with a breathtaking landscape painting that appeared almost lifelike. Zhang Feng focused intently, scrutinizing the vase, and indeed noticed a radiant aura emanating from it, encompassing over 300 circles of light. Chapter 39, Aiding in Secrecy. It is indeed a genuine artifact. Although Zhang Feng could not discern the authenticity of antiques, he was certain that this vase was undoubtedly a product of the Qing dynasty. Elder Bai, sipping his tea, did not even glance at the vase. His head bowed in contemplation, observing Elder Bai's demeanor, Zhang Feng dared not speak and instead nibbled on seeds, his gaze wandering. 300,000. Would anyone offer a higher bid? If placed on a market, this vase could easily fetch 500,000. Zhang Shalu's final work alone would justify that price, especially considering the exquisite quality of the blue and white porcelain, with its clear and distinct patterns appearing convincingly genuine. Surely, everyone could see that. The auctioneer was energetically calling for bids. 35,000, 40,000, 45,000. The paddles were raised repeatedly, each lift representing a 5,000 increase, and gradually, the value of the blue and white porcelain began to rise. Zhang Feng glanced at Elder Bai, who remained unperturbed, seemingly devoid of interest in the porcelain. Ultimately, the blue and white porcelain was sold for 550,000. Zhang Feng did not recognize the buyer and chose not to look further. Next, the auctioneer announced, "We present our next exquisite item, a painting from the Song Dynasty, titled Man Jiang Hong by the renowned General Yu Fei. This piece, painted by Zhao Chang himself, commemorates the heroic deeds of General Yu. There is only one in existence worldwide, starting at 700,000, with each bid increasing by 100,000. The auctioneer pointed to the massive painting hanging behind him, his voice ringing out. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the artwork. Noting the intricate details, there were at least 700 fine lines, clearly indicating it was an authentic piece. Moreover, being Zhao Chang's only special painting, it should hold significant collectible value. Zhang Feng believed Elder Bai would surely be interested. However, to his surprise, Elder Bai still showed no interest, continuing to sip his tea. Elder Bai, this painting possesses collectible value. Why Zhao Chang was known for his landscapes and floral paintings, emphasizing realism. Under normal circumstances, such a piece would indeed be very valuable. Yet, the intent behind this painting was to honor General Yu, and while its significance was profound, the execution lacked finesse, appearing rough and casual, failing to reach its potential. Thus, the painting held little collectible value. Elder Bai explained succinctly. Zhang Feng nodded subtly. Elder Bai's profound understanding of antiques and history was indeed remarkable. Zhang Feng relinquished any thoughts of competition and resumed his seat, continuing to snack on seeds. However, the dynamics of the auction shifted with a greater number of competitors this time. The painting soon soared to 3 million, ultimately purchased by a wealthy businessman in his 40s. Many more notable items followed, yet Elder Bai remained unresponsive, his head still bowed over his tea, as if the events on stage were of no concern to him. Zhang Feng, too, refrained from speaking, recognizing that each item was genuine, but he was unable to gauge the broader implications. Attending the auction, Zhang Feng realized the profound deficiency of his knowledge regarding antiques. He was utterly incapable of assessing even their fundamental value. He understood that if he wished to pursue his own path in the future, such ignorance would be insurmountable. His yearning for knowledge intensified, and he fervently hoped to acquire more insights into the world of antiquities. As the auction progressed into the evening, the atmosphere among the attendees began to wane. Ladies and gentlemen, we present our final exhibit of the evening, undoubtedly one of our most significant treasures. I am confident that it will evoke your utmost enthusiasm. Behold, a bronze ding from the Warring States period. The host's words immediately reignited the fervor in the room. How many years had passed since the Warring States? This artifact, having been unearthed, must possess immense value, an undeniable treasure that left the collectors in awe. Zhang Feng glanced at Old Bai, who, despite his usual demeanor of sipping tea, now exhibited a spark of fervor in his eyes, fixated on the bronze ding on stage. While Zhang Feng could not discern other details, he observed the bronze ding emanating a greenish aura. Upon closer examination, it appeared to have at least several thousand rings. An approximate count revealed no fewer than 2,500. This was undoubtedly a product of the spring and autumn period. Moreover, the ding appeared remarkably substantial, with no signs of fading, save for a few specks of earth from prolonged burial, which did not detract from its overall beauty. Zhang Feng, Old Bai suddenly called out, prompting Zhang Feng to hastily approach him. What do you think of this bronze ding? Is it genuine? These bronze dings are often the easiest to counterfeit. Many are merely old dings from the Yuan dynasty masquerading as authentic. Can you discern whether this one is genuine? Old Bai gripped Zhang Feng's hand with such fervor that it caused him slight discomfort. Enduring the pain, Zhang Feng recognized that Old Bai was genuinely interested in this bronze ding. Old Bai, this ding is authentic, with a history of at least 2,000 years. Dating back to the spring and autumn period, there can be no doubt. Old Bai nodded in satisfaction, releasing Zhang Feng's hand and giving him a hearty pat on the back. I knew bringing you here would yield no regrets. You have indeed not disappointed me. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Feng, rubbing his hand, smiled quietly without uttering a word. Now that you all have had a good look, I shall refrain from further introduction. I trust that you are all discerning individuals capable of recognizing its value. The starting bid for this bronze ding is 8 million, with increments of 500,000. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. And even Zhang Feng found himself taken aback. He was aware of the ding's worth, yet he was astounded that its opening bid was set at 8 million. It became clear to him that if he wished to compete, he would have little chance. His funds would be exhausted in mere moments. Now he understood why the auction had initially set a requirement of 5 million. Clearly, there were numerous treasures within. As Zhang Feng contemplated, his anticipation for the auction the following day grew. The emergence of a bronze ding on the first day raised hopes for even more exquisite treasures on the second. 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, Elderby declared, raising his paddle with a solemn tone. 10 million has been offered. I wonder if anyone else can match this sum? The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, called out loudly. 15 million. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the back, drawing the attention of all present. Zhang Feng turned to see a man, approximately 50 years of age, sitting calmly in his chair, paddle raised, exuding an air of determination. Elderby hesitated. His head bowed in contemplation. Zhang Feng, too, felt compelled to remain silent. The bronze ding was indeed of great value, but the price of 15 million was already steep, indicating that the competitor was not lacking in funds. Continuing to compete with Elderby could likely lead to defeat. 20 million. Just as Zhang Feng was about to advise Elderby, the latter abruptly raised his paddle. 20 million, 20 million. Elderby had bid a staggering 20 million, far exceeding their expectations. Does anyone else wish to bid 20 million? Going once, going twice. The auctioneer's voice boomed, the tension enveloping the entire auction hall. Even Zhang Feng clenched his fists in anxiety. 20 million was a significant amount, and should another bid arise, the value of this antique would soar even higher. However, the 50-year-old businessman appeared to falter, hesitating before ultimately refraining from raising his paddle. Very well, 20 million sold. Congratulations to Elderby for acquiring this precious artifact. The auctioneer exclaimed with a hearty laugh, bringing down the gavel decisively. Elderby nodded in satisfaction and rose to exit. The day's auction concluded, and attendees began to disperse, still engrossed in discussions about the proceedings. Zhang Feng followed closely behind Elderby, entering a room that had been meticulously arranged by Zhang Yun. Do you understand why I was so determined to secure this bronze ding, even at such a lofty price? Elderby inquired, settling into a chair and leisurely sipping from his cup. Zhang Feng was genuinely perplexed as to why Elderby would spend such an exorbitant sum. To him, the bronze ding seemed only worth 10 million at most, with anything beyond that being a financial misstep. This is undoubtedly a prime specimen, recently unearthed. I suspect it was acquired by tomb raiders who have now entrusted it to auction, hence the surprisingly low price. Were it placed in a reputable auction house, it would surely start at a minimum of 40 million, potentially escalating to 80 million. Elderby seemed to read Zhang Feng's thoughts, offering an explanation before he could even inquire. 80 million? Zhang Feng gasped, nearly sinking to the ground. The notion of such a price was utterly unfathomable. What would 80 million even look like stacked before him? The thought was beyond his imagination. Elderby chuckled softly, placing the tea on the table. In truth, this figure is rather modest. The historical research value of the bronze ding is immense, and given its rarity, should it be a Fengzuan, its worth would escalate even further. Zhang Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of his depth, resigned to merely listen to Elderby's insights. Elderby, brimming with enthusiasm, clearly wished to express gratitude for Zhang Feng's recognition, and thus began to impart knowledge about antique appraisal. Though Zhang Feng felt quite fatigued, the mention of antique wisdom instantly piqued his interest. He accompanied Elderby, attentively listening while jotting down notes. Elderby nodded with satisfaction. This lad was not only gifted, but also eager to learn. It seemed clear that he was destined for greatness. As the night wore on, Elderby too grew weary and, stifling a yawn, retired to bed. Zhang Feng remained asleep until the next morning when a knock at the door roused him. Elderby, having awoken early, was already dressed and sipping tea in the room. Awake at last? Come, let us have breakfast. Today marks the second day of the auction, and there will surely be a plethora of exhibits. Who knows what treasures we might encounter? Elderby said cheerfully. Zhang Feng scratched his head, perplexed. Isn't today the final day? Private auctions typically extend over 3 days. Otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment to exhaust years of accumulation in merely 2 days. Come now, you must continue to assist me discreetly today. Old Bai laughed, rising from his seat. Chapter 40. The Treasure Within Treasures. Zhang Feng, not suspecting anything amiss, agreed and climbed out of bed. After a brief wash, he followed Old Bai out for breakfast. As it was the second day after their meal, the attendees enjoyed a leisurely half-hour break before the auction formally commenced. Zhang Feng and Old Bai resumed their previous seats, though the individuals surrounding them had shifted. Zhang Yun had also joined the auction, now seated beside Zhang Feng. This surprised him, although Zhang Yun's presence was not unexpected. He should have been seated next to Old Bai. An uneasy feeling stirred within Zhang Feng, prompting him to inch away, but there was evidently no space available. Zhang Feng, how did yesterday treat you? Any gains? Zhang Yun initiated conversation, turning his gaze toward him. Zhang Feng, uncertain of Zhang Yun's motives for approaching him, felt a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, he feigned regret, nothing at all. The prices were simply too exorbitant. I had hoped to secure at least one item for 5 million. But alas, reality often diverges from expectation. Fear not. Today promises an array of reasonably priced antiques, perfect for you. Bid with confidence. I am certain of your success. Zhang Yun exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Zhang Feng on the back. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, and reached for a handful of sunflower seeds, beginning to munch contentedly. In the entire venue, only the sound of Zhang Feng cracking sunflower seeds could be heard, causing the onlookers to involuntarily cast their gazes upon him, their brows furrowing in disapproval. Who is this foolish lad? Does he not comprehend the etiquette of an auction? What audacity to appear at such an event! How laughable! I had expected a promising newcomer, yet it turns out he is nothing but an unsophisticated bumpkin, oblivious to the decorum of the auction, casually munching on seeds as if they were mere decorations. The mocking remarks echoed in Zhang Feng's ears, causing his complexion to fluctuate between crimson and pale. Decorations? These are intended for consumption. The choice of sunflower seeds was made to lighten the atmosphere, serving as an ideal means of relaxation. Zhang Yun, standing beside him, sought to alleviate Zhang Feng's embarrassment, offering him a way out. Good morning, everyone. We extend a warm welcome to all of you for arriving so early at our auction. This morning, we have a total of 10 exquisite items on display, followed by another 10 in the afternoon. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Without further ado, let us unveil our first treasure, a piece of jade coral. The auctioneer continued to energetically announce the items. This jade coral was of little value, starting at a mere 50,000, with each bidding increment set at 10,000. Zhang Feng exhibited no interest, merely glancing at it before bowing his head to sip tea. Old Bai and Zhang Feng harmoniously engaged in their own revelry, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, thoroughly enjoying themselves as they drank. Ultimately, the jade coral was sold for 120,000. The second item was a rare find obtained somewhat fortuitously, unable to ascertain its value. It was temporarily placed second, a square ding made of jadeite, dating back to between the Tang and Yuan dynasties. Due to the inferior quality of the jadeite, it started at 170,000, with each bid increasing by 10,000. The auctioneer, pointing to the square ding, seemed equally disinterested. Zhang Feng lifted his gaze towards the ding, noting its coarse texture and dull appearance. It was undeniably composed of the lowest quality jadeite, lacking in transparency. Old Bai did not even bother to look up, continuing to sip his tea, his eyes vaguely drifting towards Zhang Yun. With Zhang Yun beside him, Zhang Feng felt hesitant to engage Old Bai in conversation. What is the purpose of presenting this worthless item? It is hardly worth anything, let alone 170,000. I reckon it isn't even worth 17. It pales in comparison to the earlier jade coral. Hurry, take away. Who would desire such a thing? Indeed, it is only the second day, yet why does the quality of your item seem to plummet so drastically? Quickly remove it. There is no need to flaunt it here. It's embarrassing, especially since you all are seasoned collectors of antiques. Who will want this inferior trinket? Discontented murmurs arose from the audience, clearly unimpressed by the square ding. Zhang Feng glanced up once more, recognizing its utter insignificance. It indeed lacked the merit of previous items, and even he found it unworthy. However, Zhang Feng had grown accustomed to discerning the age of antiques by now. However, when Zhang Feng turned his gaze, he discovered something remarkable. A circle of azure halos encircled the cauldron, seemingly comprising hundreds of rings, undoubtedly artifacts from the Tang to Yuan dynasties. Yet, to his astonishment, he noticed a radiant white glow emanating from the belly of the cauldron, and upon closer inspection, he could discern no halos whatsoever. Could it be that this cauldron had the ability to conceal the brilliance of objects within? Zhang Feng raised his head to observe the overhead lighting, which reflected perfectly upon the cauldron. Was it merely the reflection of the light that created this illusion, making it appear as though something extraordinary was present? He pondered quietly, having never been deceived in such a manner over the years. Whether it was a painted scene or a prized yellow stone, he could always identify the truth. Why then? Could he not ascertain what this object was? It must be an illusion. Zhang Feng had reached a conclusion in his heart and decided not to inspect further. Haha, 180,000. Have we been arguing for such a paltry sum? Do you think any of us would quibble over such a trifling amount? Hurry, bring forth the valuable items, and stop dilly-dallying. If there is nothing of worth, we shall take our leave. Indeed, Mr. Ma spoke with great accuracy. None of them were short of money, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Do not try to fool us. Bring forth something of real value. The voices of discontent echoed from behind, prompting Olbai to shake his head in disapproval. Lacking substance and authenticity, the cauldron appeared genuine, yet held no collectible value. Such antiques should not have been presented. With a sigh, Olbai lowered his head to continue sipping his tea. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow and once again gazed at the cauldron, the white light from its belly still radiating. He remained unable to discern the nature of this glow. Was it a product of his own vision, or merely a reflection of the lighting? Mr. Zhang, may I trouble you with a request? Zhang Feng turned to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Feel free to speak, especially as you are a friend of Old Bai. Whatever I can assist with is certainly no trouble at all. I would appreciate it if you could dim the lights on the exhibition platform. I wish to examine this cauldron closely. Oh, I thought it was a significant issue. No problem. I shall have them turn off the lights immediately. However, I do not understand why you insist on dimming them. As far as I know, treasures are best viewed in sunlight. Zhang Yun inquired, yearning for an explanation. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for how to elucidate his reasoning to Zhang Yun, for only she could perceive the halos. Very well, since my young friend is reluctant to explain, we shall not press the matter further. I will have them dim the lights. With that, Zhang Yun stood up, gesturing to the host and indicating the lights above. The host promptly understood and signaled to those behind him. With a snap, the lights dimmed instantly, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be anxious. Our young friend wishes to observe this square tripod closely, and due to the inconvenience of lighting, we must dim the lights. However, rest assured that this will not take long. It will be over shortly. The crowd began to murmur, their gazes drawn toward Zhang Feng, who was intently scrutinizing the tripod. Old Bai, standing to the side, was perplexed. The tripod was right before them, easily visible, and there seemed to be no need for competition. Acquiring it for 170,000 would at least require an additional 50,000, rendering it virtually worthless. Yet, Zhang Feng had a different perspective. His eyes remained fixated on the tripod, for he observed that the white light emanating from it not only persisted but intensified, its brilliance illuminating the entire hall to the point where Zhang Feng found it difficult to keep his eyes open. What is this object that possesses such formidable power? What could be the source of this extraordinary radiance? Most astonishingly, Zhang Feng noticed a secret. Within the tripod, the white light had formed a multitude of halos, countless in number, spreading outward in a dazzling display, easily numbering in the thousands. What era could this relic belong to? Could it be a treasure from the Xia, Shang, or Zhou dynasties? Or perhaps an artifact from the time of Xianyuan? Zhang Feng's heart surged with fervor as he raised the bidding paddle in his hand. 180,000, he exclaimed excitedly. A gasp echoed through the crowd as those behind him turned in shock to face Zhang Feng. Whispers abounded, while Old Bai regarded Zhang Feng with growing confusion. He simply could not comprehend why Zhang Feng was so captivated by the tripod, no matter how he looked at it. Old Bai could not discern any value exceeding 20,000. Zhang Yun, standing nearby, sneered derisively. He had initially thought Zhang Feng to be a genius, but after witnessing this display, he realized he was merely a fool fixated on trifles, deluded into thinking he could profit from the tripod. An impossible endeavor. 180,000. Is there a bid higher than 180,000? The auctioneer appeared elated. At least someone was willing to purchase this worthless item, which was preferable to it going unsold. Zhang Yun stood up and turned to the crowd, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, you are all seasoned experts in antiquities, well versed in their intricacies. However, this young friend is a newcomer, and his limited understanding of these relics has led to this situation, as we all have our moments of folly." While the first part of his statement seemed to offer support for Zhang Feng, the latter remark drew smiles from the audience, some unable to contain their laughter. Old Bai furrowed his brow, yet at this moment he could not voice his thoughts, only gazing at Zhang Feng with increased bewilderment. Zhang Feng, why do you persist so? Do you truly believe there is something of value in this tripod? Old Bai gently tugged at Zhang Feng, urging him to sit, speaking softly. Zhang Feng shook his head, declaring, this item holds little value. This square ding may be the least valuable object here. However, I believe it could be a product from a primary excavation site, which still counts as a decent find. Bai Lao nearly rolled his eyes. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have gladly struck Zhang Feng. He truly could not fathom who had informed Zhang Feng that items from primary digs were invariably treasures. After all, many counterfeit artifacts from Hong Kong had also been unearthed by tomb raiders. Did that mean all excavation finds were indeed treasures? With a sigh, Bai Lao realized he could not elucidate this to Zhang Feng, so he chose to remain silent, allowing Zhang Feng to navigate his own path. Unperturbed, Zhang Feng continued to gaze excitedly at the square ding. The MC observed the scene below, noticing the silence, and approached the square ding. 18,000 for the first bid. 18,000 for the second. I wonder if anyone wishes to raise the stakes. Raise the stakes? How about I wager my toe instead? If this kid manages to sell the square ding for over 50,000, I'll give him my toe. Otherwise, he can give me his. A middle-aged man rose, laughing heartily. Indeed, one must endure some lessons to achieve success. Otherwise, one would never comprehend how we have reached this level. Another chimed in. Exactly. We are not easily deceived. Young man, I too engaged in such antics in my youth. No harm done, just lick a toe. But if you dare not accept, you shall be the one to lose. Mocking laughter echoed from the crowd, deepening Bai Lao's furrowed brow. Zhang Feng, I believe this matter. Bai Lao began. Old Bai, this is my private auction. We're all friends here, brothers even. It's merely a game, and I trust it won't be detrimental. If I must lick, then so be it. I have done similar things before. It serves as a valuable experience and reminds some that one must not be overly arrogant, especially when young. Zhang Yun interjected, his tone gentle yet laced with unmistakable sarcasm directed at Zhang Feng. Bai Lao clicked his tongue, wishing to counter. But recognizing the matter did not concern him, he refrained from further comment to avoid being labeled as an elder who bullied the youth. Ultimately, Bai Lao turned to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, you must decide this for yourself. I cannot decide for you. Zhang Feng, still enraptured by the square ding, finally turned to Bai Lao. Old Bai, I accept. What did I say, toe? I haven't washed my feet since yesterday. The scent will surely be memorable. Bah, you're puffing up after just a few words? And your scent. Young man, let me tell you, if you lose, you shall lick everyone's toes here. Should I lose, I'll lick all of yours. What say you? Do you dare to wager? The middle-aged man, clearly displeased, intensified the stakes. Licking everyone's toes was indeed a hefty bet. However, for either of them, maintaining their reputation in the antiquities world after such a public loss would be arduous. For the stakes of today were exceedingly high. Bai Lao stood up abruptly, wishing to caution Zhang Feng against acquiescing. Yet Zhang Feng had already turned his head. All right, I shall agree. If I truly lose, I will lick everyone's toes. Zhang Feng declared without hesitation. Bai Lao attempted to intervene, but it was evidently too late. Haha. Indeed, the youth are formidable, daring to undertake anything. Alas, I haven't washed my feet since yesterday, and am still wearing yesterday's socks. The smell is enough to frighten me. Make sure to clean them well later. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, all casting derisive glances at Zhang Feng, their expressions rife with mockery. Even Zhang Yun, standing nearby, wore a half-smile, seemingly anticipating Zhang Feng's impending embarrassment. Bai Lao sighed, realizing that bringing Zhang Feng along had been a misstep. This impetuous side of him was wholly distinct from mere confidence. Zhang Feng, I shall ask you once more. Are you truly certain? If you falter, it will not only be your own reputation at stake, Bai Lao emphasized deliberately. Rest assured, Bai Lao, I know precisely what to do. I will not disappoint you. Await the good news. Zhang Feng replied with a smile, his courage inexplicably bolstered as he made his way towards Fongding. Very well then, 180,000 is the deal. Mr. Zhang Feng, please come forth to accept Fongding. Zhang Feng ascended the stage, produced his bank card, and completed the transaction. After paying the sum, he reached out to grasp Fongding. Look at this lad, thrilled over this worthless object. I wonder if his parents are aware of his foolishness. Truly, he is a simpleton, no need for pretense, treating that shabby Fongding like a treasure. Come, let us remove our shoes. The crowd eagerly began shedding their leather shoes, followed by their socks, excitedly glancing at Zhang Feng. Bai Lao observed from below, his face flushed with embarrassment, thoroughly unwilling to remain any longer. Not out of fear of humiliation, but because he had already lost patience. Bai Lao, it seems this Zhang Feng is not as remarkable as you claimed. Talent can sometimes be misleading. You have truly misjudged this time. Zhang Yun chuckled, leaning closer to Bai Lao, his smile more mocking than genuine. Although the antique trade community is filled with camaraderie, many secretly vie against one another, and witnessing another's success often stirs envy. Bai Lao clenched his teeth, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards Zhang Feng. Unfazed by the scrutiny below, Zhang Feng addressed the host. "Brother, is this Fong Ding now mine?" The host, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "Indeed, indeed. This Fong Ding is now your possession. Perhaps you would like to inspect it before we commence the next round." But before he could finish, the host abruptly fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief as he watched Zhang Feng forcefully strike Fong Ding against the ground. The high platform was crafted from an immensely solid stone, and this diminutive square vessel would likely shatter with just a few strikes, rendering it even less valuable. What is this? Have you conceded defeat? Are you no longer inclined to continue the contest? Now you seek to obliterate the evidence? Do you truly believe that will be of any use? Everyone below is watching, and there are countless witnesses. Indeed, hasten your descent and cease this meaningless chatter. Do you still have no shame, unable to admit your loss? The words of the middle-aged man resonated with the crowd, intensifying the ridicule directed at Zhang Feng. Elder Bai covered his face with his hand, truly feeling the weight of shame inflicted by Zhang Feng. He had lost all dignity. Ignoring Elder Bai, Zhang Feng continued to strike the square vessel with determination, until numerous cracks appeared upon its surface. Zhang Yun, observing from below, relished the scene. Having long been suppressed by Elder Bai, he finally saw an opportunity for his own resurgence. "Elder Bai, it seems this time I shall genuinely disappoint you. As a proprietor, I ought not to involve myself in such matters." Zhang Yun seated himself and began to remove his shoes, adding, "I merely wish to ascertain whether your disciples' toes are indeed clean." Elder Bai cast a glance at Zhang Yun, wishing to retort but at a loss for words. He could only let out a weary sigh and sip his tea. "Mr. Zhang Feng, perhaps you should come down and take a bow. We must continue the auction, and there is ample space below, free from disturbances." The host struggled to maintain composure, suppressing the laughter that threatened to escape. Zhang Feng glanced at the host and then at the crowd below, acquiescing with a nod before turning to descend the stairs. "Did you see that? It's evident he can no longer continue. This lad is nothing but a worthless pretender, likely here merely to fill the ranks. Now, faced with failure, his true self is laid bare, and he dares to engage us in a game of treasures. How absurd! When I began my journey, you were merely a pathetic wretch, unworthy of my time. What right do you have to challenge me? Hurry and bow before me." The middle-aged man was clearly displeased, raising his foot in mockery. The scent was overwhelmingly pungent, causing those nearby to recoil, covering their noses in disgust. A single taste would surely be deadlier than any poison. Zhang Feng offered no resistance nor rebuttal, continuing to strike the square vessel until it finally shattered beneath his relentless blows. The crowd, captivated by Zhang Feng, momentarily forgot the auction. Suddenly, Zhang Feng erupted into laughter, reaching for the remnants of the vessel, sifting through the shards. Could it be? Did he truly lose his mind after a single attempt? This lad must be overwhelmed by the thought of losing money. "It's merely 18,000. After you lick my toes, I shall reward you." Laughter erupted from the crowd, their disdain for Zhang Feng palpable. He remained silent, head bowed as he withdrew around. Pristine orb from within the debris. Zhang Yun merely cast a glance, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. This large orb was clearly a modern creation, utterly devoid of value, likely a ruse crafted by some scheming individual to deceive children. It seems the outcome of the situation is already predetermined. Even Fong Ding has shattered. Leaving me with no further words to say, let's directly proceed with the next step. Zhang Yin had already lifted his foot. "Indeed, I share your sentiments, my brother. I believe you may proceed." Zhang Feng stepped forward, clutching the orb, and glanced at the middle-aged man behind him. "Haha, laughable, truly laughable. You expect me to yield?" The middle-aged man scoffed with evident disdain. "Night Pearl." Suddenly, Elder Bai rose, astonished as he gazed at the large orb in Zhang Feng's hand. "What?" Everyone abruptly reacted, turning their attention to Zhang Feng. The statement had been made by Elder Bai, which meant this matter was undeniably authentic. The orb in Zhang Feng's possession was, in fact, a night pearl. Chapter 42. Perhaps we should reverse the situation. Those words rendered the entire auction hall silent, every eye fixated on the orb in Zhang Feng's grasp. The pristine white orb emanated a radiant glow, its brilliance seemingly capable of illuminating the entire dark hall with exceptional clarity. Is this truly a night pearl? Zhang Yun dared not speak loudly, his words becoming stuttered. With decades of experience, I can assure you, I would never misjudge. Although the quality of this night pearl is not perfect, its luster is undeniable. Judging by its current state, this must be a medium-grade night pearl. Furthermore, it likely hails not from our homeland of Huaxia, but rather from Goryeo or Persia, a splendid treasure presented to the emperor. Elder Bai was equally astonished, his gaze fixed intently upon the night pearl. Impossible, impossible. This cannot be a night pearl. Elder Bai, are you fabricating this tale to save face for the person you brought? It is absolutely impossible for this to be a night pearl. A man from the audience exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. What nonsense is this? I have navigated the antique world for decades, achieving my current status precisely because I have never uttered a falsehood. If such a situation arises now, I shall not engage in further frivolities. Everything I proclaim is of the utmost truth, with not a hint of deceit. Elder Bai's face darkened as he leaned on his dragon-headed cane, which resonated with a low hum against the ground. Zhang Yun felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly stepped forward to stand before Elder Bai. Elder Bai, please do not be angry. He is merely startled, resulting in a momentary lapse in coherent speech. Elder Bai coldly snorted, taking a step back to position Zhang Feng slightly behind him, subtly shielding the night pearl, wary of anyone attempting to claim it. Elder Bai, I believe this matter is a misunderstanding. Moreover, even if you assert this is a night pearl, it may be challenging to convince everyone. Perhaps we should summon a few professional appraisers to examine it. After all, if everyone concurs, the likelihood of success will be greater. Zhang Yun suggested from the side. Elder Bai turned and seated himself, adopting an air of indifference as if to say, do as you please. Zhang Feng sat beside Old Bai on the sand, his grip on the luminous pearl unwavering, a testament to his astonishment. He was acutely aware that within this vessel lay something extraordinary. Yet he had hardly anticipated that fortune would favor him with a legendary luminous pearl. This was no mere fiction, where pearls could be scattered haphazardly. In reality, the number of such pearls rarely exceeds 10, making their acquisition nearly impossible. Zhang Yun exchanged a knowing glance with the auctioneer, who promptly understood and paused the auction. He hurried to the back hall, soon returning with several elderly gentlemen, clad in white tang suits. Their attire mirrored Old Bai's, albeit the quality of their garments was worlds apart. The elder approached Zhang Yun and bowed slightly. Old Bai, please do not take offense. This is indeed a sensational matter. If we cannot ascertain its authenticity, it may be hard to convince the public. Zhang Yun attempted to elucidate to Old Bai, fully aware that he was outmatched by the esteemed elder. Old Bai waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on his tea, seemingly unperturbed by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, protective of the luminous pearl, placed it on the table for the elders to examine. They all squatted down, deploying an array of instruments, various chemicals, microscopes, and countless other tools to scrutinize the pearl in his possession. The pearl exhibited no flaws. While its clarity was not exceptionally high, its texture was exquisite and its luster striking, categorizing it among the finest of mid-grade luminous pearls. The elders rose, their faces alight with lingering excitement and disbelief. Zhang Yun trembled slightly. This was indeed a luminous pearl. Zhang Feng had astonishingly acquired it for 180,000. A wave of regret washed over Zhang Yun. This treasure had once belonged to him. He had unearthed it during a tomb raid, only to discard it thoughtlessly after determining that its value was unknown, selling it off at a mere price, believing it would yield some profit. Little did he realize that this exquisite gem lay within it, a stark reminder of his folly. Zhang Yun felt a burning embarrassment. A mid-grade luminous pearl was worth at least 20 million. Was it truly a luminous pearl? How much could it fetch? Zhang Feng stood, waving the pearl before the elders. This mid-grade luminous pearl had an initial estimated value exceeding 20 million, though its ultimate worth remained uncertain, as the elder reported. Zhang Feng cast a glance at Old Bai, who nodded slightly in affirmation, thereby instilling confidence that the elder was truthful. Turning to the middle-aged man behind him, Zhang Feng waved the luminous pearl. Brother, I trust you have heard what the esteemed experts have just affirmed. This pearl is valued at 20 million. I believe it has surpassed the 5,000 you mentioned. I wonder if your tongue is prepared. Even I can scarcely bear the scent of my feet. A middle-aged man stood foolishly in place, rendered speechless, merely gazing at Zhang Feng's luminous pearl, too intimidated to utter a word. The once boisterous crowd had quietly donned their socks, their earlier taunts now stinging like lashes against their faces. They had previously claimed that Zhang Feng lacked knowledge of antiques. However, it was now evident that it was they who were ignorant. After a moment of bewilderment, the middle-aged man finally reacted, swallowing hard as he contemplated the pearl in Zhang Feng's hand, his heart racing with trepidation. If he truly had to concede to such a humiliating defeat, his standing in the business world would be irreparably tarnished. Well, let's not consider this matter. I was referring to the Fong Ding, which is indeed worthless. The luminous pearl you have produced is certainly not a Fong Ding, and thus cannot be included in our wager. If you wish for me to gamble with you, I refuse to do so. This round does not count. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and plopped down onto the sand, determined to deny any accountability. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, unfazed by the man's antics, and turned to Zhang Yun. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you would have any objections to my placing this luminous pearl up for auction here? Zhang Yun forced a strained smile as he accepted the pearl. No objections, of course, but our auction house has its own rules regarding the division of proceeds. Naturally, I am aware of your house's regulations. 10% should suffice. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Feng confidently settled onto the sand, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and relishing them with great enjoyment. The hall echoed only with the sound of Zhang Feng munching on his seeds, yet this time, no one dared to speak. Heads were bowed, perhaps out of shame or contemplating whether to purchase the luminous pearl. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's face burned with embarrassment at having made such a blunder, leaving him utterly speechless. Zhang Feng continued to snack on seeds, while Zhang Yun retreated with the pearl, but the items behind him held little value. Neither Bai Lao nor Zhang Feng were interested, and they languidly awaited the conclusion of the auction. When the morning auction concluded without the appearance of a luminous pearl, Zhang Feng remained unperturbed. After all, it was already entrusted here and would eventually be sold. Haha, my boy, I never anticipated your keen eye. You discerned a treasure within a treasure. It is no wonder you could detect the hidden intricacies in the painting. I am genuinely curious how you accomplished that. Bai Lao exclaimed as he sat down, animatedly questioning Zhang Feng like a child. Zhang Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly reveal to Bai Lao that he possessed a unique ability to see the patterns on all antiques, including the treasure within a treasure. Honestly, I merely took a chance. I sensed something amiss with the Fong Ding, so I decided to gamble a bit. I never expected to succeed. I feel quite fortunate, he said, scratching his head and offering a casual excuse. Old Bai cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Feng, allowing a knowing smile to grace his lips, clearly indicating his skepticism towards Zhang Feng's words. Since you're reluctant to speak, let it be. You should rest well. There's another session this afternoon. With that, Old Bai leaned back against the sand, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. As the two hurriedly made their way to the auction, they discovered that it had already commenced. However, the treasures presented during this afternoon's auction were rather lackluster. Zhang Feng did manage to assist Old Bai in acquiring an ancient sword, which, though rather dull in material, boasted an exquisitely crafted blade, a relic from the Song dynasty, and thus, of considerable value. Old Bai expressed great satisfaction with Zhang Feng's assistance, even seizing an unexpected opportunity to purchase the sword for over 300,000. What do you think? I trust this auction has provided you with ample insight? Old Bai remarked with a jovial smile. Zhang Feng, still grappling with his understanding, reflected on the treasures he had encountered over the past 2 days, realizing that this experience had exposed him to a wealth of knowledge beyond what he had gleaned from Old Bai's collection. The following day's auction promised to be the most significant, undoubtedly featuring remarkable items. You must remain vigilant. Although you possess over 20 million, the auction has yet to unfold fully, and we cannot predict what lies ahead. Thus, your funds must be judiciously allocated, Old Bai kindly advised. On the third day, the auction commenced with great fervor, as it marked the final event. Attendees arrived early, brimming with anticipation. Zhang Feng, stifling yawns, accompanied Old Bai to the front row, where he eagerly began snacking on sunflower seeds. Old Bai shook his head, but did not deter him, instead focusing his attention on the stage. Chapter 43, Ancient Jade Guanyin. This time, the audience remained hushed, despite Zhang Feng's noisy munching. He finally grasped the timeless truth that, regardless of the time or place, power reigns supreme. This principle remains unaltered. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to see you all today, and I am delighted by your spirited presence. Without further ado, we shall have only a morning session for today's auction, and I hope for your enthusiastic participation and lively bidding. Haha, the auctioneer announced, turning to unveil a painting that was rising behind him. 9 dragons amidst clouds. Before the artwork was fully revealed, Old Bai was already rising in excitement. Gazing at the painting, Zhang Feng looked on curiously as the image depicted 9 dragons entwined with countless pure white clouds. The dragons, their eyes wide and whiskers swirling, strained to ascend towards the highest heavens. Those with keen eyesight would have already discerned that this painting was indeed the finest among the offerings, a true masterpiece. The 9 dragons amidst clouds, and a genuine artifact. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting price is set at 9 million, with each subsequent raise at 1 million. The bidding for the third item has transitioned to a hand-raising format, a thoughtful consideration by Zhang Yun in light of the previous day's vocal exertions, which left many participants with sore throats. Zhang Feng, captivated by the words above, focused intently on the artwork before him. The surrounding area was densely adorned with countless luminous circles, suggesting that this painting boasts a history of at least 3 millennia, dating back to the pre-spring and autumn period. It is remarkable that such lifelike artistry emerged in that era, along with the creation of the dragon motif. Indeed, it is a splendid piece. So much so that even Zhang Feng felt a yearning to acquire it. Yet, he found himself financially constrained, as his luminous pearl had yet to be sold, leaving him without the means to bid. Old Bai, meanwhile, had been fixated on the 9 dragons and auspicious clouds painting, and he was the first to raise his hand. 10 million, 12 million, 37 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 37 million once. As Old Bai gazed at the artwork, he turned to Zhang Feng. Tell me, should I purchase this painting? While 37 million is indeed substantial, I believe I can still compete. You need only inform me whether this piece is worth it. This was a question that Zhang Feng struggled to answer. All he could affirm was that this painting was undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece, with a history spanning several thousand years. In terms of value, 37 million was not an excessive sum. It is worth it, Zhang Feng succinctly stated, refraining from offering a precise valuation, simply providing a subtle endorsement. Very well, then I shall proceed accordingly. Olbai raised his bidding card once more. 38 million. 38 million. Is there anyone who can surpass this amount? If not, I shall declare the 9 dragons and auspicious clouds painting to be mine. No one in the audience uttered a word. The elevated price of 38 million was indeed beyond the reach of many. Ultimately, Olbai successfully secured the painting for 38 million, setting a new record for a single transaction at this auction. Satisfied, he caressed the scroll and then closed his eyes to rest. As the next exhibits were introduced one by one, Zhang Feng casually glanced at them without lingering, choosing instead to lower his head and continue munching on sunflower seeds. As time passed, he surmised that no exceptional items would surface, especially as the event neared its conclusion. Even if something remarkable were to appear, it would likely be his luminous pearl, leaving little of interest. While Zhang Feng ultimately acquired only one treasure during this auction, he recognized that the experiences gained here were invaluable and not easily learned elsewhere. All right, everyone, we have 2 items remaining. One is a compliment and the other is the grand finale. I believe you're all well aware of what the final item entails. The auctioneer announced, clearing his throat and eloquently elaborating. Let's expedite this. I can hardly wait. The impatience among the attendees in the back row became palpable, prompting them to voice their eagerness. The MC, not daring to delay, turned and waved his hand, causing a grand curtain to rise and reveal an ancient jade guanyin on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this ancient jade guanyin, originating from the Han Dynasty, is crafted entirely from flawless Hetian jade, undoubtedly a rare treasure, starting at 2 million. Each bid increases by 500,000. Please, do place your bids. Zhang Feng glanced at Elder Bai, who, with his head bowed, sipped his tea, his expression calm and clearly uninterested in the ancient jade guanyin. Zhang Feng then turned his attention to the guanyin. The statue possessed a warm, lustrous quality, its surface pristine and unblemished. If it were indeed Hetian jade, it would be a paragon among its kind. Considering its limited availability and age, it truly was a gem beyond compare. However, since it was presented as a mere accompaniment to the luminous pearl, it seemed less impressive in comparison. As anticipated, with the MC's call, no bids were placed, plunging the event into the same awkwardness experienced 2 days prior with the tripod. Despite the MC's fervent exhortations, the audience remained unresponsive, leaving Zhang Feng puzzled. He scrutinized the ancient jade guanyin, focusing intently, when suddenly a searing heat surged through his eyes, the intense pain nearly eliciting a cry. He instinctively covered his eyes and leaned back in his chair, becoming aware that his back was drenched in sweat. Zhang Feng, what is the matter with you? Elder Bai noticed Zhang Feng's discomfort, setting his tea down and appraising him from head to toe. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and once again gazed at the ancient jade guanine. The sensation emanating from the statue mirrored that of the bracelet he had purchased to the Grand View Garden. It felt even more potent. This feeling filled Zhang Feng with both excitement and trepidation. He was thrilled to encounter another antique that could aid his vision, yet fearful of the pain that accompanied this transformation. Please bid now. If there are no bids, this piece will be included as a bonus with the next luminous pearl, exclaimed the MC. Who would want this worthless item? Hurry, with that 2 million, we could all buy the luminous pearl instead. Let us get on with the auction of the luminous pearl. We wouldn't want this even if we want it. The crowd clamored loudly. The MC, with no choice but to acquiesce, turned to fetch the luminous pearl. 200,000. All eyes turned towards Zhang Feng, astonishment evident in their expressions. Is this kid out his mind? Why does he always buy things that nobody wants? Yet, everything he had purchased turned out to be treasures. Although the outer appearances might be unremarkable, the true value lay within. Come on, how could such a small guanine conceal anything of worth? I refuse to believe this kid is always so fortunate. Murmurs of disbelief circulated from the crowd. Zhang Feng, as if oblivious to their chatter, continued to fixate on the ancient jade guanine. 200,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Since there are no higher bids, this ancient jade guanine is sold to Mr. Zhang Feng. The host's face radiated joy. Otherwise, the commission would have slipped away. Zhang Feng directly completed the transaction, securing the ancient jade guanine in his possession. The onlookers were all watching, awaiting Zhang Feng's next move to discern whether the ancient jade guanine concealed any hidden secrets. Mr. Bai nodded approvingly from the side. Indeed, while this ancient jade guanine may not be a prestigious artifact, it would fetch at least 3 million in the market. Although your profit margin is modest, every little bit counts, and your decision is sound. Zhang Feng, smiling as he caressed the ancient jade guanine, had motives that transcended mere profit. The final exhibit was the luminous pearl that Zhang Feng had previously set aside. Although this mid-grade pearl was not particularly valuable, rarity lends value, and in today's world where luminous pearls are scarce, its collectible worth is immeasurable. Now, the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. This is a genuine antique witnessed by all. The starting price is 20 million, with increments of 150,000. The host's announcement immediately stirred a strong reaction from the audience, who began to murmur amongst themselves, hesitating to raise their paddles. With such a high starting bid, even Mr. Bai subtly shook his head, sensing the improbability of competitive bidding. My apologies, everyone. I was overly excited and misread the figures, haha. The host suddenly lifted his head, gesturing with the card in his hand. The starting price for the luminous pearl is 10 million, with increments of 150,000, 11.5 million, 16 million. The price soared like wildfire, and Zhang Feng could hardly believe the fervor surrounding the luminous pearl. Within mere minutes, it had escalated to a staggering 21.5 million. Zhang Feng scratched his head awkwardly. After all, this venue was introduced to him by Mr. Bai, and while he was benefiting, he felt a twinge of guilt for not providing Mr. Bai with any advantages. Huh, silly boy, do not overthink it. Everything I wish to acquire, I have indeed obtained. And do not think that I've come away empty-handed. Do you realize the market value of this 9-dragon cloud map in my possession? Seemingly sensing Zhang Feng's guilt, Mr. Bai laughed heartily from his side. Zhang Feng genuinely had no knowledge of the origins of the 9-dragon cloud map, but given Mr. Bai's evident esteem for it, he sensed its worth, albeit uncertain of its true value. I tell you, if this 9-dragon cloud map were to be sold publicly, it would command at least 50 million. This time, I stand to profit by several tens of millions. If the market conditions are favorable, perhaps even more than 30 million. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an item was worth so much. The adage money begets money proved true, as long as there is a solid foundation. Earning substantial profits is indeed not a daunting task. Chapter 44. Further Evolution. Ultimately, the price of the luminous pearl settled at 24.5 million, purchased by a middle-aged man who had previously clashed with Zhang Feng. Zhang Yun, understanding the task at hand, crafted an exquisite box from small-leaf red sandalwood to encase the luminous pearl, respectfully presenting it to the middle-aged gentleman. A middle-aged man took the luminous pearl and approached Zhang Feng first. Zhang Feng, who was about to leave, was momentarily taken aback by the man's unexpected approach and looked at him with curiosity. Brother, I had no idea you were this remarkable. This has truly opened my eyes. I am utterly impressed that you could unveil the luminous pearl. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. I wonder if you would be willing to sign your name for me, so I may have something to cherish in the future. Zhang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. The notion of a grown man wanting a keepsake from him was rather unsettling. Nevertheless, he did not suspect any ill intent and extended his hand to sign his name on the pearl. Little did he know that this seemingly insignificant act would culminate in the creation of an invaluable treasure in the future. Once he finished signing, the auction came to a close. Zhang Yun had initially intended to host a banquet for everyone, but one by one, the guests excused themselves for various reasons, leaving only Bai Lao and Zhang Feng in the vast auction hall. Bai Lao, you must stay. The remarkable success of this auction is largely due to our friend Zhang Feng here. Without the luminous pearl, I doubt I could have maintained the atmosphere. As you know, the tastes of these big bosses are quite discerning, Zhang Yun said helplessly. After speaking, Bai Lao began to lead Zhang Feng outside. Zhang Yun stood rooted in place, his complexion alternating between red and pale. Angering Bai Lao was certainly not a wise move, especially in this region, as it could directly impact Zhang Yun's future prospects. Bai Lao escorted Zhang Feng out of the mountain, with a previously awaited Rolls-Royce stood ready to welcome them. They climbed into the vehicle, which then made its way to Bai Lao's villa. Inside the car, Bai Lao wore a grim expression and remained silent, while Zhang Feng dared not utter a word. Gazing out at the passing scenery, Zhang Feng, my next step will be to arrange for you to attend North China University for your studies. You must not disappoint this old man. When you return, you must achieve remarkable success, demonstrating your excellence to those around you. Bai Lao finally spoke as they approached the villa. Zhang Feng nodded vigorously, aware that Zhang Yun's earlier remarks had wounded Bai Lao's pride and ignited his anger. Rest assured, Bai Lao, I will devote myself to my studies and live up to your expectations. When I graduate, I will ensure that everyone knows I am your disciple. Bai Lao nodded in satisfaction, stroking the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Suddenly, a smile broke across his aged face as he leaned closer to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, tell me, what do you think of our Bai Luoxue? Zhang Feng sensed that this inquiry was far from innocuous and found himself at a loss for an appropriate response. She's quite nice. What do you mean by quite nice? Nice is nice, and not nice is not nice. What kind of ambiguous answer is that? Is our Bai Luoxue not worthy of admiration? Bai Lao's brows furrowed, his expression brimming with indignation. Feeling intimidated, Zhang Feng instinctively shook his head. Of course not. Luoxue is indeed wonderful. It's just that I don't quite understand. Zhang Feng stood there, utterly perplexed. What exactly was so wonderful? Why was this a matter to be discussed later? He couldn't shake the feeling that he had unwittingly boarded a ship of mischief. During the day, Wei Qian was rarely at home, which afforded Zhang Feng the perfect opportunity. After hastily consuming a morsel of food, Zhang Feng ascended the stairs with the ancient jade guanyin in hand. This jade guanyin, much like the bracelet, emanated a sense that Zhang Feng found compelling, suggesting it contained the energy he sought. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, fixing his right eye intently on the jade guanyin. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from within the jade, piercing directly into Zhang Feng's eye without any warning. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he clutched his head, struggling violently. Yet, the light slithered like a serpent, burrowing into his eye as if in search of something, exploring frantically. Zhang Feng felt as though the light penetrated his very brain, and the excruciating pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. His once normal right eye transformed into a pure white, blood streaming down his face. Strangely, no matter how much Zhang Feng thrashed about, the jade guanyin remained firmly in his grasp, utterly unyielding. Meanwhile, Wei Qian, weary from her day, entered the villa and spotted Zhang Feng's BMW, prompting her to rush inside and call out for him. However, the hall was devoid of his presence, and with a chuckle, she bounded up the stairs. The room was silent, and after listening through the door for a while, she glanced at the time, past 11 in the evening, assuming Zhang Feng had long fallen asleep. In reality, Zhang Feng was far from slumber. The light from the jade guanyin had ceased to enter his eye, yet lingered, surrounding it and painting his entire eye white. Even the pupil was devoid of color. Grasping his pants tightly, beads of sweat dripped continuously onto the floor, mingling with blood and exuding a foul odor. Overwhelmed by the pain, Zhang Feng could not utter a sound, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. Time slipped away, and eventually, Zhang Feng stirred back to consciousness. As he moved, a sharp pain surged through his eye. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. His right eye appeared as if it had been scorched a vivid crimson, while the left remained unscathed, though his vision was blurred. Could it be that the jade guanyin's power was too intense for my eyes to withstand? This experience seems even more severe than the last, he murmured, touching his eye, feeling a slight discomfort, but no pain, just an abrasive sensation. Who is it? Zhang Feng inquired, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? In this villa, aside from you, there's only me. Who else could it be? A clear voice chimed from outside. Wei Qian, Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise, hastily dressing and opening the door. Upon seeing his eye, Wei Qian shuddered slightly. Zhang Feng covered his right eye and explained, perhaps some sand got in yesterday, and I didn't notice it. I was too exhausted. A single night's rest has transformed me like this. Is that truly possible? Are you all right now? She inquired with concern. Cool me. Let me show you and see if there's any sand left. No, no. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hands, retreating. He certainly did not wish to be caught by Wei Qian. After all, in this situation of a solitary man and woman, he dare not claim he was utterly incapable of action. As Zhang Feng stepped back, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark fabric clinging to Wei Qian, as if something was subtly revealing itself. Wei Qian, perhaps you should wear more clothing. Doesn't this seem a tad indecorous for you to be out like this? Zhang Feng dared not look further, turning his gaze to the side. What are you saying? Who isn't dressed appropriately? Black top and pants. So tightly fitted that no one can see anything. I still have to go to work. I wouldn't dress carelessly, unless it were just for you at home. Wei Qian said, stepping forward to wrap her arms around Zhang Feng's neck, startling him into pushing her away. The crucial point was that his eyes were already aching, and her embrace only intensified the discomfort. Taking a step back, he scrutinized Wei Qian from head to toe. Although his vision was unclear, he could vaguely discern the dark fabric gently swaying on her. Seriously, dressing like this is not advisable. If you trust my judgment, you should change your clothes quickly. It will be better this way. Otherwise, if someone sees you, it could lead to real trouble. Zhang Feng continued to emphasize, as he was quite certain of what he had observed. Are you out of your mind? I'm dressed so conservatively that I can hardly see myself. How could you possibly see me? It's not like you can see the color of my undergarments. Isn't it black? You are the one who is black. Your entire family is. Wei Qian suddenly clasped her clothing, stepping back in shock, gazing at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. How can you see my clothes? How do you know the color of my undergarments? Can you really see them? She approached him, disbelief evident in her demeanor. Yet she was no stranger to Zhang Feng's gaze. Zhang Feng opened his left eye and nodded. Of course I can see. Otherwise, I wouldn't say so. As he spoke, he lifted his head, but upon seeing Wei Qian before him, his words faltered, for he observed that she was indeed clad in a completely black outfit, so tightly wrapped that nothing was visible, not to mention what lay beneath. In a hurry, Zhang Feng opened his right eye, and two simple pieces of fabric appeared before him. Chapter 45, The Eye of X-Ray Vision. What exactly are you doing? Speak up. How do you know what kind of undergarments I'm wearing? Wei Qian persisted, unrelenting. Zhang Feng covered his left eye again, yet suddenly, it seemed as if Wei Qian was without an outer garment, and he could faintly see her black lingerie. Wow, X-ray vision, Zhang Feng exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. X-ray vision? Wei Qian laughed, playfully tapping his head. If you want to say you're peeking at me changing, just say so. How about it? Isn't my figure splendid? It's indeed quite lovely, but seriously, who is peeking at you changing? Can we not speak such nonsense? I certainly did not spy on you, though Zhang Feng's eyes glimmered with mischief as he claimed to possess the gift of clairvoyance. A statement that did little to convince Wei Qian. Furthermore, such matters were best kept private. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng finally nodded emphatically, conceding, all right, I admit it. I did peek at you while you were changing. With that, he added, and you say you have no feelings for me. In a sudden burst of energy, Wei Qian lunged towards Zhang Feng, causing him to hastily retreat 2 steps, narrowly avoiding her playful assault and nearly stumbling onto the bed. Wei Qian, don't you have work to attend to? Look at the time. Zhang Feng said anxiously, pointing at his watch. Startled, Wei Qian glanced down and, realizing the hour, leaped off the bed in alarm. Goodness, it's already this late. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Honestly, Zhang Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why did this incident seem to implicate him as if he were the one at fault? Wei Qian hurriedly exited his room, leaving Zhang Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, a sudden wave of joy surged within him. He dashed to the bathroom and, upon seeing the redness in his right eye, felt not a trace of concern, but rather an exhilarating thrill. He then raced to the back, retrieving the ancient jade guanyin statue. Could it truly possess some extraordinary power? Why was he able to absorb its essence? A strange sensation enveloped him. He murmured softly, settling on the ground, and directed his right eye towards the jade guanyin. However, this time, the statue remained unresponsive, lying quietly in the palm of his hand. After several attempts yielded no results, Zhang Feng decided to abandon his efforts and reclined on the bed. He understood the wisdom of moderation. Overindulgence could lead to disappointment. With his eye in such a state, venturing outside would likely incite fear in others, who might assume he was afflicted with a contagious ailment. Therefore, he donned a pair of sunglasses and ventured out to procure some sustenance, preparing for an extended period of solitude at home. Days passed, and Zhang Feng remained indoors for a full 3 days, emerging only briefly to acquire food. After this period of seclusion, while his eye had not completely healed, the redness had significantly diminished. Although still distinct from his left eye, he managed to conceal it well enough to avoid drawing attention. During these 3 days, with Wei Qian's company, Zhang Feng found himself surprisingly at ease and entertained, dismissing the notion that a hermit's life was inherently dull. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone broke the tranquility. Still lounging in bed, Zhang Feng reached for the device. "Hello, who is this? Hey, you lazy rascal. Are you still in bed? Do you have any idea what time it is? You can't just lie around all day. Get up and come over here." The elderly voice on the line startled Zhang Feng, and he quickly glanced at the screen, realizing it was Mr. Chen calling. What could possibly require Mr. Chen's urgent attention so early in the day? Puzzled yet respectful, Zhang Feng quickly agreed and hung up, hastily threw on some clothes, and rushed to wash up before dashing outside. Driving his BMW, Zhang Feng attempted to keep his right eye closed. This particular eye was still beyond his control. At times, it rendered the vehicles on the road as mere specters, and if he mismanaged it, a collision was imminent. After a winding journey, he finally arrived at Wenbaozhai, a trip that should have taken half an hour, but had stretched to over an hour. "Young man, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive?" "Uri, Gomein." Zhang Feng was surprised to see Old Chun waiting for him outside, which piqued his curiosity. However, since it was Old Chun who was guiding him, he naturally followed without suspicion. Inside the quaint and historically rich inner chamber sat a middle-aged man clad in a formal suit, leisurely sipping tea while perusing a book. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this individual and uncertain of his purpose. "Boss, I brought him. This is Zhang Feng. As I mentioned," Old Chun said respectfully from the doorway. "Oh, come in. Don't just stand outside. Please take a seat," the man beckoned. Zhang Feng glanced at Old Chun, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to sit across from the gentleman. Wei Qinghua poured tea for Zhang Feng with an amiable demeanor, entirely devoid of any airs of superiority. Upon realizing this was Old Chen's employer, Zhang Feng felt a surge of reverence and hurriedly accepted the tea with a bow. "Zhang Feng, the boss is eager to witness your abilities, which is why I brought you here. I hope it's a convenient time for you." Zhang Feng blinked. Was he truly expected to perform at will? Considering his eye discomfort, he was uncertain if he could comply. "By the way, Old Chun, I happen to have something you might find interesting. If the price is right, I shall sell it to you. I acquired it for 2 million. Zhang Feng abruptly recalled the ancient jade guanyin and decided to present it, feeling it was of little use to him and that converting it into currency was far more practical. Wei Qinghua examined the jade guanyin meticulously, inspecting it under the light before nodding in approval. "This is exquisite Hetian jade, not merely a carved piece, but one that has retained its integrity over the ages. 2 million? You're discerning. I truly impresses." Zhang Feng scratched his head, pondering what Wei Qinghua would think if he realized that this was actually the least expensive piece he had acquired. The value of antiques lies not solely in their monetary worth, but also in their historical significance, which far surpasses superficial valuations. This piece of Hetian jade, originating from Xinjiang, could very well be an artifact of the Basin culture, potentially dating back to the Han Dynasty, thereby representing the cultural artistry of that era. Old Chun had entered unnoticed, offering insights to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, somewhat bewildered, recorded all the information mentally, nodding in quiet acknowledgement. Wei Qinghua handed the jade guanyin to Old Chun, patiently awaiting the verdict. After a careful examination, Old Chun produced a small vial containing a viscous, amber-hued liquid resembling honey. Old Chun extended his hand and extracted a drop with a straw, letting it fall upon the ancient jade guanyin. The already luminous statue became even more radiant, especially under the illumination of the lights, appearing so transparent that it seemed to cast a reflection across the entire table. Such exquisite jade. Truly, it is a remarkable piece. Its market value is at least 4 million. Zhang Feng, my boy, you have indeed acquired a treasure this time. Old Chun rubbed his withered hands and looked up at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng merely smiled, remarkably composed, saying nothing, but taking a sip of his tea. His ability to remain unperturbed in the face of excitement is admirable. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of genius, as Old Chun described. Old Chun, please prepare a check for 4 million. We shall acquire this ancient jade guanine. Wei Qinghua laughed heartily, gesturing grandly as he lifted his tea. My young friend Zhang Feng. It seems we have become acquainted. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall gladly oblige. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of Wei Qinghua's stature, but given that he owned the renowned One Bao studio in the Grandview Garden, it was clear that Wei held a position of considerable influence. Naturally, Zhang Feng was eager to foster such a friendship and quickly raised his cup in response. Mr. Wei, I am still lacking in many areas. I hope you'll bear with me in the future. Should you need anything from me, please feel free to ask. Delightful. I appreciate your straightforwardness. In light of that, I shall not conceal my intentions. I brought you here with a specific request in mind. Wei Qinghua's expression grew serious. Zhang Feng inwardly marveled. Indeed, capable individuals act with remarkable swiftness, directly seeking assistance without hesitation. Mr. Wei, please share your request. If I am able to assist, I will certainly do so, Zhang Feng said, forcing a smile. Wei Qinghua laughed heartily and produced a document. This is an invitation to a private, intimate auction hosted by a friend of mine. There may be some treasures within, and I wish to explore and reconnect with my friend. However, navigating the antique trade is no simple task, which is why I seek to accompany someone trustworthy and capable. Zhang Feng lowered his gaze to the document on the table, where images of antiques were displayed, albeit with minimal descriptions, merely accompanied by a series of numbers. Compared to the previous invitation from Old Bai, this one, though not particularly exquisite, crafted from glimmering gold foil, pales in comparison to the small leaf rosewood. Nevertheless, this invitation appeared far more professional with its detailed enumeration of antiques. Mr. Wei, I would be willing to attend. I too have an interest in observing, though I am curious about the location of this small auction. Zhang Feng looked up at Wei Qinghua. In Yunnan, so you may need to prepare accordingly. Chapter 46. Zhang Feng, you have not heard of it. Yunnan? Zhang Feng's brow furrowed. He had anticipated a mere journey to Hua City, but now found he must venture all the way to Yunnan. Zhang Feng, having spent his entire life in a small town except for a brief sojourn to attend university in Huashi, found himself somewhat apprehensive at the thought of embarking on such a distant journey, especially one that required enduring several days and nights on a train. What, my young friend? Do you hesitate to go? If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. However, should you choose to accompany me, I assure you that my gratitude will be profound, regardless of the assistance you may offer. Wei Qinghua appeared somewhat displeased, yet, as one seasoned in leadership, he expertly concealed his emotions, a nuance that Zhang Feng was not yet adept at perceiving. Zhang Feng felt a flicker of hesitation. He had amassed considerable wealth and was not particularly concerned about the terms Wei Qinghua had laid before him. I believe it would be beneficial for you to venture forth. Consider this. You currently lack experience, and broadening your horizons at your age is undoubtedly advantageous. The path ahead is long. Chun Lao chimed in, lending his support. After some contemplation, Zhang Feng recognized the wisdom in their words. Declining the invitation would indeed seem ungracious. He shrugged off his reservations, nonchalantly settling into a chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. I am prepared. I need not bring anything else besides myself. With a sense of confidence, he exuded a calm demeanor. Wei Qinghua exchanged a glance with Chun Lao, his expression betraying a hint of doubt. Earlier, Zhang Feng's demeanor had suggested a certain poise and potential brilliance. Yet now his apparent arrogance led Wei Qinghua to question whether Zhang Feng might be overstepping his bounds. Chun Lao, feeling somewhat awkward, reflected on his own expertise in appraisal, which relied solely on his keen eyesight, and found himself pondering whether Zhang Feng's bravado stemmed from genuine confidence or mere hubris. Very well, if that is the case, let us depart. I have no preparations to make. All we need are our finances. Let us go, Wei Qinghua stated decisively, placing his trust in Zhang Feng's capabilities, which would soon be revealed. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement, finished his tea, and followed Wei Qinghua out. Zhang Feng left his vehicle at Wenbaozhai and, riding in Wei Qinghua's Bentley, they proceeded to the airport. This marked Zhang Feng's first venture beyond familiar territory, and he felt an undeniable sense of trepidation, particularly as he had never flown before. The prospect of succumbing to motion sickness loomed ominously in his mind. Fortunately, upon boarding the plane, he was relieved to find no dizziness overtaking him. Instead, he felt at ease and, to his surprise, dozed off. Wei Qinghua observed Zhang Feng and sighed softly, realizing he might have underestimated the young man. He had initially believed Zhang Feng to be an exceptional talent, but now he perceived a degree of nonchalance that suggested a potential misjudgment in his choice of companion. After more than 3 hours aloft, Zhang Feng finally stirred upon their arrival in Kunming. "Ah, my young friend sleeps quite soundly. Come, we have reached our destination. Let us disembark," Wei Qinghua announced. Zhang Feng nodded in response, rising from his seat and following him out of the airplane and into the airport. Outside the airport, a gathering of individuals awaited eagerly, and upon spotting Wei Qinghua, they rushed forward with warmth and enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Feng remained silent, uncertain whether Wei Qinghua chose not to introduce him or had simply forgotten his presence. Once they boarded the vehicle, Wei Qinghua engaged in conversation with the other party, while Zhang Feng sat quietly, gazing at the scenery outside. With a fleeting glance toward Zhang Feng, Wei Qinghua chuckled softly but offered no further words. The man cast a meaningful look at Zhang Feng before turning away, choosing to remain silent. Zhang Feng, enveloped in quietude, continued to observe the landscape, lost in thought. The southern heat enveloped him, leaving him with a sense of languor, even as the air conditioning provided some relief. After more than an hour's drive, the vehicle finally emerged from the outskirts, coming to a halt before a grand establishment, prominently adorned with gilded characters proclaiming charming the world. This venue was expansive, the sole establishment in the vicinity, encompassing the surrounding architecture. The entire area featured only this singular building, sprawling over several thousand square meters, its ornate pillars and intricate carvings evoking a sense of majestic splendor. "Mr. Wei, is this where our small auction will take place?" Zhang Feng inquired, leaning towards Wei Qinghua. "Indeed, such a grand venue is more than sufficient to accommodate our modest auction, especially since all attendees belong to the upper echelons of society. This establishment aligns perfectly with their status," Wei Qinghua explained in a hushed tone. This revelation contrasted sharply with Zhang Feng's prior experiences. The auction venues that Old Bai taken him to were hidden deep within the mountains, concealed from the public eye. Why then was this event so overtly displayed? In truth, these auction venues were intricately linked with the state, meaning that a portion of the auction proceeds will be donated for charitable purposes, thereby ensuring their legitimate existence, provided they did not overstep their bounds. Perceiving Zhang Feng's lingering doubts, Wei Qinghua continued his elucidation. Zhang Feng nodded in understanding, realizing the complexities surrounding the auction scene, feeling somewhat ignorant of such matters. With a soft smile, Wei Qinghua fell silent, trailing behind the man as they approached the charming the world. Zhang Feng followed closely, akin to Lu Lao Lao exploring the Grand View Garden, marveling at every corner, oblivious to the dozen figures approaching ahead. "Oh, is that not Mr. Wei?" A sardonic voice rang out, startling Zhang Feng and raising goosebumps along his skin as he instinctively turned towards the sound. Wei Qinghua's expression darkened as he glanced at the approaching individuals before turning to the man beside him. 3 items in this small auction belonged to him, including the Tang Sankai and the Lingji blue and white plate that piqued your interest. Hence, he is here in the capacity of a stakeholder. And we had no choice but to invite him, the man explained, his voice now tinged with unease. "Then why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known he would be present, I need not have come." Wei Qinghua let out a cold hum, turning to depart. "What is the matter? Are you frightened? It was merely a few losses in gambling last time, nothing of great consequence. Are you, the esteemed General Manager Wei, unable to bear a mere 30 to 50 million? Now that you see me, you wish to flee? Aren't you concerned about being looked down upon by others?" The man advancing seemed intent on relentless pursuit, stepping closer to block Wei Qinghua's path, his face adorned with mockery and disdain. "Zhang Xiaoping, do not overstep your bounds. I warn you, last time I fell into your trap, so do not bring that incident up again." Wei Qinghua's expression darkened, and he feared that things might escalate into a physical confrontation. Anger surged through him, his fists clenched tightly, his face reddening, wishing he could strike Zhang Xiaoping down at that very moment. Zhang Feng observed from behind, clearly noting that Zhang Xiaoping had evidently humiliated Wei Qinghua, for otherwise, he would not be so enraged. Despite Zhang Feng feeling somewhat aggrieved by Wei Qinghua's previous demeanor towards him, the shared bond of being fellow townsmen surfaced in this foreign land. With a quick glance, Zhang Feng stepped forward, approaching Wei Qinghua, and retrieved a box of cigars from his pocket. This box of cigars had been gifted to him by Old Bai previously. He had initially declined, but was unable to refuse Old Bai's insistence. "General Wei, please calm your temper and have a smoke," Zhang Feng offered, presenting a cigar that was thick and robust. Wei Qinghua paused, glancing down at Zhang Feng, who blinked earnestly. Although perplexed, Wei Qinghua accepted the cigar. Zhang Feng hastily lit it for him, appearing exceedingly respectful. As Wei Qinghua took a couple of puffs, his anger began to dissipate. After completing his task, Zhang Feng turned to Zhang Xiaoping. "Ah, this gentleman possesses exquisite taste. This cigar is quite exceptional." Zhang Xiaoping's face brightened, and he deliberately brandished his own cigarette brand, boasting of its foreign origin and high price, the perfect accessory for showmanship. "How about it? Would you like to have one?" "If you simply ignore Wei Qinghua, I will offer you a whole box right now." "No need. I think we should stick to cigars," Zhang Feng responded confidently. "I once heard a sage proclaim that smoking is akin to a symbol of masculinity. The thicker the cigar, the greater one's ability. Thus, I have adhered to the sage's wisdom and have always smoked cigars." His tone was calm, projecting an air of authority. "Which sage spoke such words?" "I have never heard of such a notion." Zhang Xiaoping was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the cigarette in his hand. Wei Qinghua let out a hearty laugh. His spirits lifted, taking deep puffs from the cigar, the swirling smoke enveloping Zhang Xiaoping's now crimson face. "Let us depart into the venue," Wei Qinghua declared joyfully. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoping's face flushed with anger, his body trembling, fingertips quivering. A stray ash fell upon his hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise and hurriedly discard the ash. "Damn it! Who is that young man beside Wei Qinghua? What is his purpose?" Zhang Xiaoping shouted, pointing at Zhang Feng's retreating figure. "Mr. Zhang, we are not acquainted. This is our first meeting. He must be Wei Qinghua's subordinate." The employee behind scratched his head, speaking cautiously. After receiving a sharp slap, the employee turned around, his face marked with 5 bright red fingerprints, the pain making him want to cry out, yet he feared further punishment. "Damn it, look at his subordinate. Although both are underlings, his is so learned and talented, while you lot, what do you know apart from indulgence and vices? Useless, a bunch of worthless individuals." Zhang Xiaoping unleashed his wrath upon the employees. They dared not breathe, their heads bowed, silenced by fear. "Mr. Zhang, may I ask, do you know which dynasty this Zhang Feng hails from?" A retort, "Is it? Damn it, get the hell out of here quickly." Zhang Xiaoping's face was even more strained. If he knew who Zhang Feng was, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating position now. Zhang Feng and Wei Qinghua completely disregarded Zhang Xiaoping, striding into the club. The club was undoubtedly a hidden gem. Though it appeared resplendent from the outside, inside it exuded a sense of modesty with its bamboo artistry. Upon entering, one was greeted by the refreshing aroma of bamboo. Despite the absence of air conditioning, the club was remarkably cool, filled with a natural ambience that instantly calmed the spirit. Zhang Feng inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to savor the atmosphere. Indeed, it was splendid, far superior to Hua City. "What are you doing? Just walk straight." Wei Qinghua nudged Zhang Feng, his demeanor markedly transformed. Zhang Feng nodded, refraining from any audacity, following closely behind Wei Qinghua into the club. "Come, Mr. Wei. This will be your temporary room from now on. Everything has been designed according to your specifications, and all that you desire is within." The man pointed to a closed room, handing Wei Qinghua a keycard. Wei Qinghua graciously accepted it, unlocking the door and ushering Zhang Feng inside. If one could gaze upon the sea in Hua City, here one could behold an endless expanse of bamboo forest. The room's enormous floor-to-ceiling windows showcased lush green bamboo. And even without opening the window, Zhang Feng felt he could inhale the fragrant aroma wafting from the bamboo grove. The room was spacious, featuring 2 mattresses on the floor, but no actual beds, with some furniture and appliances scattered about. Nothing more. This club was private, and the owner would likely make an appearance at tomorrow's auction. It was entirely decorated in his preferred style, thus diverging from our usual tastes, given the geographical disparities. Wei Qinghua seemed to sense Zhang Feng's curiosity, tidying his clothes as he spoke. Zhang Feng glanced around. It was merely a temporary sleeping space, so he was not overly concerned. After finishing their preparations, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and both Zhang Feng and Wei Qinghua lay down on the mattresses. "Zhang Feng, I am quite curious. How exactly will you assist me at tomorrow's auction? My objective this time is to authenticate the Tang Sankai and the Lingji blue and white plate. You need not concern yourself with the pricing. I merely require your assistance in determining their authenticity. How can you assist me without bringing anything along?" Wei Qinghua, having pondered for a considerable time, finally discerned the truth. Zhang Feng was also aware that Wei Qinghua had grown more cautious, especially after the appearance of Zhang Xiaoping. If this were to end in embarrassment, Zhang Xiaoping would undoubtedly make a mockery of Wei Qinghua to an unimaginable extent. Rest assured, Mr. Wei, now that I am here, there shall be no issues. As for discerning authenticity, I possess the requisite skills. You shall see by tomorrow. Before he could finish, the sound of snoring filled the air. Zhang Feng had already collapsed onto the mattress in slumber. Wei Qinghua felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhang Feng. This fellow truly had an unyielding spirit, falling asleep the moment he touched the pillow. With a sigh, despite his apprehensions, Wei Qinghua could only hope that Zhang Feng would not let him down. Zhang Feng enjoyed a restful sleep, the fatigue of air travel dissipating, and even the redness in his eyes had diminished significantly, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from his left eye. Wei Qinghua, however, fared less well. Whether due to a lack of faith in Zhang Feng or simply the unfamiliarity of the bed, his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating a night of poor rest. After they had breakfast, the man who had picked Wei Qinghua up from the airport arrived once more, leading them into a private hall. This hall was markedly different from the outside, exceedingly quiet, with a heavy door made of solid steel at the entrance. Inside, dozens of individuals were already seated, among them a few Caucasians and several individuals of African descent. Mr. Wei, it has been quite some time. I never expected you to take time out of your busy schedule to attend this auction. It is truly an honor. Before Zhang Feng could fully observe his surroundings, a middle-aged man approached, dressed in a pristine white suit, his hair slicked back and well-groomed. He exuded an air of refinement and vitality. To miss an auction hosted by Mr. Yen will be a lack of appreciation on my part. Additionally, I have a keen interest in the Tang Sankai here. So, I made a special trip. Wei Qinghua responded with hearty laughter, extending his hand to shake the man's. The man smiled and turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng. And who might this be? Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is my assistant, Zhang Feng, who has accompanied me to lend his expertise. Although I have a fondness for antiques, I fear I lack the innate talent and discerning eye, hence my decision to bring someone knowledgeable along. Zhang Feng. This is the owner of Changwan Tiantang, Mr. Yen Liu. Zhang Feng respectfully greeted him, and Mr. Yen merely nodded before continuing to engage with the other attendees. Zhang Feng and Wei Qinghua were seated in the second row, with the front row occupied predominantly by foreigners, a clear indication of their respective statuses. Mr. Wei, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Are you here to compete with me? The voice was one Zhang Feng found particularly irksome. It was akin to a persistent fly, unwelcome and impossible to shoo away. Zhang Xiaoping, what are you doing here? Stop sitting next to me. Wei Qinghua's face turned ashen, his previously pleasant mood now marred. Zhang Xiaoping appeared unfazed by Wei Qinghua's words, plopping down on the nearby sand. There's nothing I can do. It's the arrangement made by General Yan. I'm merely following orders. What? Not satisfied? If you're unhappy, go speak to General Yan about switching seats. Do you think your abilities are enough to converse with him? Wei Qinghua's face reddened further with anger. He wished to retort, but noticed that many around them had already turned their attention to this altercation. For the sake of his dignity, he could only take a deep breath, suppress his fury, huff softly, and turn his gaze towards the elevated platform, choosing silence. Zhang Xiaoping let out a hearty laugh and pulled out a cigar, nearly as thick as his wrist, placing it between his lips. But your assistant isn't half bad. Yes, quite knowledgeable. I looked it up yesterday, and indeed, Zhang Feng has mentioned such things. He seems to know about these obscure topics. Quite impressive. Zhang Feng, seated nearby, nearly burst into laughter, realizing that no matter the setting, there would always be the wealthy and the brazen. After a flurry of commotion, the somewhat chaotic venue gradually quieted down. On the platform, an elderly man appeared, though one could not tell when he had arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the small auction hosted by Changwan Tianxia. All present here are friends of General Yan, and I shan't waste time with idle chatter. I trust you're aware of the lot numbers we will be auctioning today. We will proceed according to the numbers. This auction follows a unified rule. Each bid starts at 1 million. The items we present today are all exquisite. The elder's words instantly stirred excitement among the crowd below. Even the foreigners in the front row seemed eager to participate. Zhang Feng, seated at the back, had not closely examined the invitation he received earlier. After all, he was merely there to assist Wei Qinghua and had no bidding rights, making it inconsequential for him to pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Qing Jade by Suri, numbered 352-0, crafted by a master from the Yuan dynasty. Made from a single block of jade, it holds considerable value. With an opening bid of 3 million. Please place your bids. Zhang Feng glanced at Wei Qinghua, who shook his head, indicating a lack of interest, and began sipping his tea. Zhang Feng scrutinized the jade artifact, noting its azure halo, which appeared to emanate around it. an impressive count of 642 rings, confirming it as a genuine piece from the Yuan era. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Various bids began to echo from below, igniting fierce competition. However, Zhang Feng remained indifferent, as it bore no relevance to him. He opted to enjoy his tea instead. Ultimately, Zhang Feng did not catch the final selling price of the Qing Jade by Suri, for as he sipped, he inadvertently dozed off. Gradually, as time passed, he began to sense an anomaly. It seemed he was unable to fully master the situation, leading to this backlash. Zhang Feng. Lost in dreams, contemplating his newfound ability, he was abruptly disturbed. He opened his eyes to find Wei Qinghua looking at him with an awkward expression. What is wrong? Zhang Feng couldn't help but inquire. What has happened? I cannot believe it. This is the first time I have encountered such an assistant. The boss is waiting here for your assistance, and you have the audacity to fall asleep. How can you be so unreliable? It is utterly ridiculous, truly laughable. Zhang Xiaoping pointed at Zhang Feng, openly mocking him. Wei Qinghua's face grew increasingly awkward as he cast a disappointed glance at Zhang Feng, letting out a helpless sigh. Chapter 48. Let the betting begin. Zhang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He had come over to help, yet he had fallen asleep. Indeed, it was quite inexcusable. Wiping his face, he gathered himself, sitting up straight in his chair and looking ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the piece de resistance of today's auction. Renowned as the most outstanding antique of the Tang dynasty and one of the most historically significant artifacts from that era, the Tang Sankai. This Tang Sankai is not derived from royal tombs, hence it is not an illicit item. It is unquestionably authorized by the state, possessing both collectible and resale value, and is not a product of illegal excavation. The starting bid is 16 million. I invite everyone to place their bids. Wei, is this the Tang Sankai you desire? Zhang Feng turned to Wei Qinghua. Indeed, this is what you seek, but alas, it happens to be mine. Wei, why not plead with me? Perhaps I might soften my heart and sell it to you at a lower price instead of allowing it to remain in this auction house. Zhang Xiaoping spoke first, his tone dripping with disdain directed at Wei Qinghua. Wei Qinghua was already quite furious after all the trouble he had gone through. Discovering that this antique belonged to his rival was particularly vexing, especially since it was one of his favorite pieces. No need for that. I have come with the intent to acquire it, and I will succeed without your incessant chatter. Wei Qinghua deliberately lowered his voice, but his dissatisfaction was palpable. Zhang Xiaoping shrugged, reclining in his chair. Very well, since you are so wealthy, let us see what you can do, Wei. This is the gem of today's auction. I wonder how many will compete for it. You must prepare yourself mentally. 18 million, 20 million. Before Wei Qinghua could utter a word, a chorus of bids erupted from the crowd, with even the foreign bidders in the front row joining in. Wei Qinghua's expression changed, and without time for further words, he hastily began to raise his paddle. Wait a moment, Wei. Zhang Feng realized he was a bit late. Wei Qinghua was already ignoring his advice and participating in the bidding. Wei, why not heed your assistant's words? He might be an expert in antiques. Zhang Xiaoping relished the moment, enjoying the discord between Zhang Feng and Wei Qinghua. Oh dear, how careless of me to speak thus. Regardless, Wei has been navigating the antique world for decades. How could he possibly believe the words of such a novice? I dare say this young man is truly inexperienced and unreliable, and I doubt Wei would take him seriously. Would he? Wei Qinghua's expression shifted slightly, glancing at Zhang Feng with a hint of regret. He wondered how he had been so foolish as to trust Elder Chen's words and place faith in this inexperienced youth. Zhang Feng paid little heed to Wei Qinghua's skepticism and lowered his voice, saying, Mr. Wei, the situation remains unclear. I have yet to examine this Tang Sankai. Please bear with me while I authenticate it before we proceed. You need to take it too seriously. I brought you here merely to broaden your horizons. You may simply sit back and observe. Wei Qinghua interrupted Zhang Feng, his disbelief evident in his tone. Zhang Feng was taken aback by Wei Qinghua's words, and just as he was about to respond, the bidding had already surged to 37 million. Below, Zhang Xiaoping was overjoyed. Such a high price clearly meant a significant profit for him. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Xiaoping, then at the anxious Wei Qinghua, finally settling his gaze on the Tang Sankai. Focusing intently, Zhang Feng scrutinized the Tang Sankai from all angles. Yet all he could discern were two rings of light surrounding it. These rings were a pure, deep black, utterly devoid of the vibrant colors of Sankai. Doubt crept in, prompting him to rub his eyes and take a closer look, but he still saw only the two rings. This time, he was certain he had not erred. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he turned and halted Wei Qinghua's rising hand. Wei Qinghua paused, looking at Zhang Feng in confusion. Hey, you cheeky brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Whose item are you claiming is counterfeit? I advise you to back up your words with evidence, lest you find yourself in a precarious position. Zhang Xiaoping was the first to rise, resembling a startled rabbit, and had it not been for Wei Qinghua standing between them, he might have lunged at Zhang Feng. The commotion instantly drew the attention of those surrounding the auction, and all eyes were fixed upon Zhang Xiaoping and Zhang Feng. Why are you so agitated, Mr. Zhang? I was merely voicing a casual opinion. Why so tense? Could it be that this Tang Sankai is indeed a fake? Zhang Feng stood up calmly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Xiaoping's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively glanced around, noticing the curious gazes of the crowd, a fleeting hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Fake. This Tang Sankai is a counterfeit, but isn't it the centerpiece of this auction? How could it possibly be fake? No, that cannot be. Who is this kid to assert such a claim? Murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd, transforming the previously tranquil atmosphere of the venue into a scene disrupted by a stone cast into a serene lake. The elder on stage also showed a subtle change in countenance, casting a penetrating glance at Zhang Feng before stepping forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let us have some order. At our Changwan Tianxiao auction, we absolutely do not deal in counterfeit items. Each piece has been meticulously vetted by me. I trust you all have confidence in my discerning eye, do you not? The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, clearly recognizing the elder's esteemed position, with many placing their faith in his judgment. Wei Qinghua's expression shifted multiple times as he hastily rose to grasp Zhang Feng's arm. I apologize, esteemed guests. My young friend here has not been exposed to much of the world, having been coddled in our small city. He tends to speak rather foolishly. I hope you will not take offense. Please, let us continue. However, Zhang Feng remained indifferent to Wei Qinghua's discomfort and resolutely continued. This Tang Sankai is indeed a counterfeit. Goodness, are you trying to court disaster? You continue to spout nonsense. Even Mr. Wei has not objected, yet you persist? It seems you no longer wish to remain here. If that is the case, you should leave at once. Zhang Xiaoping, having lost his patience, spoke with increasing rudeness. The murmurs from the crowd grew louder, making it evident that the auction could not proceed. No matter what the elderly gentleman on stage said, he could not quell the rising tide of dissent below. Yin Lu, observing from outside, felt his expression darken. I am uncertain. It was Mr. Wei who brought him here, and I could not scrutinize closely. I have not seen him before. He is a stranger, a man beside him remarked, his voice low. This man was the one who had previously greeted Wei Qinghua and Zhang Feng. If anyone had insight, it would be him. He claims our antiques are fakes. Have we properly verified the authenticity of these items we have received? Yin Lu inquired, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. I cannot say for certain. It has always been Elder Yu who managed that. We merely assist with the transportation, the man replied candidly. Yin Lu frowned slightly, nodding as he made his way towards the auction venue. Are you out of your mind? On what grounds do you declare my Tang Sankai to be a fake? What evidence do you possess? What nonsense is this? I suspect you are merely seeking trouble. Zhang Xiaoping's eyes widened as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront. Zhang Feng, unfazed, stood tall. His imposing stature had been honed by a childhood spent learning martial arts from an elder, though his talents had remained concealed due to a streak of bad luck. Now that the proverbial window had been shattered, he felt no fear. If it came to blows, he would not hold back. Zhang Xiaoping, intimidated by Zhang Feng's formidable presence, felt a flicker of apprehension. He was a true southern man, standing barely over 5 feet tall, and facing Zhang Feng's towering height left him feeling somewhat insecure. Since physical confrontation was not his forte, Zhang Xiaoping's mind began to churn with a cunning idea. You are quite bold to make such claims here. Very well. I shall not make things difficult for you out of respect for Mr. Wei. You assert that my Tang Sankai is a counterfeit? Let's wager. What is the current bid? Is it not 37 million? We shall bet 37 million. If this Tang Sankai proves to be fake, I shall give you 37 million. However, if you lose, I require no money from you. Simply leave me one hand. Zhang Xiaoping, do not go too far. We are in an auction venue. Even if my young friend has some doubts, it is only natural. Who can guarantee its authenticity? You propose a wager so recklessly. What is your true intent? Wei Qinghua interjected, countering his challenge. Zhang Xiaoping broke into a wide grin. What is the matter? Is Mr. Wei afraid to wager? It matters not. If you are hesitant to wager, so be it. As long as this young man kneels before me on the platform and bows thrice, addressing me as grandfather each time, I shall consider this matter settled, as if it had never occurred. Otherwise, such an affront to my reputation will compel me to pursue legal action against him. Wei Qinghua wore a troubled expression. If Zhang Feng's previous statement were indeed erroneous, Zhang Xiaoping might possess valid ground for a lawsuit against him. However, to demand that Zhang Feng kneel and apologize in front of so many witnesses is a tall order, even for oneself. Now, Wei Qinghua realized that this situation was considerably complex and challenging to navigate. Fine, if you wish to gamble, then let us do so. With so many witnesses present, I shall indulge you. Zhang Feng suddenly interjected. No. Haha, splendid. You little rascal. You haven't even come into your own yet. And here you are trying to show off. Very well. I shall play along. Prepare to lose your hand. Zhang Xiaoping boisterously laughed, gesturing grandly as an assistant rushed in, wielding a cleaver. Chapter 49, An Unfortunate Turn of Events. The moment the cleaver appeared, even Yin Lu's demeanor shifted. It seemed this affair was escalating. And since Changwan Tiandi was his domain, any untoward incident could prove troublesome, especially if the authorities were to intervene. In truth, illicit gambling rings were rampant within the antiquities community. Instances of dismemberment or even fatalities were not uncommon. Yet, such underground dealings typically went unreported, as it was an unwritten rule. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Mr. Yin, should we intervene? Our establishment is linked to the government. Should anything untoward occur, we might bear the brunt of the repercussions, a man behind him remarked, summoning over a dozen individuals with a wave of his hand. There's no need for haste. If they wish to play, let them. We can manage this situation. However, this young man beside Wei Qinghua is intriguing. I must investigate him thoroughly, Yin Lu replied, waving his hand dismissively and placing a cigarette between his lips. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense, with all eyes fixed on Zhang Feng and Zhang Xiaoping. As it appeared they were genuinely about to gamble with hands and feet. Zhang Feng glanced at the cleaver, undaunted. Mr. Zhang, if that is the case, let us commence our examination. All present are collectors, and I trust their discerning eyes. Let them ascertain whether this Tang Sankai is authentic or counterfeit. Excellent. I welcome the scrutiny at any time. A clear conscience fears no shadow. Please examine it. I shall wait here to sever this little rascal's hand, Zhang Xiaoping declared, puffing on a cigar, then forcefully struck the cleaver down onto the table, creating a deep gash in the solid wood. Wei Qinghua silently regretted his decision to bring Zhang Feng along. Missing out on the Tang Sankai was trivial, but losing face was a grave matter. The others no longer focused on Zhang Feng and Zhang Xiaoping, rising to gather around the Tang Sankai, scrutinizing it with great care. The craftsmanship of Tang Sankai is exquisitely detailed and of excellent quality. Both in terms of its composition and luster, this Tang Sankai is undeniably authentic, displaying patterns and techniques identical to those of the Tang dynasty. To claim otherwise would be incredulous. As people observed closely, many nodded in agreement as they descended from the stage. Zhang Xiaoping, brimming with pride, stood on tiptoe, gazing at Zhang Feng with an air of confidence that suggested he would readily sever Zhang Feng's hand should their verdict affirm its authenticity. Zhang Feng, undeterred, remained calm, his eyes fixed on the Tang Sankai. He firmly believed in the accuracy of his right eye, having discerned the piece as a forgery. He was convinced that this Tang Sankai must indeed be counterfeit. After more than half an hour of deliberation, all had left the stage, shaking their heads. This Tang Sankai was genuine, not a replica. It seemed this young friend had made a grave misjudgment. It was indeed impossible for an item to be aged to such an extent. Judging from its composition and glaze, this was unquestionably authentic Tang Sankai. As discussion swirled, a consensus emerged. It was indeed real. Ha! You heard that, you little rascal? Zhang Xiaoping laughed triumphantly, unsheathing his knife. Mr. Wei, how amusing. You lost to me before, and now your assistant has succumbed as well. Truly fascinating. It appears that your entourage is just as worthless as you are. Laughter erupted from his aides, their faces mocking as they observed Wei Qinghua and Zhang Feng's expressions. Wei Qinghua's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched, yearning to retort. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The situation had not reached its denouement. There was no need for haste. These were seasoned collectors, and until the expert examined it, a conclusion could not yet be drawn. Zhang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, as though the matter bore no consequence for him. Zhang Xiaoping gestured towards the stage. Very well, since Elder Yu is still present, let us allow him to ascertain the authenticity of my Tang Sankai. If he declares it a forgery, Zhang Feng interjected, will you then forfeit your hand? Zhang Xiaoping faltered, his finger trembling, momentarily rendered speechless. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If fear grips you, simply admit it. I only seek my due. Zhang Feng's provocative tone caused Zhang Xiaoping's face to flush with anger. Afraid? I fear nothing. Today, I gamble with you. Your hand is forfeit, and I have no trepidations. Zhang Xiaoping slammed his knife onto the table, placing his hand upon it. The crowd erupted in excitement, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Feng and Zhang Xiaoping, sensing that this time, Zhang Feng's hand was truly at stake. Haha, did you hear that, you little brat? If you wish to challenge me, then your hand shall be mine, Zhang Xiaoping declared, raising his knife and aiming it fiercely at Zhang Feng. Gasps echoed as some onlookers, including women, were horrified by the gruesome scene and turned to flee, causing chaos within the auction hall. Yin Lu furrowed his brow, concerned that if this incident spread, the establishment would face dire repercussions. Everyone, cease at once. Yin Lu finally emerged, bellowing a commanding shout. Behind him, over a dozen black-clad figures surged forward to restrain Zhang Xiaoping, thereby averting a scene of bloodshed. Zhang Feng remained steadfast, unperturbed. He was confident that even if Zhang Xiaoping dared approach, he could easily withstand his assault. Yin Lu strode forward, scrutinizing Zhang Feng from head to toe, and upon confirming that Zhang Feng was unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Turning to Zhang Xiaoping, he queried, "What on earth has transpired? What was meant to be a splendid auction has devolved into a display of weaponry." Yet, Yin Lu was utterly uninformed in this moment. Feigning ignorance seemed the wisest course of action. Elder Yu hastily descended, relaying the events that had just unfolded. Yin Lu nodded in understanding. "Since you wish to gamble, we have no objections. This is your private vendetta, and we cannot interfere. However, as this is taking place within Changwan Tian, you must sign a declaration, assuring that neither party will hold the other accountable, including us at Changwan Tian." With a wave of his hand, a man entered bearing 2 copies of the declaration, placing them upon the table. "Goodness, am I to be frightened? To claim my possessions are counterfeit? Very well, I shall sign," Zhang Xiaoping declared, swiftly inscribing his name and pushing the document toward Zhang Feng. Just as Zhang Feng moved to sign, he was halted by Wei Qinghua, who cautioned Zhang Feng, "It need not come to this. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply refrain from bidding. Let's not stir up trouble, for this is not our territory." "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" "You fool! If you're frightened, then kneel and bow your head. Perhaps I might show you mercy," Zhang Xiaoping taunted, flaunting his arrogance to the point of irritating even Yin Lu. "Rest assured, Mr. Wei, I am well aware of how to navigate this situation. There shall be no issues," Zhang Feng replied, brushing past Wei Qinghua to stand before the declaration. "Mr. Yin, if we are to sign this declaration, it implies that it does not pertain to the interests of Changwan Tian. Shouldn't it then be inappropriate for your representatives to authenticate this Tang Sankai?" Zhang Feng tilted his head, scrutinizing Yin Lu. Yin Lu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the auction house had its own rules. Such matters were indeed private and beyond their purview. Both Elder Yu and Zhang Xiaoping's expressions shifted dramatically, prompting Zhang Xiaoping to urgently signal Elder Yu. "Mr. Yin, I must assert that this situation is not as clear-cut as it seems. In Kunming, my eye for appraisal is unmatched. If it were in the hands of others, I would be concerned. Enough of that. While your appraisal skills are commendable, the current turmoil is significant, and it is prudent for us to avoid the fray, allowing them to make their own decisions." Yin Lu interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaoping. Startled by the scrutiny, Zhang Xiaoping hastily lowered his head, silenced. "Mr. Wei, might you have acquaintances in the field of appraisal here?" Zhang Feng now relied solely on Wei Qinghua. Having frequented this venue on numerous occasions, Wei Qinghua indeed possessed connections. He nodded, retrieving his phone to make a call. In less than 10 minutes, 3 to 5 individuals entered, all appearing to be over 60, clad in traditional Tang attire, unmistakably masters of appraisal. Wei Qinghua approached them, engaging in conversation, and they proceeded directly to the stage where the Tang Sankai was displayed. Zhang Feng observed Zhang Xiaoping, whose complexion had turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his face, saturating the handkerchief in his grasp. Though Yin Lu remained silent, he discerned certain nuances, observing the deepening complexity in Zhang Feng's gaze. "Mr. Wei, we have appraised this Tang Sankai. Its craftsmanship is exceptional, far beyond what an ordinary person could replicate." Zhang Xiaoping's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stepped forward, positioning himself before Zhang Feng. "Did you hear that? Are you finally convinced of your defeat? Damn it. Today, I shall sever your hand." Wei Qinghua, startled, rushed to intervene, but the 5 appraisers on stage descended first, obstructing Zhang Xiaoping. "We have yet to speak our piece. It is indeed true that this Tang Sankai is of remarkable quality. However, regrettably, It originates from one among us. Thus we are fully capable of discerning its authenticity. What? Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback, scrutinizing the 5 appraisers before him, his gaze landing on an elder at the back, whose facial skin twitched slightly. Mr. Zhang, I did not expect our paths to cross so soon. Yet, I am astonished that you would resort to deceiving our fellow countrymen. When I entrusted this to you, you claimed you would sell it abroad, yet here you stand, perpetrating such an act. I can no longer assist you, the elder sighed. You speak nonsense. Who are you? Cease your ramblings, lest I become unkind. Zhang Xiaoping stammered, trembling as he pointed at the appraiser, his words tumbling into incoherence. Yin Lu snorted in disdain. After years in the antique realm, he could easily see through Zhang Xiaoping's facade and deemed him unworthy to stand there. To gamble is to accept the consequences. Zhang Xiaoping, I never imagined you would peddle counterfeit goods within our establishment. You ought to recognize the rules. All items you brought will be confiscated, and the proceeds will be donated to the nation. Yin Lu stepped forward, gesturing grandly, prompting the men in black to proceed to the back. I shall collect as well. Elder Yu turned to follow them inside. Stop right there. Yin Lu seized Elder Yu. The elder trembled, nearly collapsing, as he turned to Yin Lu in terror. This matter cannot be without your involvement. The skills of these appraisers pale in comparison to yours, yet you failed to recognize the truth. Today's events shall be settled in due course. Take him away. The men in black promptly advanced, seizing Elder Yu and escorting him backward. It is now your turn to face the severing of your hand. Zhang Feng regarded Zhang Xiaoping with a smile. Chapter 50. The Severing of the Hand. Zhang Xiaoping trembled all over, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly shocked by the unexpected outcome. He was momentarily frozen in place. I refuse to have my hand severed. Why must I suffer such a fate? You little brat, I did not wager my hand. I bet money. 37 million. I can give it to you now, what of it? Zhang Xiaoping still maintained an air of arrogance, reaching for a check to write. Zhang Feng, however, ignored him, turning to Yin Lu. Mr. Yin, if memory serves, did he not just sign a declaration for the severing of his hand? Yin Lu, without hesitation, nodded. He preferred not to involve himself in such private disputes, but was unwilling to utter falsehoods. No, I did not sign. I absolutely did not sign. Look, brother, let's discuss this matter. Do not sever my hand. If you seek money, tell me how much, and I shall provide it, if only you refrain from harming me. How's that sound? Zhang Xiaoping grasped Zhang Feng's hand, his tone significantly lowered, bordering on pleading. So now you comprehend Zhang Feng's might? Or has your earlier arrogance vanished? Wei Qinghua stepped forward, pushing Zhang Xiaoping aside, unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunity for retaliation. No, what I meant was, Brother Zhang Feng, indeed, your name is Zhang Feng. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoping realized, reaching into his pocket for a cigar, feeling as if he had been outmaneuvered all along. Indeed, I am the sage. That phrase was uttered by none other than myself. Zhang Feng grinned, instantly grasping Zhang Xiaoping's meaning. Zhang Xiaoping's face turned a shade of iron. After all this commotion, he found himself the most pitifully played of all, yet he still feigned superiority before his subordinates. Enough with the idle chatter. Swiftly sever the hand. We must commence the next auction. Wei Qinghua waved his hand dismissively and turned to retrieve the cleaver from the table. Zhang Xiaoping's eyes widened in alarm. Instinctively, he stepped forward, forcefully pushing Wei Qinghua aside, then seized the cleaver, brandishing it at the crowd while retreating a couple of paces. Zhang Xiaoping, have you lost your mind? A bet is a bet. Now that you have wagered, you must accept defeat. Do you have no sense of shame? It was Yin Lu who spoke. Such an incident occurring here would undoubtedly impact Chong Wan Tianxia. Damn it, I am indeed mad. You all wish to sever my hand. Who do you think you are? By what right do you threaten me? Damn it. Wei Qinghua is but my defeated foe, and his subordinates have triumphed over me? I refuse to accept this. My Tang Sankai is fake, so what? What if I allied with old you? Damn it. I paid for this, Zhang Feng. It is you who has ruined my plans. And today, I shall end you. The more Zhang Xiaoping spoke, the more enraged he became, his hand trembling with the cleaver, and he charged directly at Zhang Feng. Quickly, stop him. Yin Lu stepped forward, gesturing to the nearby men in black. They nodded in agreement, yet none dared to advance, fearing the cleaver in Zhang Xiaoping's grasp. Zhang Feng stood his ground, observing Zhang Xiaoping's approach, and pushed Wei Qinghua aside, charging toward Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Feng. Wei Qinghua's complexion paled, attempting to assist, but stumbling into a chair, helplessly watching Zhang Feng rush forward. Zhang Feng stepped closer, gathering his strength, observing the blade in Zhang Xiaoping's grip. He positioned himself firmly, lowering his body, and directly collided with Zhang Xiaoping's armpit, his shoulder crashing forcefully into Zhang Xiaoping's chest. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback by Zhang Feng's unexpected prowess. Despite his robust physique, this impact sent him staggering backward, causing him to lose grip of the cleaver, which clattered to the ground. Without delay, Zhang Feng reached down, grasped the cleaver, and pressed his foot upon Zhang Xiaoping's wrist, raising the blade with lethal intent aimed squarely at Zhang Xiaoping's hand. Do not, absolutely do not. The anguished cry of Zhang Xiaoping pierced the air as one of his hands was severed, blood gushing forth like an arrow, splattering onto Zhang Feng's feet and wrists. Zhang Feng shook his hand and stepped back, declaring, "I shall not take your money. I am not in need of your petty cash. Hurry to the hospital. There is still hope for you." Zhang Xiaoping's assistant, momentarily stunned by Zhang Feng's words, quickly supported Zhang Xiaoping, helping him to his feet. Zhang Xiaoping's complexion was ashen, sweat pouring down his face, his lips taking on a waxy hue, gasping for breath, barely able to lift his eyelids, let alone utter any further threats toward Zhang Feng. "Would you not leave at once?" Yin Lu stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. The assistant complied, hurriedly assisting Zhang Xiaoping out of the auction house. Yin Lu gestured for his subordinates to clean the blood from the floor as he strode confidently onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's incident was an unfortunate occurrence stemming from personal grievances. Please rest assured, within our establishment, there shall be no disruption of order, nor will such events be tolerated. I implore you not to be alarmed. Our auction will conclude today and resume tomorrow, with many treasures to be showcased." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, casting wary glances toward Zhang Feng, who had so decisively severed a hand. He was undoubtedly a formidable character. In truth, Zhang Feng was not inherently ruthless. The situation had been dire, and Zhang Xiaoping had clearly lost his senses. Zhang Feng had acted out of necessity, fortunate for him. His stature and strength had allowed him to subdue Zhang Xiaoping. Reflecting on the incident, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of fear, especially as he observed the blood staining his hands and feet. The image of Zhang Xiaoping's severed hand replayed in his mind, inducing a wave of nausea. I had not anticipated that my young friend possessed such capabilities. I underestimated him before. "It appears I am the blind one here," Wei Qinghua exclaimed, embracing Zhang Feng as though he might kiss him in admiration. Zhang Feng stood awkwardly, scratching his head and smiling without uttering a word. Yin Lu, observing from the side, appraised Zhang Feng with admiration. "Young friend Zhang Feng, you exhibit remarkable talent for antiques, truly a rare find. May I inquire where you are currently employed? If you are unoccupied, our establishment will be delighted to welcome you." Mr. Yin, that may be a bit inappropriate. Zhang Feng is my companion. It seems you are quite brazenly attempting to poach him, which is rather unfair," Wei Qinghua interjected, pulling Zhang Feng protectively behind him. Yin Lu, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. "Look at me, losing my composure upon encountering talent. Indeed, I am at fault. Mr. Wei, please do not take offense. However, young friend Zhang Feng, let me make it clear today. Whenever you wish to come to my establishment, Yin, will undoubtedly welcome you with open arms." Zhang Feng had not anticipated that in merely assisting Wei Qinghua, he would also garner the admiration of Yin Lu. An unexpected boon, indeed. Yin Lu gazed at Zhang Feng's retreating figure, increasingly captivated by him. Were it not for Wei Qinghua's presence, Yin Lu would undoubtedly have prevented Zhang Feng from leaving. Startled, Zhang Feng took 2 steps back, instinctively crossing his arms, and fixed a terrified gaze on Wei Qinghua. "Mr. Wei, please remain composed. We share the same gender and interests. In this room, with just the 2 of us, you mustn't act inappropriately." Zhang Feng. Wei Qinghua laughed heartily, disregarding Zhang Feng's pleas. With arms wide open, he lunged toward Zhang Feng. "Oh no, he is really coming." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to Wei Qinghua's face. The force of the blow sent Wei Qinghua tumbling to the ground. "Mr. Wei, are you all right?" Zhang Feng scrambled off the bed, concern etched on his face as he looked at Wei Qinghua. Unfazed, Wei Qinghua rose from the floor, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. In the next instant, he approached Zhang Feng and grasped his hand. "Darling, you truly are a gem. I never imagined you possessed such remarkable abilities. No wonder old Chun recommended you so fervently. It has been 20 years since I've encountered a talent like you. If it weren't for you today, I might have been deceived. To discern the authenticity of antiques with the naked eye. Genius. Absolute genius." Zhang Feng tightened his grip on his clothing. He realized he must sleep in another room that night. Otherwise, he feared Wei Qinghua might engage in some form of coercive behavior to possess such a talent. Despite his imposing stature, Zhang Feng lacked confidence. He thought, what if Wei Qinghua were to drug me? All right. Wei Qinghua quickly released Zhang Feng, yet his eyes continued to appraise him, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Mr. Wei, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I severed Zhang Xiaoping's hand. This is still his territory, and I worry he might seek revenge, perhaps? You needn't concern yourself with that. Just focus on your responsibilities and assist me in appraising treasures. Though I may not be in Kunming, I have visited numerous times over the past 20 years and have friends here. Since we have emerged victorious this time, Zhang Xiaoping will have to contend with me first. I will not allow him to trouble you. You can rest assured. Wei Qinghua, having inferred Zhang Feng's worries, readily assented. Such a treasure is far more precious than Tang Sankai. Wei Qinghua's mind was already brimming with plans to win Zhang Feng over. Chapter 51. Broadening Horizons. Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief. With no social standing or identity, if Zhang Xiaoping were to emerge from the hospital and seek trouble, he would be courting disaster with his current abilities. With Wei Qinghua's support, Zhang Feng felt emboldened and significantly more at ease. However, fatigue began to wash over him. His right eye was still not fully under control, often leaving him feeling weary. After a quick shower, he merely exchanged a few words with Wei Qinghua, no longer worried about any ulterior motives he might have, before collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep sleep. That night, Zhang Feng slept soundly. When he awoke the following morning, Wei Qinghua had already risen and sat at the bedside, smoking a cigarette, his head bowed in melancholic contemplation. Wei, what troubles you? Zhang Feng inquired, stretching his limbs. Oh, it is merely the matter of the Lingji Qinghua plate. I came here solely for the Tang Sankai and the Lingji Qinghua plate, only to discover that the Tang Sankai is a counterfeit. If the Lingji Qinghua plate proves to be false as well, then the purpose of my visit will be entirely thwarted, Wei Qinghua lamented, discarding the cigarette but into the ashtray. After donning his clothes and hastily freshening up, Zhang Feng emerged from the bathroom. Wei, some matters cannot be forced. Since it is a fake, let us consider a vacation. The scenery here is quite splendid, and I have heard that Yunnan holds countless treasures, particularly jade and agate. Zhang Feng, admittedly unversed in the art of stone gambling, found himself intrigued as Wei Qinghua began to elucidate the intricacies of the trade. He promptly pulled up a stool and listened intently as Wei passionately shared his knowledge. Wei spoke at length, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Once he had imparted all the methods of stone gambling, he glanced at his phone. This is the peak season for jade gambling. I suspect there are numerous places outside where one can engage in this activity. I know a few myself. Once this auction concludes, I shall take you to see them. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was not particularly inclined to gamble, the prospect of broadening his horizons was most appealing. The two men packed their belongings, as today marked their final day. Afterward, they could depart at their leisure. Wei Qinghua suggested that remaining here was perilous, as it was likely that Zhang Xiaoping would find them. It was better to seek enjoyment elsewhere. Zhang Feng, carefree and unencumbered by debts, had little to pack. After their meal, as they approached the venue, Yin Lu was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, he hurried toward him. Zhang Feng took the check, casting a cursory glance at it, nearly gasping in disbelief. 5 million was a sum he had encountered before, but he had merely brought along the aged Yu as a gamble. Yin Lu's generous offer of 5 million as a token of gratitude was unexpected. Yin Lu, observing Zhang Feng closely, grew increasingly fond of him. He accepted the check without further insistence. In that case, to express my gratitude, any item within the auction today that Mr. Wei successfully bids for shall have 5 million deducted as a token of appreciation. Zhang Feng wished to decline, but Wei Qinghua interjected, that sounds splendid. I truly appreciate your generosity, Yin. With that, Wei Qinghua led Zhang Feng into the auction hall. Zhang Feng felt puzzled. Wei Qinghua hardly seemed in need of 5 million and had no reason to covet such a trivial advantage. Why had he agreed to this? Zhang Feng found himself perplexed. In an auction house, there are rules that vary by region. Since Yin Lu wishes to express gratitude to you not once, but twice, it undoubtedly carries significance. The first refusal demonstrates your modesty and humility. However, should you decline a second time, it may be perceived as a lack of appreciation. In this place, the sense of dignity among people is strong, and there is no second chance after the first. If you refuse again, it is likely we shall not be leaving today. Wei Qinghua sat firmly in his chair, drawing a cigarette and subtly reminding Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, seemingly unaware of these intricate customs, realized that there was much he needed to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Changwan Tianxiao Auction House. Today marks our final day of bidding. Due to the events that transpired yesterday, we have conducted one last inspection and uncovered some forgeries. Thus, we shall present items differently today, resulting in a potentially shorter time frame. We shall now commence the auction of our first item, a blue and white dragon pattern Ganlu vase, starting at 800,000. The individual taking the stage was not the elderly Yu, but rather another elder, approximately 60 years old, clad in a white tang suit, evidently one of the knowledgeable appraisers. Zhang Feng's gaze was fixed on the blue dragon pattern Ganlu vase, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, at least 100 distinct hues, confirming it as an authentic piece from a Qing dynasty. However, Wei Qinghua appeared disinterested. His head bowed as he continued to smoke. Zhang Feng chose to divert his attention, closing his eyes on the chair. As each exhibit was auctioned off, Zhang Feng merely glanced without further engagement, retreating into his own thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to reach this final moment. I now present to you the pinnacle of our auction, the Lingji blue and white plate. Starting bid, 13 million. Please place your bids. Zhang Feng's eyes snapped open. After a long wait, he had finally anticipated this plate. Wei Qinghua's eyes sparkled as well, but he merely glanced at the Lingji blue and white plate before turning to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng focused intently on the plate, which was now encircled by 395 blue halos, an early Qing artifact, undoubtedly genuine. He murmured softly, turning to Wei Qinghua and nodding vigorously. Wei Qinghua, filled with confidence this time, readily agreed to participate in the bidding. 20 million, 22 million, 30 million. Wei Qinghua raised his paddle, calling out an astonishingly high bid. The auction house fell silent. Previously competitive merchants and collectors contemplated their next move, ultimately setting down their paddles. 30 million once, 30 million twice. Sold. Wei Qinghua laughed heartily, retracting his paddle, placing a cigarette between his lips and contentedly patting Zhang Feng on the shoulder. With the conclusion of the Lingji Blue Dragon plate auction, this event was declared a resounding success, with successful bidders proceeding backstage for transactions. Wei Qinghua and Zhang Feng were personally received by Yin Lu, who led them into a secluded chamber. Mr. Wei, here is your Lingji blue and white plate. Please examine it closely for any discrepancies, Yin Lu said, extending a small wooden box crafted from purple sandalwood to Wei Qinghua. Filled with delight, Wei Qinghua accepted the box and promptly handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, focusing intently, glanced at the wooden box and nodded in satisfaction before returning it to Wei Qinghua. No longer hesitating, Wei Qinghua produced his bank card and presented it to Yin Lu. Here is 30 million, not a penny less. We shall take our leave now, he stated, turning to depart, wary of Yin Lu's intentions towards Zhang Feng. Wait a moment, Mr. Wei, Yin Lu called out. We previously agreed that upon the successful completion of this transaction, regardless of the amount, I would deduct 500,000 as a token of gratitude. I will return this sum to you immediately. He dialed a number, and shortly after, an employee swiftly appeared with a check for 500,000, which was handed to Wei Qinghua. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Qinghua accepted the check, expressed his gratitude to Yin Lu, and exited Changwan Tiantang. Once in a vehicle, Wei Qinghua extended the check to Zhang Feng. Mr. Wei, what is this for? Zhang Feng inquired. Enough with the pleasantries. You have assisted me immensely today. Consider this a humble offering. If you refuse, I shall have no face to meet old Chen again. And I am certain you would not wish to put me in such a predicament, Wei Qinghua replied, feigning solemnity while his eyes sparkled with joy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Feng ultimately accepted the check. Come, we have ample time. Allow me to introduce you to the world of stone gambling. I intended to explore it myself, so I shall accompany you, Wei Qinghua exclaimed with a hearty laugh, providing an address as the vehicle sped towards their destination. Zhang Feng found himself puzzled by Wei Qinghua's keen interest in the Lingji blue and white plate, especially given that it was an early Qing artifact fetching a staggering 30 million. Mr. Wei, I'm somewhat confused. Shouldn't antiques become more valuable with age? Zhang Feng finally posed the question. Not necessarily, Wei Qinghua responded patiently. The realm of antiques is quite intricate. While it is true that older items tend to possess greater value, one must first ascertain their rarity and historical significance. For instance, this Lingji blue and white plate, despite being an early Qing piece, is unique in the world. It stands as the sole artifact that evidences early Qing blue and white porcelain technology, thus holding substantial historical value. Conversely, ancient coins from the Song dynasty, while older, are not particularly valuable. Zhang Feng nodded in understanding, appreciating the insights being imparted. Just as he was about to inquire further, the vehicle came to a halt. Wei Qinghua patted Zhang Feng, signaling that they had arrived. Zhang Feng looked ahead, perplexed, and beheld a collection of dilapidated buildings, where individuals clad in tank tops and shorts bustled about, resembling laborers who had just finished working in the fields. Is this place for stone gambling? He wondered. Chapter 52. The first battle ends in defeat. Outside, Wei Qinghua's subordinates had been waiting for quite some time, ready to take the Lingji Qinghua plate. After giving a few brief instructions, Wei Qinghua dismissed them. What are you doing? Why aren't you getting out of the car? Did you not express a desire to see the gambling stones? Turning around, Wei Qinghua noticed Zhang Feng still seated within the vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on the house ahead. Zhang Feng emerged from the car, smacking his lips and pointing towards the village ahead. Mr. Wei, are you certain this is the right place? Is this truly a site for gambling stones? It appears more like a village to me. Having previously resided in a compound village, which, though somewhat more opulent, bore little difference overall, he naturally envisioned the same scene now. It was indeed wise to bring you out to broaden your horizons. It seems you ought to venture out more frequently. Your experiences are rather sparse. This place is, in fact, a market for gambling stones, filled with numerous stalls dedicated to the trade. Gambling stones require a multitude of tools, and the constant buzzing is unlikely to be tolerated in the city. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Feng as he nodded. If that's the case, this location is indeed suitable for gambling stones. Come, let me guide you inside, so you may witness firsthand what gambling stones truly entail. It will undoubtedly broaden your perspective. At this moment, I believe there is an abundant extraction of jade, and it is likely that every stone on the market will be in high demand. Wei Qinghua waved his hand, his eyes scanning the stalls ahead while he rubbed his hands together, clearly brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Feng, without suspicion, followed him into the market. Under the scorching sun, the atmosphere within the market was even more intense, igniting the entire place into a furnace-like fervor. Zhang Feng adjusted his collar. This locale paled in comparison to his northern home, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. Come. No gamble, no gain. If you wish to achieve wealth, your fortunes lie within gambling stones. A single gamble can lead to immense riches. Authentic mines yield raw stones. Each is guaranteed to be of superior quality. As for whether you obtain what you desire, that depends on your luck and discernment. The more you gamble, the more you win. A cacophony of boisterous shouts filled the air, leaving Zhang Feng's ears in disarray, unable to discern which stalls were promising and which were not. Wei Qinghua strode ahead in silence, ignoring the stalls flanking them, making his way deeper into the market. Zhang Feng remained quiet, trailing behind with his eyes darting to the sides. The vendors were clad in similar attire, simple vests draped over their bodies, gloves on their hands, with a cutting machine stationed beside each stall, clearly serving as tools for gambling stones. Zhang Feng, unfamiliar with the concept of gambling stones, hesitated to inquire of Wei Qinghua, opting instead to follow closely in his wake. After a few minutes of walking, Wei Qinghua finally halted before a stall set deeper within the market. Compared to the others, this stall appeared somewhat desolate, with only a scattering of onlookers examining the stones. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, lounged lazily in a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine. Old Yuan, are you so idle? Wei Qinghua squatted down, snatching the magazine from his hands. Who is it? Oh, Mr. Wei, what brings you here? It's truly a rare visit. You haven't been to Yunnan in quite some time. Had I known you were coming, I would have come to greet you. The middle-aged man had initially intended to scold, but upon seeing Wei Qinghua, his eyes brightened, nearly leaning in to give him a kiss on the cheek. Zhang Feng nodded. Brother Yuan. Old Yuan scrutinized Zhang Feng. Mr. Wei, is this young man your lucky star? He doesn't appear to be very old. He must have just started out. Zhang Feng looked at Wei Qinghua in confusion, uncertain of what just started out meant. He want my money. Mr. Wei, you didn't say it like that last time, did you? Yet it seems you were unsuccessful each time. Well, since you claim he is your lucky star, I shall take your word for it. Come, all these stones were just freshly unearthed. Old Yuan let out a hearty laugh, seemingly brimming with confidence, as he pulled out a cigarette and settled into a chair. Wei Qinghua gazed down at the stones on the stall, then turned to Zhang Feng. Go ahead, Zhang Feng, I have complete faith in you. Choose one. I trust your judgment. Zhang Feng stared blankly at the stones on the ground. If it were antiques, he could discern the aura, but with these stones, he couldn't see anything at all. How could he possibly know which was good and which was bad? Mr. V, could you please explain the rules of stone gambling to me? I am utterly unfamiliar with them. Puffed. Ha. Old Yuan could hardly contain himself, finding Zhang Feng's words hilarious. And even Wei Qinghua's face turned a shade red. Zhang Feng, are you a jester sent by monkeys? You've never seen a stone gambling place before. You don't even know the rules? Are you playing with me? Wei Qinghua felt utterly exasperated. Zhang Feng left him speechless. Zhang Feng scratched his head. He truly had no idea, and he had never imagined he would find himself in a stone gambling scenario. Wei Qinghua patiently explained the rules to him. In truth, stone gambling is quite simple. You may choose any stone from the stall. You can bet on one or multiple stones, and the price is determined by competition. The highest bidder wins. The stones will be cut live. If they turn out to be worthless, then you lose the bet, surrendering your money to the stall owner and admitting defeat, while the stones are essentially rendered valueless. However, should you win, a single stone can yield profits of tenfold or even 100-fold, fortunes that could transform lives overnight. There have been instances of individuals achieving 1,000-fold profit, their net worth soaring from mere thousands to tens of millions in an instant. As for the raw materials for stone gambling, there are many theories surrounding them, beginning with the types of jade and the quantity thereof. If the quality is poor, all efforts are in vain. Zhang Feng listened, somewhat perplexed. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning, he gathered a little understanding. Let's get started. Quickly show me which stone is good. Today, I'm prepared to wager 30 million. Wei Qinghua exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Zhang Feng and pointing at the stones on the stall. Zhang Feng's eyes, however, could not discern whether any of the stones contained raw jade. Even with his newfound ability to see through objects, he remained uncertain. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and make a selection. Don't worry, I have complete faith in your abilities. There's no one around right now, which means no competition and lower prices. Wei Qinghua gently nudged Zhang Feng. So, have you made up your mind? You're taking quite a while, my lucky star. Lao Yuan stretched lazily and stood up, sizing up Zhang Feng with a condescending smile. Wei Qinghua wiped the sweat from his brow, unsure whether it was from the heat or the urgency. This one, Zhang Feng pointed to a stone on the ground. The stones used for gambling are encased in a layer of weathered skin, making it impossible to discern their true nature from the outside. To ascertain their quality, one must cut them open. Wei Qinghua scrutinized the stone with suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, he could see nothing extraordinary about it. Is this the one you've chosen? If so, we're about to gamble. All the stones here are of the finest jade, hence the starting price is high, 30,000 yuan. Lao Yuan confirmed as he pointed at the stone on the ground. Zhang Feng felt an inkling of uncertainty. He could see some green within, but it was far too unclear. His ability to see through was evidently lacking. Mr. Wei, I can definitely see green inside, but I cannot be certain. That's it. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, Wei Qinghua took out 30,000 yuan. All right, since this is our first round, I won't call anyone else. Let's start the gamble. I want to see if you truly are as capable as they say. Lao Yuan took the stone, placing it beside the cutting machine, and began to file it down. Zhang Feng secretly wiped the sweat from his palms. He genuinely had no confidence. He wondered if his ability to see through was only effective for seeing through women's clothing rather than stones. Wei Qinghua, on the other hand, appeared remarkably calm. To him, 30,000 yuan was akin to a mere itch beneath his boot. Lao Yuan spat on the stone, wiped it clean, and carefully cut a small opening with the machine, revealing a patch of vibrant green. Full green. Lao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Wei Qinghua. Is it truly full green? Wow, kid, your eyes are impressive. You've picked the best stone at first glance. Wei Qinghua exclaimed, throwing his arms around Zhang Feng in excitement. Zhang Feng merely grinned, feeling no thrill whatsoever. He had no idea what was amusing about the situation. Lao Yuan lowered his gaze and continued cutting, revealing the entire stone. The once vibrant green began to fade into a dull, grayish white, with only a thumb-sized area remaining truly green. The rest bore no trace of green whatsoever. Strictly speaking, that little bit of green was insufficient to make even a single jade ring, worth less than 1,000 yuan. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and turned to Wei Qinghua, asking, Mr. Wei, have we won or lost? Wei Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, patting Zhang Feng on the shoulder. It's all right. Everyone experiences failure their first time. Let us continue. The second attempt will surely be better. Did I lose? Zhang Feng swallowed hard. This was the first time he had experienced failure since acquiring his right eye. Wei, it seems your luck isn't as formidable as you claimed. Nevertheless, your discerning eye is commendable. You selected this stone for 30,000, truly impressive. Lao Yuan, cigarette in mouth, kicked aside the stone and handed 1,000 yuan to Wei Qinghua, implying he accepted the stone. Let me in on this too. Zhang Feng licked his lips, feeling uncertain. Come on, lad. If your boss isn't afraid, why should you be? Even if you lose, it's not your money. However, it appears this time I genuinely stand to gain significantly. Chapter 53. Repeated Defeats. Zhang Feng waved his hand. He truly could not gauge the stone's value. Continuing to assess it might lead to Wei Qinghua's substantial loss. No need to fear. What is there to be afraid of? It's merely a gamble. If we lose, it's on me, but if we win, we split the profits. What do you think? Wei Qinghua clung to Zhang Feng, evidently reluctant to concede. Yet, Zhang Feng shook his head. His vision was genuinely unclear, and he had no desire to engage in uncertain ventures. After some insistence from Wei Qinghua, Zhang Feng remained resolute. Wei Qinghua contemplated that during this trip to Yunnan, he had hardly compensated Zhang Feng, and even the payments made were from the 5 million Zhang had secured for him. Hence, Zhang Feng owed him nothing, especially since the matter of gambling on stones had not been included in Wei Qinghua's earlier requests. Unable to press further, Wei Qinghua nodded and let Zhang Feng depart. Zhang Feng turned and strolled leisurely through the stone gambling market. The other stalls were bustling, in stark contrast to Lao Yuan's. With an overwhelming array of stones displayed, their numbers immeasurable, Zhang Feng approached one stall, drawn in by the words, ice-type jadeite. He had no idea what ice-type jadeite entailed, yet the throngs of people indicated its quality was likely high. Come, place your bets. Let me make it clear. All the stones here are genuine ice-type jadeite, absolutely not inferior goods masquerading as something better. The amount of ice-type jadeite within each stone is up to your fortune. At the stall, a portly man sat before a cutting machine. Beside him, a black bag filled with stacks of cash. Zhang Feng nudged a nearby man who had been silently smoking. The man turned his head, exhaling smoke, and said, "What do you want?" His southern accent made it difficult for Zhang Feng to comprehend. "I just want to understand what ice-type jadeite means." "I'm not quite clear on it," Zhang Feng inquired politely. The man appraised Zhang Feng with disdain, scoffing before returning his gaze to the stall, ignoring him entirely. Not grasping the man's meaning, Zhang Feng nudged him once more. "What do you want? If you don't understand the rules, you shouldn't linger here, country bumpkin. Let me tell you, this is not a game for someone of your ignorance. You don't even know what ice-type jadeite is. Truly laughable." A man discarded his cigarette, and shifted slightly to the side. Zhang Feng, rather than expressing anger, reached into his pocket and pulled out several 100 yuan bills, waving them before the man's eyes. The sight of the money instantly brightened the man's gaze, and he turned to look at Zhang Feng. "Brother, as long as you explain to me what icy jade means, this money is yours. What do you say?" Zhang Feng, rolling the cash in his hand, noted that there was at least 700 or 800 yuan. The man snatched the money eagerly, as though fearing Zhang Feng might change his mind. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he checked the bills for authenticity before shoving them into his pocket and pulling Zhang Feng along, eager to step outside. "Brother, are you planning to gamble on stones? You don't even understand the types of jade you're betting on. Won't you just end up being duped?" The man scrutinized Zhang Feng, standing on tiptoe with an air of arrogance. "It's fine. I'm just playing around. After all, fools have money, and I just want to experience it and see what it's all about," Zhang Feng replied, grinning as he patted his pocket, which was slowly filling with red banknotes. The man's eyes gleamed as he leaned in to peek into Zhang Feng's pocket, but Zhang Feng quickly covered it, eyeing the man warily. The man chuckled, lowering his head while his eyes darted around. "Brother, you want to play with icy jade, right? Well, let me tell you, everything here is fake. These icy jades are not easily obtainable. It's quite a challenging and complex matter. If you want to gamble on stones, it's even more difficult. They could easily trick you here," the man whispered to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng surveyed the bustling stalls surrounded by people, feeling puzzled. If this were truly a scam, how could there be so many individuals gambling here? "Come on, brother, just trust me. I promise I'm not deceiving you. How about this? Come with me, and I'll take you to a place where you can gamble on stones. That place is absolutely honest and won't cheat you. And I can even get you a 20% discount." The man continued his persuasive chatter. Zhang Feng, having come to play regardless, found the destination inconsequential. Although the man's words sparked some doubt in his mind, he nodded in agreement, thinking that if he were deceived, at least it would be an experience to learn from. "Come on, brother, follow me, it's just ahead." The man led the way, with Zhang Feng trailing behind. The location was not far, merely an ordinary gambling venue for stones that Zhang Feng could easily spot. Here, a crowd of over 10 people had gathered around the stalls, mostly spectators, with few actually placing bets. Zhang Feng followed the man to the front of a stall, where a clear sign read Icy Jade. "Brother, believe me, I guarantee that everything here is icy jade." "What is icy jade, you ask? In the realm of jade, the finest is glass jade, entirely transparent, with no flaws, representing the pinnacle of jade products. Following closely is icy jade, a rare gem that is truly precious and valuable, often fetching millions for just a piece. You're making the right choice by gambling on this, I assure you. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the stones within. The icy jade appeared identical to the raw jade that Wei Qinghua had previously gambled on. On the surface, both bore the weathered skin, concealing their true contents. Just take a look here while I arrange matters with the proprietor inside. Rest assured, we are not deceivers. I am merely a middleman, relying on this for my livelihood. Earning a little money is no easy feat, so please show some understanding. The man patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and hurried inside to converse with a bearded man seated there. Zhang Feng stood before the stall, meticulously examining the stones laid out before him. If this icy jade were transparent, his ability to see through it would render the task even more challenging. Ah, so that's how it is, brother. The burly bearded man rose, gazing at Zhang Feng. Since you're referred by someone, it's fine. You can participate. I assure you, you won't incur any losses here. Zhang Feng chuckled inwardly. One must never trust a businessman, especially one in the gambling trade. He crouched down, scrutinizing the stones on the ground without haste. In contrast, a nearby individual swiftly selected a stone, handing the bearded man 300,000. Is this the starting bid? Zhang Feng inquired, pointing at the cash. Unaware of the icy jade's true value, he chose to remain silent. A glimmer emerged from within, a pristine light reflecting into the eyes of onlookers, prompting even Zhang Feng to shield his eyes. Icy jade, genuine icy jade. Everyone can see it. No deceit here. Now, let us examine the quality. The bearded man bellowed, gesturing towards the icy jade before bending down to commence cutting. The gambler appeared exhilarated, his gaze fixated on the stone, his breath quickening. However, as the cutting machine whirred, only a minuscule piece of icy jade, no larger than a thumb, was revealed, with the rest turning to a dull grayish white. Brother, this icy jade lacks luster. I can only offer you 2,000 for it. The bearded man remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow and looking up at the gambler. All is lost, all is lost. My bride price is gone, everything is gone. The man stood in a daze, his eyes vacant, turning to leave, as if in a trance. Wait, brother, your money. The bearded man called out. But the gambler made no response. The bearded man retrieved 2 stacks of cash and handed them to another man nearby. Zhang Feng nodded subtly. The bearded man seemed to possess a sense of loyalty and truly adhered to the principle of honesty. I'll take a look, Zhang Feng murmured, lowering his gaze to inspect a stone before him, casually picking one up and examining it closely. Yet, he could only discern some vague, transparent areas within, unable to see clearly. This one, right? 300,000. The bearded man snatched the stone and placed it beneath the cutting machine. Zhang Feng, lacking sufficient cash, produced a check. This check is for 5 million. Let me place it with you for now. Is that sufficient? The bearded man appraised Zhang Feng from head to toe before accepting the check and gesturing to the man beside him. A man dashed into a small shed clutching a check, only to emerge shortly after, nodding towards the bearded fellow. Brother, this check is genuine. It's a cash check. All right, I'll stake it right here, and then I can cut. The bearded man declared, already lowering the cutting machine in his hand. Inside, there indeed lay icy jade. It was lacking in moisture and riddled with impurities, rendering it virtually worthless. Zhang Feng was unfazed, bowing his head to select another piece and handing it to the bearded man. Ah, splendid. Brother, you remain undaunted by fortune or disgrace. How refreshing. The bearded man laughed heartily and resumed his cutting. The onlookers took note of Zhang Feng's actions as he continued to sift through the stones. His bold demeanor attracted a crowd, all eager to witness the spectacle. Zhang Feng scanned each stone with diligence. Aware of his impaired vision, he chose to rely on experience, believing practice would refine his skills. Brother, this is your 7th stone. None of the previous ones garnered even 50,000. If you continue this way, it may not end well for you. Perhaps you should return another day. The bearded man expressed concern, hesitating to cut the stone resting under the machine. Fear not. Cut away. I can afford this small loss, Zhang Feng replied, entirely composed, not a bead of sweat gracing his forehead. The bearded man nodded discreetly, recognizing the youth's extravagant spirit, though he mused that such foolishness was typical of a wealthy heir, blissfully unaware of his own ignorance. Here it comes, the bearded man bellowed, plunging the cutting machine down, revealing a solid mass of grayish-white weathered skin. This was the first such stone to appear at the stall that day, drawing in even those who had not previously gathered, all curious to see which unfortunate soul had selected this stone. Zhang Feng crouched down, looking up at the bearded man. Does this not imply that there is no icy jade within? Indeed, it lacks even the slightest glimmer of crystal, wholly inconsistent with icy jade. By such reasoning, this stone is utterly worthless. However, considering your purchase here, I shall accept it for 1,000. The bearded man conceded, placing the cutting machine down and lighting a cigarette. No need. I accept my losses gracefully. If it holds no value, it merely reflects my poor judgment, Zhang Feng replied, serene, waving his hand dismissively as his gaze shifted back to the icy jade. The onlookers, previously intrigued, could no longer contain their disbelief. This young man was utterly foolish, continuing to invest money despite having failed to yield even 100,000 across 7 attempts. It was a stark display of sheer folly. One by one, they approached, pulling out their money, no longer focused on the stones but rather on Zhang Feng. Unperturbed, he remained intent on examining the stones of the stall. The array of stones dazzled the eye. Even after Zhang Feng's 7 selections, at least 20 remained, making the search for a valuable piece a formidable challenge. Zhang Feng shook his head with a sigh. It seemed he truly lacked the fortune to acquire this jadeite of exquisite ice quality. Continuing to persevere would be utterly futile. Rising to his feet, he turned to leave, but was hastily intercepted by the bearded man. Zhang Feng sidestepped about to speak, when he suddenly felt a dazzling light before him, so radiant it made him squint. He turned to glance at the stall, realizing the brilliance emanated from within it. If that were the case, he should surely be able to pinpoint the source now. Approaching the stall, he crouched down and began rummaging through the stones. A smile crept across the bearded man's lips as he gestured an okay sign to the workers seated at the stall. The bearded man was now convinced that this young man was a fool. Any discerning player would have already deduced, after betting on 7 stones, that there were no promising ice jade pieces here. Yet this simpleton was still clinging to hope. However, the bearded man didn't mind. The more Zhang Feng played, the more profit he would reap. "Brother, are you eager for another round?" he asked, nudging Zhang Feng. Standing tall, Zhang Feng was a head above the bearded man even while crouched, and remained unmoved. "I would indeed like to give it a try," Zhang Feng replied, selecting the smallest rough stone from the lineup and handing it to the bearded man. The bearded man weighed the stone thoughtfully, saying nothing, before turning to head toward the cutting machine. Wait, Brother Wang." A man hurriedly stepped forward, producing a stack of cash. "What, do you wish to join in?" the bearded man inquired, glancing back at the man. The man chuckled dismissively at Zhang Feng, tossing the money directly to the bearded man. "Why refuse free money? Everyone knows betting here guarantees a win. Ha. Come on, let us join in." The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, those who had merely observed now crowding forward, each producing stacks of cash to hand over to the bearded man. The bearded man welcomed them all, instructing a nearby man to keep track of the accounts while he took the stone to the cutting machine. Zhang Feng stood calmly to the side, seemingly unaffected by the commotion, his eyes fixed intently on the stones. To his astonishment, he hadn't anticipated the influx of money. Splendid. Tonight would surely be a night of revelry. Don't rush. You're here every day. Let me tell you, fools are abundant, especially today. But such foolishness is rare. Knowing he has already lost 7, he still dares to gamble. Those nearby were unabashed, crossing their arms in smug satisfaction, casting disdainful glances at Zhang Feng, their minds already reveling in the thrill of counting their winnings. "All right, let us begin," the bearded man bellowed, lowering his head to slice the stone in his hand. A crisp sound echoed from the cutting machine as the once rounded stone split into 2 halves. "Come on, pay up." The crowd, uninterested in the outcome, immediately reached out for the bearded man to collect their winnings, knowing full well the result was already predetermined, rendering the reveal inconsequential. However, while the crowd reached out, the bearded man sat motionless on his stool, as if struck dumb, his gaze fixed intently on the stone below. Indeed, could this young lad truly unveil a jade of such exquisite quality? It was utterly laughable. The onlookers cast a glance at the stone and scoffed. It suddenly sensed something amiss. Lowering their heads, they beheld a freshly cleaved jade stone of remarkable quality right before the bearded man's eyes. It was precisely the stone that Zhang Feng had handed to him earlier. "How could this be possible? My stone could never," the bearded man began. But upon glancing warily at the crowd, he fell silent. "At last, I have wagered upon a gem. It seems my eyesight remains keen." Zhang Feng clapped his hands and reached for the stone. Brother, do not be hasty." The bearded man obstructed Zhang Feng, peering deeply at the jade upon the ground. "According to our rules, should we wish to acquire this stone, we must be the first to do so. Zhang Feng was genuinely unaware of such regulations. But since he had no use for the icy jade, he readily acquiesced. Very well, if you desire it, name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall oblige. Zhang Feng shrugged, indicating his agreement. The bearded man nodded and turned to the others. I apologize, but you all have lost. I shall take the money from earlier. The onlookers were dumbfounded. In the previous 7 rounds, this young lad had lost each time, yet now, in the 8th round, he had emerged victorious. What was this situation? Were they being toyed with? The crowd gazed at Zhang Feng, unfamiliar with this newcomer, certain he was not a ringer placed by the bearded man. The bearded man, too, wore a grave expression. Icy jade was a rarity, and despite his years in the trade, he had never encountered a piece of such pristine quality, especially one devoid of blemishes. So will it be, boss? Are you buying or not? If not, I shall offer it to someone else. Zhang Feng reached for the icy jade. Yes, I will buy it now, but I must admit, this is the first time I've encountered such high-grade jade, and its clarity is remarkable. I cannot appraise its value myself. I must consult an old expert. Please wait a moment. The bearded man, without further ado, instructed a nearby man and dashed towards the market. Wei Qinghua clearly had not finished gambling, so Zhang Feng settled beside the stall to wait. However, those who had just lost were exceedingly disgruntled. What had seemed like a sure win had taken a dramatic turn, and they could scarcely bear it. Hey, kid, were you just putting on a show for us? Did you intentionally lead us to throw our money in? That's right, kid. If you were doing it on purpose, beware. I might just break your legs. Do you understand? Don't dare to deceive us. 2 men surrounded Zhang Feng, shoving him from either side. Zhang Feng, robust in stature, felt little from their pushes, remaining rooted in place, his eyes calmly fixed on the 2 men. Oh, do you know who we are? I must inform you that my brother and I have just lost 300,000. If you possess any sense, you will agree to split this stone with us. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. The onlookers chuckled derisively, regarding Zhang Feng with disdain, their arms crossed, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Zhang Feng scrutinized the 2 men. What if I refuse? Ah, so you have some spirit. You insolent fool, daring to act so arrogantly before me. Today, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom in such vibrant hues. The man bellowed, preparing to strike. Zhang Feng stepped back, feigning a defensive stance, while the other man reacted swiftly, delivering a kick aimed at Zhang Feng from behind. Zhang Feng silently lamented his predicament. Facing multiple opponents proved daunting. Although he had studied some martial arts in his youth, he had never engaged in actual combat, and his confidence wavered. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng remained composed, tracing circles with his hands as he observed the approaching foot of the assailant. In a deft motion, he caught the man's foot, pivoting to the side and directing the kick toward the other man behind him. Hey, what are you doing? Let go, you little rascal. If you don't, I want to hold back. The man shouted in panic, slipping into his native dialect. The 2 men's feet collided with a resounding thud. A dull thump echoed as they both staggered back and fell to the ground, groaning in pain, clutching their feet and unable to rise. Zhang Feng felt a surge of triumph, glancing at his hands, astonished at his own capabilities. If only he had known this earlier, he could have dealt with those who bullied him in college with ease. What is going on here? A booming voice erupted from outside, as a burly man with a bushy beard charged in, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. Zhang Feng, one of the newcomers, instantly recognized him. It was Wei Qinghua, the man he had encountered at Old Yuan's stone gambling stall. Wei, brother Yuan, what brings you here? Zhang Feng inquired, equally perplexed. You know each other? The burly man pointed at Old Yuan and Zhang Feng, grinning widely. Good. This saves me from being accused of deceit. Come now, Old Yuan. Show me that ice jade and give me an appraisal. Ice jade. Wei Qinghua and Old Yuan both cast their gazes toward the crystalline material exposed at the stall. Indeed, what fortune! We traveled great distances only to stumble upon such a fine specimen. Wei Qinghua exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Zhang Feng in admiration. Who claimed it? This ice jade was unearthed by this brother here. The burly man interjected earnestly. What? Wei Qinghua's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Zhang Feng. You unearthed this? Chapter 55. Young Master Du Zhang Feng scratched his head, neither confirming nor denying. His implication was unmistakable, and a look of shock crossed Wei Qinghua's face. Such a pristine green was no easy feat to achieve. In terms of the ice jade's value, while it may not possess the qualities of the oldest water, its mere fullness of color indicated a worth exceeding 10 million. Wei Qinghua's envious eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, rendered momentarily speechless. Old Yuan approached the stone, crouching down to examine it closely in the sunlight. lifting it halfway to scrutinize its features. After setting it in a shaded area to inspect it further, he produced a magnifying glass for a meticulous examination. The stone possessed abundant water content, a rich composition, minimal impurities, and an exquisite hue. Although it could not be deemed the finest high ice variety, it was certainly classified as a secondary ice type, warranting a fair valuation of at least 17 million. Old Yuan gingerly placed the stone back on the ground and rose slowly. The crowd erupted in excitement at the mention of 17 million, particularly those who had previously mocked Zhang Feng and refrained from betting against him, now filled with regret. Had they placed their bets earlier, they could have potentially profited tenfold. Yet, now they found themselves with nothing. While Zhang Feng stood to gain 17 million, who wouldn't he feel envious? All right, 17 million is worthwhile. Brother Zhang Feng, will you sell this stone to me or handle it yourself? If you choose to sell, I can issue you a check right now, guaranteed authentic. The man with the beard was quite straightforward, gesturing for a colleague to bring over the check. Zhang Feng turned to Wei Qinghua, acknowledging his limited understanding of the situation and seeking his counsel on how to proceed. Wei Qinghua nodded slightly, indicating that there were no objections. Let us sell it to you. I wouldn't know where to take it anyway, and it truly is risky. Better to let it go, Zhang Feng replied candidly. Splendid. This is fantastic. The bearded man laughed heartily and handed over the check to Zhang Feng. After meticulously inspecting the check to ensure its authenticity, Zhang Feng tucked it into his pocket. Now is the time to capitalize on this momentum. If you gamble again, there's a good chance you could acquire another piece. Wei Qinghua encouraged Zhang Feng from the side. Having already amassed such wealth, Zhang Feng's initial check of 5 million still left him with at least 3 million. Betting again 10 times would pose no issue. After some contemplation, Zhang Feng agreed and crouched down to observe the stones at the stall. The stones were not marked with clear prices, allowing for a more relaxed selection process. Some even exhibited open windows, revealing a vibrant green hue reminiscent of a genuine top-quality ice type. Wei Qinghua pointed to one of the open window stones, signaling to Zhang Feng that it was a good choice. However, Zhang Feng feigned indifference, continuing to examine the stones on the ground. His first win had been sheer luck, and after 8 attempts, he had only succeeded with this one. The onlookers were hesitating, deliberating whether or not to place their bets on Zhang Feng once more. If you're not going to bet, kindly step back and avoid obstructing his view, the bearded man interjected, his tone lacking patience. Who says we 1-bet? Suddenly, a brazen voice rang out from the back of the crowd, prompting even the bearded man to rise and peer forward. A group of over 10 figures emerged from the rear, clad in black suits and sunglasses, pushing aside the surrounding spectators to create a clear path, asserting their dominance. Such a grand display was unprecedented, even for Zhang Feng, who couldn't help but turn a look behind him. Amidst the throng of people, a somewhat slender young man clad in pristine white athletic attire strode in with purpose. He appeared to be in his early 20s, his countenance exuding arrogance, with his nose held high and an utter disregard for those surrounding him, as he confidently approached Zhang Feng. Word has it you just made a fortune of 17 million from an ice jade, he remarked. Zhang Feng, unfamiliar with this individual, chose to ignore him and turned to the bearded man beside him. Brother, you may commence the cutting now. Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you? How dare you disregard me? The young man in white, visibly displeased, stepped forward intending to shove Zhang Feng. Young Master Du, what brings you here? It is truly a surprise. If word gets out that you are visiting my stall, we shall undoubtedly become the most renowned gambling stone booth in this place. The bearded man interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Feng, clasping the young man's hand with fervent deference. Zhang Feng quickly deduced that this so-called young master Du held significant status here, likely a wealthy heir. What do you mean, what brings me here? I come and go as I please. Are you implying I am unwelcome? Young Master Du retorted, shoving aside the bearded man, his nose still elevated. The bearded man dared not speak further, offering only an awkward smile. Young Master Du, we are currently engaged in gambling stones. Please consider your actions. It's merely gambling stones, nothing of great consequence. I may have missed out previously, but now that I am here, how could I possibly abstain? He declared, gesturing to those behind him. A burly man in black quickly approached, carrying a dark box. Old Wong, here's 1 million. Take it. I wager this young man's stone is nothing of value, not even a wrist-sized jade. Young Master Du shouted, his demeanor haughty. Please, young Master Du. This is a friend of mine visiting casually from afar. You needn't get lost. When did it become your place to speak here? I am here to play out of respect for you. Do you wish to forfeit your stone quarrying? Young Master Du interrupted. slapping the bearded man across the face while remaining imperiously upright. The bearded man felt no pain from the slap, but the humiliation of being struck in front of so many was unbearable. He could only step back, helplessly seeking old Yuan's gaze. This young man is the son of a prominent mining magnate from Yunnan, a quintessential wealthy heir. He possesses significant control over resources, making him a formidable presence that most would not dare provoke. If old Wang mishandles this situation, it could spell disaster for us, old Yuan lamented quietly. Though he too refrained from intervening, Zhang Feng, keenly aware of the situation, regarded young Master Du with a glint of mischief in his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Since young Master Du is so eager to engage in this game, why not indulge in a little competition? He interposed, aiming to alleviate the pressure on the bearded man, for it was never his intention to place him in a difficult position. Young Master Du scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, emitting a disdainful snort. You think you are worthy to play with me? Who do you think you are? Do your status and identity match mine? Ha ha! Poor Master Du, utterly oblivious, gazed in confusion at the man extending his hand. The man stepped forward to elucidate, and Master Du's expression shifted dramatically. What? Are you implying that my status is as contemptible as yours? Where are you anyway? Fine, let us compare our standings today. I shall indulge you. Speak, how do you wish to play? I shall accompany you. Master Du flicked his hand and discarded his coat, while a burly man in black hurriedly placed a chair behind him. Master Du seated himself and cast a money box onto the ground. Here, 1 million is at stake. If I win, I require no reward. Merely kneel before me. Should you lose, the million is yours. Zhang Feng. This is their territory. We ought to avoid trouble. Wei Qinghua interjected, but Zhang Feng stepped forward, addressing Master Du. Very well, Master Du, I shall wager with you. I bet my stone is completely green. A bearded man squatted before the cutting machine, caught in indecision. Zhang Feng, unfazed, nodded at the bearded man, with a determined bite of his teeth. The bearded man finally placed the cutting machine atop the stone. A crowd gathered. The stakes were substantial. Opposing Master Du was no trivial matter. Should he triumph, Master Du would be in high spirits, but if he were to lose, his pride would be irrevocably tarnished. Wei Qinghua silently sweated, anxiously wiping his forehead as he watched the machine slice through the stone. The atmosphere grew tense. All breaths seemed to halt, eyes fixated on the stone beneath the machine, none daring to utter a sound. Buzz! The only sound was that of the cutting machine, and slowly the stone began to yield. Crack! The stone split in two, revealing a vividly green core within. Completely green. Moreover, it was even more translucent and natural than the previous stone, radiating an enchanting hue under the sunlight. Wow! Another completely green stone. This lad must have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, murmured the onlookers, buzzing with excitement. Indeed, this is the most exquisite green stone to surface in the market today. 2 consecutive finds. What a stroke of luck. Master Du stood, incredulous, gazing at the green stone on the table, his previously arrogant expression now a pallid mask of disbelief. Zhang Feng strode confidently to the money box, bent to pick it up, and opened it, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. His words may have seemed audacious, yet given the current circumstances, he possessed ample justification for such bravado. Master Du's teeth ground together in frustration, unable to articulate a single word, his fists clenched tightly, his face turning a shade akin to liver. Old Yuan, what do you reckon this stone is worth? If it's reasonable, Old Wang, will you accept it? Wei Qinghua, emboldened by the moment, felt secure as he had no ties to Master Du and relished the opportunity to provoke him. Old Yuan lowered his head, meticulously examining the stone. After a deep breath, he raised his gaze and declared, this piece, with its vibrant green ice texture, is of natural quality with few impurities, resembling high-grade ice. Its old water content is abundant. It was a rare treasure back then, valued at no less than 15 million. The crowd before the stall gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Zhang Feng. This lad, it seemed, was exceptionally fortunate. But wait, now that he had won, was he simply going to leave? Is this all you have to wager? Young Master Du snorted coldly, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, as over a dozen men in black swiftly encircled Zhang Feng and Wei Qinghua. Chapter 56. Right on the dog's droppings. Wei Qinghua hurriedly positioned himself in front of Zhang Feng, casting wary glances at the men in black. Young Master Du, we must honor the bet. Since you have already lost, let this matter rest. Your aggressive demeanor seems rather unbecoming. Unbecoming? A splendid choice of words. Why not inquire of them whether they perceive my actions as aggressive? Young Master Du turned to the surrounding crowd. These individuals were seasoned gamblers in the Yunnan stone market, well aware of who young Master Du was, and dared not provoke him, choosing instead to lower their heads in silence. Old Yuan and Old Wang exchanged glances, ultimately sighing and refraining from speaking. Zhang Feng bore no ill will toward them. After all, they were merely trying to make a living, and angering young Master Du could jeopardize their futures in this place. What do you mean by this? Do you intend to force us to gamble? If so, we can forego this 1 million. Zhang Feng, just return it to them. Wei Qinghua realized that lingering here would only lead to greater trouble, possibly even danger. What do I care for such trivial money? My concern lies not with money, but I simply do not believe this lad possesses the ability to win again. Let us wager once more. If he wins, you may leave. Young Master Du arrogantly huffed, gesturing grandly as 5 boxes, amounting to a total of 5 million, were brought forth by his men. The surrounding spectators were taken aback by such a bold display of wealth, indicating that young Master Du was indeed serious this time. All eyes turned to Zhang Feng, questioning whether he would dare to accept this challenge. Zhang Feng glanced at the boxes on the ground and shook his head. Disappointment swept through the crowd, their hopeful expressions fading into desolation. They had anticipated that this young man would possess the courage to compete with young Master Du. To hell with this. I see you lack the guts to gamble. If you are afraid, simply say so. Our master will not make it difficult for you. Just kneel and lick our master's shoe, and you may leave at once, spoke one of the men beside young Master Du. Young Master Du joined in the mockery, reclining in a chair and propping up his foot, revealing his large shoe. Come, bring me some excrement. Today I demand he lick it clean. Young Master Du's face twisted into a sinister grin, exuding arrogance. All right, the man replied eagerly, hastening away to procure the filth. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, for young Master Du's antics were indeed ruthless. Demanding a shoe licking, especially one smeared with dung, was truly audacious. Zhang Feng remained unfazed by the spectacle of young Master Du's shoe. No worries, I know my limits. Zhang Feng, seemingly indifferent, allowed his eyes to dart around before finally approaching young Master Du. Since you wish for me to grovel, why not engage in a game? If you lose, you shall kiss the soles of my shoes. As he spoke, he proudly displayed his footwear. Earlier that morning, Zhang Feng had inadvertently stepped into a pile of dog excrement, and in his haste to catch a ride, he had neglected to clean it off. Now it seemed it would serve a purpose. Goodness, that's revolting. Just look at the bottom of those shoes. What filth. One lick of that could spell disaster. The onlookers murmured, retreating further in disgust. Seated comfortably, young Master Du's gaze was fixed upon Old Wang's stall, where the art of stone gambling was practiced. In Yunnan, there exists an unwritten rule within any given stall. A maximum of 2 good stones may be found. The presence of a third would be disheartening for the miners. Zhang Feng had already won 2 stones from Old Wang's stall, and Du was confident that the 10th stone would undoubtedly be worthless. Very well, let us wager. Prepare yourself for defeat. Young Master Du leaned back in a chair, while a nearby companion promptly offered him a cigarette. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, retrieving a cigar that Wei Qinghua had gifted him from within his suit. The slender cigarette in Du's hand paled in comparison to Zhang Feng's luxurious cigar, causing Du's expression to darken as he disdainfully tossed the cigarette butt to the ground. Zhang Feng approached the stall, his focus sharpening as he scrutinized every stone laid before him. Wei Qinghua stood nearby, nervously wiping away sweat. This was a significant gamble, and regardless of the outcome, the conclusion would not be pleasant. The atmosphere around the stall grew tense, with all eyes fixed on Zhang Feng, awaiting the revelation of results. As twilight descended, the crowd only thickened, swelling to over 100 spectators, effectively sealing off the stall from all sides. After nearly half an hour of careful inspection, Zhang Feng picked up one stone, examining it from various angles, yet none seemed promising. What are you doing? Can you hurry it up? We don't have all day to waste. If you lack the skill, just concede already. No one wishes to play with you. Young Master Du, having discarded his 7th cigarette, pushed Zhang Feng dismissively. Zhang Feng stumbled forward slightly, his hands instinctively reaching out to steady himself against a stone the size of 2 clenched fists. Instead of anger, a sudden realization sparked within him as he grasped the stone. He could see through it. Its transparency signified exceptional quality. In terms of jade, this was the epitome of ice jade. This is it, Zhang Feng exclaimed, rising and presenting the stone to Old Wang. Old Wang, clutching the stone in disbelief, stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. Unfazed, Zhang Feng nodded emphatically. Zhang Feng, do not act impulsively. take a moment to ponder. This stone here is what I have placed upon the cloth, and it is undoubtedly worthless within. La Wan M Facit. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng resolutely nodded in agreement. Here it comes, a man shouted, reaching for a lump of repugnant yellow dog excrement, the sight of which was utterly revolting. Young Master Du's eyes lit up as he removed his shoe. The man promptly accepted it, pinching his nose as he dumped the feces onto the shoe's surface. The disgust had reached its zenith. Should any of them lose, that mouth would be rendered useless for eating. Merely contemplating it could induce nausea. Damn it, Lao Wang, why are you hesitating? They've already declared this the stone. What more is there to discuss? Hurry up and cut it, my foot is itching. Young Master Du expressed his displeasure, rising to scold, glancing at his foot with a smug grin. He had anticipated Zhang Feng to be a formidable opponent, but after much ado, it turned out he was merely a fool, intimidated into conceding with such ease over a simple stone. This was indeed fortuitous. Lao Wang observed Old Yuan and Wei Qinghua, ultimately letting out a sigh as he placed the stone beneath the cutting machine. All eyes were fixated on the stone. They were seasoned market-goers and understood well that the likelihood of encountering a third fully green stone was virtually non-existent. In strict terms, the chances of 2 consecutive green stones were approaching 0. Today, Zhang Feng had already achieved a miracle. The crowd remained, merely eager to witness Zhang Feng licking young Master Du's shoe. Here we go. Lao Wang inhaled deeply and guided the cutter toward the stone. Young Master Du, smoking a cigarette, chuckled derisively, vigorously scratching his foot and bringing it to his nose, the stench nearly overwhelming him. Yet his smile only grew more pronounced. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, and all eyes turned to the stone, except for young Master Du's. Come here, you brat, lick the shoe. I won't watch this outcome to spare you my laughter, haha. Young Master Du reclined in his chair, casting a glance at Zhang Feng. Unperturbed, Zhang Feng lifted his own shoe. The scent of my shoe is that of Hua City, something you cannot encounter here. You would do well to cherish this opportunity. Goodness, you dare to challenge me, young Master Du? Just as he was about to retort, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the stone beneath the cutter. It was entirely white. This time, it was not green at all. Young Master Du rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the reality before him. Having spent ample time in the mines, even if he had not personally engaged with the stones, he had seen enough to recognize what white stones implied. This was of glass quality. Young Master Du collapsed into his chair, utterly stunned. A fully white glass stone, even if not of the finest quality, was worth tens of millions. Regardless of comparison, defeat was inevitable. How could this be? How could this happen, Lao Wang? Are you playing games with me? Young Master Du suddenly sprang to his feet, signaling the burly man behind him. The man in black hurriedly approached, swiftly seizing Lao Wang with the intent to strike. Not all. Master Du, please do not misunderstand. I truly have no idea, and besides, these stones are from your father's quarry. How dare you argue with me? My father's quarry only has ice-type stones, never any glass-type. Master Du's words were abruptly interrupted as he realized something and turned to leave. Hey, Master Du, what's the rush? Trying to back out, are we? Zhang Feng stepped forward to block his path. Zhang Feng then took a step back and sat down in a chair. If you wish to leave, that's fine, but good news must be shared. However, before you go, please fulfill your promise. My patience is wearing thin. The foul-smelling, dark yellow substance lingered in the air, making Master Du nearly retch. What's the matter? Trying to back out now? Zhang Feng said with a smile. As Master Du looked around, he noticed the onlookers staring at him with disdain and mockery, as if they were eagerly awaiting a performance. Either way, it's death. Zhang Feng, let us not go too far. How about we both take a step back? I'll give you 5 million, and you can pretend this never happened. What do you say? Master Du leaned in closer to Zhang Feng, his tone softening. Now that you've lost, you realize you've gone too far? Zhang Feng scoffed, raising his foot without mercy. Master Du's eyes widened in shock, and he began to clutch his stomach, retching violently. Ha ha ha. The notorious Master Du in the stone gambling market was now being humiliated by Zhang Feng, a spectacle that brought laughter from the crowd. Master Du was on the verge of collapse, his face flushed with embarrassment as he heard the whispers around him. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively. Wait for me, you little brat. I will remember this grudge. The mountains may change, but the waters flow on. Just you wait. With that, Master Du stumbled away, continuing to vomit as he went. Chapter 57. A breakthrough in the right eye. Wei Qinghua approached Zhang Feng helplessly, patting him on the shoulder, but saying nothing. Zhang Feng understood his sentiment and nodded with a smile, then walked over to Old Wang's stall. What good is that? Old Wang exclaimed, his beard nearly white with age. This is something Zhang Feng has opened. What does it have to do with me? Over 20 million lost. What are you so happy about? Wei Qinghua laughed heartily. Squatting down. Zhang Feng, come here. Let's discuss this. Why not let me have that glass-type stone? Old Wang quickly stood up and grasped Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng paid him no mind, as he had no intention of taking the stone with him. He had come merely to broaden his horizons. And in such an unfamiliar place, carrying such a valuable stone would only invite trouble. Old Wang, this glass type is no joke. It's worth at least 24 million. Do you have that much cash on hand? Old Yuan urgently tapped Old Wang's shoulder. Old Wang ignored him, pulled out his phone to check his balance, and then wrote a check for 22 million. Here lies a treasure worth 22 million. Zhang Feng, take this and wait for me a moment. After Old Wang finished speaking, he dashed into the small shed at the back, rummaging for something. After a few minutes, he emerged, presenting a delicately crafted box to Zhang Feng. As Zhang Feng gazed at the small box in his hands, he opened it to reveal an exquisite piece of icy jade guanine. Icy jade guanine, my goodness. You truly have spared no expense. You're offering this piece, yet back then, I offered you 3 million, and you refused. Old Yuan looked at the box in Zhang Feng's hands with envy. Zhang Feng, you heard that. Old Yuan has stated that this icy jade guanine is worth at least 3 million. I'll take it for 200,000. How about you let me have this stone? Old Wang continued speaking to Zhang Feng, ignoring Old Yuan. Zhang Feng had little concept of the value, having already made 5 million, and he felt quite satisfied. All right, Brother Wang, I'll entrust this to you. I'll accept this piece of icy jade guanine. Zhang Feng scratched his head and packed the box away. Old Wang grinned, nodded, and grasped 2 pieces of icy jade, cradling them as if they were treasures. All right, it's getting late. We should pack up. Zhang Feng, General Wei, let us celebrate with a good meal. Today has been truly remarkable. It has opened my eyes. Old Yuan clapped Wei Qinghua on the shoulder. Wei Qinghua nodded in agreement and turned to Zhang Feng. After a long day of straining his eyes, Zhang Feng felt a dull ache. Had he not been holding on, he might have collapsed when young Master Du arrived earlier. Old Yuan wanted to persist, but Wei Qinghua intervened, calculating that Zhang Feng was indeed tired after a long day. Let us go. Tonight, I'll treat you to a hearty meal. How does that sound? Old Yuan and Old Wang exchanged glances, eager to bond with Zhang Feng, but it was clear that Wei Qinghua was reluctant. Continuing to press would be rather ungrateful. All right, General Wei, then let us go. Old Yuan laughed heartily, relenting. Ha, brother, if you fancy beautiful women, just let me know. I can connect you with a dozen or 20 young and lovely ones, all delightful and skilled. Old Wang teased from the side. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart, and turned to leave the market. After locating the hotel address, he hailed a taxi directly to the hotel. Upon entering his room, Zhang Feng collapsed onto the bed. Today had truly drained him. He felt too fatigued even to move. A shower and sleep, Zhang Feng declared, voicing his most ambitious aspiration. As he rose from the bed, intending to wash up, the box in his pocket peeked out. Zhang Feng picked it up and opened it for inspection. The icy jade guanine was indeed remarkable, classified as high-quality icy jade, devoid of any impurities and verging on glass-like clarity. This piece of icy jade was certainly a rare find. Zhang Feng examined the icy jade closely, instinctively focusing his attention on the jade beneath. As the icy guanine statue lay in its box, a sudden beam of pristine white light pierced directly into Zhang Feng's right eye, burrowing into his mind. What? Not again, Zhang Feng exclaimed, instinctively covering his head and closing his eyes as he collapsed onto the bed. The icy guanine appeared to possess sentience, hovering above him, relentlessly directing its blinding light into his right eye. The pain was indescribable. Zhang Feng found himself unable to cry out, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet his mind remained acutely aware, amplifying his terror. What should I do? How can I endure this agony? Why must I suffer such torment each time? I can't bear it any longer. Zhang Feng's heart screamed in desperation, yet he remained ensnared by the clutches of pain. A buzzing sensation reverberated through his brain, echoing like an explosion within his consciousness. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Feng gradually calmed himself, enduring the pain as he sat up, eyes still shut, focusing on his breathing. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, he sensed the white light receding from his vision, the throbbing in his head beginning to dissipate, leaving him feeling considerably better. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed ahead. The icy guanine, once suspended in midair, now lay on the ground, appearing as unremarkable as it had before. Cautiously, Zhang Feng picked up the statue and examined it once more with his right eye. Predictably, There was no response, indicating that its energy had been fully expended. How extraordinary! Could it be that Guanyin is aiding me? Why is it that I always absorb the most from the Guanyin statues? With utmost care, Zhang Feng placed the statue back in its box and rose to head towards the bathroom. Sure enough, his right eye had turned a vivid red, starkly contrasting with the normal hue of his left eye, making them appear as though they belonged to two different individuals. Oh no, how will I explain this to Mr. Wait tomorrow? Zhang Feng scratched his head, glancing around before exiting his room and hastily leaving the hotel. Damn it, I'm going to find that little brat today. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'll no longer bear the surname Du. Master Du stormed out of his car, glaring at the hotel before him and shouting in fury. A dozen men in black, silent and resolute, entered the hotel, commencing a frenzied search. Coming from a prestigious family, Master Du had connections to nearly all the hotels in the vicinity, and naturally, no one dared to obstruct him. Despite having scoured over 10 hotels, he had yet to locate Zhang Feng. The recollection of being humiliated by Zhang Feng, having licked his toes, ignited a fiery rage within Master Du's eyes. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, chaos unfolded outside as he sought a nearby pharmacy. There, S1, he exclaimed, spotting a pharmacy just as the door was about to close. Miss. Hello, miss. Zhang Feng hurriedly knocked on the door and pushed it open. Who are you calling, miss? Are you out of your mind? The nurse retorted, eyeing him with discontent. Zhang Feng quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, stepping back. No, please don't let us not make this difficult. Behold your eyes. They are as crimson as the evening glow. Are you playing the role of a rabbit here? Zhang Feng was utterly captivated by the nurse's loquacity. No, nurse. Please do not misunderstand. I merely came to inspect my eyes. Could you kindly check if you have any dressings available to cover them? I sustained an injury while welding metal. Zhang Feng concocted a casual excuse. The nurse scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, letting out a delicate huff. Just a welder. Yet donning a suit. How absurd. Well then step inside. Zhang Feng chose not to contest with the nurse and swiftly entered the pharmacy. He allowed her to bandage his eyes and subsequently acquired 2 bottles of eye drops before settling the payment and departing. My lord, there is no sign of this fellow at all. The burly man in black murmured as he stood at the entrance, his head bowed. Damn it, you useless lot. What purpose do you serve under my employment? It infuriates me. I refuse to believe that this fellow has sprouted wings and flown away. Keep searching. Master du Enraged struck the man harshly and turned to board his vehicle. The man in black dared not utter a word and hurriedly followed him into the car. As the vehicle vanished from sight, Zhang Feng emerged from the alley, feeling elated as he touched his eyes. Although temporarily rendered useless, he could at least deceive Wei Qinghua. Upon returning to his hotel, Zhang Feng contentedly washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, before he had even risen, a loud knock resonated at his door. Groggily, Zhang Feng got up and opened it. We're leaving, hurry up. We need to check out the gambling stones. What happened to your eyes? Wei Qinghua exclaimed, startled at the sight of Zhang Feng's bandaged eyes. Good heavens, what happened? He said, swallowing hard as he examined Zhang Feng's condition. Mr. Wei, I fear I am unable to accompany you. I sincerely apologize, Zhang Feng replied as he secured the dressing, feeling a sense of relief within. Chapter 58. A gamble. Once more the hotel boasted ample facilities, with dining areas on both the first and second floors. Zhang Feng casually selected a vacant spot on the first floor, ordered a serving of eggs, a bowl of porridge, and several steam buns, and began to eat. Damn it! I cannot fathom why we have yet to locate this fellow. Has he sprouted wings and flown away? Impossible, my lord. I inquired early this morning, and from last night until now, there has been no record of anyone named Zhang Feng boarding a plane or appearing at the train station. I believe he has not left and is still in Kunming, the man reported. As Zhang Feng was savoring his bun, he suddenly heard someone calling his name and looked up to see Master Du swaggering into the dining area with over 10 burly men in black. They appeared nonchalant, with only a few waiters hastily bringing out trays of breakfast and placing them on the table. Master Du waved his hand dismissively and picked up a bun to eat. Young master, I have conducted an inquiry and discovered that 7 individuals named Zhang Feng stayed at our hotel last night. Among them, 2 appear exceedingly suspicious. 1 is within this establishment, while the other resides at the adjacent hotel. Both seem to have arrived from out of town and registered in pairs. The burly man in black stood nearby, bowing respectfully. What the hell are you standing there for? Go investigate. Bring both Zhang Fengs to me. I intend to break that scoundrel's arm. How dare he make a fool of me? With that, young master Du kicked the man, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps, his mouth agape with unspoken grievances. Zhang Feng, clutching a bun, listened intently, Realizing that young Master Du was targeting him, it would be prudent for him to leave. With so many around, Zhang Feng felt uncertain about confronting them. A wise man does not court immediate misfortune. He stuffed a bun in his mouth and turned to retreat. Young Master Du. Just as he turned, he spotted the man who had accompanied young Master Du the previous day, approaching him directly. They found themselves face to face. Zhang Feng, with a mouthful of bun, fixed his left eye on the man, who remained motionless. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and come here, or I'll ruin you. Young Master Du shouted in fluent Sichuan dialect. Zhang Feng was the first to react. Without hesitation, he strode towards the man and shoved him aside, hastening towards the exit. Damn it, young Master, that's the guy. That's him. The man, whose name Zhang couldn't recall, pointed at Zhang Feng and shouted repeatedly. Young Master Du stood up abruptly, turning to glare at Zhang Feng as he fled, his expression darkening. Heaven has a path, yet you do not follow it. Hell has no door, yet you dare to enter. All this time, you've been right beside me. After him. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his men to chase Zhang Feng. One person sprinted ahead. A throng pursued him down the street, leaving Zhang Feng unable to even enjoy a bun. Unfamiliar with the terrain surrounding Yunnan, he merely ran towards densely populated areas. However, as it was early in the day, few shops had opened, making it difficult for Zhang Feng to find a crowded spot. Stop! You halt! If you keep running, I swear I'll end you. The men yelled as they pursued him, frightening bystanders into silence as they watched the unfolding chaos. Wei Qinghua descended from the upper floor, having searched fruitlessly for Zhang Feng. Confusion clouded her expression. He was supposed to be waiting downstairs, yet he had vanished. After several futile attempts to call him, her perplexity deepened. Excuse me, have you seen the man who was with me earlier? Wei Qinghua began to indiscriminately inquire of anyone nearby. Are you referring to a man named Zhang Feng? Upon receiving a nod from Wei Qinghua, the attendant pointed towards the entrance. He just ran out, being pursued by young Master Du. I don't know where he went. Oh no. Wei Qinghua's face paled, and she turned to rush outside, abandoning her belongings in haste. Zhang Feng ran for nearly half an hour, ultimately reaching the limits of his endurance. Although he had previously engaged in considerable physical training, this frantic sprint left him feeling as though the food in his stomach had yet to digest, and his pursuers relentlessly closed in. A pang of discomfort gripped his abdomen. All right, enough. Stop chasing me. I can't run any longer. Zhang Feng turned around, raising his hands to block the throng of burly men, his weary arms resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. The men, too, were fatigued, one of them swallowing hard as he approached Zhang Feng and seized him with a powerful grip. You think you can run after offending young Master Du? Today, I shall see to it that you perish. Zhang Feng glanced around, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled into a narrow alley. If they truly intended to harm him here, no one will be the wiser outside. Young Master Du, with his wealth and influence in Yunnan, could likely eliminate him without facing any repercussions. Was it to be his fate to meet an unjust demise in this forsaken place? As his mind swirled with despair, Zhang Feng lifted his gaze to confront the man. What are you staring at? Do you believe you still have a chance to escape? Shall we have our master lick your feet? You are truly courting death. The brute raised his hand, ready to strike Zhang Feng on the head. Yet, Zhang Feng was not foolish. Resisting meant certain death, and acquiescing offered no guarantee of survival. Flight was his best recourse. He instinctively pushed back, narrowly dodging the man's fist. The thug was taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhang Feng to evade his strike. What the? Zhang Feng shouted, landing a solid punch squarely on the man's face. The blow was forceful enough to elicit a pained cry as the thug collapsed to the ground, his head striking the earth heavily. Damn it, he dares to fight back. Get him. Kill him. The other men, now alert, charged toward Zhang Feng with a furious intent to eliminate him. Zhang Feng retreated a couple of steps, pressing his back against the wall. His grandfather had taught him that to remain undefeated, one must first secure a favorable position. This was no martial arts film. He lacked the formidable skills to combat multiple foes. If surrounded, his demise would be inevitable. With his back secured against the wall, he scanned the approaching thugs with a keen eye. Zhang Feng, tall and robust, exuded an intimidating presence, his imposing physique of around 160 pounds instilling fear, especially in comparison to the smaller, leaner men from the south. Despite their numbers, the thugs felt a flicker of trepidation, emboldened only by their collective advantage. All together now. Let's take him down. One of the men bellowed, though he hesitated momentarily. Without further deliberation, the others charged at Zhang Feng, fists and feet flying in a frenzied assault, offering him no opportunity for retaliation. However, Zhang Feng remained composed against the wall. Grabbing the first assailant who reached him by the arm, he forcefully hurled him sideways. The immense strength sending the thug crashing into 3 others who were rushing in from the right. The resounding crash echoed as 4 men tumbled to the ground, groaning in pain as they clutched their waists and shoulders, unable to rise. A single strike had such a remarkable effect. Zhang Feng was filled with exhilaration. It appeared that the old man imparted practical knowledge, enabling him to stand tall against so many adversaries. With a composed demeanor, he touched his nose and assumed a martial arts stance reminiscent of Bruce Lee, gazing steadfastly at the burly men beside him. The thugs, momentarily taken aback, seemed to reconsider their chances. Perhaps this young man possessed genuine skill, and they might not be able to overpower him. Stop! Just as the gangsters found themselves in a quandary, a voice from behind finally alleviated their tension. A limited edition Porsche slowly approached. Young Master Du leisurely exited the vehicle, shedding his pristine white coat as he strode purposefully towards the black-clad brute. Zhang Feng, now unperturbed, recognized that regardless of the thug's prowess, he too had remarkable strength. If it came to blows, the outcome was uncertain. Young Master Du, having not yet avenged himself, likely harbored intentions of retribution. Zhang Feng was curious to see how Du would confront him, and he felt an odd sense of honor at being targeted by so many. Fear was futile. He would face the situation head-on. With a booming laugh, Du suddenly produced a handgun from behind him, aiming it directly at Zhang Feng. The young man froze. He had encountered firearms in movies countless times, but this was indeed his first experience in reality. The ominous barrel loomed before him, and he could even discern a copper-colored bullet nestled within. What's the matter? Are you afraid now? But it's too late. Young Master Du stepped closer, pressing the gun against Zhang Feng's forehead. Zhang Feng, backed against the wall, felt a surge of trepidation. A misfire could spell his end, and provoking Du would yield no advantages. Yet, he would not remain passive. Young Master Du, speak your mind. If you wish to kill me, you need not bother with pleasantries. What do you truly desire? Just say it, and I shall comply. Ha ha, indeed, a brave man. Not afraid, even with a gun pointed at you, are you? Du laughed heartily, signaling his underling to hastily approach. The thug took the gun from Du and continued to press it against Zhang Feng's head. I am not one to kill indiscriminately. While taking your life would invite no repercussions, I find myself intrigued by you. Thus, I propose a wager. Should you win, you may walk away, and I shall grant you 5 million. If you lose, however, I'm afraid it will not end well for you. With a wave of his hand, a thug produced a revolver and handed it to Du. He opened the cylinder, revealing 6 bullets, and after shaking them for Zhang Feng to see, discarded 5 onto the ground, leaving only 1 to remain in the chamber. With a decisive twist, he closed the revolver. Zhang Feng recognized the game from television. It was Russian roulette, designed to quicken the pulse. Should misfortune befall anyone, the result was unmistakable: death. Chapter 59. Du Wanqing. Zhang Feng swallowed hard as the gun was pressed against him. Who wouldn't feel fear in such a situation? He was human, after all, and to deny his fear would be disingenuous. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? We're just having a bit of fun. At worst, it's just death. What is there to be afraid of? Young Master Du looked at Zhang Feng with increasing arrogance, lifting the gun to his own head. Young Master, please be careful. This is no joking matter. The burly men behind him were terrified, shouting in panic. Young Master Du nodded. Indeed, it is quite frightening. How about this? You come here. He pointed at the man who had just spoken. The man was taken aback, eyes wide, pointing at himself. Me, young master? Of course, hurry up. Come here and take my place. If you happen to die, I'll give you 1 million. Now come on. Young Master Du impatiently seized the man and pulled him closer. The man gulped nervously, trembling as he accepted the gun. Yet he dared not press it against his own head. You coward. What are you waiting for? I'll do it. Young Master Du snatched the gun back and fired it at the man's head. Oh my God. My God. The man dropped to the ground, shaking uncontrollably, his entire body trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. However, the shot was blank, devoid of any bullets. You useless fool. Get out of my sight. I'll handle this myself, you pathetic creature. Young Master Du kicked the man aside and handed the gun to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Aware of several men pointing guns at him, albeit subtly, he could see their intentions clearly. There was no escaping this. He had to face it head-on. He pressed the gun against his own head and slowly began to pull the trigger. Click! The crisp sound echoed as a bead of sweat trickled down Zhang Feng's forehead. He could hardly breathe. Wow, you're lucky, aren't you? Young Master Du began to speak, but before he could finish, Zhang Feng suddenly squeezed the trigger 3 times in quick succession, each click ringing out sharply. Zhang Feng licked his lips and handed the gun back to young Master Do 5 shots. That makes 5. The last one must surely have a bullet. Young Master Du was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Feng would risk his own life by firing 4 times without hesitation. Fortune had smiled upon him. He had met his end. Zhang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly cried from fear moments ago. A smile crept across Zhang Feng's face as he handed the gun to young Master Du, shaking it lightly. Young Master, it's your turn now. Young Master Du looked at the gun, then back at Zhang Feng, genuinely hesitant to take it. Accepting it now would mean certain death. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are, just say so. I'll leave, and you can do as you please, Zhang Feng continued. Mr. Du, with a nonchalant demeanor, retorted. What are you saying? Am I supposed to be afraid? You think I would fear you? How absurd. If we're to play, then let us play. I'm not intimidated by you. As he spoke, Mr. Du reached for the handgun, pressing it directly against his own temple. Step aside. This matter requires no input from you. Are you attempting to humiliate me? I've already chosen to gamble. What is there for me to fear? Go ahead. Call the police and inform them that someone intends to kill me. Report it. As Mr. Du spoke, he rested the pistol upon his arm. Zhang Feng's brow furrowed instantly. It was clear that Mr. Du was attempting to evade the stakes of their wager. A shot fired at his arm would not be fatal. Monsieur Du, are you toying with me? We agreed that we were wagering our lives, yet now you hold the gun against your arm. Is this ist? Zhang Feng pointed at Mr. Du's arm. What of it? Care to challenge me? Let me make this clear. If I were to shoot myself and sustain an injury, the police would apprehend you in mere moments. You wouldn't be able to leave Yunnan, and I would have my way with you. How dare you compel me to act in public like this? If I do not eliminate you, I shall not bear the Du surname. Mr. Du sneered, his finger poised over the trigger. Sir, the police have already been notified. Should you pull that trigger now, they will arrive within 5 minutes. However, allow me to handle this. I can endure the pain in my arm, but if you were to get hurt, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to the master. A man approached respectfully, holding a phone. Then let us make this game more genuine. Otherwise, it loses its essence. Mr. Du laughed coldly as he pressed down on the trigger. Stop. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed from behind, and several figures emerged from the alley. Zhang Feng turned to see a dozen men in suits striding forward. Who am I? I am your father. The middle-aged man at the front advanced, seizing Mr. Du and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The crack resonated sharply, sending Mr. Du spinning to the ground. 5 distinct red fingerprints visible on his cheek. Who dare strike my father? Mr. Du, enraged and disoriented, sat on the ground, cursing, only to look up and realize that standing before him was none other than his biological father, the king of the Yunnan stone quarries, Du Wansheng. Du Wansheng stepped forward, delivering a kick to Mr. Du's shoulder, causing him to stagger back, silencing him. You worthless wretch. If you choose to play, then you must be prepared to accept the consequences. Now that you have lost, you still contemplate revenge? You are truly a disgrace. Mr. Du, terrified, sat on the ground, covering his face in shame. Mr. Du, I have brought you here merely to resolve this matter. Your son is still young. It is natural for him to be brash. Please do not hold it against him. Wei Qinghua interjected, stepping forward to grasp Du Wansheng's arm. General Wei, this matter is not your fault. It is entirely due to my shortcomings in parenting, allowing this rebellious child to cause trouble. He mistakenly believes that having a bit of wealth grants him the freedom to act recklessly, lacking any understanding of interpersonal relations. If I do not discipline him properly, he will remain ignorant of how to conduct himself in the future. You, ungrateful wretch, stand up. Young Master Du trembled all over. He fears no one, not even the mayor, yet he is most terrified of Du Wansheng. Shakily, young Master Du rose from the ground, casting a fearful glance at Du Wansheng and taking 2 steps back. Apologize to Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng forgives you, we shall consider this incident as never having occurred. Otherwise, I shall have no objections to whatever punishment Zhang Feng deems appropriate. Du Wansheng commanded sternly. Father, you want me to apologize to this scoundrel? Smack. Du Wansheng delivered a resounding slap to young Master Du's face. Enough of your nonsense. Apologize quickly. Young Master Du, frightened into silence, hurriedly expressed his apologies to Zhang Feng. General Wei, I have compelled him to apologize. Please see if Zhang Feng is satisfied. If not, whatever Zhang Feng wishes to do, I will comply. Du Wansheng spoke with unexpected politeness, standing in stark contrast to young Master Du were it not for Zhang Feng's presence. He would genuinely question whether young Master Du was truly Du Wansheng's son. General Wei glanced at Zhang Feng and subtly shook his head. Zhang Feng had never intended to pursue the matter with young Master Du, and now that Du Wanqing had intervened, he naturally understood the importance of discretion. Mr. Du, please do not feel obliged. It was merely a minor disagreement between young Master Du and myself. Now that we have clarified the matter, it is sufficient. Zhang Feng waved his hand, wishing to keep the situation from escalating. In that case, that is indeed agreeable. Allow me to host. I will arrange a hotel for us to enjoy a meal together today as a gesture of apology. Du Wanqing laughed heartily and instructed his assistant. No, there is no need to trouble yourselves. Moreover, Mr. Du, as you can see, Zhang Feng's eyes are not well. We shall not impose any longer. When I come again, I will make sure to invite you specifically. General Wei stepped forward to decline, aligning perfectly with Zhang Feng's sentiments. Du Wanqing did not insist, but he scrutinized Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, I have heard of the remarkable feat you accomplished at the gambling stone market last night, singularly betting on 3 stones, one of which was a glass type from our quarry. Truly a talent indeed. As he spoke, Du Wanqing produced a business card made of pure gold and handed it to Zhang Feng. This is my card. Should you ever seek opportunities for advancement or find yourself at a crossroads, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Du Wanqing, shed extant la warm welcome. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Who was Du Wanqing to extend an invitation to him? Even if such thoughts had never crossed his mind, he felt quite intimidated. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Quickly thank Mr. Du. Wei Qinghua nudged Zhang Feng from the side. Zhang Feng complied, hastily accepting the business card and repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Du Wanqing. Du Wanqing chuckled softly. Since that is the case, I shall no longer insist. Whenever you find yourself in Yunnan, do remember to seek me out. In this realm, there is naught that I cannot resolve, thus sparing us any further trouble. Now that all is well, I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. I will take my leave. Master Du trembled in fear, unable to meet Du Wanqing's gaze. However, as he passed by Zhang Feng, he halted, his malicious eyes fixating on Zhang Feng. Should you dare to return to Yunnan, I shall ensure your demise. Just wait. Zhang Feng merely smiled, not sparing Master Du a glance. Very well. If you ever find yourself in Huashi, be sure to inform me. Master Du's complexion paled at Zhang Feng's words, his body shaking with rage as he turned to leave. Chapter 60, A Devotion to Repay You. Having dealt with Master Du's matters, Wei Qinghua dared not allow Zhang Feng to linger in Yunnan for even a moment longer. He hastily ushered Zhang Feng into a taxi bound for the airport. Once aboard the aircraft, Wei Qinghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Master Du possessed formidable abilities, he should no longer pursue Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng reclined in his seat, discomfort in his right eye dissuading him from conversation. And he soon dozed off. When Zhang Feng awoke, the plane had safely landed at Huashi Airport. Mr. Chan was on holiday today and did not report to work, leaving Wenbao Zhai eerily empty. Even the stalls outside the Grandview Garden seemed to have vanished. What has transpired? Why is there not a soul in sight? Wei Qinghua pondered, glancing at the attendant in his store. Mr. Wei, we've received word of a new round of crackdowns on counterfeit goods lasting for half a month. Many stalls have chosen to remain closed, as much of their merchandise is. The thought thrilled Zhang Feng, for it indicated by Luo Xue's regard for him. Yet, a sudden wave of disappointment washed over his face. It appeared by Luo Xue had not come specifically to welcome him. Has Luo Xue arrived? Is there something amiss? Wei Qinghua cheerfully inquired as he welcomed her inside. After entering the vehicle, Bai Luo Xue took the wheel while Zhang Feng observed quietly beside her. Bai Lao's shop was not far from Wenbao Zhai, and they arrived at the entrance in mere minutes. Bai Luo Xue exited first, followed closely by Zhang Feng. This was Zhang Feng's inaugural visit to Bai Lao's establishment, known as Yun Zhai. In truth, its decor bore a resemblance to Wenbao Zhai. But Yun Zhai offered fewer items, likely as Bai Lao had curated his collection, showcasing only select pieces for the uninitiated. At that moment, Bai Lao sat at the counter, scrutinizing a painting with a magnifying glass. Nothing much, just some sand irritating my eyes. I've rubbed them a bit too hard. It will pass in a few days. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, shielding his eyes. In truth, Zhang Feng could discern authenticity from imitation, but little else. Seizing the moment when Bai Lao and Bai Luo Xue were preoccupied, he swiftly removed the bandage and focused intently on the scroll before him. The painting emanated a golden glow, revealing at least 500 or 600 rings upon closer inspection. This must be a relic from the late Ming dynasty. It is indeed genuine. He quickly replaced the bandage. Is it truly authentic? Bai Lao in guit fa gone fi mei sun. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Although his eyes were red, his vision remained intact, allowing him to perceive things without error. All right. Thank you for the information. Xiao Xue, please fetch the money. We shall accept this painting. with a wave of his hand. Bai Lao did not cast another glance at the artwork and led Zhang Feng into the inner hall. Uncertain of Bai Lao's intentions, Zhang Feng followed him inside and settled onto a chair crafted from pear wood. Here, Zhang Feng, have a cup of tea. This painting is by Zhu De, also known as the Eight Great Masters, whose works are exceedingly rare and invaluable. I have encountered few, and I truly cannot be certain of this one. Bai Lao said as he poured the tea and provided his insights. Zhang Feng had heard the name Zhu De during his history studies, but his knowledge of the artist's background and works was scant. Bai Lao, my judgment may not be accurate. If I were to misinterpret, rest assured, it has nothing to do with you. I trust your eyes. They will not deceive you. Bai Lao chuckled heartily, taking a sip of tea with a contented smile. Zhang Feng refrained from further conversation, sipping his tea in silence. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, I have completed your enrollment procedures. Soon, you will study under Elder Yan. If you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. Absorb as much knowledge as you can. A well-learned individual is indeed a successful one, Bai Lao advised, setting down his cup. When will I begin my studies? Zhang Feng inquired, more concerned about the timing than anything else, especially given his current condition. Bai Lao calculated briefly, glancing at his phone. It should be in about 20 days. Prepare yourself. Your student records and documents are being arranged. As for tuition, I trust you are capable of handling that yourself, so I shall not intervene. Zhang Feng eagerly agreed. The prospect of learning about antiques thrilled him, and the tuition was of little concern to him. With one eye, he dared not rush, ambling slowly along the street. Upon returning home, he discovered that Wei Qian was indeed absent. Hastily, he set about preparing a meal. During his time at university, he had learned little, often preoccupied with misfortunes. Yet since entering society, he had acquired a few culinary skills and was eager to showcase them. After spending the entire afternoon cooking, he finally completed 4 dishes just as the clock approached 6. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Zhang Feng collapsed onto his bed and, whether from fatigue or the exertion of cooking, soon drifted into a light slumber. What do you mean by that? I was the one who secured this contract. Why do you now claim the commission as yours? I toiled for an entire month, coming in early and leaving late, all for this deal with Mr. Ma. And now you assert that the commission is yours? Do you realize I was the one who negotiated this? You think your position as supervisor makes you exceptional? I will certainly report you tomorrow. The sharp sound of a phone slamming down jolted Zhang Feng awake. Groggy, he rose from his bed and approached the door, intending to open it when he suddenly heard muffled sobs from within. Frowning, he recalled that Wei Qian was known for her fortitude. It seemed unlikely she would be in tears. With stealth, Zhang Feng opened the door and peered down from the 2nd floor. To his dismay, he found Wei Qian, clad in a black professional outfit, sobbing uncontrollably on the sofa, evoking a profound sense of pity within him. He descended slowly, treading lightly until he reached Wei Qian's side and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Who's there? Wei Qian startled like a frightened bird, her tear-streaked face rendering her makeup a comical spectacle as the black streaks broke through the white foundation. Zhang Feng, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at him. The sound of her voice, tinged with the bitterness of a wronged woman, tugged at Zhang Feng's heartstrings. You promised. You mustn't deceive me. In an instant, her tears transformed into laughter as she reached to embrace him. What happened to your eyes? It was only then that she noticed his squinting gaze. Oh, it's nothing, just some sand got in my eyes. Zhang Feng fabricated a lie so convincing that he began to believe it himself. Why would anyone bully you? Zhang Feng was aware of the darkness lurking in the professional realm. Yet he had not anticipated that someone as resilient as Wei Qian could be brought to tears. Clearly, the situation was quite severe. Wei Qian hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. I will handle this matter myself. Understanding her desire to spare him worry, Zhang Feng did not press further. Instead, he gently urged, come here, let me show you something I prepared. Following him, Wei Qian was led to the dining room. Zhang Feng strode confidently to the table, gesturing for her to join him as he lifted the lids of 4 iron pots. Wow, what a sumptuous feast. After days of instant noodles, I finally see real food. Did you make all this? Wei Qian rushed to the table, inhaling the aroma with such enthusiasm that she nearly toppled into the dishes. Looking up at Zhang Feng, she declared, you are truly wonderful. I must repay you for this kindness. I have decided to dedicate myself to you. Chapter 61. My woman, you dare to provoke? Zhang Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead at her words, knowing that if Wei Qian pledged herself, she would certainly follow through. With a playful grin, Wei Qian fixed her gaze on Zhang Feng, seemingly exhausted and devoid of further jest. She sank into a chair and began to eat heartily from a bowl of rice. Zhang Feng clenched his fist quietly, then turned to her handbag, opening it with curiosity. Inside, he discovered a plethora of cosmetics alongside a mere handful of cash. A tremor coursed through him as he checked his own pockets, finding no money to match. Yet, he found no clues within the bag and was about to abandon his search when his eyes caught sight of some writing within the depths of Wei Qian's handbag. "There's still something," he murmured, rummaging around until he uncovered a discreet compartment that had eluded him earlier. Retrieving the documents, he read the bold letters inscribed, "Preparatory plan for the annual Antique Appreciation Conference." Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, recalling that Wei Qian had mentioned securing a job, though he remained oblivious to the specifics. Was it possible that Wei Qian had ventured into the antiquities sector? After scrutinizing the documents for quite some time, he noted they contained various meeting agendas and innovative ideas, which appeared remarkably fresh and creative, constituting an impressive plan. Get up, get up. Did you not say you would take me to work? Hurry up." Zhang Feng, still in a daze, heard the persistent knocking at the door, accompanied by a commanding shout akin to that of a robust woman. He reluctantly rose from his bed, sluggishly descended, and opened the door. "Zhang Feng, why are you still in bed? What time is it? Hurry up and take me to work. I'm going to be late." Wei Qian pouted in dissatisfaction, nearly ready to punch him. Zhang Feng glanced at the clock, his eyes widening in surprise. He had lost track of time and had inadvertently slept until 7:30. Coming, however, just as he shed his pajamas, he felt a pair of eyes intensely scrutinizing him from behind, prompting him to spin around in alarm. Indeed, he found Wei Qian's gaze roving over him. "What are you doing?" "Wei Qian, I'm changing. Could you please step outside?" Sweat beaded on Zhang Feng's forehead. "TCH, why are you so nervous? It's not like I haven't seen you before. How boring. I'll step out now." Wei Qian rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng and bounded out of the room. Zhang Feng was utterly speechless at her antics. He hurriedly changed clothes, quickly washed up, and exited his room. There was no time for breakfast, so he grabbed something from a roadside stall for Wei Qian. Following her directions, he drove to the entrance of a large corporation. "Here I am. This is where I work. Isn't it impressive?" Wei Qian pointed to the towering office building that boasted at least 30 stories, indeed exuding a grand aura. Zhang Feng nodded in silence, surveying the edifice as he leaped from the car and strode towards the entrance. "Wait a moment. Are you employed here?" Just as Zhang Feng stepped inside, a security guard halted him. The establishment was evidently well regulated, catching Zhang Feng off guard. "I'm here to see someone, not to work," he replied. "Who are you looking for?" The guard scrutinized Zhang Feng from head to toe, with a bandage on his forehead and dressed in casual athletic wear. He hardly appeared to be in a position to engage in polite conversation. Zhang Feng was also unaware of the name of Wei Qian's company. "If you can't provide a name, you need to leave. This is a workplace, not a place for you to fool around. Move along." The guard gestured for Zhang Feng to exit. Jinmei Company." Zhang Feng blurted out unexpectedly. The guard paused, his hand halting midair as he assessed Zhang Feng once more. "Who are you looking for at Jinmei Company? Do you have any proof that you're here for someone from there?" "I'm looking for someone named Wei Qian," Zhang Feng replied casually, as she was the only person he knew. "Proceed inside." 13th floor. After thanking the guard, Zhang Feng turned and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 13th floor. In office buildings, it is quite common for multiple companies to occupy a single floor, creating a labyrinthine environment. Zhang Feng deliberately shielded his eyes. Uncertain of the layout on the 13th floor, should he encounter Wei Qian, he would find himself at a loss for words. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Zhang Feng cautiously emerged. The building, evidently quite aged, lacked dedicated elevators for individual companies, allowing unrestricted access. He glanced around, but saw no sign of Jinmei Company, nor Wei Qian's presence. The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of movement, leaving Zhang Feng with no opportunity to ask for directions. Resolving to search room by room, he believed he would eventually find what he sought. "What do you mean by this? I have toiled for over a month, sacrificing sleep and meals, and finally, after much effort, I have completed the proposal, which has even received approval from above. Yet you claim it is your accomplishment, and you offer me no recognition?" As Zhang Feng continued his search, he suddenly overheard raised voices ahead. He hurriedly pressed himself against the wall, peering around the corner. Indeed, he spotted two women in the corridor, one of whom was Wei Qian. "What rules are these? I have not heard of them. This proposal is the result of my hard work. Why should everything now be handed over to you? Are you not bullying me?" Wei Qian's displeasure was evident as she fervently retorted. Bullying? Do not speak so harshly. I am merely imparting the principles of human interaction." "Wei Qian, You are new here, and it is understandable that you may not grasp certain matters. However, allow me to inform you that merely having a good idea does not guarantee you a position of prominence. I assure you, it is impossible. No matter how brilliant your concept may be, who in the antique world can you summon? The woman scoffed dismissively, ignoring Wei Qian's indignation. Regardless of who it may be, I originated this concept, and the remaining tasks are rightfully mine. What do you call your current dismissal of my contributions? I shall file a complaint against you. Wei Qian waved her small hands in frustration, desperately holding back tears. Zhang Feng clenched his fists, feeling an unexpected pang of sympathy for Wei Qian's plight. Oh, what is this? Are you on the verge of tears? Is this your capacity to withstand pressure? Tell me, which individuals in the antique industry do you know? Do you possess such connections? Who do you know within the Grandview Garden? Can you reach out to Old Shun from Baozhai or Old Bai from Yanzhai? They are titans of the antique world in Hua City. Can you summon them? I can assure you, they are my old friends. A mere word from me would bring them to support me. Without their backing, what credibility does your idea hold? Truly laughable. The woman's arrogance was increasingly evident in her tone. Wei Qian trembled with anger. Yet she truly did not know the individuals she had just been mentioned. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, beware that I will erase your name from the creative credit. Without this idea, you'll have to leave the company. I have already shown you considerable leniency. Do not push your luck. With a haughty sniff, the woman turned and approached Zhang Feng's direction. Stop! Wei Qian suddenly called out and stepped forward to block the woman's path. Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief and glanced once more down the corridor. Although I am unfamiliar with the tycoons of the antique world you mentioned, having conceived an idea, I too have my choice. My classmate is well-versed in antiques, and I can summon him. Wei Qian was still making her last stand. Your classmate? Haha, very well. Pray tell, what is your classmate's name? The woman scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain that made Zhang Feng want to confront her. Zhang Feng, Wei Qian said earnestly. Zhang Feng? What a ridiculous name. I've never even heard of it. What do you expect him to do? Come here and embarrass us at Jinmei Company? Everyone knows that Jinmei Company is a prestigious establishment. Do you really think your classmate is worthy of coming here? I see him as nothing more than a petty street vendor in the Grandview Garden, seeking to swindle us out of money? Truly laughable. What you say is enough, Wei Qian. I have no desire to listen to your nonsense. I made my point, and I refuse to waste any more time. Step aside. The woman interrupted Wei Qian, her impatience palpable as she pushed Wei Qian back. Wei Qian stumbled and hit the wall with a thud. Zhang Feng heard the impact clearly, his heart simmering with anger. Tomorrow, Old Bai and Old Shun will arrive. When that happens, the boss will only remember my contributions. As for you, I suggest you remain quietly in the background. Otherwise, be wary of me having the boss dismiss you in an instant. You have no right to act so brazenly before me. The woman sneered dismissively. Wei Qian trembled with fury, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground. And you think you have the right to provoke my woman? Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from around the corner, and Zhang Feng's towering figure positioned itself directly in front of the woman. Chapter 62, A Fair Judgment. Zhang Feng's abrupt appearance startled both the woman and Wei Qian. Zhang Feng, how did you get here? Wei Qian instinctively asked, forgetting to wipe her tears. Ignoring her, Zhang Feng fixed his gaze upon the woman. What sort of company are you running? Publicly bullying newcomers? Is this your management policy? Are you not afraid I will report you? Report me? If you have the guts, then go ahead. The woman retorted. So all this commotion is over you, Zhang Feng. She scrutinized him with a condescending glance, her disdain even more pronounced. I told you. What capabilities could Wei Qian's classmate possibly possess? As it appears, I was not mistaken. Do you think you are qualified to participate in our antique appreciation conference? Truly laughable. I previously suggested you were a mere street vendor, and now it seems you are even unworthy of sweeping the floors. You are nothing but a nobody, flaunting yourself. You and your friend are cut from the same cloth. Zhang Feng had never encountered such venomous language from a woman before, and the urge to retaliate against her was overwhelming. You should be grateful to my father, Zhang Feng said, tapping his nose, entirely unfazed by her words. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Why should I express gratitude to your father? She inquired. Because he instilled in me from a young age that a man must never strike a woman. Otherwise, I would have struck you down, you insufferable wretch. How dare you, claiming to be my woman, act so haughtily? I see you have donned a set of provocative lingerie today. It seems you are preparing for something. If you were a high-ranking executive at Jinmei Company, I would wager that your ascent was solely reliant on the favor of men. Wouldn't it? What nonsense are you spouting? The woman, alarmed, hastily covered her attire, casting a wary gaze at Zhang Feng. How do you know what I am wearing? Alas, you are utterly ignorant of fashion. Zhang Feng remarked dismissively. You have chosen an utterly transparent piece of seductive apparel, which fails to entice. Instead, it only serves to exhaust any man. Such a splendid figure wasted on such poor taste. I had hoped you possessed a better sense of style, but it seems I was mistaken. With that, he turned his back on her and strode towards Wei Qian. The woman's face flushed with anger, her hands gripping her collar tightly as she bit her lip. Glaring at Zhang Feng, her ample bosom heaved in indignation, clearly incensed. Zhang Feng's words had struck a nerve, and Wei Qian could hardly contain her delight. Gazing at Zhang Feng with admiration, Wei Qian raised her chin, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Is there plenty? She scoffed. How eloquent you are! Do you fancy yourself among the elite? You claim to have wealth? Just look at your attire. It hardly amounts to 100 yuan. How laughable. Finally, the woman seized an opportunity for retaliation. You. Just as Wei Qian was about to retort, Zhang Feng interjected. We only converse with those who are human. If one is not, their words need not be heeded. Who are you calling inhuman? The woman's face turned a shade of green with rage, disregarding her status as she shouted in the corridor. The commotion drew the attention of other employees, who emerged to witness the scene between Wei Qian and the woman. Supervisor Zhao, what is happening? Why are you so upset? A woman approached, surrounding the irate woman with concern. This Wei Qian has no regard for decorum, brazenly defying me. Such a person is an affront to Jinmei Company. She must be dismissed at once. Fire her immediately. Supervisor Zhao's face was still ashen with fury as he pointed at Wei Qian. To dismiss her, Supervisor, we lack the authority. It requires managerial approval. I suggest enough. Supervisor Zhao huffed, casting a venomous glare at Wei Qian before storming back into the company. Zhang Feng was unfazed. Such a company was not worth lamenting over. No, I cannot allow her to fire me. Wei Qian muttered anxiously to herself. What? Zhang Feng turned, surprised by her sudden exclamation. Given Wei Qian's forthright nature, losing a job should have been a trivial matter. Her unwillingness to accept such a fate seemed out of character. I cannot afford to lose this job. After tirelessly dedicating over a month of my life, day and night, to this plan, I have finally succeeded. If I were to be dismissed now, it would mean that this proposal would belong solely to Zhao, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Wei Qian clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the office within. Are you suggesting that you still wish to retain this position? Wang Qian, Guoming. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the company, pointing at Wei Qian. Supervisor Zhao stood behind the man, slowly adjusting his attire. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he regarded Wei Qian. Despite her clenched fists, she hesitated to approach. Fear not. I am here. Nothing will happen to you. I will ensure you retain this job. Zhang Feng gently grasped Wei Qian's small hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. You? Wei Qian scrutinized Zhang Feng with skepticism before ultimately shaking her head and smiling. Zhang Feng, I appreciate your concern, but this situation. Come on. You must trust me. Zhang Feng interrupted, pulling Wei Qian into the company. The manager and supervisor Zhao led the way, while Zhang Feng and Wei Qian followed closely behind. Entering the manager's office directly, the employees waited outside for news, their work forgotten in light of the thrilling events unfolding, almost tempted to wager on the outcome. As Zhang Feng and Wei Qian stepped into the office, the manager nonchalantly settled into his chair, adjusting his waistband with disdain before taking a sip of tea. Supervisor Zhao produced a cigarette, lighting it for the manager. Ah, you must be Wei Qian. I am Yin Gongping, the manager of Jinmei Company. I have not seen you before, nor do you possess the qualifications to meet me. You dare to openly oppose Supervisor Zhao. This is a blatant disregard for company protocol. An employee like you is untenable. Pack your belongings and leave. Yin Gongping swallowed a mouthful of tea, resting his hand on the table. Not sparing Wei Qian a glance throughout his tirade. Did you hear that? You, an insolent employee, should vacate our company immediately. You will find yourself blacklisted from similar companies in the future, I assure you of that. Supervisor Zhao stepped forward, haughtily fixating on Wei Qian. And what my proposal? Am I not entitled to take it with me? Wei Qian was more concerned about her creative work than her position at the company. How absurd. This is your idea while you are with us. What gives you the right to take it away? Supervisor Zhao sneered, reaching out to adjust Yin Gongping's collar. Yin Gongping widened his eyes, turning towards Wei Qian. Indeed, Supervisor Zhao is correct. What right do you have to remain with us? All ideas belong to the company. You should leave at once. You're bullying me. This proposal is mine. How can you prove that? You submitted it to me in confidence, and no one else is aware of it. Even if you were to file a complaint, what would it matter? Do not forget, I hold your original draft. Supervisor Zhao laughed derisively, displaying a brazen sense of righteousness. Wei Qian's face flushed with anger, her already prominent curves rising and falling, causing Zhang Feng to swallow nervously. Enough. I've said all that needs to be said. Now leave, and remember to close the door behind you. Yan Gongping's gaze remained fixed on Supervisor Zhao, not sparing a glance at Wei Qian. Incensed, Wei Qian turned to exit, only to be seized by a large hand. The name of General Yin is indeed melodious. Fairness in action is truly embodied in him. I can genuinely perceive the essence of fairness in Mr. Yin. Zhang Feng stepped forward, a forced smile plastered across his face. Yan Gongping's expression shifted, and he turned to scrutinize Zhang Feng. Which department are you from? I've never seen you before. I certainly do not dare to linger in a company governed by fairness, and fortunately, I'm not part of it. Otherwise, I might very well fall victim to Mr. Yan's principles. Thankfully, modern smartphones possess recording capabilities. If the outside world learns how your Jinmei company mistreats employees, I wonder if they would still believe in your integrity? Zhang Feng waved his phone and turned to leave. Yan Gongping nearly toppled from his chair. While he was indeed the manager, he was not the owner of the company. If the owner discovered he colluded with subordinates to bully employees for the sake of beauty, not only would this matter be difficult to resolve, but his very position might also be at stake. Sweat poured down Yan Gongping's forehead. He was uncertain whether Zhang Feng had recorded anything, but this single gesture was sufficient to make him err on the side of caution. Wait a moment. Yan Gongping hastily rose to block Zhang Feng's path. Is there something else, General Yan? Zhang Feng turned to face him. Yan Gongping wiped the sweat from his brow, his small eyes darting nervously. This matter is not without room for negotiation. We could discuss it amicably. Why escalate things to this point? Isn't that right? General Yan. Supervisor Zhao's expression changed as he stepped forward to grab Yan Gongping. This time, Yan Gongping ignored Zhao entirely, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Feng. Oh, so, does that mean General Yan is saying that we need not proceed with Wei Qian's dismissal? Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning a moment of realization. Of course. We can negotiate. Yan Gongping replied with a forced grin. Wei Qian was momentarily taken aback. Had he not just suggested she resign? Why was he now coming to her aid? Zhang Feng remained silent, striding directly to Yan Gongping. I shall not make things difficult for you, General Yan. However, I did hear that your upcoming antiques fair will feature numerous esteemed appraisers from the Grandview Garden. Is that correct? Yan Gongping, clueless about any plans, turned to Supervisor Zhao. What of it? Zhang Feng gestured towards Wei Qian. In that case, let's make a wager. Should you successfully invite these appraisers, the project and all proposals shall be yours, and I shall grant you an additional 1 million. If you fail, you shall kneel in public and apologize to my woman. Chapter 63. Just a minute. Humph. How utterly ridiculous. Do you really believe that what you say carries any weight? 1 million? Just look at yourself. You might not even have 100 to your name, yet you dare to boast of such grandeur? Supervisor Zhao scoffed derisively, her scorn evident as she regarded Zhang Feng. Unfazed, Zhang Feng produced a checkbook, swiftly inscribing the figure of 1 million and placing it before Supervisor Zhao. Surely, having encountered numerous checks, she could discern its authenticity at a glance. If in doubt, she could easily verify it online. Have you lost your mind, Zhang Feng? Wei Qian could hardly fathom that Zhang Feng would present such a staggering amount on her behalf. Huh, what audacity! Are you wagering your entire fortune? Supervisor Zhao initially intended to unleash a torrent of ridicule, yet the mere act of offering 1 million suggested that Zhang Feng, at 23 or 24 years of age, was either a scion of wealth or a reckless gambler. His demeanor and appearance did not align with that of a desperate outlaw. It appeared more likely that he hailed from affluence. Though Zhao racked her brain for the names of wealthy heirs she knew, none seemed to connect to Zhang Feng. Nevertheless, she wisely refrained from further disparagement. You need not concern yourself. Simply tell me if you dare to wager, Zhang Feng insisted, waving his phone. Zhao bit her lip, feeling an unexpected lack of confidence in the face of his certainty. She turned to Yan Gongping, who, with his head bowed, declined to meet her gaze, adopting a posture that suggested he wished to distance himself from the unfolding drama. Zhao's lips pressed together in frustration, her eyes narrowing at Zhang Feng. Very well. Let's wager. It is merely a matter of a few discerning eyes at the Grandview Garden. Await tomorrow's spectacle. However, should you lose, Wei Qian shall be expelled from the company, and she must kneel before me to apologize. Zhao's irritation was palpable, her words laced with venom. Zhang Feng could no longer dictate the terms and turned to Wei Qian. All right, I agree. As long as the individuals you name are present, I shall kneel in apology. Wei Qian, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Zhang Feng understood her well. Despite her carefree demeanor, she possessed an indomitable spirit that surpassed that of most men. Supervisor Zhao chuckled disdainfully, as though the outcome were already predetermined. You two should prepare to grovel for your mistake. I eagerly anticipate the spectacle. My dear, your performance was commendable. You brought no disgrace to our company, she sneered, only to be met with a sharp retort from Wei Qian. Get lost. When it comes to your needs, you bow your head, yet when using me, you shamelessly strip away decorum. You are even less admirable than that rustic fool. With a forceful shove, Zhao pushed Yin Gongping aside and stormed out of the office. Zhang Feng and Wei Qian exited the building, swiftly making their way to the car bound for the villa. This is bad, truly bad. Zhang Feng, you've landed us in deep trouble. Wei Qian's expression had shifted from anger and confidence to one of anxious repetition as soon as she entered the vehicle. What's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Why the anxiety? Zhang Feng, relaxed as he drove, gazed ahead without a trace of tension. Zhang Feng, you have truly landed yourself in trouble this time. While I understand your intentions were noble, $1 million is at stake. I might sacrifice my pride, but I cannot bear the thought of you suffering a loss of such magnitude. Do you really believe we shall lose? Zhang Feng tilted his head, grinning at Wei Qian. At this moment, you still have the audacity to jest. Wei Qian shot him a disapproving glance. Zhang Feng was taken aback. It had always been her who teased him, often to the point of embarrassment, yet now she was chastising him instead. He chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as he continued to drive leisurely. Rest assured, could you not place a smidgen of faith in me? After all, I have mingled within the Grandview Garden and know a few people. Surely they will not act against me due to my connections. Zhang Feng gently patted Wei Qian's small hand. Oh, I implored you to refrain from joking at such a time. You may have visited the Grandview Garden, but do you truly know those influential figures? Even I am aware that they are renowned personalities in Hua City. Not only us, but even the mayor would show them respect. These individuals are formidable. How could mere mortals like us ever hope to know them? Wei Qian pushed Zhang Feng's hand away, for the first time choosing not to tease him. Are these individuals truly that formidable? Zhang Feng scratched his head, recalling how calm and unassuming Old Bai and Old Chen appeared. He had no inkling of their true stature. Wei Qian regarded him intently, shook her head, and then turned her gaze out the window, falling silent. Hello, Old Bai, this is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng. What brings you to call me? How's your eyesight? Do you need me to find a doctor for you? I happen to know a few ophthalmologists. Old Bai's voice came through the phone. Old Bai, the reason for my call is not concerning my eyesight. I'm quite well in that regard. Rather, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance. Zhang Feng recounted the entire situation to Old Bai, including the wager. Oh, I see. This Zhao Yuji has come to my attention. She is quite a capable woman. However, my old man will not yield to her demands. Fear not. I shall handle this matter. Within the Grandview Garden, I will convey your message. Coincidentally, Old Chen is also present, so I shall speak with him immediately. Old Bai agreed without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, Old Bai. Zhang Feng replied and ended the call. After resolving everything, he stepped into the villa. Wei Qian remained despondently seated on the sofa, flicking through channels on the television. Yet her eyes were devoid of focus, not truly watching the screen. How about we have braised pork tonight? It is a new dish I have learned. Would you care to try it? Zhang Feng leaned closer to Wei Qian. She did not lift her head, offering neither an affirmation nor a denial. Zhang Feng shrugged undeterred and turned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Before long, the feast was ready. Zhang Feng brought the dishes to the table, gently urging Wei Qian to join him. After all, I have toiled to create this meal. Would you not indulge a little? Even amidst pressing matters, we must eat, mustn't we? Zhang Feng patted Wei Qian on the shoulder and served her a bowl of rice. Wei Qian remained silent, her head bowed as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Devoid of any expression, Zhang Feng, understanding the turmoil within her, chose not to say much and dined alongside her. The following day, Zhang Feng groggily rose from his bed, glanced at the time, dressed, and exited his room. Wei Qian had awakened early, sitting on the sofa lost in thought, her demeanor almost vacant. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation. It was evident that this matter weighed heavily on Wei Qian, and he was witnessing a side of her he had never seen before. Let us go. Zhang Feng approached Wei Qian. She lifted her head and inquired, where to? Of course, to that antique appreciation event of yours. Don't you want Zhao Yuji to kneel and apologize to you? I, for one, am quite eager to witness that spectacle. The mere thought is exhilarating. Zhang Feng replied with a playful grin. Why are you still joking around? If you lose, your 1 million will be gone. Forcing someone to kneel, isn't the hallmark of a master, Wei Qian admonished, giving Zhang Feng a light slap, her anxiety evident. Zhang Feng chuckled and scratched his head, reaching out to take Wei Qian's hand as they walked outside. Wei Qian sighed, pondering that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. She had promised to attend yesterday, and if she failed to show up today, it would only serve to further diminish her standing in Zhao Yuji's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself for the possibility of having to kneel in apology as they got into the car. The Jinmei Annual Antique Appreciation Conference. Zhang Feng muttered, turning to Wei Qian. Your idea is quite remarkable. It seems such an event has yet to be held in Huashi. Precisely. That is why my design is innovative. I just didn't expect Zhao Yuji to Zhang Feng interrupted Wei Qian, stepping out of the car. The Jinmei Annual Antique Appreciation Conference was open to the public, and no one impeded Zhang Feng and Wei Qian as they entered. However, the displayed antiques were merely superficial attractions for the masses, hardly valuable, with the most precious pieces likely worth no more than 500. Zhang Feng and Wei Qian meandered through the venue, the myriad of antiques, making Zhang Feng inwardly marvel at the formidable strength of the Jinmei company. Such a vast collection was not something ordinary individuals could amass. Ah, these two look quite familiar. Who are they? I feel as though I've seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery rang out from behind them. Both Zhang Feng and Wei Qian turned to look. Zhao Yuji sauntered over with an alluring gait, her curvaceous figure on full display, causing Zhang Feng to swallow hard. Wei Qian shot him a disapproving glance. Just a physiological reaction, nothing more. Zhang Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Wei Qian cast a penetrating gaze at him, but remained silent. Ah, I see now why you seem so familiar. You are the ones who were supposed to bring me gifts and kneel in apology. I must say, I never anticipated you two would show up. This is quite a surprise. So, are you prepared to kneel before me? Zhao Yuji approached Wei Qian with a smirk. Wei Qian clenched her fists tightly. Yet as she observed the distinguished figures clad in suits bustling about, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Winning this time would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. What's the matter? Are you too afraid to speak? The voice mocked her, as if aware of her impending defeat. Once, she had placed her faith in her boyfriend's words, but it seemed she had chosen her companions poorly. What difference did it make having such a man in her life? At least, she would never choose one like him. Zhang Feng suddenly interjected. What do you mean by 1, 2, 3? Zhao Yuji was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? You went to see General Yin and came out in less than a minute. Zhang Feng gestured to his watch. Are you speaking nonsense? I went to General Yin's company merely to discuss a matter. Don't spread baseless rumors. Zhao Yuji stamped her foot anxiously, lowering her voice, fearful of being overheard. If that's the case, why are you whispering? A clear conscience has no fear of midnight knocks, right? Perhaps we should summon General Yin for a proper explanation. Zhang Feng seemed to relish the unfolding drama, extending his hand to beckon Yin Gongping, who was engaged in conversation with several others. Zhang Feng. Zhao Yuji rushed forward to block him. Don't go too far. Her expression shifted, her hand instinctively touching her back, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. Let us go. Zhang Feng decided not to continue the argument, taking Wei Qian by the arm and moving further inside. Don't get too smug. When all the esteemed masters arrive, I will ensure you kneel and apologize. For now, enjoy your fleeting moment of triumph. Zhao Yuji clearly refused to concede, her voice trailing behind them. Wei Qian's face paled, anxiety evident as she glanced at Zhang Feng. Let us take a look inside and see if there's anything worthwhile, he said, leading her without further words. Most of these attendees were merely enthusiasts of antiques, hardly experts, possessing only a superficial understanding of the field. Zhang Feng didn't even bother to examine the artifacts. To him, they were either worthless or trivial, hardly deserving of his attention. Zhang Feng, am scared. There's so many people here, and look over there, all the prominent figures of Huashi are present, including heads of various departments. If I have to kneel and apologize here, don't worry. I've told you before, with me around, what is there to fear? Leave it to me. Nothing will go awry. Zhang Feng reassured her, gently patting her small hand, his smile bright. What can you do? She retorted, exasperated. All the influential people are here. Whom do you even know? You can't possibly stop them. She shook off his hand, stamping her foot in frustration. On the verge of tears, Zhang Feng felt helpless. No matter how he tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. Director Zhao. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension as Yin Gongping approached, his rotund figure waddling toward them. Zhao Yuji quickly sashayed over to him, her curves accentuated, maintaining a facade of cordiality despite the unspoken tension between them. What time is it? The antique fair is set to commence in half an hour. Yet the esteemed figures from the Grandview Garden have yet to arrive. What would be causing this delay? Have you truly sent out the invitations? Though Yan Gongping's voice was barely above a whisper, Zhang Feng heard him clearly. Quickly, make another call to urge them, if anything goes awry. How will our Jinmei company regain its dignity? Yan Gongping gestured toward his watch. Zhao Yuzi nodded in agreement, turning to make the call. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's phone rang. He pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and then at Zhao Yuzi's retreating silhouette, a smile creeping across his face before answering. Wei Qian, standing nearby, remained oblivious to whom Zhang Feng was speaking with. However, seeing Zhao Yuzi leave with the phone only heightened her anxiety. What should we do? If Zhao Yuzi has truly summoned them, we are in deep trouble. Zhang Feng, what now? Wei Qian paced anxiously, especially troubled by the thought of Zhang Feng's 1 million investment. Zhang Feng ended the call and took Wei Qian's hand reassuringly. Do not fret. I have everything under control. Just enjoy the spectacle. Enjoy? Look at the situation. If those key figures from the Grandview Garden arrive, and we are unprepared, we will have truly lost. 1 million. That could buy us half a villa. It is far too cheap for her. Wei Qian exclaimed, stamping her foot and playfully hitting Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Zhang Feng, delighted, found her playful punches more amusing than bothersome, relishing the affectionate banter he had long yearned for. What are you doing? I am on the verge of panic. And you are here smiling. Wei Qian, exasperated, felt tears prick at her eyes at Zhang Feng's nonchalance. Why are you so anxious? They have yet to arrive. We can simply wait here, Zhang Feng replied cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Frustrated, Wei Qian shook off Zhang Feng's hand and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Zhang Feng chuckled, unperturbed, as he stood by, observing the disarray around him. As time ticked by, Yan Gongping's patience waned. He could no longer engage in conversation with others, frequently glancing at his watch as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He wiped his face with a handkerchief, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Zhao Yuzi was equally distressed, standing at the entrance, nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. Yet no cars were in sight, nor was there any sign of Bai Lao or Chun Lao arriving for the antique appraisal event. Zhao Yuzi, what on earth is taking so long? The time has come, and not a single person has arrived. Are you intent on making a fool of us? I assure you, if the boss finds out about this debacle, it will not just be you. I will also be out of job. Yan Gongping pointed at Zhao Yuzi, his expression seething with fury. Zhao Yuzi wore an anxious expression as she glanced outside and then at her watch. I truly do not know. Logically, they should have arrived by now. I called earlier, and they assured me they would be here shortly. Perhaps they are caught in traffic and will require a few more minutes. Sweat trickled down Zhao Yuzi's forehead as she clutched her phone, ready to make another call. When she noticed Zhang Feng nearby, smiling at her. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Zhao Yuzi huffed playfully, lowering her head to make the call. Zhang Feng, unfazed, continued to observe the surroundings. She dialed Old Bai, but the result was the same. No one answered, leaving Zhao Yuzi in a state of despair. What's the situation? What did they say? Yan Gongping approached and inquired. Zhao Yuzi, too distressed to lift her head, buried it deeper in her chest. No one answered the call? What does that mean? Hand it over, let me call. Yan Gongping retrieved his phone and directly dialed Old Bai. This time, the call connected, and Old Bai's aged voice resonated through the receiver. Ah, Old Bai, you finally answered. May I inquire where you currently are? Yan Gongping's tone was humbly respectful, devoid of any semblance of a general manageress authority. Oh, it's you, Yan. We won't be attending the appraisal conference this time, as I have heard about a conflict between your company and one of our esteemed friends. This individual is a distinguished guest within our Daguanyuan, and we cannot afford to offend someone of such potential. I hope you understand, Old Bai replied, his voice laced with mirth, yet Yan Gongping felt his heart sink. Offending someone? Which influential figure has our Jinmei company upset? Surely not. While we may not be experts in antiques, we are well acquainted with the notable appraisers in Huashi. Such a blunder is unthinkable for us. Could there be a misunderstanding? Yan Gongping's voice trembled with urgency. A misunderstanding? I believe we are quite certain. There is only one Jinmei company in Huashi. Old Bai's tone grew somber. Sweat began to cascade down Yan Gongping's forehead as he frantically wiped it away with a handkerchief. Then please enlighten us as to whom we have offended. We need to understand the situation clearly. We are prepared to apologize, as our antique appraisal conference heavily relies on your presence. We sincerely hope Old Bai and the others will grace us with their attendance. The foundation of Jinmei Company's standing in Huasher lay in the antique business, and all the esteemed appraisers of Deguanyuan revered the company. Even the owner of Jinmei Company showed deference to figures like Old Chun and Old Bai, who were regarded as giants in their field. If they truly angered Old Bai, the future of Jinmei Company would be in jeopardy. Well, since you are willing to apologize, I have no desire to complicate matters. Our esteemed friend is named Zhang Feng, and I believe he should be attending your antique appraisal conference. If you wish for US to join, he must extend the invitation. Without his endorsement, we will certainly not participate in this appraisal event. Upon finishing his words, Elder Bai abruptly hung up the phone, disregarding Yin Gongping's attempts to speak. Zhang Feng, hello. Yin Gongping despondently ended the call, just as Zhao Yuji rushed over. How is it, Mr. Yin? What did Elder Bai say? Are they on their way? Zhao Yuji spoke with an air of confidence, her tone haughty. However, the moment Yin Gongping heard her voice, his frustration boiled over. Zhang Feng, if it weren't for that blind fool Zhao Yuji, how could our Jinmei Company have provoked such a formidable figure as Zhang Feng? He had no time to ponder how Zhang Feng had become such a prominent individual in Elder Bai's eyes. His immediate concern was that Elder Bai and his entourage were not coming. Zhao Yuji, listen closely. Elder Bai has made it clear that if Zhang Feng remains silent, they will certainly not come. This appraisal conference is the most significant project for our Jinmei Company this year. If you mess this up, be wary of the breach of contract penalties that you won't be able to afford. Hurry and resolve this. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to sort this out. With that, Yin Gongping turned on his heel and left. Mr. Yin, who are you talking about? Zhang Feng, the bumpkin? Zhao Yuji's eyes widened in disbelief as she hurried after Yin Gongping. Indeed, that very bumpkin. I warn you, if you fail to placate him this time, and he chooses not to forgive you, prepare to be reduced to a bumpkin yourself. Yin Gongping scoffed, showing no regard for his relationship with Zhao Yuji, and strode away. Mr. Yin, Zhao Yuji called after him, but he paid her no heed. Zhao Yuji struggled to accept the reality of the situation. Was she really expected to plead with Zhang Feng? To beg that bumpkin? Wasn't that a degradation of her status? Yet, how did Zhang Feng come to know such influential figures as Elder Bai and Elder Chun? He appeared to be nothing more than a mere street vendor. Now, she had to seek his favor to bring Elder Bai and Elder Chun over. Stuck in her thoughts, she found it hard to accept this twist of fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Wei Qian stood calmly to the side, especially Zhang Feng, who had his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of scholarly detachment, occasionally gesturing toward some antiques. Zhang Feng, why are you so leisurely at this moment? You said Zhao Yuji and Yin Gongping would definitely come seeking us. Yet they haven't shown up at all. Have they found someone else? Wei Qian exclaimed, stamping her foot in agitation as she nudged Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng stumbled slightly from the push and turned to face Wei Qian. What has got you in such a tizzy? Patience. You'll witness an intriguing spectacle soon enough. I can't trust you anymore. It's been too long with no response from them. I'm beginning to doubt whether you were mistaken. How could they possibly come to consult us? We're certainly doomed this time. What do we do? What do we do? Just then, a sultry voice laced with a hint of malice interrupted Wei Qian's anxious musings. Startled, she turned to see Zhao Yuji nervously clutching her clothing, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Feng. Had they really come? Wei Qian was utterly taken aback, turning to Zhang Feng with eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. Zhao Yuji, her teeth clenched in anger, dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. With a contorted face, she forced a smile that could terrify anyone who glimpsed it in the mirror. Zhang Feng, what are you saying? Wei Qian is our employee. As her friend, of course. We must treat her well. Wei Qian, standing to the side, was in a state of disbelief. Zhao Yuji's shamelessness exceeded her understanding. Just a moment ago, she had been aggressive, determined to eliminate any opposition, and now, in the blink of an eye, she could utter such insincere words with a grin. Oh, is that so? I thought Supervisor Zhao had forgotten about us. But we're doing quite well, so no need to concern yourself with us. You may attend to your own matters. Zhang Feng replied, taking Wei Qian's hand and walking toward another direction, not sparing a glance at Supervisor Zhao. Zhao Yuji froze momentarily, wanting to step forward but wary of the gazes directed at her. After all, she was a supervisor, and it was beneath her dignity to flatter a mere employee. Zhang Feng, Zhao Yuji called out, hastening to block his path. Is there something else, Supervisor Zhao? Zhang Feng feigned ignorance, remaining in place. Zhao Yuji glanced around, feeling the weight of attention upon her. Zhang Feng, that's enough. I acknowledge my previous rudeness. Let's put it behind us. With so many people around, you mustn't go too far. Oh, So, Supervisor, Zhao understands the concept of being in public? Then allow me to inquire. When you openly insulted Wei Qian at the entrance of Jin Mei Company yesterday, did you consider the crowd present? Zhang Feng's voice grew louder, showing no concern for the situation. Instantly, the onlookers turned their attention to Wei Qian and Zhang Feng, causing Zhao Yuji's complexion to shift to a shade reminiscent of liver. Zhang Feng, you are crossing the line. I'm still a supervisor at Jin Mei Company. If you provoke me, it will not end well for you. Zhao Yuji nearly ground her teeth to dust. Whether you are a supervisor at Jin Mei Company has no bearing on me. Do you think you can control me? I'm not an employee of your company. I have heard that your organization colludes internally, indiscriminately enjoying the fruits of others' creativity, which is quite notorious. Enough. Zhao Yuji interrupted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she felt the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. She reached out, pulling Zhang Feng aside. Unfazed, he followed her to a more secluded spot. Zhang Feng, what do you truly want? Zhao Yuji's tone softened, realizing that a hard approach was futile. You are not worthy to converse with me. Any matters should be addressed by your supervisor. Your authority does not warrant this discussion, Zhang Feng scoffed. Not even glancing at her. Zhang Feng, let us negotiate amicably, shall we? Whatever terms you desire, I can accommodate. The priority is for you to ensure that Bai Lao and Chun Lao arrive promptly. I am willing to apologize to you. Is that not sufficient? Zhao Yuji was on the verge of tears, desperately clutching Zhang Feng's arm and pleading. I apologize, but as I mentioned, you lack the qualifications to converse with me. Besides, I am merely a rustic individual. How could I possibly catch your discerning eye? Zhang Feng shrugged off Zhao Yuji's hand, stepping back and turning towards Wei Qian. Zhao Yuji's face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not act out, trailing behind Zhang Feng as they walked forward. What was transpiring? Why was Supervisor Zhao following a young man? This individual was unfamiliar to her. Could it be that he was the elusive owner of Jin Mei Company? It seemed that this antique appraisal conference was indeed extraordinary. Should it succeed, I will certainly inform the government of your company's commendable attributes and advocate for an increase in your support funds. At that point, your annual profits will surely soar beyond this figure. Yin Gongping, overhearing the conversation between the two directors managing his company, felt his eyes gleam with anticipation. He could not afford to wait for them to speak further. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastened towards Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuji. Such a promising opportunity was not to be missed. If handled well, it could lead him straight to headquarters. Zhao Yuji shook her head, exhaling deeply. Zhang Feng insists that you must speak to him for him to reveal the subsequent details. Otherwise, he will not engage with me. Yin Gongping glanced at the time. Nearly half an hour had elapsed since their scheduled meeting. If they continued to delay, unforeseen complications might arise. Damn it. Why did I have to get entangled with this troublesome person? Zhao Yuji was filled with regret. Yet the situation had unfolded, leaving her with no recourse. Yin Gongping adjusted his suit, donning a smile as he swiftly approached Zhang Feng, slightly bending his posture. Zhang Feng was still examining an antique when he heard the voice and turned around, surprised to see Yin Gongping. Ah, if it isn't General Yin, what brings you here? It is truly an honor to see you. Yin Gongping forced a smile, inwardly cursing Zhang Feng's ancestors for his apparent ignorance, despite knowing he would be here. Zhang Feng, grinning, observed Yin Gongping without uttering a word, gesturing towards an antique. General Yin, is this the quality of antiques showcased at your company's appraisal conference? This is clearly a counterfeit. I wonder if, upon opening the display case, the base of this porcelain will bear some made in Hong Kong markings? If word gets out that your company presents such substandard antiques, your reputation will undoubtedly suffer. Of course not, certainly not. These are merely superficial representations, intended to increase the number of exhibits. They hold no significance. Our finest pieces are stored within. Yin Gongping stammered, sweat streaming down his face. Filled with rage, yet daring not to voice a single incorrect word. Zhang Feng nodded, finally releasing his grip. Then, may I inquire what brings you to seek me out? General Yin? Yin Gongping was once more infuriated, mentally cursing Zhang Feng's ancestors again. He had clearly articulated his intentions upon arrival, yet this fellow feigned ignorance. Yin Gongping took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and donned a forced smile. Zhang Feng, now that we both recognize that the previous misunderstanding has been clarified, why don't we simply put this matter behind us? Once this conference has concluded successfully, I assure you that I will express my gratitude to you, Mr. Zhang. Gratitude? No need for that. I possess no particular prowess. I believe in the principle that one should not benefit without merit. If you wish to hold your antique appraisal conference, please proceed. If our presence is unwelcome, we shall take our leave, Zhang Feng replied, turning to grasp Wei Qian's hand. Wei Qian felt a surge of joy. It was her first time witnessing Yin Gongping in such a subservient state, a sensation that was immensely satisfying. The sight of Zhao Yuji, standing behind and rendered speechless, like a chastised child, only added to her delight. Yin Gongping's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound from his knuckles. Yet, he could not act upon his anger. He stepped forward to intercept Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, you cannot leave. We are relying on you for this event. You are aware that none of the esteemed experts from the Grandview Garden have arrived. I implore you to assist us. I am certain you can summon them. Name your conditions, and I shall comply with whatever is within my power. The eyes of those surrounding Yin Gongping were filled with increasing skepticism, and more people began to converge upon the scene. Panic set in for Yin Gongping. If word spread that Jinmei Company lacked the ability to invite a magnate from the antique world, the repercussions would be severe. Zhang Feng, noticing the gathering crowd, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Very well, I have no particular demands. However, it seems that Supervisor Zhao wagered with us yesterday and has clearly lost. If Supervisor Zhao kneels and apologizes to Wei Qian, I shall consider this matter resolved. Zhang Feng, do not push your luck. You think I would kneel before you? Not a chance. Zhao Yuji's expression shifted, and had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, she would have erupted. Oh, it appears Supervisor Zhao is unwilling to uphold her end of the wager. Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. There is little interest in lingering in a place devoid of integrity. Wei Qian, let us depart. Zhang Feng shrugged, not even casting a glance in Zhao Yuji's direction as he turned to leave. In a fit of desperation, Yin Gongping spun around and, without a moment's hesitation, struck Zhao Yuji across the face. The resounding slap drew the attention of the crowd, who quickly encircled them. Zhao Yuji staggered back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clutching her face in disbelief, she stared at Yin Gongping. You struck me? You actually dared to strike me? And what of it? Do you know who this is? She is our esteemed guest, someone you cannot afford to offend. And now you dare to retort? Your actions will severely tarnish our company's reputation. If this spreads, Jinmei Company will be seen as lacking in discernment. Now, you must apologize to our guest. Kneel and apologize. Yin Gongping's eyes darted, and he fabricated a justification on the spot. Zhang Feng crossed his arms over his chest, neither obstructing nor uttering a word. Ultimately, his desired outcome was for Zhao Yuji to kneel and apologize to Wei Qian. The manner in which it transpired was of no concern to him. Tears streamed down Zhao Yuji's face, her eyes burning with fury as they fixed on Yin Gongping, with clear imprints of 5 fingers slowly emerging on her cheek. What on earth had transpired? How had it escalated to violence? Was it a failure of management within their company? A lack of respect toward esteemed guests? The higher-ups of the company were generally reasonable, yet with such a large organization, the subordinates often acted recklessly, committing all manner of errors. Without proper punishment, no one would learn. Whispers and murmurs arose around them, reaching Yin Gongping's ears. He felt increasingly compelled to act, stepping forward and forcefully pulling Zhao Yuji up. Did you not hear what I said? Kneel and apologize at once. This is a demonstration of our company's sincerity. Yin Gongping commanded in a low voice. Zhao Yuji pushed him away vehemently. On what grounds? Why should I kneel? Who does he think he is to demand my apology? It is utterly ridiculous. I refuse to kneel. Do you not wish to remain employed here? Yin Gongping's brow furrowed as he observed the growing cacophony around them, anxiety gnawing at his heart. If this continued, the repercussions for Jinmei Company would be substantial. It could lead to unforeseen complications, and if left unchecked, the antique appreciation event could be utterly ruined. If I refuse, then so be it. What do they do to me? Zhao Yuji ripped her work badge from her chest, her eyes aflame with defiance as she turned to leave. Yin Gongping's face fluctuated between red and pale, uncertain of how to proceed, standing helplessly in place. Wait, Zhang Feng, recognizing Yin Gongping's ineffectiveness, stepped forward to block Zhao Yuji's path. What do you intend to do? I have already resigned. Are you satisfied now? Wei Qian, you have won. Truly, you have triumphed. Are you content? Zhao Yuji shoved Zhang Feng aside, her words spiraling into madness as she disregarded her own dignity. Zhang Feng retrieved his phone, waving it before Zhao Yuji. I fear you cannot leave just yet. You must fulfill your wager before departing. Very well, if I win, 1,000,000 is mine. Wei Qian, you shall kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Should I lose, I too will kneel and apologize to you. Do you dare to wager? Zhao Yuji's clear voice resonated through the phone, instantly igniting the room, all eyes turning towards her. You recorded it. Zhao Yuji exclaimed, astonished. Her eyes wide as she stared at Zhang Feng. She stepped back, scrutinizing the gazes of those around her, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet at that moment, no one felt pity for Zhao Yuji. This was all of her own making. Zhang Feng reached for Wei Qian, bringing her to stand beside him. All right, now you may kneel. As long as you apologize, I will act as though nothing has occurred. This would not be detrimental to you. Zhao Yuji trembled slightly. Her fists clenched tightly as she struggled to gaze at Yin Gongping, then at Zhang Feng, hesitating to take any action. Mr. Yin, what on earth has transpired? How could such a situation arise at your antique appreciation conference? It seems you are not inclined to conduct this event properly. The two directors, frowning, donned their coats and walked toward the exit. Suddenly, with a thud, Zhao Yuji lowered herself to her knees, a gesture that caused everyone to halt in their tracks. I am truly sorry, Wei Qian. I did not mean to act so thoughtlessly before. I was wrong, and I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Yuji appeared as dejected as a defeated soldier, devoid of any confidence. Zhang Feng turned to Wei Qian, signaling her to take the lead in this matter. Stepping forward, Wei Qian extended her hand to help Zhao Yuji rise. You need not do this. I only hope you refrain from bullying others in the future, and we can put this incident behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Feng interjected, his demeanor calm, as if he were reciting a rehearsed script. Surely you have all witnessed this splendid display. This remarkable concept has been collaboratively devised by our supervisor, Zhao, and Wei Qian, aimed at demonstrating that Jinmei Company is undoubtedly one of the most reputable enterprises. Here, even when a superior errs, they dare to kneel and apologize. Why would we not wholeheartedly support such a company? Yin Gongping, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, stepping forward with a wide grin. Indeed, what you just witnessed was our supervisor kneeling in apology to his subordinate, illustrating our company's commitment to integrity. This was a performance we had arranged for you all. Now, let us proceed to the formal proceedings. The onlookers, unaware of the true circumstances, responded with enthusiastic applause at the spectacle, realizing such a company was indeed rare. Haha, Lao Yin, your approach is truly innovative. This is the first time I've seen a company showcase its integrity in such a manner. Well done, well done. I shall certainly relay this to the higher-ups. The two directors clapped Yin Gongping on the shoulder, laughing as they removed their coats. Yin Gongping nodded with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. In truth, his heart had been lodged in his throat. If this conference were to fail, his position would be in jeopardy. Well, the issue has been resolved. I shall now summon Elder Bai and Elder Chun. You may prepare for the subsequent events. I will take my leave. Zhang Feng stood beside Wei Qian, casting a glance at Zhao Yuji. To his surprise, Zhao Yuji displayed no hint of resentment, only gratitude. Zhang Feng, thank you for not allowing me to embarrass myself. Zhang Feng, Wei Qian exclaimed, giving him a gentle nudge, signaling him to hold his tongue. Rest assured, I will treat Wei Qian as my own sister, ensuring she never faces any injustice, Zhao Yuji assured from the side. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just remember your words. Now, you both carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Feng exited, dialing Elder Bai's number as he walked away. With Zhang Feng's greeting, it was only natural that things would unfold smoothly. Within mere minutes, Elder Bai, Elder Chun, and several other esteemed figures arrived, instantly elevating the reputation of Jinmei Company. The presence of such renowned dignitaries within the Grandview Garden is not something that can be easily arranged. Observing Elder Bai and Elder Chun enter, Zhang Feng finally started his car and departed from the building's entrance. What should I do next? Why do I find myself at a loose end? Bored. Zhang Feng drove with sunglasses on, remaining inconspicuous. Ah, the First People's Hospital? He caught sight of the large characters adorning the building and decided to pull over. Searching for a phone number, he located Lu Xiaoru's contact. Having been in Yunnan for so long, he had yet to visit her and was unaware of her mother's condition. Hello, Zhang Feng. Lu Xiaoru's voice came through the phone. Yes, it's me. Are you still at the hospital? Zhang Feng inquired tentatively. Lu Xiaoru confirmed, and he ended the call, driving directly into the hospital. As Lu Xiaoru descended the stairs, she spotted Zhang Feng entering with a fruit basket in hand. Zhang Feng, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you at all. Lu Xiaoru approached him. What happened to your eyes? Why are you wearing sunglasses? She reached out to remove them. Nothing serious, just some sand got in my eyes. It's better not to take them off to avoid infection. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. How is your mother doing? Much better. She is about to be discharged, but there is still a minor issue. Lu Xiaoru's expression suddenly turned somber. A minor issue? What kind of problem? Is it a financial matter? Zhang Feng reached for his wallet. No. It's not about money. What you gave me is sufficient. It's Zhou Wei. She is causing trouble again. Chapter 67. The thong you're wearing. Zhang Feng was naturally familiar with the name Zhou Wei, but the fact that she was troubling Lu Xiaoru again surprised him. What kind of trouble is Zhou Wei causing you? Is it still about your house? Zhang Feng had already deduced the underlying issue. Zhou Wei indeed seemed the type to take advantage of any situation. Now, he questioned his own judgment for having chosen this woman as his first love. It felt like a grave mistake. Lu Xiaoru nodded, her head lowered as she twisted her clothing, too timid to speak. All right, since that's the case, you needn't worry. Let us go see your mother first. We could discuss everything later. Zhang Feng gently patted Lu Xiaoru's shoulder. In this crowded place, if Zhou Wei had any spies around, it would be unwise to let her gain any information. Lu Xiaoru, trusting him, led Zhang Feng upstairs to her mother's ward. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoru's mother immediately recognized Zhang Feng, her eyes lighting up and her spirits lifting. Zhang Feng, come in quickly, please. Lu Xiaoru's mother waved her hand eagerly. Zhang Feng smiled and agreed, placing the fruit basket on the table beside the bed and sitting next to Lu Xiaoru's mother. Auntie, how is your health? Are you feeling any better? Much improved, indeed. I'm quite well now. The doctor has assured me that my kidney donor and I are an excellent match, with no issues whatsoever. I simply need to adjust my regimen for a few days and engage in some light rehabilitation. I anticipate that I will be discharged soon. Lu Xiaoru's mother replied with a cheerful demeanor. What? I can't leave for another month? That is not what Dr. Lu told me. Lu Xiaoru's mother's complexion turned pale, her head bowed as she muttered to herself. Have you already settled the payments? It would be a shame not to use the resources available. She hesitated for a moment before admitting, Yes, Zhang Feng is right. If it's not utilized, it will be wasted. Treatment is essential. Xiaoru, please inform Dr. Lu that 3 treatments a day are perfectly acceptable for me. I can endure it. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Lu Xiaoru's mother was truly endearing. After conversing with her for a while, he waited until she fell asleep before leaving the hospital with Lu Xiaoru. Thank you, Zhang Feng. You have no idea how much I struggled to persuade my mother about this. She was so reluctant, worried about wasting money. But if this illness is not properly addressed, even a kidney transplant would be in vain. Lu Xiaoru sighed with relief, clearly having carried this burden for some time. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the time. Let us handle the matter concerning Zhou Wei that you mentioned earlier. Otherwise, it will be dark before we know it. Lu Xiaoru nodded in agreement, following Zhang Feng as they exited the hospital and drove directly to her residence. Zhang Feng had been there once before, so he navigated the route with ease. However, he found it perplexing that Zhou Wei had not yet relinquished her claim on Lu Xiaoru's house. It was merely a dilapidated property, worth at most a few $100,000. Given that Zhou Wei had a wealthy boyfriend, why was she so insistent on clinging to Lu Xiaoru's house? Zhang Feng pondered this, as did Lu Xiaoru, and the two remained silent during the drive until they arrived at her doorstep. Look, those people at the entrance have been loitering around our home all day. They even smashed our window, threatening that if we don't sell to them, they will continue their vandalism. Although I haven't seen Zhou Wei, I am certain she is behind this, Lu Xiaoru said, pointing from the car towards several unruly young men standing outside. Zhang Feng followed her gaze and indeed saw a few individuals watching the surroundings, brandishing bricks and appearing quite menacing. Why don't you call the police? Such matters are better handled by law enforcement, he suggested. I have already reported it, but the police said they need evidence. Our neighborhood is so run down that there is no surveillance to be found. It's impossible to gather proof, and the other neighbors are too intimidated to speak out, leaving me with no recourse. The police are helpless, Lu Xiaoru lamented. Lu Xiaoru let out a sigh of distress. This matter troubled her greatly. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her words. Without evidence, it would be challenging for the police to assist, and it seemed imperative to gather proof. Although Zhang Feng possessed a modicum of martial arts prowess, he understood that even the most skilled fighter could be at a disadvantage against a kitchen knife, especially when faced with individuals wielding bricks. Thus, a more prudent approach was necessary. Zhang Feng's mind whirled, and soon, a cunning plan emerged. Fear not. Remain in the car and observe, he assured Lu Xiaoru, patting her shoulder before exiting the vehicle without waiting for her response. Lu Xiaoru watched him with concern. These individuals were no innocents, having previously harmed their 3 neighbors. Zhang Feng strode purposefully towards her building. Hey, what do you want? If there's nothing wrong, move along. I'm telling you, something's happened here. You're not allowed in. Come back later. A brash young man intercepted Zhang Feng, cigarette dangling from his lips, an expression of bemusement on his face. Something has occurred? I am well aware this place is a site of misfortune. It is impossible for calamity to elude such a cursed location. I merely underestimated the timing of my arrival. The malevolence here has grown too potent to suppress. Zhang Feng feigned a thoughtful gaze towards the rooftop, calculating, then shook his head with a sigh. Do you doubt my words? No matter. I have forewarned you. This place has already manifested ominous signs. If my intuition serves me correctly, there has been damage inflicted, and several have encountered varying degrees of injury. Zhang Feng lingered, continuing his discourse. The young man scoffed. Isn't that obvious? All of this is my doing. I smashed the glass and inflicted the injuries. If no one was hurt, that would indeed be strange. The police are already aware. It's hardly a secret. Anyone who inquires outside would know, so your revelations are hardly surprising. Dear friend, allow me to offer you one last piece of advice. Zhang Feng cautioned. Your choice of crimson undergarments, particularly in the form of a thong, does little to shield you from the surrounding malevolence. This could spell disaster for you. With a sigh of regret, he turned away and departed. The young man's steps faltered, disbelief washing over him as he turned to Zhang Feng. His thong was decidedly low-rise. There was no way it could be seen. How did this stranger know about his choice of undergarment? It was something he had prepared for a playful evening with his girlfriend, worn beneath his clothing to avoid embarrassment should he work late. He had taken great care to conceal this detail from everyone. How could this man possibly know? A shiver coursed through him, and he raised his gaze to the dilapidated building he was guarding. In this dilapidated building, even the petty thugs dismiss it. Why would someone as affluent as Zhou Wei be so infatuated? What lengths must she go to in order to bring him here? Could it be that she intends to engage in some unspeakable activities, cleverly utilizing the malevolent energy of this place to conceal her deeds? A flood of horror film imagery surged through the young man's mind, particularly the vision of a pitch-black corridor devoid of any light, which sent a chill down his spine. Something is amiss. There is undoubtedly something lurking here. The more he pondered, the more his fear escalated, and before he could share his concerns with his companions, he hurriedly seized Zhang Feng, who was about to leave. Master, please do not depart. I truly believe. Whatever you say, I will accept. The fact that I wear a thong is known only to me, yet you are aware of it. You are truly remarkable. The young man exclaimed excitedly. The secrets of fate must remain concealed. My intention is merely to instill belief in you. I do not wish to see a young and promising individual like yourself meet an untimely end, Zhang Feng replied, seemingly lamenting the youth's plight. The young man's eyes sparkled with pride as he unconsciously swelled with self-importance. Master, you speak the truth. I consider myself a young person of potential, on the brink of seizing a great opportunity. Zhang Feng suppressed the urge to retch and nodded in agreement. Indeed, thus it is imperative that you resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, I fear calamity will befall your brethren, ultimately leading to your own misfortune. At that point, I shall be powerless to assist you. The young man's eyes widened. The master was indeed extraordinary. Just this afternoon, two of his friends, who had come to him without the intention of quarreling, nearly came to blows over a dish of sweet and sour pork. Such a situation had never arisen before. Clearly, the master's words bore truth. Does this mean, master, that I still have a chance for salvation? He grasped Zhang Feng's arm as if clinging to a lifeline, unwilling to let him depart. Naturally, otherwise, what purpose will my presence here serve? However, assisting others in dispelling misfortune comes at a cost, for I too must face divine retribution. Thus, I believe it is only fair that there be a reciprocal exchange. Zhang Feng gestured with his hand, as if counting money. Ah, master, certainly. Yes, you. If you truly assist me, I shall not be remiss in my gratitude. The young man was now devoid of any arrogance or disdain, almost kneeling before Zhang Feng in deference. Chapter 68. The Revelation. Lu Xiaoru sat in the car, utterly astonished. She had previously encountered these young men, who had shown themselves impervious to reason, unyielding to both soft and hard approaches. What had Zhang Feng said to them? Why were they now so submissive, trailing after him like loyal hounds? Master, you must save us. We possess no skills, but we are utterly willing to change, as long as we can avoid death. The young man's face bore a sycophantic smile that even honey would envy. Remarkable, truly remarkable. There was not a single error. It was utterly flawless. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he felt he had genuinely encountered a master. Alas, what a pity! Zhang Feng sighed heavily, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, hastily pursuing Zhang Feng. Master, what did you mean by your earlier words? What is this unfortunate matter you mentioned? Please enlighten me. Ah, some things are better left unsaid. Zhang Feng replied, his brow furrowed, seemingly reluctant, yet fearful of inciting trouble. He turned to leave. The young man, now more determined than ever to prevent Zhang Feng from departing, mulled over the events since he took on this task. Nothing had gone smoothly. Perhaps there was indeed some underlying issue, just as Zhang Feng suggested. My young friend, do you truly wish to know? Zhang Feng asked earnestly. The young man nodded vigorously, his eagerness palpable. Zhang Feng glanced at the rooftop, shook his head, and gestured as if counting money. This time, the young man wasted no time. He swiftly produced several 100 yuan bills and handed them to Zhang Feng without a second thought. Zhang Feng accepted the money without scrutinizing it, pocketing it before making his way into the corridor. The young man dared not obstruct him, following closely behind. They proceeded directly to the top floor, where Zhang Feng halted, surveying his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on Lu Xiaoru's residence. Ah, the 7 killings position. I never expected this to be the site of such perilous fate. Invading it would surely lead to death, Zhang Feng declared, pointing at Lu Xiaoru's home, causing beads of sweat to form on the young man's forehead. Brother, what do you mean by the 7 killings position? The young man asked, perplexed rather than frightened. You don't even know what the 7 killings position is? What kind of business are you in? Zhang Feng retorted. It's a concept known to masters. Perhaps you should explain it to him. Zhang Feng paused, realizing that he had learned much of this from films, particularly those featuring Lin Zhengying. He had absorbed so much information, yet felt utterly unprepared to articulate further details. Even under duress, he would struggle to explain. The intricacies of the 7 killings position were indeed complex, and he doubted they would grasp it. Just understand this. Any violation of this space will inevitably lead to calamity. Brother. Just as Zhang Feng concluded, a shout echoed from a corridor. One of the young man's subordinates, who had been on guard outside, rushed in, clutching his head. What is happening? Is this some sort of ghostly summons? The young man exclaimed, his displeasure growing as his subordinate embarrassed him in front of the master. There's been bloodshed. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Zhang Feng, only to find him with his eyes closed, muttering something inaudible. Buddha bless. How generous of you. I was merely speaking whimsically. It seems to have resonated. Thank you, Buddha, thank you. Zhang Feng's heart swelled with joy as he continued to chant fervently. Master, what is this? The young man, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Master. What should we do now? We must leave this place at once. If you linger here, not only will you suffer misfortune, but it will also affect your family. The master warned. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for words, and began to speak nonsensically, hoping that the more outrageous his words, the better they would serve their purpose. The young man, now completely submissive, nodded fervently, Yes, we will leave immediately. We absolutely cannot stay here. With that, he turned to depart. Brother, we were paid to stay here. Smack. The young man slapped his companion across the face. Damn it. Are you trying to get us killed? You're still thinking about money? The Master's words are strikingly accurate. If we don't leave now, we are courting death. The younger brother stumbled back, rendered speechless, and could only cover his face, nodding innocently. Zhang Feng sighed inwardly, a smile blossoming within him. No wonder there are so many fortune tellers and palm readers on the streets. It seems that this nonsense truly works. With a grand gesture, the young man led his 2 companions down the stairs. Zhang Feng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With their departure, Lu Xiaoru's house should be safe now. How amusing it is to realize that the one playing tricks here was none other than our esteemed Zhang. Suddenly, a delicate snort echoed, followed by the sound of high heels ascending the staircase. Zhou Wei approached, flanked by several burly men. Zhang Feng's heart sank. Just when he thought everything was resolved, Zhou Wei had unexpectedly appeared. Zhouye. The young man's eyes lit up as he rushed to Zhou Wei, his smile far more obsequious than the one he had shown Zhang Feng moments before. Smack! Zhou Wei raised her hand and struck the young man, the sharp sound reverberating through the corridor. Though the blow did not hurt, the young man was stunned, staring blankly, unable to react. You gullible fool. You believed him? He is not a fortune teller. He is just an ordinary person. Do you lack common sense? Zhou Wei scolded with discontent. Wait, Zhou Jia. What he said was incredibly accurate. Smack! Before the young man could finish his sentence, another slap landed on his face. This time he dare not speak, his eyes wide with fear as he instinctively stepped back. Zhang Feng stood silently, calmly observing Zhou Wei. Zhang Feng, you're quite impressive. I never imagined you would resort to such tricks. How amusing, truly amusing, Zhou Wei remarked, her expression dark, yet her eyes sparkling with mischief as she scrutinized Zhang Feng. Since he was already here, Zhang Feng decided to stand his ground, mentally preparing for a confrontation. Zhou Wei, speak plainly. What do you want? I have no desire for idle chatter. Just express your intentions, and I shall respond directly. Zhang Feng, eschewing any superfluous dialogue, spoke directly and succinctly. I have no particular desires. I never claimed to want anything, nor have I acted in any way, he stated. Suddenly, Zhou Wei's tone shifted to a more flirtatious demeanor, evoking memories of their university days. At that time, Zhou Wei had easily won Zhang Feng over with her charm, leaving him utterly captivated and compliant to her whims. However, Zhang Feng was no longer the hapless youth of yore, easily swayed by a woman's mere words. Zhou Wei, I advise you to reconsider. Your tactics regarding Lu Xiaoru's property are inherently unlawful. Should this matter escalate to legal proceedings, it would be detrimental to you, he asserted, dismissing her with a wave of his hand, disregarding her remarks. Zhou Wei suddenly burst into laughter. What have I done? I haven't done anything at all. Besides, which property belongs to Lu Xiaoru? I have no idea. I merely came to reprimand my subordinate. That hardly seems significant, right? I doubt the law would concern itself with this matter. Are you planning to sue me? Her last inquiry was directed at the young man who, startled, quickly nodded in affirmation. After all, he recognized the value of this lucrative opportunity and would not be foolish enough to jeopardize it. Zhou Wei nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze back to Zhang Feng. He had not anticipated her cunning. Her words bore no trace of acknowledgement, as if she would never concede. This left Zhang Feng somewhat at a loss. All right, Zhou Wei, we both understand the unspoken truths. There are many matters we don't need to voice, yet they remain facts. Just tell me plainly what you desire in order to spare Lu Xiaoru. After all, we were classmates. What is your incessant pursuit of her for? Zhang Feng, unwilling to prolong the conversation, was prepared to offer a financial settlement if Zhou Wei truly sought monetary compensation. What do you want? It is quite simple. If you wish for me to cease my pursuit, then all you need to do is reconcile with me. If you agree to that, I will immediately ensure that everyone leaves, Zhou Wei said, gazing earnestly at Zhang Feng.